Chapter 1703. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. Fang Yuan muttered to himself. He sat on the auspicious cloud. Immemorial white heaven was empty and boundless. After leaving Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, he had been actively digesting his gains from this operation. Beast Calamity Immortal's supreme method was the Immortal Killer Move Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. After using this move, he could gain a vast number of transformation path Dao marks. At the same time, he could turn the Dao marks of other paths on the target's body into transformation path Dao marks. This move expended a lot of immortal essence. It also required rich emotions. These emotions had to be positive and bright. From this point, Fang Yuan finally understood the nature of the combat beast warriors in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan did not lack immortal essence. Over this period of time, even though the scale of advancing immortal Gu was huge, Fang Yuan's gains were also huge. Especially towards the later stages of Gu refinement, Fang Yuan's progress was huge. The expenditure of Gu refinement was constantly decreasing. Thus, Fang Yuan had a lot of rank 8 immortal essence left. He could fight 2 regular battles of rank 8 Gu immortals. Fang Yuan also had rich emotions. Positive and bright emotions. Fang Yuan could easily achieve them through wisdom path methods. His wisdom path attainment was also quite high. What Fang Yuan lacked were immortal Gu. This move consisted of 4 immortal Gu, among which the core was rank 8 immortal Gu, adaptation. Undeniably, this was a transformation path immortal Gu. It was also Beast Calamity Immortal's vital Gu. The other 3 immortal Gu were all rank 7. Even if the Heavenly Spirit does not contribute these immortal Gu, I can snatch them. Great Thief Ghost Hand has already been modified by me. It is more reliable. Now, I only need Heaven Form to investigate and find the hiding places of these immortal Gu. I can use theft path methods to obtain them. However, it will be slightly troublesome to obtain the entire Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. For Fang Yuan, Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven itself had huge value. But the Heavenly Spirit had the ability to destroy Grotto Heaven. If he used force, he would lose more than he gained. In fact, from this Immortal Killer Move Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation, the Gu Immortals and Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven might have another trump card. Desolate Beasts and Ancient Desolate Beasts could use Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. The Star Sea Snail's body could do the same. These Gu Immortals did not have Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. The reason was that Beast Calamity Immortal used this move on the whole of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. That was to say, the whole of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven could use Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation to fuse with the Gu Immortals. This could create a temporary rank 8 battle strength. Of course, it was not that Fang Yuan did not have the confidence to defeat this rank 8, but Fang Yuan would still suffer losses in the end. Even if he won, the Beast Calamity Immortal Aperture that had gone through Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation would suffer heavy losses. Therefore, I need to calculate how to restrain them from using the All Things Assimilation Transformation to implicate the entire Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. At the same time, I will use Familiar Face to attack again. The Beast Calamity Heavenly Spirit had said that everyone only had one chance to inherit, but what about its investigative abilities? Could he identify Fang Yuan's true identity? According to Fang Yuan's deductions, the possibility of this was very small. However, just as Fang Yuan retreated and tried to deduce a way to restrain it, he unexpectedly obtained a piece of information. This information was very important. Dragon Palace has appeared? And even the Celestial Court's Duke Long could not take it down? Oh, is it because Eastern Sea's 4 rank 8 Gu Immortals work together to obstruct it? Interesting. Right now, the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace is flying in the sky of Eastern Sea without concealing its aura. It has already caused a huge commotion. Countless forces and Gu Immortal experts are paying close attention to it. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He knew about the existence of Dragon Palace. There were clues regarding Dragon Palace in Shadow Sect's true inheritance. But this clue was only superficial. It did not contain any crucial information. The most valuable information was, Dragon Palace had a rule that its inheritor had to be a dragon man. Even though Fang Yuan had coveted this rank 8 Immortal Gu house, he did not have the time or opportunity to do so. Even though he had Bai Ningbing as the key, it would be very difficult to find Dragon Palace. He would need to spend a lot of time and effort. According to the previous situation, even though the rank 8 Immortal Gu house was strong, if Fang Yuan took the risk to search for it and failed, he would be killed by the Celestial Court's attacks. The benefits were huge, but the risk was even higher. Thus, Fang Yuan had not made a move yet. So the Celestial Court has been searching for Dragon Palace secretly. They almost succeeded. Realizing this, Fang Yuan could not help but praise the 4 Eastern Sea rank 8s. Good job. Without thinking for too long, Fang Yuan left Immemorial White Heaven and headed towards Eastern Sea. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was here, it would not be easily discovered, he could take some time. Dragon Palace was an urgent matter, it could not be taken away by the Celestial Court. This was a rank 8 Immortal Gu house with a mysterious dream path Immortal Gu. Several days later, Eastern Sea. Boom. Amidst the intense explosion, Gu Immortal Miao coughed out large mouthfuls of blood as he retreated pathetically. Duke Long roared as he turned into a ray of light, charging towards the Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace ahead of him. Seeing that the distance between them was shrinking at the crucial moment, Granny Rong appeared in front of Duke Long. Her body was covered in purple qi, she was heavily injured, her body was weak and her face was pale as paper. Duke Long had a ferocious aura, but seeing the purple poisonous qi around Granny Rong, his pupils shrunk as he turned around and circled around it. Granny Rong was a poison path Gu Immortal, this purple poisonous qi was her signature method. Even Duke Long did not want to be touched by it. Granny Rong's condition was not good, these few days of intense battles had caused her great losses, especially when one of her core Immortal Gu was destroyed, her speed fell sharply and she was in a passive state. She had relied on her tenacious willpower and the help of the other 3 Gu Immortals to persist until now. Duke Long circled around Granny Rong, it was the wisest tactic. Granny Rong could only look at Duke Long with a bitter expression, there was no way she could catch up to him. Among the 4 rank 8s, the other 2 were several li away. Boom. Duke Long flew above Dragon Palace and attacked fiercely, sending this rank 8 Immortal Gu house down with a heavy blow. Bam. The Immortal Gu house fell into the seawater, creating huge waves. Dragon Palace was very intelligent, it did not fly into the sky, instead diving deeper into the seawater. Duke Long was about to chase, but his body suddenly froze as he attacked towards his left. There was nothing on his left, but his attack suddenly stopped, it was blocked by a Gu Immortal. The Gu Immortal revealed himself and smiled at Duke Long. As expected of Senior Duke Long, you can see through my disguise. Duke Long frowned and smiled coldly. Song Chi Yuan, you are the first Supreme Elder of Song Clan, you have rank 8 cultivation level, you actually sneak attacked? It was Song Chi Yuan. It seems that Eastern Sea's righteous path has finally made their move. Who else is there? Come out. Duke Long looked at the seawater below him. Dragon Palace was gradually vanishing, but he did not chase, he hovered in the sky with intense battle intent. At the next moment, 2 more Gu Immortals appeared. One was a middle-aged man in a green robe, he was Qingyu clan's first Supreme Elder, Qing Yuan. The other was a young girl with bright eyes, a miniature rainbow cloud was coiling around her, she was Hua clan's first Supreme Elder, Hua Kai Yun. Lord Duke Long? Hua Kai Yun was about to speak. Too much nonsense. Duke Long shouted, taking the initiative to attack. Bam bam bam. After several immortal killer moves, the 3 righteous path rank 8s were at a disadvantage. Duke Long is truly amazing, he can easily suppress Eastern Sea's righteous path rank 8s even when fighting against 3 of them. Fang Yuan had transformed into a sea snake and was swimming in the sea, his heart shaking. Righteous path rank 8s and lone cultivator rank 8s were usually stronger, because they had more complete immortal killer moves and abundant cultivation resources. If these 3 righteous path rank 8s worked together, they could definitely defeat Granny Rong, Yang Zihe, Zhang Yin and Miao. But they were still not Duke Long's match. Duke Long was too ferocious, even now he was only using transformation path methods, he had not used his most proficient chi path killer moves. From this aspect, Zishan Makoto was able to force Duke Long to use his chi path killer move, it showed how strong he was. It is not that Zishan Makoto is too weak, but Duke Long is stronger. Fang Yuan followed Dragon Palace from afar, gradually leaving the battlefield. Since Song Chi Yuan and Qing Yuan appeared, it meant that Eastern Sea's righteous path had already finished their discussion. Among the 5 regions, Eastern Sea had the most resources and the highest number of rank 8 Gu Immortals. Only 3 righteous path rank 8s have appeared now, there must be more people. Fang Yuan decided to bide his time. Sure enough, as he expected, 2 more righteous path rank 8s appeared and blocked Dragon Palace. Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, and the rest also followed, shouting and fighting fiercely as they faced the 2 righteous path rank 8s. The battle at the bottom of the sea also erupted. Chapter 1704. Swoosh. Accompanied by a sharp sonic boom, the Dragon Palace turned into an orange-gold ray of light and streaked across the sky at lightning speed. Where are you going? Die for me? You want to stop me? No way. Next, several rank 8 Gu immortals chased after Dragon Palace, using all of their abilities. An intense battle followed Dragon Palace's path, sweeping through everything. Everywhere they went, mountains crumbled and seas split, heaven and earth changed colors, countless lives were lost. Rank 6 and 7 Gu immortals could not avoid them. Only rank 8 Gu immortals were qualified to participate in this battle. It revolved around Duke Long, Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, Song Qiyuan, and other rank 8s. No rank 7 Gu immortals could interfere. Unless it was Feng Jioge or Feng Yuan. But now, be it Feng Yuan or Feng Jioge, they had already advanced to rank 8. Most of Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu immortals have already joined the battle, only a few are still missing. Feng Yuan was far at the back, observing patiently, waiting for a good opportunity. More than 10 days had passed since he went to Eastern Sea. These last days, the battles between rank 8 Gu immortals were very exciting. They fought back and forth. New rank 8s joined from time to time, while rank 8s retreated temporarily. They formed alliances at times and fought against each other at other times. As long as one of them got close to Dragon Palace, they would be attacked by everyone else. Feng Yuan could not find a chance to attack. But he was very patient, he was not anxious at all. Staying behind and observing these rank 8 Gu immortals is also a huge source of wealth. This is a very precious opportunity. Duke Long is powerful, he is truly terrifying. These last days he is undeniably the strongest expert, it is just that he is restricted by that mysterious dream path Immortal Gu in Dragon Palace, as well as the joint attacks of the others as well as Feng Jinhuang's safety, he has not truly succeeded. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with a dark light. Not just the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace, Feng Kim Hong who was beside Duke Long, was also his target. This girl had a dream path Immortal Gu, she was also Duke Long's disciple. Looking at how Duke Long protected her, it showed how important Feng Kim Hong was. But even though Feng Yuan had such plans, he had no chance to attack Feng Kim Hong. Chance, it will definitely appear. The Eastern Sea's righteous path has clearly come to an agreement. If someone withdraws, someone else will participate. They'll take turns to maintain their combat power while maintaining control of the situation. This is to prevent Central Continent and Celestial Court from helping. Duke Long has been fighting alone, but he has the highest battle strength. If he has Heavenly Court support, he will definitely be able to break this stalemate. Even if the Heavenly Court doesn't send anyone, Granny Rong, Zhang Yin, these 4 itinerant cultivators and fiend immortals won't be able to hold on much longer. Among these 3, the righteous path is the most stable, the other 2 can topple the current balance. Once the balance is broken, there will be chaos. And during the chaos, I will have a chance to make a move. Feng Yuan could see the situation clearly, he was very clear about it. But right at this time, an explosion occurred in front of them. Song Qiyuan was hit, he spat out a mouthful of blood, suffering light injuries. Zhang Yin, who was ahead, turned around and chuckled, I have already used Fatal Dark Lightning, if you are not afraid of death, chase me. Song Qiyuan's defense was comprehensive, but after being hit by this move, he was injured, his defensive methods were instantly torn apart. The killer move, Dark Water Lightning, was not to be underestimated. Thus, the entire group split into 2 with a group at the front and a group of Gu immortals at the back. Fatal Dark Lightning is Zhang Yin's signature method, it has a high price to use, it is formless and colorless, it cannot be sensed. It is spread in the sea and in the air, once touched it will explode. What do we do? The remaining 3 rank 8 Gu immortals were all righteous path Gu immortals, they looked at each other. We need to chase, with just Hua Kai Yun here, she might be in danger. There is no time to take a detour, we can only control the beast group to charge into the lightning formation. The 3 righteous path Gu immortals thought of a way, they released their ancient desolate beasts. Song Qiyuan waved his hand, these ancient desolate beasts' auras surged, they were like immemorial desolate beasts. Boom boom boom. Only by disguising as immemorial desolate beasts could they trigger the fatal dark lightning. These ancient desolate beasts continued to die, creating a path for the 3 righteous path rank 8s. The 3 rank 8s quickly passed through, charging ahead. This is bad, let's try our luck. Feng Yuan was uneasy, he also wanted to pass through the lightning formation. Boom. He was immediately hit by the fatal dark lightning, but he did not dare to use reverse flow protection seal, he could only take it head-on. This dark lightning is really troublesome, let's take a detour. Feng Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood, he changed his mind. Boom. Another one was triggered by him. Damn it, the fatal dark lightning actually moved here, it is so fast and has such a wide range. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth, swallowing a mouthful of blood. Boom boom boom. Fang Yuan continued to trigger the fatal dark lightning. His luck path method seemed to be useless. 15 minutes later, Fang Yuan endured the pain and finally caught up to the rank 8 Gu Immortals. "Come eat my plague red seal." Granny Rong screamed, using all her strength to shoot out a red seal. Hua Kai Yun snorted coldly. She pushed with her palms, pushing out a lump of cloud. The cloud was black as ink. It was shaped like the bottom of a pot. It had a strange appearance. It rotated rapidly, absorbing the red seal. Granny Rong's expression changed. She lost control of the plague red seal. Next, the cloud continued to rotate, throwing the plague red seal away. Hua Kai Yun said smugly, "With my pot-throwing cloud, you can forget about using your plague red seal. I can only throw it away casually. I won't be hit." "Damn it." Fang Yuan cursed internally. The plague red seal coincidentally pounced at him. Dodge. Fang Yuan was disguised as a sea snake. He could not increase his speed casually. He could only dodge. Just as the plague red seal was about to reach him, the latter suddenly exploded. The surrounding 1,000 li of sea area was destroyed. All life was lost. Countless fishes and prawns were corroded into lumps of rotten meat. Fang Yuan was also hit. He had to endure the rank 8 killer move while turning into a sea snake corpse to continue his disguise. Fang Yuan followed them all the way. It was not easy. He was often caught in the crossfire. Thankfully, he was far away. The other rank 8 Gu Immortals were focused on Dragon Palace and each other. They did not discover him yet. But good times did not last long. A few days later, Fang Yuan's identity was exposed. The one who discovered him was an Eastern Sea lone cultivator called Jianghu. He was driving the Immortal Gu House fragrant horse carriage. When he chased after Dragon Palace, he accidentally found Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan fought with him fiercely before retreating. This commotion attracted the attention of the other rank 8s, but Fang Yuan escaped very quickly. Even if Duke Long wanted to do anything to him, he could not. Central Continent, infallible blessed land. The formation's radiance gradually faded. After inspecting it, Fairy Myrtle nodded in satisfaction, thinking, "With this formation here, who can destroy infallible blessed land? Even if Fang Yuan comes here, he will also be trapped." Fairy Myrtle was very confident in this formation. A mystical light suddenly descended from the sky, landing in front of her and revealing itself. Feng Jioga greets Lady Zi Wei. The person who came was Feng Jioga. He had rank 8 cultivation level now. His tone carried a trace of being on equal footing with Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle smiled. "Feng Jioga, I called you here for one thing. Now that Eastern Sea Dragon Palace has appeared, Lord Duke Long is chasing after it, but is obstructed by Eastern Sea's rank 8s. Go to Eastern Sea and reinforce Lord Duke Long, protect your daughter, Feng Kim Hong, and help my celestial court obtain Dragon Palace." Feng Jioga thought about it but rejected. "Huang Heir has Lord Duke Long's protection. She will not be in danger. But, when I advanced to rank 8, I suddenly had an inspiration and wanted to create another song. This time, I want to enter the river of time again, to observe the tumultuous world of mortals and experience the life of all living beings." Chapter 1705. Eastern Sea late at night. The night sky was filled with stars. The calm sea suddenly had huge waves. An Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace broke out of the sea, shooting up into the sky. In the sky, a rank 8 Gu Immortal was waiting. It was Qingyu clan's first supreme elder, Qingyuan Tut. He exclaimed softly as he swung his arms. Immediately, green mountain phantoms descended from the sky. Tens of thousands of green mountains connected together, surrounding the Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Mountain. Dragon Palace's momentum was obstructed. It crashed into the green mountain phantoms like it had crashed into a real mountain. Umph. With a cold snort, a rank 8 Gu Immortal charged out from behind Dragon Palace. It was rank 8 Lone Immortal Shimiao. Shimiao spat out a mouthful of acid. This acid looked ordinary, but it expanded with the wind. After flying for 50 to 60 feet, it turned into a huge wave. The wave crashed into the green mountain phantoms. The effect was amazing. Wherever it went, the green mountains melted like snow in a fire. The acid wave opened up a path for Dragon Palace. It was about to get out of the encirclement when Song Qiyuan arrived. His aura burst out, bright light shone everywhere. When it shone on the waves, it caused them to collapse. When it shone on Dragon Palace, it shook, and when it shone on Shimiao, he felt like he was struck by lightning. After doing this, Song Qiyuan did not stop. He raised his head and pointed with his finger. A sharp ray of light shot out and disappeared in an instant. Far away, Fang Yuan was using Star Eye's Immortal Gu to observe the battlefield, but suddenly his vision turned dark. He could no longer observe. Fang Yuan's expression sank. He understood that the star that Immortal Gu refined with star eyes was destroyed by Song Chi Yuan. Even though rank 7 star eyes Immortal Gu is amazing, it is too weak against a rank 8 Gu Immortal. Not only can it be detected, it can also be targeted. Song Chi Yuan's Immortal Killer move is even more ingenious. It seems to follow the flow of starlight, finding the source star and destroying it. But even though the star is destroyed, my star eyes Immortal Gu is unharmed. In time I can use it again. Even though these Eastern Sea Gu Immortals could not match Duke Long, they were rank 8 after all. They had many methods and could not be underestimated. Previously, Zhang Yin's Deadly Yin Thunder, Hua Kaiyun's Walk-Throwing Cloud, Yang Jun's discovery of Fang Yuan's familiar face state, and now Song Chi Yuan directly breaking Fang Yuan's Star Eyes detection all proved this point. Even so, Fang Yuan was still unwilling to give up. The Dragon Palace is very important, more important than I thought. It is a rank 8 Immortal Gu house. It also has Dream Path Immortal Gu. In the past few days of pursuit, the offensive, defensive and other abilities it had displayed were all extremely outstanding. If I obtain it, I will have peak rank 8 battle strength. Fang Yuan's main body chased while the other half of Heaven form was left in Immemorial White Heaven to deal with Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven and find the location of adaptation Immortal Gu. Heaven form was rank 9, it was extremely agile. Even in Immemorial White Heaven, there were very few existences that could threaten it. Because of the earth vein disturbance, the entire 5 regions Gu Immortal world was in chaos. Especially in Eastern Sea because of Dragon Palace's appearance, there was an intense battle among rank 8s, it was the focus of the entire world. On this day, Northern Plains Longevity Heaven also shook intensely. Buzz buzz buzz, orange-yellow light flickered continuously, covering the entire sky of Longevity Heaven. Next, an aura that was on the brink of death grew rapidly, it soon filled the entire world. It was a shocking sight. Such a shocking change attracted the attention of 5 Elements Grandmaster, Bull Demon and Flower Lady. 5 Elements Grandmaster was a lone cultivator in Northern Plains, but after being trapped after invading Longevity Heaven, he felt hopeless after struggling for a while, he surrendered to Longevity Heaven and was stationed in Longevity Heaven for a long time now. The combination of Bull Demon and Flower Lady was the North Desolation Immortal. Bull Demon was a boorish man with a full beard. He had a thunderous voice, he was 8 feet tall and had a stocky build, he had an aggressive aura. Flower Lady was a girl with a huge pink flower on her head, she sat on the boorish man's shoulder and giggled, she had a tender face, she was innocent and had bright eyes. What is going on? 5 Elements Grandmaster was shocked and uncertain. Bull Demon and Flower Lady looked at each other, the latter giggled, West Desolation Immortal Bing Sai Chuan has awakened. Longevity Heaven was different from Celestial Court. It had 4 Desolation Immortals and 8 extremities, 12 high positions. Among them, 4 Desolation Immortals had to be rank 8 Gu Immortals, while the 8 extremities had at least rank 7 cultivation level, and they were elites among rank 7s. Bing Sai Chuan. 5 Elements Grandmaster's brows rose, he felt this name was familiar, but he could not think of any more information after thinking about it. Right at this time there was a loud roar, light rippled in the sky, rainbows flowed like rivers, piercing through the sky. A figure stepped on the river, he was tall and had a gentle expression, but his gaze was sharp and cold, emitting a cold light. From his right ear to the left corner of his mouth, there was an ugly scar, it was shining with white light, emitting the coldness of 1,000-year frost. Seeing this face, 5 Elements Grandmaster's eyes shined with bright light, he was deeply shocked. I remember now, Bing Sai Chuan was from the same generation as Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, he was a rank 8 legend. A time path great expert, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had to make 3 moves to subdue him. He did not die, he is West Desolation Immortal of Longevity Heaven? West Desolation Immortal was from the same generation as Giant Sun Immortal, even though he lost to Giant Sun Immortal, it was not a humiliation. After all, Immortal Venerables and Demon Venerables were invincible in the world, they were the number 1 in their generation. In contrast, Giant Sun Immortal had to attack 3 times to subdue West Desolation Immortal. It showed his incredible strength. Greetings to Senior West Desolation. Bull Demon and Flower Lady greeted, 5 Elements Grandmaster also followed with a respectful attitude. West Desolation Immortal Bing Sai Chuan's seniority was simply too high. Bing Sai Chuan came to the 3 immortals and looked around, nodding slightly. I am awake, but I do not have much lifespan left, my time is limited. Give me information, I want to see the current situation in the world. Longevity Heaven's information was very comprehensive. Not only did it have the complete records of the collapse of 88 Point Jinyang Tower, It also had the appearance of Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, Central Continent Celestial Court's preparations for the Refinement Path Convention. 88. Jinyang Tower collapsed. Bing Sichuan sighed. It was Fang Yuan who did it. This demon was reborn from Spring-Autumn Cicada. He is already rank 8 now. 5 Elements Grandmaster gritted his teeth. Bing Sichuan suddenly laughed. Fang Yuan, what a demon, he destroyed 88. Jinyang Tower, well done. 5 Elements Grandmaster was stunned. What? Bull Demon looked at Flower Lady. Flower Lady looked at Bull Demon. The 3 immortals had stunned expressions. Next, Bing Sichuan continued, Fate Gu is about to be repaired. It seems that this Refinement Path Convention will be the final one. Time waits for no one, we need to contact Fang Yuan and cooperate with him. 5 Elements Grandmaster, Bull Demon and Flower Lady's expressions changed. Was this Bing Sichuan really West Desolation Immortal? Was he a fake West Desolation Immortal? Longevity Heaven wants to cooperate with me? Fang Yuan received this information and was shocked. Land Spirit of Langia had the method to contact him. Bing Sichuan used Land Spirit of Langia to find Fang Yuan and said directly, I am West Desolation Immortal, the current leader of Longevity Heaven. Fang Yuan, you are an otherworldly demon but you have not obtained Red Lotus True Inheritance, right? If Celestial Court repairs Fate Gu, it will not benefit you. Similarly, my Longevity Heaven does not want to see Celestial Court succeed. If Fate Gu is repaired, it will be a huge help to Celestial Court. It will go against the luck path, true meaning that I, Immortal Venerable Giant Son, left behind. Let us put aside our past enmity and resist this strong enemy together. Fang Yuan was silent for a while before asking, Who are you? Bing Sichuan. Soon, Fang Yuan learned of the other party's identity. This identity should be real. Fang Yuan could not help but sigh at Longevity Heaven's foundation. Even a legendary rank 8 like Bing Sichuan could hide it until now. And in Longevity Heaven, among the 4 Desolation Immortals, East Desolation Immortal had the highest status. The great Bing Sichuan was only second? Who was East Desolation Immortal? Longevity Heaven's sudden change in attitude caught Fang Yuan off guard. But thinking about it, against a terrifying existence like Celestial Court, it was entirely possible for Longevity Heaven and Fang Yuan to work together. After all, Fang Yuan was a rank 8 Gu Immortal, the leader of Shadow Sect. He had obtained Dream Path research results. He was a famous person in the world. Some time ago, Celestial Court had invaded Northern Plains and Langia Blessed Land. They had clashed with Longevity Heaven several times. Wasn't there a saying, the enemy of my enemy is my friend? If they could work together, Fang Yuan naturally wanted to work with Longevity Heaven. After all, Celestial Court was his main enemy. But the problem was, how could they trust each other? To gain Fang Yuan's trust, Longevity Heaven purposely made their inventory public, trading immortal materials and even immortal goo with Fang Yuan. From the looks of it, they were really sincere. Since we want to work together, why don't Lord Bing Sichuan work together with me to seize Dragon Palace? Fang Yuan had a thought as he suggested. Chapter 1706. Ever since rebirth, Fang Yuan's strength had been rising rapidly. His speed was shocking. Especially during this period of time, his cultivation level rose to rank 8, his immortal goo were extremely abundant, they were rare in the world. However, his current strength was not enough to take Dragon Palace. The ones fighting for the rank 8 immortal goo house Dragon Palace were Duke Long, who had pseudo-immortal venerable strength, as well as many Eastern Sea rank 8 goo immortals. They could be said to be the strongest goo immortal experts in Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan had risen up too recently, in front of the peak experts of a region. In front of Duke Long, Fang Yuan could not snatch the immortal goo house, especially when this immortal goo house had the ability to retaliate. But Fang Yuan knew that he could not stand by and watch. If the Celestial Court obtained Dragon Palace, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Especially that mysterious Dream Path immortal goo, it was not simple. It was likely created by the luck of heaven and earth. It was the catalyst for the Dream Path era that the Heavenly Tao gave to Eastern Sea. At this time, if the power of Longevity Heaven was drawn in, the situation would become even more chaotic. But only with more chaos could Fang Yuan take advantage of the situation. Fang Yuan had advanced to rank 8 now, but against any rank 8 goo immortal in Eastern Sea, he did not dare to be careless. Rank 8 goo immortals had deep foundations, they could be hit by their killer moves if they were careless. As for Duke Long, Fang Yuan knew that his battle strength could not compare to him. After all, Fang Yuan had personally witnessed how Duke Long defeated Zishan Makoto. In order to protect Feng Kim Hong, Duke Long did not use his full strength. I have never seen him use chi path methods. Even so, with just his transformation path methods, he is still the strongest expert here. He is constantly being attacked by the combined forces of others. Bai Ning Bing and the rest are still cultivating on Red Lotus Island. Even with future self they have peak rank 7 battle strength. It is a pity that I lost the incomplete Immortal Goo House. If I had it after this period of development, it would definitely have rank 8 battle strength. It would be of great help to me. If I can steal adaptation Immortal Goo from Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, I can use Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. It will also temporarily increase my battle strength. Unfortunately, the timing is too late. Heaven form is still being investigated. Fang Yuan felt regretful. However, this was the reality. Not everything could go smoothly and be just right. Dragon Palace did not show any signs of fatigue. Eastern Sea's rank 8 Goo Immortals were not all out yet. Duke Long was clearly waiting for reinforcements from the Celestial Court. Thus, the final contest for the Immortal Goo House would take some time. Naturally, Fang Yuan's attitude toward Longevity Heaven had changed drastically. However, even if they harbored ill intentions towards him, luring them into this battle would do more good than harm to Fang Yuan. This would help him obtain Dragon Palace, deal a blow to the Celestial Court, and even probe Longevity Heaven. It was killing many birds with one stone. But a few days later, Fang Yuan did not wait for Bing Sai Chuan. He only received a crucial piece of information. Celestial Court found a stone lotus island in the River of Time. It was now under their control. Bing Sai Chuan suggested to Fang Yuan, "You have Spring-Autumn Cicada. You are the legitimate inheritor of Red Lotus True Inheritance. If the Celestial Court takes away your fortuitous encounter, it would be detrimental to you, but it would also be a huge boost to them. Red Lotus Demon Venerable Damaged Fate Goo, it is likely that his true inheritance contains a shortcut that can help us destroy fate." Bing Sai Chuan's words were not wrong. He did not know that Fang Yuan had already obtained a Red Lotus True Inheritance. Fang Yuan did not obtain any shortcut, but what if another Red Lotus True Inheritance had it? That was hard to say. Of course, this could also be fake information from Bing Sai Chuan. It was a trap for Fang Yuan. Right now, Fang Yuan had two choices. One was to continue paying attention to Dragon Palace. The other was to go to the River of Time and fight for Red Lotus True Inheritance with the Celestial Court. The former was chaotic and filled with danger. The latter was the same. It was risky. Fang Yuan acutely sensed that this was a crucial choice. He could not help but think, in this situation what should he choose? Southern Border. Moral Paradise. Two rank 8 Goo Immortals ascended the mountain side by side. Their auras were concealed. They were like mortals. The one on the left wore a gray hemp robe. It was very simple. He had a strong physique like a bear. He wore a conical hat. It was wide and large. It covered his face. Only his chin was exposed. He was famous in Southern Border's Goo Immortal world, the current generation inheritor of Paradise Earth, Lu Wei-yin. The one on the right was a woman. Her skin was white as snow, her hair extended to her waist, her eyes were like deep pools, her brows were filled with sorrow. She wore a purple silk dress. She was beautiful and mysterious. It was the leader of the Celestial Court, the person in charge of Star Constellation Chessboard. She was probably the #1 Wisdom Path great expert in the world, Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle actually appeared in Southern Border silently. She even interacted with Lu Wei-yin. Why? Along the way, Lu Wei-yin and Fairy Myrtle conversed. Even though they did not speak much, the atmosphere was harmonious. After a turn on the mountain path, a red pavilion appeared in the lush greenery. Lu Wei-yin pointed at the red pavilion and said, "Lady Ziwei, we have climbed the mountain all the way here. Why don't we rest in the pavilion before setting off?" Good suggestion. Fairy Myrtle smiled, moving forward happily. The two entered the red pavilion. There were stone stools in the pavilion, but Fairy Myrtle did not sit on them. She stood at the side of the pavilion, looking at the vast mountains and rivers. This pavilion was built at the edge of the mountain. It had a good view. Fairy Myrtle looked over at this moment. She saw that Virtue Paradise was filled with green mountains and clear waters. There were tree houses and villages at the foot and waist of the mountains. There was smoke coming from chimneys, chickens were crowing and dogs were barking. It was a peaceful atmosphere. And in the sky there were many small mountains floating. These mountains were made from floating soil. They could float in the sky naturally. They had their own unique characteristics and environments. Some were intertwined with vines that hung down like hair. Some were drizzling, reflecting rainbow-colored red lights. There were also waterfalls that poured down. Water flowed down until it merged into a wide river on the ground. White cranes flew, spirit apes cried. It was full of vitality. All kinds of immortal materials were dazzling. Desolate plants and desolate beasts could be seen everywhere. But what made Fairy Myrtle the most concerned was the harmonious coexistence of the mushroom men and humans in the villages. The children played with each other, the husbands and wives took care of each other, the elders were kind and filial. This is truly a paradise in the mortal world. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable wants such a world, but unfortunately humans are the orthodox race. How can variant humans be on equal footing with humans? But even so, I still admire Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Because for this dream of his, he has completely dedicated himself, he has never had any desire for benefits. Fairy Myrtle said slowly. The Celestial Court had humans as the main race, they were superior to the other variant human races. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, however, wanted equality for everyone. In his opinion, not just variant humans and variant humans, all life forms in the world should be equal. Precisely because of this difference in ideals, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not stay in the Celestial Court. He created a paradise in the 5 regions, creating his ideal homeland. Lu Wei nodded. Even though we have different ideals, we have the same attitude towards the demonic path that is wreaking havoc in the world. Lord Ziwei is here to borrow goo. It would be fine if it were other immortal goo, but to borrow benevolence goo to benefit the world, why would we stop you? But if outsiders want to borrow goo, according to the rules left behind by the Immortal Venerable, they need to climb the mountain and reach the peak to have the qualifications to borrow goo. Climbing the mountain is tough. The higher the cultivation level, the more difficult it is. I hope Lord Ziwei can understand. This mountain is not easy to climb, but this is also because of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's good intentions. Reaching the peak is also very beneficial to me. Fairy Myrtle smiled lightly, her eyes shining with rippling light. Alright, let's continue. The River of Time. The 4 immortal goo houses of the Celestial Court were in different directions, surrounding the immortal formation. The atmosphere among the goo immortals was very lively. Lord Fengjioge, we have already trapped this Red Lotus Island, we only need to explore it. Xianxia reported. Fengjioge nodded. He had wanted to use the River of Time to consolidate and strengthen his inspiration towards Destiny Song. But not long after he entered, a stone Lotus Island appeared and was trapped by the Celestial Court. The Red Lotus Island was personally created by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. I should go personally and see the methods of this world-shocking Demon Venerable. Fengjioge was about to enter the immortal formation. Boom. With a loud sound, the immortal goo house he was in shook intensely. Enemy. Who is so daring to attack our Celestial Court? The immortals were shocked and furious. The newcomer appeared, who else could it be but Feng Yuan? The Heavenly Court's side was stunned. Someone immediately shouted, "What a demon! You escaped last time but you still dare to come back this time. Then come and die." Feng Yuan smiled lightly. After thinking about it, he decided to come to the River of Time and stop the Celestial Court from getting Red Lotus true inheritance. After all, Dragon Palace's situation was very chaotic. Everyone was not using their full strength, there were too many variables. As for the Red Lotus Island, if he did not stop them, the Celestial Court would definitely succeed. Feng Yuan had Spring-Autumn Cicada, he had a huge advantage in inheriting the Red Lotus Island. Feng Yuan, we meet again. Fengjioge's voice came from the immortal goo house, it was filled with emotions. Chapter 1707. Feng Yuan, we meet again. Fengjioge's voice came from the immortal goo house, it was filled with deep emotions. It has been a long time indeed. Feng Yuan sighed. After so many years, Feng Yuan and Fengjioge met again, they were like old friends, there was no emotion in their tone. But they were not old friends. After saying that, they became silent. At once, only the sound of the River of Time's water could be heard, it surged forward. Fengjioge still remembered the first time he met Feng Yuan. Back then, Feng Yuan had not even become a goo immortal, he was only immortal, but he obtained Hu immortal blessed land. Right now, Feng Yuan was famous in the world, he had rank 8 cultivation level, his growth speed was unprecedented in history, it was shocking. No matter what, Fengjioge had also become rank 8, his battle achievements were even more impressive, his strength was no longer the same as before, he had rank 8 Fate Armor Immortal Goo, he knew that as a Dao Guardian he was greatly supported by Heavenly Court. Feng Yuan had once saved Fengjioge's life, Fengjioge had returned the favor. Because of their different factions, Fengjioge chased after Feng Yuan but failed time and time again. After fighting many times, Feng Yuan and Fengjioge knew each other very well, they had a deep understanding of each other. Both sides were wary of each other, but they admired each other's abilities and talents from the bottom of their hearts. Feng Yuan, you loser, I let you escape last time in the River of Time, to think that you would dare to come back and court death again. A voice broke the silence. The person who spoke was wearing blue star armor. He had a rough appearance, his body was overflowing with rank 8 aura, he was standing on shark flow lever. Fang Yuan took a glance and recognized that this was the person who chased after him last time. But last time he did not know this person's origin, but now he knew about it. This person had also awakened from the Celestial Court's immortal graveyard. He was a veteran rank 8 star path expert, Xingyi Wang. Fang Yuan then scanned the Celestial Court's lineup. The three Xuanzi occupied the present and past pavilion and looked at Fang Yuan with eyes that seemed to be spewing fire. Their faces were filled with hatred. Last time, Fang Yuan had used the time-flying blade to kill Sun Guizi, causing the four Xuanzi's revival method to fail. Now only 3 of them remained. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Qingyi had the same status as Xingyi Wang. He controlled Eternal Yacht with a grim expression. Hoshino Wang stood on the shark flow lever and glared at Fang Yuan. Feng Jioga, on the other hand, was guarding the 3 Autumn Yellow Crane Terrace and did not reveal himself. 4 Time Path Immortal Gu houses, 3 rank 8 Gu Immortals, and many rank 7 Gu Immortals led by the 3 Xuanzi, as well as this super formation. Fang Yuan assessed their strength. Overall it was not bad. Because the Celestial Court did not send any more manpower. Thinking about it, Central Continent's earth veins were moving. Other than maintaining stability, the Celestial Court's focus was on repairing rank 9 Fate Gu. It involved a lot of manpower and resources. To the Celestial Court, Fang Yuan was not their main enemy. The Celestial Court's strategy did not include Fang Yuan. Thus, Fairy Myrtle had once tried to recruit Fang Yuan in Langya Blessed Land. The Celestial Court's goal was the whole world. It was the great era of Dream Path. It was the overlord of human path. This was the Celestial Court's magnanimity. Thus, the Celestial Court's focus had always been on repairing Fate Gu. Moreover, last time Fang Yuan escaped in a sorry state and narrowly escaped death. Afterwards, Fairy Myrtle used the Celestial Court's foundation to purchase Time Path Immortal materials. She severely suppressed Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had been concealing his tracks. Even when the earth veins moved and countless immortal Gu and immortal materials appeared, he did not show himself. Because of all these reasons, the Celestial Court did not send more troops into the River of Time. Of course, there might be other forces lying in ambush. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. No matter what, as long as the battle continued, the Celestial Court's trump cards would be revealed one by one. With a loud roar, Fang Yuan used Familiar Face and turned into the immemorial Year Monkey again. The Year Monkey's body was like a mountain as it charged towards the nearest 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform. Feng Jioga was guarding it. Such a brave demon, let me fight you. Xingyi Wang moved shark flow lever at an astonishing speed as he intercepted. Fang Yuan moved on the water as he pointed with his finger. Immortal Killer Move Spring Scissors flew out. Spring Scissors was green and agile. It was as large as an elephant, but it shrunk in front of shark flow lever. Xingyi Wang was slightly shocked. He was already familiar with Spring Scissors, but it had such a transformation. The shrunken Spring Scissors charged down, but when it got close to the giant sharks in front of shark flow lever, it grew bigger again. Crack. With a soft sound, the scissors closed cleanly, cutting off the head of a giant shark. Crack. With another soft sound, another giant shark lost its head. Xingyi Wang was shocked. He quickly stopped shark flow lever. He could not care about obstructing Fang Yuan anymore. He was thinking about how to block Spring Scissors. Fang Yuan blocked Xingyi Wang with one move. He moved like the wind and arrived in front of 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform. Inside the Immortal Gu house, Feng Jioga had an indifferent expression as he controlled it calmly. 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform burst out with a bright light, blocking Fang Yuan's attack. He felt like he had crashed into a metal board. His momentum was completely nullified. Fang Yuan turned into an immemorial Year Monkey. He snickered as he punched with his fist. The fist landed on 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform, causing the pavilion to shake. Debris flew everywhere as it was pushed back. This Fang Yuan's strength has increased by leaps and bounds again. That's right, at least he modified Spring Scissors and Winter Coat. The former changes in size, it is hard to defend against, while the latter fused with his immemorial Year Beast transformation. His monkey skin is like ice, his fur is like frost, his defense is incredibly thick. 30 Xuanzi sat in present and past pavilion. They discussed with shock on their faces. Ever since Fang Yuan escaped pathetically and exposed all of his trump cards, Celestial Court had deduced all of his killer moves. To think that in this battle, all of their deductions were outdated, Fang Yuan's modification far surpassed Celestial Court's estimation. Celestial Court was caught unprepared. Not just that, Fang Yuan had also made many deductions about the 4 Immortal Gu houses. The fact that he had easily dealt with the shark flow lever and forced the 3 autumn yellow crane platform to retreat was proof of this. Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment was high, and most importantly he had Wisdom Gu's secret help. Celestial Court's side had not deduced this. Fang Yuan, who had the light of wisdom, used his information to deduce the background of Celestial Court's 4-time path Immortal Gu houses. He made great progress. In the previous battle, Fang Yuan exposed his trump cards, but at the same time, Celestial Court's trump cards were also exposed. Fang Yuan understood all of them. It was not easy for Gu Immortals to create immortal killer moves, modifying them was even harder. And what were Immortal Gu houses? Immortal Gu houses were the combination of countless immortal killer moves. Thus, modifying Immortal Gu houses was even harder. Fang Yuan could modify immortal killer moves because he had Wisdom Gu. Celestial Court's modification of Immortal Gu houses did not have Wisdom Gu, it was even harder. Thus, these 4 Immortal Gu houses did not have many changes, they maintained their current state. Fang Yuan had gained a lot from his previous defeat, he now had a way to deal with these Immortal Gu houses. This was also one of the reasons why he gave up on Dragon Palace and chose to attack the River of Time. Northern corner is destroyed, we cannot retrieve the Gu worms. 3 layers of Autumn Light shield have been broken, only 1 layer is left. Immortal Gu Autumn Light has cracks on its surface. Several Gu Immortals and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform reported, they had anxious expressions. Feng Jianghu was sitting at the main seat, but his expression was calm. He did not show any signs of taking action personally, because he knew that his sound path cultivation was useless in the River of Time. Only by relying on time path Immortal Gu houses could he resist Fang Yuan. Feng Jianghu thought, Fang Yuan can suppress 2 Immortal Gu houses, but Celestial Court still has 2 more. This battle has just begun. Fang Yuan's barrage of attacks caused him to pant heavily. Even though 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platforms' exterior was damaged, its base was undamaged, it only lost a large number of Mortal Gu. Moreover, the rank 7 Gu Immortals inside the Immortal Gu house were trying their best to repair it. After the initial burst of energy, 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform got through the early stages, Fang Yuan's fierce attacks weakened rapidly. Xingyi Wang, who was on Shark Flow lever, had already dealt with Spring Scissors killer move, he rushed over again. At the same time, Present and Past Pavilion and Eternal Yacht formed a net from the left and right. Fang Yuan, I want to see how you deal with the alliance of 4 Immortal Gu houses. Xingyi Wang shouted. Fang Yuan saw that he was surrounded, his eyes shined with bright light as he suddenly laughed. Bing Sichuan, are you still not going to make a move? Before he finished speaking, Bing Sichuan's figure appeared behind Present and Past Pavilion. Who is it? The 3 Xuanzi were shocked because Present and Past Pavilion was most proficient in investigative methods, they still found Fang Yuan but not Bing Sichuan. Bing Sichuan shouted lightly as he pushed with both palms, cold winds blew as frost energy surged, enveloping Present and Past Pavilion. At the next moment, the entire Present and Past Pavilion was sealed in a huge piece of profound ice. The 3 Xuanzi did not move in the ice, their expressions were frozen with fear, they looked extremely lifelike. On the deck of Eternal Yacht, the calm rank 8 Gu Immortal Qing Ye's expression finally changed. This immortal killer move is Instant Freeze. You are the time path great expert of Giant Sun Immortals era, Bing Sichuan. Bing Sichuan cultivated time path, he was most proficient in stopping time, his time path killer moves could imitate the power of ice path. He was a rank 8 legend, his battle strength was at the peak of rank 1, on par with Li Huang. But now that Li Huang was sent away, he was replaced by the newly advanced rank 8 Feng Jianghu. And most importantly, this was the River of Time. Even if Li Huang was here, he would not be Bing Sichuan's match in a one-on-one battle without using a time path Immortal Gu house. Bing Sichuan had been preparing for a long time, his first move was earth-shattering. He attacked the weakest enemy, sealing a time path Immortal Gu house and eliminating the battle. Good moves. Fang Yuan could not help but praise. Bing Sichuan looked at Qing Yi. I am Bing Sichuan of Longevity Heaven, to think that someone in this era can recognize me. He said this with a smile on his face, but he did not hold back as he attacked the rank 8 Gu Immortal Qing Yi on Eternal Yacht. With Bing Sichuan's help, Fang Yuan suppressed the remaining 3 Immortal Gu houses of Celestial Court. At the next moment, the 5th time path Immortal Gu house appeared. This was a gatehouse, it had a simple structure but was beautiful, the pillars were red in color, it was very festive. The plaque on the door had 2 shining golden words, New Year's End. Chapter 1708. Year-end Gatehouse's appearance in the River of Time shocked not Fang Yuan's side, but Celestial Court. This was because Celestial Court only had 4 Time Path Immortal Gu houses here. This 5th Time Path Immortal Gu house, Year-end Gatehouse, came from Northern Plains. It was owned by one of the Huangjin tribes. When did an Immortal Gu house sneak in? Oh no, what is it trying to do to the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation? Quickly stop it. Celestial Court's side shouted. Even the rank 8 Gu Immortals had shocked expressions. Bing Sai Chuan laughed loudly. Frost energy burst out from his body as he slammed Eternal Yacht to the bottom of the river. Fang Yuan shouted loudly, using all his strength to attack 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform. His fists danced like a torrential storm, forcing the latter to retreat again and again. Present and past pavilion was already frozen. It had sunk into the river of time, vanishing without a trace. Xingyi Wang, who was on Shark Flow Lever, had an ashen expression. He tried to go back to stop Year-end Gatehouse, but it was too far away. Under the gazes of the Immortals, Year-end Gatehouse approached the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation. The gate started to shine with a pure white light. Next, a voice could be heard from inside. Watch closely, this is my 5 elements profound light. Buzz. With an ear-piercing buzzing sound, a 5-colored light shot out of the gatehouse, hitting the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation. The 5-colored light was like 5 streams of light that fused with each other. Wherever it went, the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation dissolved layer by layer. A huge hole was formed in the blink of an eye. Quick, repair the formation. What method is this? The River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation has no resistance at all. The rank 7 Gu Immortals controlling the super formation were shocked and furious. Feng Jioga's pupils shrunk. He recognized it. The one who attacked should be a Northern Plains rank 8 Lone Immortal, 5 Elements Grandmaster. This person cultivates formation path. He is skilled in imitating metal, wood, water, fire, earth, the 5 paths. He is a formation path great grandmaster. He was actually recruited by Longevity Heaven. After 5 Elements Grandmaster used this move, he gasped for breath, and his momentum suddenly fell to the bottom. His 5 Elemental Mystic Light was best at breaking immortal arrays. He had prepared this move for a long time, and when it was unleashed, the results were shocking. A small part of the entire River Suppression Lotus Ceiling array was destroyed, and it was on the verge of collapse. Of course, it was also because Fang Yuan had given Longevity Heaven crucial information. Fang Yuan had a deeper understanding of the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation. After all, he had been locked inside and had personally broken the formation to break out. With this information, the 5 Elements Grandmaster was able to modify the 5 Elements Cave Light, which happened to be able to restrain the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Array. Once the formation was broken, the Stone Lotus Island was immediately exposed to the Immortals. Fang Yuan laughed heartily and leaped up. Boom! He used all his strength and stomped the 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform into the river, causing a huge wave. After that, he shot into the formation like a cannonball towards the Stone Lotus Island. The Gu Immortals inside the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Array were in chaos. They were covered in sweat as they tried to maintain the formation and prevent it from breaking apart. Once this super formation breaks apart, the person controlling it would suffer a huge backlash. These Gu Immortals were maintaining the formation, they were also saving themselves. The formation was busy trying to save itself. It could only look at Fang Yuan, who had come in. Red Lotus True Inheritance. Fang Yuan looked at the Stone Lotus Island as his eyes shined with bright light. Spring Autumn Cicada was shaking inside the Time Path clone. It was no longer the same as before. Spring Autumn Cicada was rank 7 now. With the Immortal Killer move that Fang Yuan designed personally, he could immediately determine the authenticity of the Stone Lotus Island. It couldn't be any more real than this. Last time, Red Lotus True Inheritance gave Fang Yuan huge gains. He managed to turn Fang Yuan's situation around. If he were to obtain the true inheritance of the Red Lotus sect, just how much would he improve? Fang Yuan, don't think you can escape. At this time, Xingyi Wang shouted as he moved Shark Flow Lever to attack Fang Yuan's back. Get lost. At the crucial moment, Bing Sai Chuan appeared and blocked Shark Flow Lever. Fang Yuan, quickly go and obtain Red Lotus True Inheritance. Bing Sai Chuan shouted at Fang Yuan while fighting. Fang Yuan looked at Bing Sai Chuan deeply. It seemed that Longevity Heaven was very sincere in cooperating with him. He did not stop for even a second. He got closer to the Stone Lotus Island. Don't even think about it. Eternal Yacht carried the rank 8 Gu Immortal Qing Yi as it circled around Bing Sai Chuan and Xingyi Wang's battle, charging towards them. You want to chase? Hee hee, you'll have to get past me first. The Year's End gatehouse suddenly appeared without any warning, blocking Qingye's path. Qingye frowned as he sneered, "My eternal yacht is the fastest, it can travel through the river of time, your year-end gatehouse can stop me?" Suddenly, Qingye's expression changed as he looked at eternal yacht. An immortal formation appeared around it. He created a time path formation so quickly? Qingye's heart shook. He finally experienced 5 Elements Grandmaster's shocking formation path attainment. This red lotus true inheritance is mine. With Longevity Heaven's help, Feng Yuan obtained the most crucial time. He got close to the Stone Lotus Island and was about to step on it. But at this moment, a change occurred. The Stone Lotus Island burst out with a formless force that pushed Feng Yuan far away. What's going on? Feng Yuan was suspicious. I have Spring-Autumn Cicada. Don't tell me, if this Stone Lotus Island accepts me, the island's defenses will fail? Or will there be a loophole that others can take advantage of? Boom boom boom. At this moment, a storm of attacks rained down on Feng Yuan's mountain-like immemorial year monkey body. The river suppression lotus ceiling formation was finally stabilized. Even though it was still damaged, the hole was shrinking rapidly. At the same time, the rank 7 Gu immortals controlling the formation had the strength to deal with Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was obstructed by the formation. He could not get close to the Stone Lotus Island like before. This formation was likely designed by Celestial Court to deal with the Stone Lotus Island. The Stone Lotus Island resisted me earlier because of this formation? Feng Yuan was thinking when 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform, which was guarded by Feng Jioge, finally arrived in front of him. The formation between the two erupted again. They fought back and forth, attacking and defending. The situation fell into a stalemate. At the same time, Eastern Sea. Li Huang pays respects to Lord Duke Long. In the sky, flames scattered as an old man appeared. It was Celestial Court's reinforcements, the rank 8 Gu immortal expert Li Huang. Duke Long nodded as he patted Feng Kim Hong, who was beside him. Feng Jin Huang's entire body was shrouded in a spherical qi wall. At this moment, she slowly floated to Li Huang's side. "Protect Huang Air. If anything happens to her, I will hold you accountable," Duke Long said plainly. Li Huang had a solemn expression as he said confidently, "Lord Duke Long, please don't worry, I have Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. Who in the world can injure Feng Kim Hong?" Duke Long did not look at him, he looked at the horizon. In order to take care of Feng Kim Hong, there was a slight delay. Dragon Palace had already flown out of sight. Duke Long smiled lightly. He was not nervous at all. He clenched his fists. It was time to show his skills. At the next moment, he vanished on the spot. Dragon Palace was obstructed by Qingyu, and again, the other rank 8 Gu immortals were still fighting each other. The opportunity is fleeting, I need to grab it. Qing Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. It had been so many days since he joined the battle. This was the 4th opportunity he had been waiting for. But just as Qing Yuan was about to get close to Dragon Palace, a huge force surged towards him. The aura of death was so dense that it made him suffocate. He quickly turned around and blocked the fatal attack, but his whole body was like a sandbag. He spat out blood and was sent flying. "Duke Long, it's you." Qing Yuan's voice was hoarse, his face was filled with anger. Duke Long floated in the sky indifferently. The 2 horns on his forehead were shining with purple gold light. His long hair was fluttering in the wind. His body was like a boulder. His dragon eyes were shining with a cold light. Qing Yuan struggled to stop his flying body. He wanted to counterattack Duke Long, but suddenly his expression changed. A dragon-shaped energy suddenly rose up from his chest and suddenly exploded. Boom. The explosion was not loud, but Qing Yuan's defensive methods were like paper. Qing Yuan was filled with disbelief and panic as he retreated. Blood spewed out of his mouth, his ribs were broken, his entire chest was almost destroyed, his heart and lungs could be seen from the outside. "Duke Long, take this. This immortal Gu house is mine." Song Qiyuan and Zhang Yin flew over. The 2 gave up on fighting. They worked together to deal with Duke Long. Duke Long smiled plainly. Roar. The dragon roared. Song Qiyuan and Zhang Yin were sent flying with confusion and shock. They suffered a heavy blow, but before they could even see what happened, they were defeated by Duke Long. "Be careful, Duke Long is no longer a burden, he is about to go all out." Is this his true strength? Everyone attack together, don't let him succeed. Duke Long's powerful performance made the other rank 8 Gu immortals feel a huge threat. They turned around and surrounded Duke Long. Duke Long breathed in deeply. He slowly closed his eyes. He did not move at all. Only when the killer moves came from all directions, did he suddenly open his eyes. Immortal killer move, qi engulfing mountains and rivers. At once, the rank 8 Gu immortals' bodies and minds shook. they felt an unparalleled pressure pressing down on them from all directions. Not just them, even the immortal killer moves that they activated, even the surrounding tens of thousands of li of sky and sea were under immense pressure. Many killer moves broke apart, the rank 8 Gu Immortals and Dragon Palace fell into the water like dumplings in a pot. All living beings turned silent, heaven and earth became silent. Only Duke Long was left, he stood proudly in the sky, using his indifferent dragon eyes to look at the pathetic figures of the immortals. At this point in the fight for Dragon Palace he finally displayed his true strength. Pseudo-immortal venerable battle strength suppressed his opponents, he had the upper hand. Kill? Duke Long, I will kill you. I don't believe you can defeat all of us. A few breaths of time later, huge waves rose in the sea. The rank 8 Gu Immortals who were humiliated by Duke Long had ruthless expressions. They attacked Duke Long together. Duke Long snorted coldly, a dragon tail grew out from his back, his body was covered in dragon scales, the dragon horns on his head were as sharp as swords. He roared, it was the immortal killer move Dragon Roaring Wave. Next, his figure flickered around his opponents, his dragon fists smashed their faces one by one, his dragon claws tore through their defenses, causing a storm of blood. Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu Immortals were not his match, they were furious and shocked, their immortal killer moves were constantly interrupted, even if they succeeded they could not do anything to Duke Long. After fighting for so long, other than protecting Feng Kim Hong, Duke Long had also been collecting information. He had already grasped most of the details of Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu Immortals. Old scoundrel, you are going too far. Take my killer move. Restrain him, I have even more powerful methods. Eastern Sea's rank 8s were furious, they were about to use even more powerful methods. Immortal killer move, Chi engulfing mountains and rivers. Puff puff puff. At the next moment Eastern Sea's rank 8s were pushed into the depths of the sea again. Chapter 1709. Withdraw. Duke Long suddenly appeared above the roof of Dragon Palace. A huge suction force was exerted, the rank 8 Immortal Gu House resisted it as it was dragged into Duke Long's phantom aperture inch by inch. The other rank 8 Gu Immortals saw this and quickly rushed over, attacking Duke Long with all sorts of killer moves. Duke Long sighed as he suddenly vanished on the spot. Dragon Palace lost its restraints and shot out from the bottom of the sea, flying into the sky again. Eastern Sea's rank 8s were about to give chase when Duke Long suddenly appeared in the sky, blocking their path. Dragon roars resounded again. Duke Long moved like lightning, weaving through the Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu Immortals. The rumbling of the fierce battle was like a ceaseless thunderclap. A myriad of innocent lives suffered calamity, and enormous waves that were hundreds of meters tall and over 1,000 meters tall arose on the surface of the sea. Without Feng Kim Hong burdening him, Duke Long displayed astonishing battle strength. None of the rank 8 Gu Immortals present were his match. However, these Eastern Sea Gu Immortals could cultivate to rank 8, they had deep foundations and some skills. Even though they could not defeat Duke Long and were showing signs of losing, their lives were not in danger for the time being. Even though they were wary of each other against Duke Long, they cooperated when they could. At once, Eastern Sea's Righteous Path, Demonic Path, and Lone Cultivators worked together to deal with Duke Long. Duke Long felt increasing pressure. Earlier, when he erupted and suppressed everyone, it was because he had been enduring and did not make a big move, thus Eastern Sea's rank 8s were caught unprepared. As the battle continued, Duke Long's methods were gradually familiarized by Eastern Sea's Gu Immortals. They quickly found the correct methods to counter or deal with him. In this world, there were no invincible Immortal Gu or invincible Immortal Killer moves, there were only invincible Gu Immortals. Any Immortal Killer move, no matter how complex and mysterious, had its traces, it had advantages and weaknesses. Duke Long was indeed strong, none of the Eastern Sea rank 8s present were his match. But the current situation was special, everyone was fighting for the Immortal Gu House, nobody wanted to fight to the death with Duke Long. The Immortal Gu House continued to fly, the battlefield was moving around, Duke Long could not set up a battlefield to restrain the enemy. Dragon claws swept out, forcing back many Eastern Sea rank 8s, Duke Long crashed into Dragon Palace and grabbed with his hand. In an instant, a pair of giant dragon claws appeared and held onto the Dragon Palace tightly. The Dragon Palace's body shook violently. It shattered the illusory dragon claw and broke free. Duke Long sighed. This situation had happened many times. It was not easy to take the Dragon Palace. He had to fight for a while and temporarily defeat all the competitors. Then he would have a good opportunity to try to take the Dragon Palace. But Dragon Palace was a rank 8 Immortal Gu House with great strength, It was very difficult to take it. Duke Long had tried many times but all of them had ended in failure. Duke Long is too strong, what do we do? When he attacks, we will not have a chance to get close to Dragon Palace, not to mention taking it. Duke Long is the only one attacking. Thankfully, this Immortal Gu house is strong enough. We can't let this go on. Dragon Palace's resistance is getting weaker. It will be subdued by Duke Long sooner or later. Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu Immortals were all injured. They communicated with each other. They wanted others to use their trump cards to deal with Duke Long. At rank 8 level, who did not have trump cards? These immortal killer moves were definitely powerful or mysterious, but no one was willing to expose them. No one could guarantee that in this complicated battle environment, these immortal killer moves would not fail. The stronger the killer move, the greater the backlash. Duke Long was also holding on to triple chi retraction. He did not use it. It was not that he did not want to use it, but it was very risky. He might injure himself. Earlier, when he fought against Zishan Makoto, he tried all ways to probe him. After feeling that the other party did not have any special methods, he found a chance to use triple chi retraction. In this situation, if Duke Long rashly used triple chi retraction and was countered by the enemy, what would happen? These Eastern Sea rank 8s had a lot of people. They had deep foundations who knew what methods they were hiding. It was like an arrow on a bow, hanging in the air without being shot. It was very worrying. When Gu Immortals hid their killer moves, they were often a form of deterrence. River of Time. Immortal killer move, Summer Fan. Fang Yuan was still in the immemorial year monkey form. He successfully used his killer move, grabbing at the air with both hands. A huge palm leaf fan with a long handle suddenly appeared out of thin air and was grasped in his hand. Bing Sai Chuan, move aside. Fang Yuan twisted his waist, his arm muscles bulged as he fanned. Whoosh. Winds blew, sweeping forward. The intense winds swept 3 autumn yellow crane platform and even shark flow lever into it, binding them and sending them out of the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. But at the crucial moment, Feng Jioge and Xingyi Wang flew out of the Immortal Gu house, pouncing towards Fang Yuan and Bing Sai Chuan. Even though they did not cultivate time path, the river suppression lotus ceiling formation did not collapse. Inside the formation, time path was suppressed while other paths were strengthened. The rank 7 Gu Immortals sent by the Celestial Court were all elites. During this period of time, they had worked together to repair the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. Even though the hole was still there, it had shrunk by a lot. 5 Elements Grandmaster, quickly use your profound light. Fang Yuan shouted. 5 Elements Grandmaster's voice came from the Year's End Tower. I won't be able to use the Dongxian light again in a short amount of time. This formation has changed a lot. Using the Dongxian light again won't be as effective. Immortal killer move, Song Warrior. Feng Jioge's body flickered as 4 Song Warriors appeared, surrounding Fang Yuan. Xingyi Wang's body shined with starlight as he pounced towards Bing Sai Chuan like a porcupine. Bing Sai Chuan and Fang Yuan looked at each other before flying into the sky, abandoning their opponents and attacking the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. This was the wisest tactic. As long as the river suppression lotus ceiling formation broke, be it Feng Jioge or Xingyi Wang, they would have to hide in their Immortal Gu houses. Feng Jioge and Xingyi Wang quickly stopped them, while 5 Elements Grandmaster controlled the immortal formation to trap Qing Ye's eternal yacht. In the intense battle, the river suppression lotus ceiling formation shook more and more intensely, enduring Fang Yuan and Bing Sai Chuan's attacks. More and more cracks appeared. However, on Celestial Court's side, 3 autumn yellow crane platform and shark flow lever, which were taken away by Fang Yuan, entered the battle again. Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven's side gradually fell into a disadvantage. Fang Yuan, you still don't trust me now? The situation was disadvantageous, Bing Sai Chuan shouted anxiously. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He snorted coldly as he approached Bing Sai Chuan. Bing Sai Chuan's arms shook as a spherical light membrane covered himself and Fang Yuan. This was his immortal killer move. It was used for defense. Anything that landed on the light membrane, be it living beings or killer moves, would be frozen in time. Break it! Feng Jioge and Xingyi Wang shouted at the same time. 3 autumn yellow crane platform and shark flow lever also unleashed killer moves, attacking Bing Sai Chuan's light membrane. But any killer move that landed on the light membrane would be frozen in time. They would stop. At once, the entire light membrane seemed to be covered in a layer of colorful fireworks. It was extremely beautiful. Bing Sai Chuan gritted his teeth, his body shook as he held on to the light membrane. Even though he had peak rank 8 battle strength, inside this formation time path was suppressed. He was facing the attacks of 2 immortal Gu houses and 2 rank 8 Gu immortals. It was very taxing. Fang Yuan saw this chance. He dispelled his immemorial year monkey transformation and activated Yama Emperor. At this point he finally had the chance to change his battle style. Feng Jioge and Xingyi Wang had too much battle experience. They did not give Fang Yuan any chance to transform. He was constantly interrupted. After Fang Yuan transformed into Yama Emperor, he immediately activated his killer move. His aura rose rapidly from weak to strong, and from strong to a terrifying level. Feng Jioge and Xingyi Wang had solemn expressions. They were very vigilant. At this point in the battle, Fang Yuan finally had the time to use his trump card. Immortal killer move, Luo Pasil. Pay attention. Bing Sai Chuan gritted his teeth. He dispelled his defensive killer move and charged at the front. Without any obstruction, the attacks that had stopped earlier surged towards Bing Sai Chuan and Fang Yuan like a tidal wave. Bing Sai Chuan stood at the front. He forcefully opened a path for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan held Luo Pasil as he charged towards Xingyi Wang while enduring the aftermath. Xingyi Wang retreated. Feng Jioge went to the right and attacked Fang Yuan from the side. Fang Yuan smiled coldly as he flew up. Luo Pasil flew out and landed on the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. The formation's activation stopped. Several rank 7 Gu immortals inside died on the spot. Bing Sai Chuan felt the pressure on him lessening. Swish swish swish, large amounts of water from the river of time flowed into the formation through the opening. Then, with a series of crisp cracking sounds, the river suppression lotus ceiling formation fell apart piece by piece. 5 Elements Grandmaster was extremely shocked. Fang Yuan's Luo Pasil actually attacked the core of the formation and destroyed the core immortal Gu. How did he deduce that? Boom. Feng Jioge attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's attention was on breaking the formation. He could only take Feng Jioge's attack head-on. Even in Yama Emperor's state, Fang Yuan coughed out 3 mouthfuls of blood. A large number of Soul Path Gu worms died and several immortal Gu were injured. Without the formation's help, the battlefield changed. Fang Yuan and Bing Sai Chuan gained the upper hand again. Both sides fought for a while longer. The river suppression lotus ceiling formation was left with a third of its original strength. The remaining rank 7 Gu immortals tried their best to hold on, but the formation was just a step away from breaking apart. They had no hope. Protect me, Fang Yuan said to Bing Sai Chuan. Bing Sai Chuan used a spherical light barrier again, covering Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used this chance to cancel Yama Emperor and use immemorial year beast transformation. Protect me, Feng Jioge shouted. Xingyi Wang and the 2 immortal Gu houses surrounded Feng Jioge. Immortal killer move, Winds of Assimilation. Feng Jioge took a huge risk and successfully used the number 1 wind in the world. Bing Sai Chuan's forehead was covered in sweat. He shouted to Fang Yuan, "Oh no, my defensive killer move cannot block the Winds of Assimilation, we need to retreat." But out of their expectations, the Winds of Assimilation did not attack the defensive light barrier. They attacked the Stone Lotus Island instead. Under Fang Yuan's shocked gaze, the Stone Lotus Island was engulfed by the Winds of Assimilation. It broke into pieces and turned into wind. The Winds of Assimilation were getting stronger. Whoever went to the island would have to face this destructive tornado. Feng Jioge Yu. Bing Sai Chuan was exasperated. Fang Yuan's expression was also slightly dark. Chapter 17:10. The Winds of Assimilation rampaged in the river of time. When Feng Jioge used the Song of Gale, it would cause the sound of howling winds. But when the true Winds of Assimilation blew, it was very calm. There was no sound at all. The silent Winds of Assimilation made all of the Gu immortals present feel a bone-chilling coldness. The Stone Lotus Island was continuously eroded by the Winds of Assimilation, before vanishing completely. The Winds of Assimilation got stronger. Initially it was quite large. After destroying the Stone Lotus Island, it expanded by several times. It was like a pillar that supported heaven and earth. However, it could not display its might in the river of time. Even though a lot of river water was turned into the winds, the entire river of time was still unaffected. The amount of river water that was lost was negligible. Even though the Winds of Assimilation were powerful, compared to the entire river of time, it was too small. It was like a bug on an old cow. All of the Gu immortals and immortal Gu houses carefully distanced themselves from the Winds of Assimilation. Even Feng Jioge was not an exception. The Stone Lotus Island was really destroyed. Fang Yuan was deeply shocked. He wanted to enter the island earlier but was repelled by the defensive force of the Stone Lotus Island. To think that the Stone Lotus Island could not resist the Winds of Assimilation at all. Don't tell me this formation played a crucial role in suppressing the Stone Lotus Island? Or is the stone lotus island already at the end of its tether? It could not resist the might of the winds of assimilation? Fang Yuan looked at the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. It was still collapsing. Feng Jioge had a heavy mood. Even though he destroyed the stone lotus island, in his opinion he had failed. In order to find Red Lotus true inheritance, the celestial court had expended unimaginable resources and manpower. They finally found a stone lotus island and used the river suppression lotus ceiling formation to trap it. But to think that Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven's power would obstruct it. Feng Jioge had no choice but to destroy the stone lotus island. All of his previous efforts went to waste. With regards to his actions, no one could reprimand him. Because the situation was clear. The river suppression lotus ceiling grand array had suffered a blow from Fang Yuan's Luo Pasil. It was destined to collapse. Once the formation broke, Feng Jioge, Xingyi Wang, and the rest could only return to the Immortal Gu house obediently. In this way the celestial court's battle prowess would definitely plummet. On the other hand, Fang Yuan and Bing Sichuan were like fish in water in the river of time. Without the restriction of the formation, their battle strength rose once again. The enemy was strong while he was weak. Feng Jioge wasn't confident that the stone lotus island would be taken away by Fang Yuan's side sooner or later. So, Feng Jioge seized the opportunity to cut his losses and brazenly destroy the stone lotus isle. Good decision. A sharp light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes as he praised. Bing Sichuan heaved a long sigh, showing a dejected expression. He had placed his hopes on Red Lotus true inheritance. He wanted to find a shortcut to destroy Fate Gu. But now, Fang Yuan only had the key to Spring Autumn Cicada, while the stone lotus island was destroyed by Feng Jioge. He was greatly disappointed. He did not know that Fang Yuan had already obtained a true inheritance in secret. Fang Yuan naturally would not tell Longevity Heaven about this secret. The celestial court was also kept in the dark. Rumble. With a series of explosions, the damaged river suppression lotus ceiling formation broke apart. Most of the immortal Gu were destroyed. The Gu immortals controlling it died one after another. The river flowed in reverse, creating huge waves. The river of time was restored to its former state. Let's retreat. Feng Jioge gritted his teeth as he spoke. The situation was very disadvantageous to the celestial court. Even though they had 3 rank 8 Gu immortals in this situation, even if Duke Long came, he would not be able to do anything. Feng Jioge and the rest were not Time Path Gu immortals. They could only hide in their Immortal Gu houses and fight using the Time Path Immortal Gu houses. And these Time Path Immortal Gu houses were only rank 7. If they had a rank 8 Time Path Immortal Gu house, the Celestial Court would have a chance of winning. Even though the Celestial Court had an extremely deep foundation, it was not without limits. Firstly, after Lord Huangshi died, the Celestial Court could not take out a Time Path rank 8 Gu Immortal Gu house. Even though they created 4 Time Path Immortal Gu houses, they were only at rank 7 level. To create a rank 8 Time Path Immortal Gu house in a short period of time, the Celestial Court could not do anything about it. Actually, there was no problem with Fairy Myrtle's arrangements. Even though Fang Yuan obtained Red Lotus true inheritance, his killer moves were mostly modified. A large number of Immortal Gu were also refined. His battle strength rose by a lot. But it was very difficult for Fang Yuan to obtain Red Lotus true inheritance alone. The Celestial Court did not expect that Longevity Heaven would suddenly cooperate with Fang Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower. There was deep hatred between Longevity Heaven and Fang Yuan. This hatred was not simple. Fang Yuan did not just destroy a rank 8 Immortal Gu house, he also destroyed Giant Sun Immortals arrangements, the symbol of the Golden Tribe's glory. Longevity Heaven actually gave up on hatred and cooperated with Fang Yuan. Is this a change brought by Bing Sichuan? Feng Jioge returned to 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform and looked at Bing Sichuan with a frown. The 3 Immortal Gu houses of Celestial Court were retreating rapidly. Fang Yuan roared as he turned into the immemorial Year Monkey, chasing after them. Bing Sichuan fought alongside him. The two attacked fiercely, attacking the 3 Immortal Gu houses of Celestial Court. Even though Heaven's Stairway had 3 rank 8s, they could only defend themselves now, enduring the enemy's attacks as they escaped. Present and past pavilion finally broke free from Bing Sichuan's killer move. It flew out of the river of time, leaving the river. The 3 Xuanzi were holding their breaths. They wanted to teach Fang Yuan a lesson, but they saw their 3 Immortal Gu houses escaping in panic. The river suppression lotus ceiling formation broke apart. The rank 7 Gu immortals controlling the formation were all dead. Only a few were struggling in the river of time. They were not far from death. Retreat. Feng Jioge transmitted. The 3 Xuanzi gulped. they quickly joined the escaping group. Fang Yuan and Bing Sichuan, as well as 5 Elements Grandmaster's year-end gatehouse, chased after them. These 4 immortal Gu houses were very sturdy, they protected each other and were slippery. Fang Yuan and Bing Sichuan got stronger as they fought. In the River of Time, they could display extraordinary battle strength. The tributary of the River of Time is nearby, we are about to escape. Qin Yi shouted, raising the morale of the Celestial Court's Gu immortals. You want to leave? Not so easy. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly, closing the distance. You guys retreat, we will block the enemy. The 3 Xuanzi came to a realization, they moved the tattered present and past pavilion and stayed behind. Under the 3 Xuanzi stalling, the other 3 immortal Gu houses successfully escaped along the tributary of the River of Time. Now that present and past pavilion was destroyed by Fang Yuan, the 3 Xuanzi also died. Not a single rank 8 Gu immortal was left behind. Fang Yuan was filled with regret. This was a rare opportunity. Fang Yuan did not want to chase them. In the outside world of the 5 regions, Feng Jioga and the rest could attack freely. He cleaned up the battlefield and stored his immortal aperture, annexing them one by one. Bing Sichuan and 5 Elements Grandmaster did not make a move, they only watched from the side. There were many rank 7 Gu immortals who died, because they did not have the qualifications to join Celestial Court. They all had rank 7 immortal apertures. After Fang Yuan annexed his aperture, he gained a lot. Let's go to Eastern Sea. After cleaning up, Fang Yuan took the initiative to suggest. Longevity Heaven had shown sufficient sincerity in the contest for Red Lotus True Inheritance. They were reliable allies for now. Both sides had the same goal, they did not want Celestial Court to completely repair Fate Gu. If Celestial Court had Fate Gu, it could regain its former glory, it would be a huge threat to the other 4 regions. After staying in the River of Time for a while, Fang Yuan and Bing Sichuan confirmed that Red Lotus was truly destroyed. Even though they did not obtain the true inheritance, they stopped Celestial Court from succeeding, it was a draw. Soon, Fang Yuan and the rest left the River of Time, heading to Eastern Sea to stop Duke Long. But along the way they received news that Eastern Sea's side had come to an end. There was a result. In this contest for Dragon Palace, the final victor was Duke Long. Duke Long had outstanding battle strength, he suppressed many of Eastern Sea's rank 8s. Next, Celestial Court's new rank 8 Gu immortal Qin Yi came to reinforce with an immortal Gu house. At the crucial moment, Eastern Sea's lone immortal Yang Jun suddenly helped Duke Long, allowing Duke Long to suppress the rank 8 immortal Gu house's resistance and take it. But Duke Long himself was also heavily injured. At the final moment, Eastern Sea's rank 8s no longer held back, they used their trump cards. Unfortunately, it was too late. After Duke Long obtained the immortal Gu house, he did not continue fighting, he left immediately. To think that this rank 8 lone immortal Yang Jun was recruited by Celestial Court. 5 Elements Grandmaster shook his head. He was once a lone immortal, but now he was a member of Longevity Heaven. That might not be the case. Yang Jun might be a pawn of Celestial Court in Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan thought of Northern Plains Prince's Impatience. Prince's Impatience was a rank 8 Gu immortal that Celestial Court placed in Northern Plains, but his identity was not exposed. Chapter 1711. Inside Central Continent's Regional Wall. Go, quickly go. Follow us, don't fall behind. A group of Western Desert Gu masters shouted as they ran. Behind them, the ground split open like a huge beast opening its mouth to devour them. Save me. Amidst the screams, a small group of people fell into the earth trench. Most of them would be crushed to death. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, they would most likely be dead. Father, I can't hold on anymore. Zhang Ping was still a youngster, he had just advanced to rank 2 Gu master. He was panicking now, the primeval essence in his aperture was almost depleted. Oh no. Zhang Quan was a rank 3 Gu master, he was sweating profusely now, he had used all his strength, the killer move not only moved him but also his son Zhang Ping. If Zhang Ping did not have primeval essence, Zhang Quan's killer move would be ineffective. By then Zhang Ping's speed would fall, Zhang Quan would be helpless, he could only watch as his son fell into the abyss. What do I do? Zhang Quan was helpless, he was extremely anxious. He was filled with regret, if he knew this would happen, he would not have brought his son to the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Earlier he saw his son's refinement path talent, he wanted to bring him to broaden his horizons and temper his abilities. But to think that when they passed the regional wall, they encountered an earth vein disturbance. Just as Zhang Quan and Zhang Ping were about to despair, their vision cleared up. Zhang Quan was stunned. He reacted. They had passed through Central Continent's regional wall. They were in Central Continent now. The earth vein was shaking. Other than creating an earth trench and losing large amounts of goo materials and goo worms, the 5 regional walls were also shrinking. Right now, goo masters needed less than half of the time to cross the regional walls. But what use is this? Zhang Quan sighed deeply. Zhang Ping's primeval essence and stamina were expended. Zhang Quan could only carry him. But this way their speed fell. They were about to be devoured by the earth trench. At the crucial moment, a mystical light shone, enveloping the surviving goo masters and bringing them to the sky. The earth trench continued to expand under their feet. Soon, a bottomless abyss formed below them. Only when they landed at the edge of the earth trench did the mystical light on these goo masters fade. What's going on? Who saved us? Such an unimaginable method saved all of us. The goo immortal must have taken action. The goo masters were very excited after surviving the calamity. They discussed among themselves. High up in the sky where they could not see, a spirit butterfly valley goo immortal smiled kindly as he retracted his gaze from these goo masters. The goo immortal quickly flew away, continuing his patrol. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention had already begun. Large numbers of goo masters had arrived from the other 4 regions. The goo immortal was a member of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. He had received a mandatory mission from the sect to patrol this area and prevent the demonic path from causing trouble. There were many goo immortals with the same mission as him. These people were mostly from the 10 great ancient sects, but there were also other sects, slave goo immortals who were recruited by the 10 great ancient sects, as well as some lone immortals who were close to the 10 great ancient sections. This time, the Celestial Court was holding the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. The security was unprecedented. Zhang Quan and Zhang Ping's group luckily received help from goo immortals and escaped with their lives. After entering Central Continent, they rested for a while before heading to the nearest registration location. There were many registration locations for the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. They were evenly distributed all over Central Continent. A few days later, Zhang Quan, Zhang Ping, and some goo masters with the same goal arrived at Scorpion Needle Sect. This sect was only an ordinary force. It was most proficient in raising and using scorpion-shaped goo worms. The most famous one was Scorpion Needle Goo. This was an offensive goo worm. Once activated, it could shoot out scorpion needles. The scorpion needles were sharp and fast. They also carried poison. They were not to be trifled with. Scorpion Needle Sect had already made preparations. Zhang Quan and Zhang Ping walked into the registration hall, seeing that it was filled with people. Most of them were natives of the Central Continent, and a small number were like them from the Western region. Scorpion Needle Sect's location was close to Western Desert. Thus many Western Desert goo masters came to register. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention attracted countless goo masters to participate. It was a grand occasion every time. According to the procedures, Zhang Quan and Zhang Ping were brought to the side hall to participate in the examination. The examination only had 4 questions. It was not easy but not difficult either. It tested the basic skills of goo refinement. Goo masters with a certain level of experience could often pass. Those who came just to make up the numbers would be eliminated. It would save manpower and resources. Unsurprisingly, Zhang Quan and Zhang Ping both passed the test and successfully registered for the academy. When they walked out of the hall, they each held a token in their hands. The token had the names of the participants, the sect, the path, and the time and place of registration. When goo masters register, they could choose any name they wanted. Their path and sect could also be kept secret. Precisely because of this leniency, every Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, large numbers of lone cultivators, demons, and even goo immortals would come to participate incognito. 100 yuan stone for 1 registration. This is too expensive. Zhang Ping kept the token and grumbled. That's why you have to perform well this time. Don't let our efforts go to waste. Zhang Quan looked at Zhang Ping expectantly. Zhang Ping nodded. Oh, right, father, I saw many Central Continent goo masters registering directly. They do not need to participate in the examination. Zhang Quan smiled. These people obtained a ranking in the previous Refinement Path Convention. They can directly participate in it. Then father, didn't you also obtain a ranking in the previous Refinement Path Convention? Why did you have to pay for this? Zhang Ping asked in confusion. Zhang Quan shook his head. That is because I am not a Central Continent goo master. Only Central Continent goo masters have this privilege. So that's it. Zhang Ping nodded. This was clearly biased towards the locals. It was unfair, but the young Zhang Ping quickly accepted it. After all, this was Central Continent's territory. The convention was also organized by a Central Continent force. Shouldn't they take care of their own people? And this slight unfairness was not overboard at all. Because in the registration test, as long as a Gu master had refinement path attainment, they could pass it. The refinement path convention has begun. In Celestial Court, Duke Long used his investigative killer move to observe the registration scenes in Central Continent. At this moment, his face was still pale. His injuries from fighting for the Dragon Palace had not healed much. This refinement path convention is the most crucial. Red Lotus, do you know after this refinement path convention, Fate Gu will be completely restored? Duke Long's gaze suddenly turned perplexed. Scenes of the past quietly appeared in his mind. Spring-autumn cicada? You actually designed such an unfilial immortal Gu Hongting, what are you trying to do? After learning of the secret, Duke Long immediately went to find Red Lotus immortal venerable Hongting. Hongting clenched his fists saying to Duke Long, Master, I have already said it, I want to revive them, I want everything to start over again. Duke Long pointed at Hongting, his body shivering from anger. Hongting lowered his head, Master, scold me if you want, hit me if you want, but I will not give up. Duke Long stared at Hongting angrily, but did not scold him. Instead, after a long silence, he suddenly heaved a long sigh. Hongting, my disciple, you are too naive. Even if you are an immortal venerable, what can you do to fate? Go ahead and try, I will not stop you. You will definitely fail, but I hope that if you fail enough, you will wake up. Many days later. Master. Hongting had injuries all over his body, but his expression was very excited as he arrived in front of Duke Long. I finally found my only hope, I am about to succeed, I will definitely succeed in changing fate. How can this be? Duke Long did not believe it at all. I'm relying on this, Love Gu. This is the inspiration I got from The Legends of Ren Zhu. The book says, love is also a part of fate. Since that is the case, love can also change fate. Hongting became more excited as he spoke. Duke Long was extremely shocked and furious. Outrageous, outrageous. Hongting, don't forget your identity. You are an immortal venerable of the righteous path, but you want to change history. Do you know what kind of unimaginable consequences your unscrupulous actions will cause? Oh, Master. Hongting suddenly raised his head, his gaze shining as he looked at Duke Long. Do you still not understand? Understand what? Times have changed. People's hearts have also changed. Our generation does not need restraints. Before Hongting finished, he was rudely interrupted by Duke Long. Enough. You actually said Fate Gu is a kind of restraint? Hongting, enough is enough. If you continue like this, you will fall into the demonic path. Master does not want to punish you in the name of righteousness. Taking a deep breath, Duke Long's gaze became clear again. The memories in his mind had already been collected, but Duke Long still felt a sense of self-blame. Oh Red Lotus, you still don't understand. Duke Long muttered, no matter how times change, Fate Gu will always be the protective umbrella of our human race. You disregarded the big picture of humanity for your own selfish desires. It was my mistake in teaching you. You are my disciple. As your master, I will make up for your mistake. I do not have much time left. But it does not matter, it is enough to repair Fate Gu completely. I will not allow anyone to destroy this refinement path convention. Boom. At the same time, a shocking explosion occurred in Scorpion Needle sect. Countless Gu masters who were participating in the refinement path convention died instantly. Dust clouds surged. An ancient desolate beast year snake was roaring in the ruins of Scorpion Needle sect. Looking at the ancient year snake that was rampaging and slaughtering Gu masters, Fang Yuan smiled coldly as he left. An immortal killer move with fixed immortal travel as the core activated, bringing him to the next location. Celestial Court wanted to repair fate. They needed to hold the refinement path convention to obtain success Dao marks. How could Fang Yuan let Celestial Court get what they wanted so easily? Chapter 1712. Guiyi sect, as one of the registration locations for the refinement path convention, it was also filled with people. The refinement path convention is finally starting. To think that I would get a second chance in this life, I am truly thankful to heaven. The middle-aged Gu master sighed. Some of the Gu masters around him recognized him and started to discuss. Look, it is refinement path master Luo Sheng. In the previous refinement path convention he lost due to an unexpected situation. He is making a comeback this time. The refinement path convention is held once every 100 years. Luo Sheng should not have a chance. Who could have thought that after 10 years the 10 great ancient sects would hold it again? The middle-aged Gu master heard all of these discussions, but his expression was calm. He was past the age of vanity, he only wanted to prove himself now. The opponents this time cannot be underestimated. Even though I have been working hard and accumulating resources, Central Continent is too big, the 5 regions are too big, there will always be geniuses. Just here alone, there are already many new geniuses. The middle-aged Gu master looked around, his attention was mainly on 3 Gu masters. One was an old man, he had been famous for many years, he was also a refinement path master. The other was a young man and a young girl with bright eyes. The former had shone brilliantly in the previous refinement path convention, while the latter was a rising genius in the last 10 years. The competition in this refinement path convention is going to be so intense. I need to make good use of this opportunity, I cannot miss it. I need to prove myself, I need to make my wife and son raise their heads high. Boom. In the next moment, a huge ancient year beast descended from the sky, crushing the entire registration hall into smithereens. All of the middle-aged Gu masters' grand ambitions vanished into thin air, vanishing into thin air. Those young Gu masters with bright futures, the talented young girl who was the center of attention, died on the spot, they were crushed into meat paste, their blood and bones mixed together, even their corpses could not be identified. Next location. In the sky, Fang Yuan's figure flashed. This was the 15th location that he had attacked. Central Continent's Gu masters had suffered huge losses. These were only mortal Gu masters, how could they deal with ancient year beasts? Even rank 6 Gu immortals might not be able to match these ancient year beasts. Fang Yuan mercilessly slaughtered the lives of these Gu masters, creating a huge tragedy. More and more elite Gu masters were sacrificed. The celestial court's immortals felt a trace of heartache. That devil Fang Yuan is truly vicious and evil. He really came to cause trouble. Damn it. Are we just going to sit back and watch? Lord Ziwei, I wonder. Fairy Myrtle shook her head. Fang Yuan is very cautious. Every time he attacks he only releases wild ancient year beasts to wreak havoc in the world and slaughter Gu masters. He rarely takes action himself. Fairy Myrtle sighed deeply. His wisdom path attainment is very deep. He knows that the more he attacks, the more clues he will leave behind, and the easier it will be for us to discover and track him. It will be very difficult for me to determine his location. I need more clues and it will take a long time. But where did he get so many ancient year beasts? A Gu immortal frowned. According to Southern Borders information, there is a year essence pool in Xiaxia's immortal aperture. It should be because of this pool that Fang Yuan secretly gathered so many year beasts. Fairy Myrtle said. Even though her expression was calm, she felt anger in her heart. As a Gu immortal, Fang Yuan actually attacked mortals without any restraints, he was bullying the weak, he was truly too shameless, he had no bottom line. Most demonic path Gu immortals would not do this. This was the tacit understanding between Gu immortals, but Fang Yuan directly broke it. Fang Yuan is the greatest calamity to all living beings. Fairy Myrtle was furious, but also felt pity for those innocent lives. The longer he lives in this world, the more living beings will be harmed and harmed by him. Duke Long, however, was truly calm, his heart was like an ancient well without any ripples. Alright, Fang Yuan's appearance, isn't this something we already expected? Let's follow the plan. This time, even if we have to pay a huge price, we need to repair fake Gu. Duke Long's tone was firm. Celestial Court's Gu immortals listened to his orders, they felt. Nothing in this world could shake Duke Long's resolve. Fang Yuan was indeed a problem, Celestial Court could not ignore him, thus they had a plan to deal with him. Several days later, the people who were shocked by Fang Yuan's attacks obtained concrete information and evidence. Everything pointed to Fang Yuan, he was the culprit. The crowd was in a frenzy. Fang Yuan has already become a Gu immortal? There are really immortals in this world? Fang Yuan, you killed my father, I will definitely take revenge for this blood debt. Even if I am rank 5, if I am not a Gu immortal, I will still be an ant. Fang Yuan is clearly trying to ruin the refinement path convention. For the sake of my life I will not go. Go? Why not go? If we do not go, won't we fall into Fang Yuan's trap? That's right, even though I am a mortal Gu master and am not Gu immortal Fang Yuan's match. But to take revenge for my wife's death, even if I have to sacrifice my life, I cannot let this demon Fang Yuan get what he wants. Some were fearful, some sighed, some retreated, while some were firm in their confidence. Time passed, days passed. The refinement path convention continued. Fang Yuan was alone. Central Continent was filled with registration locations for the refinement path convention. Even though he had fixed immortal travel, he could not exterminate all of these Gu masters. Because many places were secretly guarded by Central Continent Gu immortals. Especially after Fang Yuan's attack, Celestial Court immediately made a move. They sent out missions, countless Gu masters received the relevant missions and moved around, testing people's participation qualifications and giving out tokens. This way, Central Continent's forces split up. No one went to one location to register. Fang Yuan's killing efficiency fell greatly. Even though Fang Yuan was working hard and over 10,000 Gu masters died at his hands, he could not stop the Refinement Path Convention from starting. The registration phase was over, the competition had already started for many days. Fang Yuan suddenly appeared at a certain place in Central Continent. He was about to attack when his brows suddenly rose. Fang Yuan, where are you going? Hand over your life. A Central Continent rank 8 Gu immortal charged at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan looked at the other party, he had no desire to fight, he activated his killer move again and retreated. These last few days Central Continent's Gu immortals are getting faster and faster. Is it because I used fixed immortal travel too many times they deduced it? But even so, they seem to be able to predict where I will appear. What investigative method is this? Time path? At the next moment, Fang Yuan's surroundings changed. He was hundreds of thousands of li away from his previous location. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. He acutely sensed that 3 rank 8 Gu immortals were approaching him from 3 directions. Fang Yuan, where do you think you are going? Celestial Court has prepared more than 10 investigative killer moves for you, you cannot escape. Especially one of them, it was created by primordial origin Immortal Venerable, it is called People's Accusation. Haha demon, you did not expect this, right? The more people you kill, the more people will hate you. The hatred of these mortal Gu masters will continue to mark your location. The 3 rank 8s charged towards Fang Yuan. Immortal Battlefield Killer Move, Rumor Cage. Suddenly, a 4th rank 8 Gu immortal appeared above Fang Yuan. An Immortal Battlefield Killer Move enveloped Fang Yuan. We caught Fang Yuan. Lord Zhou Xianxian's Rumor Cage is indeed the fastest battlefield killer move to activate. Even Fang Yuan could not react in time. The 4 Gu immortals were overjoyed. Lord Duke Long, Fang Yuan has been trapped by us. Within Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle had an excited expression. Duke Long replied plainly. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined. Lord Duke Long, this is a rare opportunity, I suggest you take action personally and eliminate Fang Yuan without fail. Duke Long shook his head. Fang Yuan is just a clown, repairing fake Gu is the important matter at hand. It is not time for me to take action yet. Lord Duke Long? Fairy Myrtle was about to persuade him again when her expression suddenly changed. At this moment, all parts of Central Continent, especially the Refinement Path competition, were attacked by Gu immortals. In fact, not only Refinement Path venues, even some famous resource points in Central Continent were attacked by Gu immortals. Chapter 1713. Fang Yuan floated in the air, as if he had been standing in a snowstorm for several minutes, his body was covered in a layer of white snow. From afar it looked like he was wearing a thick fox fur sweater. This was the modified time path killer move, Winter Coat. Fang Yuan had many defensive killer moves, the strongest was Reverse Flow Protection Seal, but because Reverse Flow River was almost dried up, this move could not be used anymore. Other than that, Fang Yuan also had defensive methods like Yama Emperor, Winter Coat, Bloodstained Conqueror's Robe, Purple Thought Light Protection, Hair Armor, Lion Fur Armor, Divination Tortoise Transformation, Ghost Official Garment, and so on. Hair Armor and Lion Fur Armor were mortal killer moves, even though Fang Yuan had used them for a period of time, they were no longer useful. Purple Thought Light Protection was Zishan Makoto's method. It had once blocked Duke Long's fist during the battle, its power was not to be underestimated. But Fang Yuan only had this killer move, he did not cultivate it, he lacked the crucial Immortal Gu. Bloodstained Conqueror's Robe was Fang Yuan's method, he had used it before. Even though the core Immortal Gu were rank 7 killer moves were still too weak. Divination Tortoise Transformation was also a defensive method. But similarly, it was an ancient desolate beast Divination Tortoise, it could not participate in battles between rank 8s. Ghost Official Garment had a huge origin, it was designed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to defend against Wisdom Path deductions. With Ghost Official Garment, Soul Beast Token, and Ghostly Concealment, Yama Emperor had incredible defense, it could be used to fight against rank 8s. But its defensive power could not compare to Winter Coat. Yama Emperor was a comprehensive method, it had both offense and defense, together with Yama Children, it had incredible power in group battles. Winter Coat was focused on defense. Fang Yuan devoured Xiacha's immortal aperture, causing his time path Dao marks to increase sharply. He had the most Dao marks. It greatly increased the power of Winter Coat. And most importantly, after some modifications, Winter Coat's defensive power was even more outstanding than before. Without reverse flow protection seal, Winter Coat killer move became Fang Yuan's substitute. Boom boom boom, 3 Central Continent rank 8s attacked Fang Yuan one after another, but Fang Yuan did not dodge. He used Winter Coat to block all of their attacks. What killer move is this? It looks like Xiacha's Winter Coat. How is this possible? Xiacha's Winter Coat isn't like this. The 3 rank 8s had different expressions. They conversed secretly. They were shocked by the defensive power of Winter Coat. Then they all turned their attention to Zhou Xiongxing. These 3 rank 8s came from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, but Zhou Xiongxin was different. He was a member of Celestial Court who had just woken up. Zhou Xiongxin had already activated the Immortal Battlefield Rumor Cage. In this battle environment, all other paths were suppressed. Only information path was amplified. Fang Yuan's Winter Coat killer move was suppressed. The 3 rank 8s offensive methods were also suppressed. While the 3 rank 8s looked at Zhou Xiongxin, Fang Yuan was observing this Immortal Battlefield Rumor Cage. Rumor Cage was made of countless silver words. Some were as large as horses and carriages, some were as small as ants. They weaved together to form a huge sphere that covered Fang Yuan and the other 4 rank 8s. Because there were gaps between the words, the entire sphere seemed to be connected to the outside world. It was not completely closed. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, his time path clone was bathed in the light of wisdom, deducing the profundities of this immortal battlefield. But regarding information path, Fang Yuan was not proficient at all. If it was a time path or refinement path immortal battlefield, Fang Yuan could use time path and refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment level to decipher it in minutes. But against information path, he was at a loss. He could only rely on the light of wisdom to deduce it. Undeniably, the Celestial Court sending information path Gu Immortal Zhou Xiongxin to deal with Fang Yuan was a wise move. If it were any other Gu Immortal expert, as long as Fang Yuan had seen them before, he would have prepared a set of methods to deal with them. But this Zhou Xiongxin was the first time Fang Yuan had seen him. Zhou Xiongxin wore a white robe, he had a square face and a righteous expression, he had a strong physique. Those who could become members of the Celestial Court were elites and experts among rank 8s. Ignoring everything else, just that rumor cage earlier was too profound for words. It was extremely fast. It was the fastest immortal battlefield killer move that Fang Yuan had ever seen. Fang Yuan, since you are trapped by me, don't think of leaving this place alive. You have committed so many crimes. How many innocent lives have died in your hands? Now, I will let you taste the consequences of your actions. Zhou Xiongxin spoke righteously. His aura surged as he activated 2 immortal killer moves. Immortal killer move, fearsome gossip. Immortal killer move, 3 men becomes tigers. In an instant, every single silver character in the rumor cage began to emit a bright radiance. The dense light seemed to turn into flowing water, floating in the air as it flowed and gathered. Then, ferocious silver-white tigers jumped out of the silver light. As the tiger group attacked, Fang Yuan's body shot out like lightning, charging towards them. Strength path giant hand. Fang Yuan charged towards the silver tigers and tried to attack, but the giant hand only blocked for a moment before the silver tigers broke it. Fang Yuan's eyebrows rose. The silver tigers were quite strong. Immortal killer move, spring scissors. Jade green scissors flew around with extraordinary agility. Wherever they went, the scissors would open and close. The silver tigers would either be beheaded or cut in half. Their corpses would turn into silver specks of light that scattered everywhere. Spring Scissors was unstoppable. A peculiar light flashed in Zhou Xiongxin's eyes as he thought, this is different from the information. Ever since the battle for Red Lotus True Inheritance, Fang Yuan's Spring Scissors killer move seems to have been modified again. Its power has increased by at least 20%. Zhou Xiongxin was an information path Gu Immortal. He could notice and collect even the slightest change. Spring Scissors did not change for hundreds of years in Xiacha's hands, but in Fang Yuan's hands it keeps changing. Is Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment really so high? Maybe his time path attainment level is quite high. After all, this is a rank 8 killer move. It is not easy to modify it. Zhou Xiongxin was inwardly shocked. Right now, under the suppression of Rumor Cage, Spring Scissors' killer move was still unstoppable. Countless silver tigers were cut by it. However, Zhou Xiongxin was not flustered. The situation is still under my control. Slowly you will experience my power, Fang Yuan. Zhou Xianxia sneered in his mind. A moment later, Fang Yuan's brows furrowed imperceptibly. The silver tigers are endless, they are clearly one with this rumor cage battlefield. No matter how many are killed, they will regenerate. And most importantly, these silver tigers are getting stronger. Strange? Normally speaking, methods like the silver tigers relied on numbers to fight a battle of attrition against the enemy. But the silver tigers were getting stronger and stronger at a shocking speed. It surpassed the limits of such methods. Earlier, Spring Scissor's killer move was unstoppable, but now it seemed to be very tired. The silver tigers were not only tougher, they were also much more agile. They often escaped from Spring Scissors and missed. At this time, the Time Path clone finally deduced some results. Fang Yuan looked at Zhou Xianxia as he said, "So that's it, this is the combination of information path and human path methods. You used the resentment of the people in Central Continent to use this move, right? Just like the previous people's accusation killer move." Zhou Xianxian's eyebrows twitched. Fang Yuan discovered the profundity so quickly, his heart shook. Since you saw it, there is no need to hide it. Indeed, the foundation of this killer move is primordial origin Immortal Venerable's method. He mobilized the will of the people in Central Continent. Fang Yuan, you slaughtered so many people, the will of the people is in a frenzy. Even though immortal strength is small, what if millions of people have their strength stacked together? This strength is unimaginable to you. Thus, struggle as much as you want, you cannot defeat the united will of the people. This is the result of your actions, you reap what you sow. Fang Yuan was silent. He started to bombard the rumor cage. But this immortal battlefield, before he understood the profundity of its operation, even if he used Luo Pasil, it would have little effect. It would be a waste of rank 8 immortal essence. At the same time, somewhere in Central Continent, Fang Yuan is trapped. He is likely trapped in an immortal formation or an immortal battlefield. My connection to him has already become very vague, it is about to be cut off. Xin Songxing muttered. He was an Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortal, the first supreme elder of a superforce Shen clan. He cultivated sound path. When Fang Yuan went to Dragon Palace in Eastern Sea, he unknowingly fell into his investigative method. Now, even though he was trapped in rumor cage, Xin Songxing could sense some of Fang Yuan's movements. Brother Songxing's investigative method is truly admirable. At the side, Song Qiyuan sighed. Back then I was targeted by Brother Songxing relentlessly, I suffered a lot. Xin Songxing laughed. That was when we were young. Who asked you to sneak away and steal the inheritance? We spent so much effort but ended up empty-handed. Fang Yuan taking action and obstructing the refinement path convention is within expectations. After all, he and the Celestial Court have a deep grudge. That's right, several years ago he and the Celestial Court exposed each other in jewel yellow skies. The Celestial Court wants to restore fate. Even if he is an otherworldly demon, he will not let the Celestial Court succeed. If that happens, the Celestial Court will have too much of an advantage. The surrounding Gu immortals agreed. Some had cold expressions, they were unmoved. Looking at them, these Gu immortals were all rank 8. Song Qiyuan, Qing Yuan, Xin Songxing, Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, Shi Miao and others. This was an unprecedented lineup. Alright, isn't this a good situation? Fang Yuan is not a good person. If he and the Celestial Court fight, they will expend their energy, we will have fewer variables. Dragon Palace is nearby, there is no doubt about it. Xin Songxing had been walking in front, leading the way. As it turned out, Duke Long snatched the rank 8 Immortal Gu house in Eastern Sea, causing Eastern Sea's rank 8s to lose face. Chapter 17-14. A group of Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortals were flying in Central Continent's mountain range at a low altitude. After Duke Long snatched the Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace, Eastern Sea's Righteous Path, Demonic Path, and even lone immortal rank 8s allied together. It should be here. Shen Songxing suddenly stopped. He looked at the green mountain below him with a puzzled expression. This green mountain was very ordinary, it was inconspicuous among the surrounding mountains. Here? Hua Kaiyun frowned, shaking her head. I did not find anything strange. I feel that this mountain is different. Qing Yuan said. This is the place. Granny Rong said with certainty. The surrounding Gu immortals took a look at her. Granny Rong was a poison path Gu immortal. How could she have such high attainment in investigative methods? There is an illusion formation here. Song Qiyuan's eyes shined with a crystal light, he said solemnly. But we do not have anyone who cultivates formation path. Hua Kaiyin said. Zhang Yin sneered. What are you hesitating for? Break the formation and enter. Earlier in Eastern Sea, because we were on guard and hindered each other, Duke Long succeeded. Now that we have an agreement, we will advance and retreat together, so what if Duke Long is lured out? Aha, that's right. Let's charge in. Song Qiyuan laughed loudly, attacking immediately. Boom boom boom. A rank 8 Gu Immortal's methods were extraordinary. After a series of explosions, the illusion formation shattered like glass, revealing the real scene. At the foot of the Green Mountain, there was a huge cave. There were natural dragon patterns in the cave. It was like a group of dragons dancing around, entangling with each other. The Eastern Sea Immortals only took a glance before losing interest in the cave's dragon patterns. They flew into the cave and found a huge hole in the ground. They followed the hole and flew down. After passing a long underground tunnel, the Immortals' vision cleared up. There is a natural earth trench below this cave. This is not a new earth trench, it should have existed for tens of thousands of years. Is Dragon Palace at the deepest part of this earth trench? Duke Long took the Immortal Gu House. Why did he place it here? The Eastern Sea Immortals discussed among themselves. The earth trench was so deep that the bottom could not be seen. Compared to the earth trench, they were as small as mosquitoes, completely inconspicuous. Suddenly, a strong hurricane swept up from the depths of the earth trench. At the same time, the entire earth trench shook violently, and rocks fell from the cliffs of the earth trench. The expressions of the Eastern Sea Immortals changed. They all felt a strong sense of threat. The tremor left as quickly as it came. After a dozen breaths, the entire earth trench became peaceful again. What's down there? No matter what it is, to be able to make so many of us sense danger, it's definitely not simple. I want to see what Duke Long is up to. The Eastern Sea Immortals were about to move deeper into earth trench, but suddenly earth trench flickered with bright lights. A super immortal formation appeared and enveloped all the Gu Immortals. So there was an ambush. What a powerful immortal array. Who is it? An old Central Continent rank 8 Gu Immortal appeared in front of the Eastern Sea Immortals. He wore a gray robe, his entire body was shrouded in a deep sense of sorrow. Eastern Sea's rank 8s were very knowledgeable, they immediately recognized this old Central Continent rank 8. You are Wind Cloud Manor's Old Man Beifeng? Old Man Beifeng sighed, that is me. Fellow immortals coming together to attack the Hidden Dragon Cave is not a wise move. With me here, no matter what you want, you will not be able to succeed. Hidden Dragon Cave. This is Hidden Dragon Cave? Many Eastern Sea Gu Immortals were shocked. Hidden Dragon Cave imprisoned the legendary immemorial desolate beast Xianxia. It was known to everyone. But its exact location was not exposed. Old Man Beifeng could have become a member of the Celestial Court, but because of his grandson Feng Chanzi's mistake, Old Man Beifeng took the blame. The two of them guarded Xianxia together in Hidden Dragon Cave. Because of some reason, Duke Long placed the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace here. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortals searched for clues and found their way to Hidden Dragon Cave. Boom. Old Man Beifeng's body shook as he activated the Super Immortal Formation. This Super Immortal Formation could imprison Xianxia. It naturally had great power. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortals were swept away by the Immortal Formation's power, their vision blurred. When they looked again, they saw that the Immortals were separated and sent to a certain formation space. At the next moment, the Eastern Sea Immortals attacked the surrounding battle. A battle between rank 8s unfolded. At the same time, Immortals appeared all over Central Continent. Mountain Tortoise Valley. The valley was huge, the mountain walls were steep and almost vertical. Demonic Path Gu Immortal 9 Ghost Finger snuck here. He looked at the mountain tortoises in the valley with a greedy gaze. There were many mountain tortoises, they covered the entire mountain. Among them were many huge desolate beast mountain tortoises. Mountain tortoises are rare in Eastern Sea, but they are common in Southern Border and Central Continent. This mountain tortoise valley is the largest mountain tortoise breeding ground in Central Continent. 9 Ghost Finger laughed smugly. This was originally a resource point controlled by Spirit Butterfly Valley, one of the 10 great ancient sections. But now, the Gu Immortals guarding this place were sent away to protect the venue of a refinement path convention. However, even though they left behind a warning method. 9 Ghost Finger did not enter rashly, he investigated for a while and found some clues. This was an immortal killer move, it was of Earth Path. Let me deduce how to break this. 9 Ghost Finger's eyes shined with bright light, his 10 fingers moved rapidly as he deduced. The shadows of his fingers flew about, both real and fake. Originally, there were 10 shadows of fingers, but they gradually shrank to 9 shadows of fingers. 9 ghost fingers. Wisdom path inheritance was such a unique sight. The missing finger was one of them, it represented the vague heavenly secret. 9 ghost finger only cultivated wisdom path on the side, he mainly cultivated soul path. As his fingers danced in the air, he muttered something under his breath. As he deduced, the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. Meanwhile, on the moonlight mound that was 108,000 kilometers away, a fierce battle had already begun. Rank 7 lone immortal Xia Baoshu floated in the air with an imposing aura. He bombarded moonlight mound continuously. He wore a blue robe, he had a handsome face and was gentle like jade, he had the appearance of a noble young master. Meanwhile, his opponent, the female immortal guarding moonlight mound, was in a sorry state. She said angrily, "Xia Baoshu, you are a famous lone immortal in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world, you actually dare to commit such a demonic act and rob my moonlight mound. If you have the ability, go rob the 10 great ancient sects, we are both lone cultivators, yet you are making things difficult for each other. Back then I bought your year Gu and took care of your business." Xia Baoshu sighed, "Fairy moonlight, unless it is absolutely necessary, I do not want to use such a method. My year Gu business exists only in name, the only way is to change it. If you can give me half of the moonlight mushrooms, I will leave without a second word." The Central Continent female immortal was about to cough blood from anger. "These moonlight mushrooms are the result of my hard work and effort, I nurtured them for 30 years. You want to take half of them right away? Wishful thinking. Even if I cannot defeat you today, I will not give the moonlight mushrooms to you. Before I escape, I will destroy this entire moonlight mound." "Can you destroy it?" Suddenly, a soft voice resounded behind the Central Continent female immortal. "An ambush?" The female immortal was shocked. Someone had actually snuck up behind her without her noticing. "Who is it?" The female immortal wanted to turn around, but at the next moment her vision turned black as she fainted. Xianxia stood at the top of Moonlight Mound, looking at the fainted Central Continent female immortal before looking at Xia Baoshu in the air. He grinned. Xianxia cultivated theft path, he was the Gu immortal most skilled in collecting earth trench black oil in Eastern Sea. He had an ugly appearance and a wretched aura, but he was very close to Xia Baoshu. They were good friends. Xia Baoshu came to Central Continent to obtain resources, Xianxia had to help him. Inside rumor cage. Fang Yuan shouted as he used the immortal killer move Myriad Dragon. The flood dragons soared into the sky and tangled together with the thousands of silver-white tigers. At once, dragons and tigers fought, silver light shone in the eyes as killing intent surged. After a few breaths of time, the dragon group shrunk, they were not the tigers' match. Fang Yuan's expression was grim, he continued to use Myriad Dragon to support the situation. Lord Zhou Xianxia's methods are truly amazing. The most amazing thing is that these 3 moves can be used together. Rumor cage, rumors are fearsome, and 3 people become tigers, they get stronger as they fight. The longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous it is for Fang Yuan. But unfortunately he is in a desperate situation now, he cannot escape. The 3 Central Continent rank 8s had been watching from the sidelines, watching from a corner. Just Zhou Xianxia alone was able to suppress Fang Yuan. Any one of Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals was an expert with outstanding talent and shocking talent. Honestly speaking, my battle strength is only at rank 8 upper stage, I am inferior to Li Huang. But with the advantage of Information Path and Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's killer move as a foundation, I can borrow the power of Central Continent's millions of people, my battle strength will continue to grow. As long as the situation continues, Fang Yuan will definitely be exhausted to death. Even though Zhou Xianxia had the upper hand, he was not careless for a moment. Even though he had just woken up, his abundant information gave him a deep understanding of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's strength, Fang Yuan's craftiness, and Fang Yuan's threat were deeply engraved in Zhou Xianxia's mind. Information Path and Human Path. Celestial Court truly has deep foundations, just by restraining themselves a little, they are already making things difficult for me. Fang Yuan looked at Zhou Xianxia as he sighed internally. The enemy in front of him did not have any flaws, he was extremely vigilant against Fang Yuan, he was extremely skilled in investigation, he was extremely sensitive to even the slightest movement, this caused many of Fang Yuan's tactical plans to fail. Even though Fang Yuan had advanced to rank 8 for a short period of time, he relied on Reverse Flow Protection Seal, Luopa Seal, and other profound methods to stabilize his battle strength at rank 8 upper stage. Previously, in the 5 regional walls, in the 5 regional mountain range, or in the River of Time, Fang Yuan made use of geographical advantages or borrowed the strength of others to greatly reduce the difference in battle strength between him and the enemy. But now that he was deep in Central Continent and fought against a rank 8 expert, he was countered. In terms of information path, his attainment was too shallow. There was no need to mention human path. Forget it, let's stop probing here. It is time to make use of geographical advantages. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a strange smile. At the next moment he activated his ambush method. Rumble. A great formation suddenly rose outside the Central Continent. Rumor Cage was like an egg, it was crushed by the terrifying power of the formation. Why is there a formation? The 4 Central Continent immortals were furious. Take a guess? Fang Yuan laughed loudly, turning into the immemorial year monkey. He jumped and arrived in front of Zhou Xianxia, his fist slamming down like a meteor. Rumor Cage broke, the backlash caused Zhou Xianxia to spit out blood. Time path methods were activated to slow the surrounding time. Zhou Xianxia could not dodge in time, he was hit by Fang Yuan's fist. With a loud sound he crashed to the ground. Quick, save Lord Zhou Xianxia. Attack together. The other 3 Gu immortals quickly pounced towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan snickered as the formation activated again, stalling the 3 rank 8s for a breath of time. Using this chance, Fang Yuan's huge body landed in front of Zhou Xianxia, who was like a toy. Immortal killer move, Spring Scissors. A huge pair of scissors was held by the giant ape Fang Yuan. The blades, which were dozens of feet long, were first deeply inserted into the ground on both sides. Next, the huge scissors gathered together in front of the sharp scissors. The thick ground was as fragile as tofu. Crack. With a soft sound, the huge scissors finally gathered, the 2 halves of the scissors fused together. Blood splattered. Zhou Xianxia's head drew an arc in the air before falling to the ground with a loud sound. Chapter 17:15. Prisoner Valley's southern flower vines were stolen by a mysterious Gu immortal, more than half of them were lost. The immortal formation at the Red River beach was destroyed, the red fire rocks inside were all plundered by 3 Gu immortals. Someone wanted to steal the primordial sand in the middle section of Falling Heavenly River, but was repelled by an immortal killer move left behind by Heaven's Envy Manor. Fairy Myrtle sat in the celestial court, looking at the situation of Central Continent as the news came in, her brows furrowed even tighter. She was furious. The huge Central Continent was rich in resources and people. The 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent led by the leaders of the Celestial Court had gone through countless years and countless days and nights of hard work to create this place. But now it was being robbed by thieves from all over, the place was in a foul state. Meanwhile, Duke Long was still sitting at the main seat, listening to Fairy Myrtle's reports with a calm expression. No matter, so what if we lost some resources? It's just a minor ailment. Duke Long said as he closed his eyes and rested his chin on his hand, pretending to sleep. Fairy Myrtle breathed in deeply, telling herself to calm down, but at the next moment her eyes opened wide as she shouted in anger. Fang Yuan has escaped, our 3 Central Continent rank 8s are all injured, Senior Zhou Xianxia was killed by Fang Yuan. A sharp light flashed in Duke Long's eyes, he stopped pretending to sleep and sat up, muttering. Zhou Xianxia and the others were specially arranged to deal with Fang Yuan. Among them, Zhou Xianxia was the strongest, but he was actually killed by Fang Yuan. But the others were only injured and retreated, there must be a reason behind this. Where is the detailed battle report? Here. Fairy Myrtle immediately handed an information path Gu worm to Duke Long. The battle report was very detailed because other than Zhou Xianxia, the other 3 Central Continent rank 8s were still alive. After reading the battle report, the hall fell silent. After a while, Fairy Myrtle spoke. I thought that Fang Yuan used Luo Pasil to kill Senior Zhou Xianxia. I didn't expect him to use Spring Scissors killer move. According to this battle report, Spring Scissors has been modified again. Most importantly, when Fang Yuan transformed into the immemorial year monkey, his battle strength had already reached the peak of rank 8. Fairy Myrtle let out a deep sigh. She had known for a long time that Fang Yuan was a threat. If he was allowed to grow freely, he would definitely become a great threat. Fairy Myrtle had expected this, but she did not expect this day to come so soon. How long has it been since Fang Yuan became a Gu immortal? In the blink of an eye he became a rank 8. In the blink of an eye he actually had peak rank 8 battle strength. Even I only have rank 8 upper stage battle strength. At once, Fairy Myrtle felt disheartened. Duke Long took a look at Fairy Myrtle, his tone was still deep and slow. Ziwei, don't look down on yourself. Fang Yuan rose up rapidly, other than his own talent, he also had the help of various forces. He has Spring-Autumn Cicada, he is Red Lotus Demon Venerable's target. He also obtained Spectral Soul's true inheritance and inherited the position of Shadow Sect leader. He even has Ghostly Concealment, that is a Thieving Heaven true inheritance. Don't forget, with the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower, how many benefits did Fang Yuan obtain from Giant Sun Immortal? We have placed enough importance on Fang Yuan, there is nothing wrong with your actions against him. It is just that we have failed repeatedly. Other than Fang Yuan, there are also the influences behind him. We are not just trying to get rid of Fang Yuan, we are also fighting against the forces around him. There are many immortal venerables and demon venerables among them, they allowed Fang Yuan to grow to his current level. Fairy Myrtle had an ashamed expression. I heard this news, my heart was shaken. Thank you, Lord Duke Long, for your consolation. Duke Long smiled lightly. I am not consoling you, I am merely stating a fact. However, even though Fang Yuan has peak rank 8 battle strength, as long as he is not rank 9, he cannot overturn our celestial court. Zhou Xianxian's death is clear in the battle report. It was because Fang Yuan activated the Immortal formation and destroyed Rumor Cage. Fang Yuan is crafty and sinister, he purposely stalled for time, causing Rumor Cage to become stronger and stronger due to the support of Central Continent's people. It greatly surpassed its original power. After Fang Yuan destroyed the Rumor Cage, Zhou Xianxian's backlash became extremely strong, it surpassed his limits, he was heavily injured on the spot. Even though the other 3 rank 8s tried to save him, Fang Yuan was already prepared, he used the formation to disrupt their reinforcements. He suddenly turned into an ancient year monkey, his battle strength rose to peak rank 8, catching the 3 immortals off guard, he killed Zhou Xianxian. Fang Yuan had been feigning weakness, he used Rumor Cage to harm our Gu immortals. Even though Zhou Xianxian was vigilant, he still fell for Fang Yuan's tricks. Actually, if they fought openly, even if Fang Yuan had peak rank 8 battle strength, he would not be able to kill Zhou Xianxian. The subsequent battle proved this. Our 3 rank 8s supported each other and retreated together, Fang Yuan could not stop them. Fairy Myrtle nodded, Duke Long's analysis was exactly what she was thinking, she agreed. There is no strongest immortal Gu, there is only the strongest Gu immortal. Fang Yuan is well developed, he has great strength and more terrifyingly he is crafty and ruthless, he often has extraordinary battle achievements. Right now he has peak rank 8 battle strength, our previous arrangements have been disrupted by him, should we send Li Huang to deal with Fang Yuan? Duke Long shook his head, Li Huang still needs to defend the Refinement Path Convention. Repairing fate is the center of the situation, we cannot send anyone away during this period. If we send Li Huang to deal with Fang Yuan, not to mention that Fang Yuan has fixed immortal travel. Even if his teleportation method fails and he gets pestered by Li Huang, that is something Fang Yuan would like to see. Fang Yuan wants to deal with us and destroy Fate Gu's repair, don't tell me the others don't want to as well? We cannot lose our footing now. Yes, Lord Duke Long, Fairy Myrtle had already calmed down. Even though Duke Long was not a Wisdom Path Gu immortal, he presided over the Celestial Court, he had an extraordinary presence, he was like a giant pillar that supported the heavens, he controlled the situation steadily. Not to mention that Fang Yuan had peak rank 8 battle strength, even if he was a pseudo-immortal venerable and had the same battle strength as Duke Long, what could he do? Duke Long believed that with Celestial Court's foundation, they could definitely ensure the repair of Fate Gu. No matter how much Fang Yuan jumped around, as long as he was not a rank 9 venerable, he would not be able to turn the situation around. Duke Long was most concerned about the Refinement Path Convention's progress. He looked at another person in the hall asking, Lord Jing Yuan, how is the activation of Enemy Hatred United going? The person being asked was an old man, he had many age spots and wrinkles on his face, his body was thin and dry, he looked like an old man with one foot in the grave. He was sitting on a stone bench because his back was hunched, it was as if his entire body was curled up. His breathing was very light, his aura was so weak that it would not be strange even if he died at the next moment. But his seniority was higher than Duke Long, he had a lot of seniority, he only had rank 7 cultivation level, but he was a member of Celestial Court. He was old man Jing Yuan. Because of the repair of Fate Gu, he had awakened from the immortal graveyard. Normally speaking, Celestial Court only recruited rank 8 Gu immortals, and they were all elites and experts among rank 8s. But old man Jing Yuan had rank 7 cultivation level, he was recognized by Celestial Court and was recruited. The main reason was that old man Jing Yuan chose to cultivate a special path, human path. The concept of humanity had been put forward a long time ago. It came from the Ren ancestor who was known to everyone. The legends of Renzu left behind by the human ancestor could be said to be the largest, longest-lasting, and most unique inheritance in the history of the human race. The legends of Renzu contain the profundities of human path. Many talented people read it and obtained some results. Often these results had amazing effects and shocking power. Celestial Court had always thought of itself as the leader of humanity, the orthodox of human path. Celestial Court's accumulated human path methods were one of Duke Long's greatest reliance. Old man Jing Yuan replied with a weak aura. Back then the 18 variant human demonic immortals attacked primordial origin Immortal Venerable. He was invincible. The 18 demonic immortals lost miserably, but they were unwilling to accept it. They used demonic words to confuse the Immortal Venerable. Primordial origin Immortal Venerable was troubled. He sat in the killing formation for 3 days and 3 nights. His thoughts were in a mess and he could not control himself. After reading the legends of Renzu, Immortal Venerable saw through the obstacles in his heart. He created countless living beings, people's united hearts, common hatred for a common enemy, and many other human path killer moves. I am only a key to activate the methods left behind by primordial origin Immortal Venerable. I do not deserve the title Lord. Duke Long, you can call me by my name. Old man Jing Yuan was very humble. Right now, myriad living beings has already been activated. The killer move common hatred for a common enemy has also covered the whole of Central Continent. As long as the human will accumulates to a certain extent, we can use people's united hearts. Good. Duke Long smiled. That's good. With a common hatred for a common enemy, Central Continent's people will be united. They will be filled with righteous indignation and hatred. The Refinement Path Convention will definitely continue. Central Continent, Dharma Body Sect. This sect was created by Wind Cloud Manor's Supreme Elder Wu Fa. It was also the competition venue of this Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. After the qualifiers, those who could compete here were all experts in Gu refinement. There were thousands of Gu masters in the square, each of them occupied an area and refined Gu. The whole square was covered in a thick layer of light. The rank 7 Gu Immortal Wu Fa was personally guarding it, protecting everything. Half of the time had already passed. Those who were not Gu masters had already failed. Some had black faces, some were in a worse state, their hands were destroyed, their chests were corroded, bloody holes were formed. Gu refinement was a very dangerous process. If one was not careful, they would meet with a disaster. Another Gu master met with an accident while refining Gu. He fainted on the ground. The formation under the tiles of the square activated, teleporting this Gu master out of the square. Several healing Gu masters quickly gathered and treated him. It turned out that this person had made a mistake when handling the Gu materials. The poison in the Gu materials invaded his body, causing him to faint. Soon he was treated properly and woke up. His life was spared. Even though you woke up, your limbs are sore and your mind is muddled, you cannot participate in the competition. The healing Gu master felt pity for him. This person was not weak. Many people thought highly of him. This person laughed. So what if I fail? According to the words of the superior immortals, even if I fail in the Refinement Path Convention, it is beneficial to Central Continent. It is beneficial to the righteous path. Those demonic immortals tried all ways to destroy our Refinement Path Convention. They killed so many innocent lives. Even though we are mortals, we cannot give up on resisting. Participating in the Refinement Path Convention and allowing it to continue, that is the best revenge for them. Even though his tone was weak and powerless, his words were firm and intense, like swords colliding. Good man. The healing Gu master beside him gave him a thumbs up. I think so too. Those murderers are unworthy of being immortals. They have no compassion or benevolence. We need to resist to the end. We cannot let them get what they want. Right at this time there was a change in the square. 2 young Gu masters stood up at the same time, holding Gu worms in their hands. One of them was Hong Yi. He shouted, I succeeded. Good, both of you succeeded at the same time. You are at the top of this round. According to what I said earlier, both of you can get a small prize that I left behind. Gu Immortal Wu Fa's voice came from the square. Everyone was envious. The 2 young Gu masters looked at each other. They were not far from each other. One was at the center of the square while the other was at the northeast corner. You 2 report your names. Wu Fa said again. He did not show himself, but he had already observed these 2 winners. The more he looked at them, the more he liked them. These 2 young Gu masters were handsome and had high cultivation level. I am Hong Yi. Hong Yi replied. I am Yi Fan. The other young man also spoke. Chapter 17-16. White clouds flew around him, winds howled in his ears, Fang Yuan flew rapidly in the sky. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his lips. He had paid a price in the battle with the 4 rank 8s earlier. Especially at the end when he killed Zhou Xianxia, the remaining 3 rank 8s decided to retreat. They cooperated and destroyed Fang Yuan's formation. This formation was not created by Fang Yuan. Shadow Sect had secretly combined the natural Dao marks of the surroundings to form a super formation. This super immortal formation had extraordinary power. It was similar to the one Fang Yuan used to harm Xiaqia's group. This immortal formation was usually concealed without any traces. Shadow Sect created it so that when the time was right, it would provide Defy with a base of operations. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects each occupied an area. They occupied the most resources. The rest of the righteous path, lone immortals and demonic immortals lived in the cracks of the 10 great ancient sections. But the sect system was not like the clan system. It was good at finding talents. Many cultivation geniuses did not lack talent. It was often because they did not have enough cultivation resources. They could not progress further. As time passed, these people naturally became enemies with Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. There were many conflicts between them. Shadow Sect sensed this. They secretly contacted the Gu immortals who were dissatisfied with the Celestial Court and the 10 great ancient sects. They united and formed a very secretive Defy with a loose structure. Defy was similar to Zombie Alliance. It was a subordinate sect of Shadow Sect. It was like how Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were subordinate sects of the Celestial Court. Shadow Sect had high hopes for Defy, but unfortunately no matter how well it concealed itself, it was not Fairy Myrtle's match. Right now, Defy had already been destroyed. Fairy Myrtle had made great contributions here. She had completely wiped them out. Since Fang Yuan appeared and destroyed the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention's competition locations, he had already considered the pursuit and encirclement of the Celestial Court. This super formation was his trump card. When he sensed something amiss, he escaped to this place without going anywhere else. When Zhou Xianxia used Rumor Cage to trap Fang Yuan, he was overjoyed, but he did not expect that he had already fallen into Fang Yuan's ambush. The super formation did not let down Fang Yuan's expectations. When he activated it, Rumor Cage was cut off from the outside world. He forcefully destroyed this immortal battlefield. Next, the immortal formation blocked 3 rank 8s for a breath of time, giving Fang Yuan the chance to kill Zhou Xianxia. Finally, with the immortal formation's help, Fang Yuan fought against the remaining rank EOF, the 3 rank 8s of the immortal battlefield. Also, this immortal formation of the IMF of the 3 of Fang Yuan Fang of the immortal formation. The 3 Central Continent rank 8s saw this and attacked, destroying the immortal formation. But the immortal formation was like this: the stronger it was, the greater the backlash after being broken. This was a double-edged sword. Immortal killer moves were like this: the stronger they were, the greater the backlash after being broken. This was a double-edged sword. But thankfully Fang Yuan was mentally prepared. He was completely different from Zhou Xianxia, who was caught off guard. Fang Yuan did not have an immortal battlefield or an immortal formation to stop them. He could only let them escape. His battle strength was at the peak of rank 8. He could defeat these 3, but it would be hard to kill them. His battle strength was at the peak of rank 8. He could defeat these 3, but it would be difficult to kill them. Normally, Fang Yuan relied on Luo Pasil, Spring Scissors, Winter Coat, 5-Finger Fist Heart Sword, and other methods to stabilize his battle strength at rank 8 upper stage. Normally, Fang Yuan relied on Luo Pasil, Spring Scissors, Winter Coat, 5-Finger Fist Heart Sword, and other methods to stabilize his battle strength at rank 8 upper stage. And when he transformed into the Ancient Year Monkey, his battle strength would rise to the peak of rank 8. When he turned into the Ancient Year Monkey, his battle strength would rise to the peak of rank 8. And when he transformed into the Ancient Year Monkey, his battle strength would rise to the peak of rank 8. In the contest for Red Lotus True Inheritance, Fang Yuan did not win or lose. In the contest for Dragon Palace, Fang Yuan lost. But after that, Heaven Form did not disappoint. It found the location of the crucial immortal Gu in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. During this time, Fang Yuan also raised his transformation path attainment level through the Dream Realm. Fang Yuan first used Familiar Face to disguise himself as another person and sneak into the Grotto Heaven. Next, he used theft path methods to steal all the immortal Gu. Even though that Beast Calamity Heavenly Spirit was clear-headed, how could it be the crafty Fang Yuan's match? At this point, Fang Yuan had no more worries. He went out with a new identity and inherited the Beast Calamity True Inheritance. The pitiful Beast Calamity Heavenly Spirit was deceived by him. Even when the entire Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was annexed, It did not discover Fang Yuan's true identity. This beast calamity grotto heaven was the key. On average, an earthly calamity could give a Gu immortal 250 Dao marks, a heavenly tribulation 750, a grand tribulation 7,250, and a myriad tribulation even more at 86,750. Of course, this was the average. Sometimes, calamities and tribulations were fierce. If the Gu immortal could survive them, their gains would be much higher. Rank 7 Gu immortals faced an earthly calamity every 10 years. Rank 8 Gu immortals faced a heavenly tribulation every 10 years. Rank 7 Gu immortals faced a heavenly tribulation every 50 years. Rank 8 Gu immortals faced a grand tribulation every 50 years. Rank 7 Gu immortals faced a grand tribulation every 100 years. Rank 8 Gu immortals faced a myriad tribulation every 100 years. A myriad tribulation gave over 80,000 Dao marks. A grand tribulation gave less than a fraction of the former. Rank 8 Gu immortals could often suppress rank 7 Gu immortals because the difference in Dao marks was too huge. The beast calamity grotto heaven that Fang Yuan annexed had already gone through one grand tribulation. Even though the grotto heaven's original owner, beast calamity immortal, died after passing the first grand tribulation, the beast calamity grotto heaven that he left behind survived many more calamities and tribulations. It was not far from the second grand tribulation. That was to say, ignoring the other Dao marks in beast calamity grotto heaven, there were over 100,000 transformation path Dao marks. Fang Yuan himself had close to 100,000 transformation path Dao marks. Originally he only had 50,000, but in the River of Time he killed many rank 7 celestial court. After devouring a large number of immortal apertures, he obtained the Dao marks of many paths. Thus, after Fang Yuan annexed beast calamity grotto heaven, he had over 200,000 transformation path Dao marks. This was a terrifying number. Rank 8 Gu immortals who cultivated transformation path had to go through at least 2 grand tribulations to obtain so many transformation path Dao marks. Bo Qing was a rank 8 Gu immortal who had gone through 2 grand tribulations, so was Duke Long. And when Fang Yuan transformed into the immemorial year monkey, these transformation path Dao marks would turn into time path Dao marks. Don't forget, after Fang Yuan devoured Xiaxia's grotto heaven, he had over 70,000 time path Dao marks. In the River of Time, after killing the 3 Xuanzi and annexing their immortal apertures, he had over 100,000 time path Dao marks. 200,000 plus 100,000. When Fang Yuan transformed into the immemorial year monkey, he had over 300,000 time path Dao marks. What did that mean? Rank 8 Gu immortals who cultivated time path would have to go through the third grand tribulation if they did not have any fortuitous encounters. And after going through the third grand tribulation, they would become a rank 9 venerable. Of course, a rank 9 Gu venerable's Dao marks were not just 300,000, this was only the starting point of a venerable. Even so, Fang Yuan had already reached pseudo-immortal venerable level with just time path Dao marks. Together with rank 8 time path immortal Gu and many powerful rank 8 time path killer moves, his battle strength naturally rose to the peak of rank 8. Earlier, when Fang Yuan fought against Li Huang, he used Luo Pasil but could not break through Li Huang's verdant sun flame cloak. But now, when Fang Yuan transformed into the immemorial year monkey, he was looking forward to the clash between Spring Scissors and verdant sun flame cloak. But against Duke Long it will be difficult. Fang Yuan had a deep gaze. There were many factors that affected battle strength. Dao marks were one, immortal Gu were another, the immortal aperture's foundation was another, and methods were another. Fang Yuan did not lack Dao marks. He had 3-time path immortal Gu, which was passable. But his immortal killer moves were lacking. Even though Spring Scissors and other methods had been modified many times and became stronger, the foundation was not changed. Back and forth it was just these few moves. As for Duke Long, Fang Yuan had seen his battle with Zishan Makoto. He knew that be it transformation path or chi path Dao marks, he had at least 300,000. Duke Long definitely had more rank 8 immortal Gu than Fang Yuan's 3-time path immortal Gu. Duke Long's immortal killer moves were plentiful and endless, especially killer moves like triple chi retraction. They were earth-shattering killer moves that were extremely difficult to defend against. All these factors created Duke Long's pseudo-immortal venerable battle strength. Pseudo-immortal venerable, it was not so easy to reach the level of venerable. Precisely because of this, Duke Long was able to snatch Dragon Palace in front of almost all the Eastern Sea rank 8s. This was enough to show how powerful he was. Of course he was also injured. Pseudo-immortal venerable was not an immortal venerable after all. The difference in strength was like heaven and earth. Fang Yuan did not lack confidence, he had always been very confident in himself. But the foundation of this confidence was that he knew himself. He was very clear about his own strength. Thus, Fang Yuan was wary of Duke Long. There was no helping it, he could not match him in battle strength. This people's accusation of the people's human path method is getting stronger. Even though I do not know much about human path, I can feel that something is amiss. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. Don't forget, his wisdom path attainment was so deep that even Fairy Myrtle did not dare to underestimate him. The emotions of wisdom path Gu immortals were never groundless, they were always an indication of something. Just Yama Emperor's killer move cannot resolve people's accusation. The more I appear in Central Continent, the longer I stay, the stronger people's accusation gets. But now, it has not been truly ignited. Even though there are many incidents in Central Continent, they are all small skirmishes. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan made up his mind. Soldiers are trained for a long time to be used in a single moment, it is time to let them out. Earlier, when fighting against Zhou Xiongxin, Fang Yuan waited patiently for a while, but Duke Long did not appear. Now that the super immortal formation was destroyed, Fang Yuan did not have the confidence to fight Duke Long alone. Needless to say, Duke Long did not appear from start to finish, but he gave Fang Yuan an even greater threat. He forced Fang Yuan to conceal himself and shift the risk to him. Chapter 1717. Central Continent. Carefree Island was floating in the sky. This was Mahayana Pavilion's territory. The Gu refinement competition was coming to an end. The 3 Gu immortals guarding Carefree Island also relaxed. One of them looked at the clouds outside the island, stretching his back. It is finally over. This refinement path convention is the most tiring one I have ever been in charge of. Ah, that's right. There is no helping it, that demon Fang Yuan caused too much trouble. Many people from other regions also have ulterior motives. Thankfully, the mission is over. I will treat you two to a drink. I have heard of your 9-flow jade wine for a long time. To think that I would be able to taste it today. Haha, you are too kind, too kind. The Gu immortal who was praised waved his hand, but his expression suddenly froze. His face was filled with shock and his body was as stiff as stone. He fell backward and when he hit the ground he was completely dead. Alert! Enemy attack! His soul has dissipated. The remaining 2 rank 7 Gu immortals turned pale with fright, quickly activating their defensive methods. Next, they watched as the participating Gu masters fell to the ground one after another, dying on the spot. The 2 Gu immortals watched with bloodshot eyes. They were extremely furious. Just as they were about to succeed, they encountered a sneak attack. They are actually so cruel, attacking mortal Gu masters so ruthlessly. Quickly come out, which demonic path scoundrel is it, only knowing how to sneak attack? The 2 Gu immortals shouted. The competition was in chaos. People continued to fall to the ground. You want me to come out? Laughter could be heard. As you wish. While laughing, Wuxia appeared. Demonic path cultivator, die. The 2 Gu immortals gritted their teeth, charging over. Wuxia stood on the spot without moving. He looked at them with a mocking smile. The 2 Gu immortals were charging over when their expressions changed. Their speed fell rapidly. We were actually hit. Just now. What method is this? The 2 rank 7 Gu immortals fell to the ground, looking at Wuxia getting closer. Wuxia smiled, keeping the 3 Gu immortal corpses. Lord Sect Leader needs all of your immortal apertures. He turned around and took one last look at the entire arena. There was no one left standing, only a pile of corpses. After a moment, Wuxia leisurely flew out of Carefree Island. The entire Carefree Island was deathly silent, without a single living being alive. At the same time, upstream of Phosphorescent River, Hei Lulan roared, "A mere immortal array wants to stop me?" Her voice hadn't finished resounding in the air when her imposing aura rose explosively. It filled the heavens and the earth, and it radiated towards the surroundings and swept up a boundless storm. Boom! With a killer move, the defensive immortal formation that had reached its limit was completely destroyed. Piu. Several Gu immortals guarding this formation coughed out large amounts of blood. They suffered backlash. Hei Lulan laughed sinisterly. Layers of strength path phantoms appeared on her body as she charged towards the Gu immortals. 100-knot forest. Bai Ningbing stepped on the snow and walked leisurely. The originally lush bamboo forest had already been frozen by frost. It was like an insect in amber, motionless. The grass was also covered in snow. There was no sign of life left. In the competition arena at the center of the bamboo forest, hundreds of mortal Gu masters were frozen into ice sculptures. None of them survived. Bai Ningbing, Hei Lulan, and Wuxia had been cultivating on the stone Lotus Island. They used Future Self Killer Move to borrow the future state. Their battle strength rose sharply. They were elite rank 7 experts. Ordinary people were not their match. Seeing their results, Fang Yuan was quite happy. With the support of their future selves, the three of them finally advanced by leaps and bounds, gaining the qualifications to participate in the great battle. These three are all geniuses. They have outstanding talent. Once their battle strength rises, they will overshadow other Gu immortals of the same level. Now let's see how Celestial Court reacts. Celestial Court. A new battle report came. Fairy Myrtle's expression turned grim. She ordered Celestial Court to pay a huge price to collect the Time Path immortal materials and jewel yellow skies. In the end, not only did she not restrict Fang Yuan's growth, even Fang Yuan's 3 subordinates had such strength now. The battle report was handed to Duke Long. Duke Long looked at the battle footage as his eyes shined with sharp light. He was deeply moved. Fairy Myrtle could not recognize it, but Duke Long could. He was silent for a while before saying, "What a Fang Yuan! I underestimated you." Fairy Myrtle was puzzled. "Lord Duke Long, why do you say that?" "The reason why their strength rose sharply is because of the killer move, Future Self." Duke Long said solemnly. "Future Self? This was created by my eldest disciple. Back then he used Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth and lost his immortal venerable cultivation. To make up for it, he created the killer move Future Self." Duke Long answered. This time it was Fairy Myrtle's expression that changed. She frowned as she said in disbelief, "I have checked Spectral Soul's memories. The Red Lotus true inheritance that he obtained definitely did not include Future Self. This means that Fang Yuan has already obtained a Red Lotus true inheritance? Otherwise, how did he do it with Future Self? We've already sealed off the River of Time." Duke Long shook his head. "There is no need to talk about this now. It seems that we need to pay close attention to Fang Yuan's movements. He might have some special methods in his hands." Duke Long did not dare to underestimate Fang Yuan anymore. Or rather, he did not dare to underestimate Red Lotus Demon Venerable. At once, Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Jing Yuan felt heavy in their hearts. The shadow of Red Lotus Demon Venerable shrouded their hearts once again. But next, Fang Yuan did not show up again. Only Bai Ning Bing He Lulan and Ing Wuxia continued to attack. They won more than they lost, causing havoc in Central Continent. What is Fang Yuan doing? Is he secretly continuing trying to make a big scene? Fang Yuan did not make a move. It was the Celestial Court's turn to feel uncomfortable. This threat was like a drawn bow. The arrow had yet to be released. It was very worrying. Fang Yuan was waiting. But he did not see Duke Long show up. The situation is getting more troublesome. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth as he felt something amiss. Duke Long still did not show up. Even though the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was repeatedly destroyed and sacrifices were made, it was still being carried out. Especially when the competition continued, there were fewer and fewer Gu Masters left. The locations of the competition also decreased. Central Continent's Gu Immortals had a clear increase in numbers and strength. Bai Ning Bing He Lulan and the rest started to move together. They could not do anything to the competition alone. Fang Yuan also did not see anyone from Longevity Heaven. On the eve of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Bing Sichuan contacted Fang Yuan. He wanted to work with him to destroy this Refinement Path Convention and prevent Celestial Court from succeeding. But now there was no news from Longevity Heaven. "With just me and Shadow Sect, we cannot stop the competition. Unless a stronger force intervenes." Fang Yuan was clear about this. Shadow Sect had indeed slaughtered many lives and obstructed the progress of the convention. But Duke Long did not budge. He continued to push the convention forward. If Duke Long did not show up, the Gu Immortals of the other 4 regions would be wary and not dare to make a move. This was Duke Long's wisdom. Thus, Fang Yuan had no choice but to be the vanguard. But now, even though Fang Yuan's gains were glorious, the situation was still firmly in Duke Long's control. For Fang Yuan, Central Continent's situation had not opened up yet. What should he do? After thinking about it, Fang Yuan decided to change his strategy. He no longer ordered Bai Ning Bing and the rest to attack the competition venue. He changed his target to loot the resource points. Central Continent was rich in resources. They had a lot of reserves. Every time Bai Ning Bing and the rest looted a place, Fang Yuan would display the relevant video in jewel yellow skies for other Gu Immortals to watch. This strategy was not effective in the first few days. Even though Bai Ning Bing and the rest had great gains, it did not make Fang Yuan happy. But a few days later, more chaos began to occur. Northern Plains' lone immortal sleeping lady suddenly appeared and destroyed Combat Immortal Sect's formation, looting a resource point. Two Gu immortals suspected to be Xiao Qi and Xiao Shirang attacked Colored Glass Mountain Range and exterminated a super force. 3 Gu immortals belonging to the force died. The immemorial immortal materials that were being transported to Crane Gate's headquarters were attacked by a group of mysterious Gu immortals along the way. The immemorial immortal materials were all looted. Another few days passed and the chaos became more and more intense. Fire beacons were burning in all directions and chaos was everywhere. All sorts of famous resource points were being looted or were about to be looted. Gu immortals seemed to be active in every corner of Central Continent. Haha, the people's hearts are finally in chaos. Fang Yuan laughed heartily in secret. His plan was vicious, it played into other people's dark thoughts. If he instigated other forces or Gu immortals to attack and destroy the Refinement Path Convention, they would hesitate and watch from the sidelines. But if he made them attack and loot some resource points to avoid a direct confrontation with the Celestial Court, it was not difficult for them to do so. At the same time, the looted resources would stimulate these Gu immortals, they would become more daring and greedy. As for those Gu immortals who were watching from the sidelines, how could they not be envious when they saw others looting so many resources? How could they not be frustrated? After all, many resources were taken by others, they would not have a share anymore. Fang Yuan's change of tactics showed great results. The whole of Central Continent fell into chaos. Gu immortals from Western Desert, Southern Border, Eastern Sea, and Northern Plains came one after another. Even some lone and demonic immortals of Central Continent were trying to take advantage of the situation. Fang Yuan, I will make you die a horrible death. Fairy Myrtle gritted her teeth in hatred. Duke Long sighed, the hearts of the people are not what they used to be. Even so, Duke Long did not change his original intention, he wanted to continue the Refinement Path Convention. Those competition locations were heavily guarded by a large number of Gu immortals. Precisely because the Celestial Court gathered these forces, the resource points in the outside world had weak defenses, others could sneak attack them again and again. It could be said that Fang Yuan was beating them at their own game. Using Duke Long's tactic as a foundation, he purposely changed his own tactic. Duke Long's determination did not waver. Even if Central Continent's situation was terrible, he would firmly guard the Refinement Path Convention. His tactic made Fang Yuan grit his teeth, he could not do anything about it. Duke Long did not change his tactic, he forced Fang Yuan to attack his own side. Fang Yuan would not attack rashly, he knew that he was not the Celestial Court's match. Moreover, the other forces had not appeared yet, if he attacked now, he would only become a stepping stone for them. Chapter 17-18. Central Continent, Earth Chi Stone Forest. Puff puff puff, waves of surging earth energy gushed out from the cave in the stone forest. There were stone pillars of varying sizes, the small ones were like bamboo shoots, while the large ones were like ancient trees reaching into the sky. Western Desert Earth Path Gu Immortal Shirgan Dang sized up the Earth Chi Stone Forest with a complex expression. This Earth Chi Stone Forest produced a vast amount of Earth Path cultivation resources. Among them was round Kuan stone, which Shirgan Dang desperately needed. Unfortunately, this round Kuan stone had never been sold in large quantities in Jewel Yellow Skies. Because this place was controlled by one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, they needed round Kuan stones internally. In Jewel Yellow Skies, I did not hesitate to raise the price, but the Gu immortals here did not relent, they even made fun of me. Hee, now that I have destroyed this place and taken away all the round Kuan stones, I have taken revenge for that day. Shirgan Dang breathed in deeply, his aura burst out and rushed to the sky. Immortal Killer Move, Heavenly Descent 3 mountains. Boom, boom, boom. 3 mountains crashed down from the sky, destroying the stone forest formation. Most of the stone forest was crushed into pieces by the mountains. Shirgan Dang did not feel any heartache. He breathed heavily as he rushed to the scene with a pale expression, sweeping all the round Kuan stones and other immortal materials into his immortal aperture. Central Continent, Spirit Marsh Spring. Which scoundrel dares to covet this place? I have already found you, why aren't you showing yourself? The one guarding this place was Ancient Soul Sect's rank 7 Gu Immortal Expert, Yang Feng. He had a broad back and a thin waist, his whole body was emitting a valiant aura. He had short white hair, a pair of golden eyes flickered with a sharp light, he wore a martial outfit with a blue-silver belt around his waist, his calves and arms were covered in bright silver armor. Spirit Marsh Spring was not an ordinary resource, it was very unique. Ancient Soul Sect specially sent Yang Feng to guard it, not wanting to lose it. Under Yang Feng's shout, a Gu immortal slowly walked out. He was an old man with a hunched back, holding onto a walking stick as he hobbled over. Yang Feng snorted coldly, "Old man, you are already so old, you should cherish the few days you have left. You're still so stubborn that you came here to court death?" The elderly Gu Immortal chuckled, "I have no choice, I want to ask for some Spirit Lake spring water." Yang Feng sneered, "Even the great elders of the ancient soul sect don't have enough spring water for their own use, how can I give it to you?" The elderly Gu Immortal sighed deeply, "In that case I will have to snatch it myself." Yang Feng raised his head and laughed loudly, "Old man, you've got guts, daring to attack me. What's your name? State your name." The elderly Gu Immortal smiled, saying with deep meaning, "I have already forgotten my name. However, most people call me Forgotten Taoist." "You're the Forgotten Taoist?" Yang Feng's body shook and his eyes flashed with surprise. Then his expression froze. "Wait, what did you say your name was?" The elderly Gu Immortal was silent, he stood on the spot and smiled at Yang Feng. Yang Feng had a dazed expression, he looked at the old Gu Immortal and frowned deeply. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" A moment later, the Forgotten Taoist took away the Spirit Lake spring water. Yang Feng looked at his departing figure and reacted, "Who are you? You're sneaking around, stop right there." The Forgotten Taoist vanished. Yang Feng looked at the dried-up Spirit Lake, he was shocked and furious, he was filled with doubts. "Damn it, who stole the Spirit Lake spring water? I was on guard, how did the other party do it? No, I need to report this to the sect." But at the next moment, Yang Feng was stunned. "What did I do? Oh right, I accepted the mission to guard this Spirit Lake spring, I cannot let outsiders succeed. Humph, with me here, I want to see who dares to court death." Central Continent in a mountain range. After a battle, the Gu Immortals of Central Continent's 10 great sects retreated with hatred. "Remember this. Get lost, losers." Xiao Huqi sneered, he looked at the people around him with a cold gaze. Beside him was a Northern Plains Gu Immortal. He was so thin that his bones could be seen, his skin was wrinkled and stuck to his bones, veins could be seen all over his skin. He was Northern Plains Demonic Path Rank 7, Pai Shuihan. Not long ago he and Xiao Huqi had their eyes on this resource. They worked together and chased away the Central Continent Gu Immortals guarding this place. Only the two of them were left, the atmosphere became strange. "Friend, how do you think we should split this resource?" Xiao Huqi pretended to be polite. Pai Shuihan snorted coldly, he said without hesitation, "You can get lost too." Xiao Huqi was stunned, he laughed from extreme anger. "I am a rank 7 expert of Western Desert's Xiao clan. Who are you? You are so short-sighted but have such an arrogant personality." So much nonsense. Pai Shuihan had a disdainful expression as he attacked Xiao Huqi. Xiao Huqi's expression sank, he charged at Pai Shuihan without fear. The two fought for more than 10 rounds, Xiao Huqi could not hold on anymore. Right at this time, Xiao Shirang's figure appeared in the sky. Xiao Huqi was overjoyed, he quickly gathered with Xiao Shirang to deal with Pai Shuihan. But a moment later, Xiao Huqi and Xiao Shirang retreated in anger. Who in the world is this person? For this little bit of cultivation resources, he is fighting with no regard for his life? Xiao Huqi gritted his teeth. He was a brave person, a rank 7 expert of Western Desert's Superforce Xiao clan, but he had seen Pai Shuihan's craziness in battle, he had been suppressed. If I am not wrong, he is Northern Plains Demonic Path Gu Immortal, Pai Shuihan. Xiao Shirang said plainly. Xiao Huqi was stunned, so he is a Northern Plains barbarian. No wonder, forget it, Central Continent has so many resources, there is no need to fight with such a person. As time passed, the earth veins shook, the 5 regional walls continued to melt. The fusion of the earth veins caused a huge commotion in Central Continent, but it was far inferior to the plundering of Gu Immortals. The vast Central Continent was a beautiful land, but now it was in a state of desolation, fires were burning everywhere. Things like Forgotten Taoist who only took the resources were still fine. But most of the Gu Immortals acted like Shirgan Dang, directly destroying the resource points, their intentions were very vicious. Several days later. Celestial Court. It's done. The accumulation of human will is enough. In the hall, old man Jingyuan suddenly spoke. Fairy Myrtle heard this and immediately let out a sigh of relief, her expression becoming more spirited. These last days, countless bad news had been coming, Central Continent suffered huge losses all over, Fairy Myrtle felt a lot of pressure. Then please go ahead. Duke Long's expression was still calm and indifferent. Old man Jingyuan nodded his head and stood up shakily. Then, a majestic and mighty aura suddenly exploded from his body. Immortal killer move, people's united hearts. The accumulated human will was quickly expended, not much was left. At the same time, all of Central Continent's Gu Immortals, Gu Masters and Mortals were covered in a layer of light. The light flashed for a moment, it was like an illusion. But Central Continent's people soon found out something special. What does it mean? Such a mystical feeling. It feels like I am closely connected to the people around me, I can directly sense their thoughts. After the shock, people soon found out the profundity of people's united hearts. It could connect everyone together, they could understand each other's thoughts. Because of the fear of being attacked, the pain and hatred caused by the death of their friends and family, the worry for their lives, and the anticipation for their future, there had never been a moment like this where the hearts of Central Continent's people were tightly connected. Who are you? Why do you have such terrifying evil intentions towards us? In a competition venue, a Northern Plains Gu Immortal was discovered. He was like a torch in the darkness, his true thoughts could not be hidden, they were known by everyone. He had a handsome face, he wore a white robe, he was thin and had a scholarly aura. He was a Northern Plains rank 7 demonic path Gu Immortal, free scholar. Such an amazing human path killer move. Even with my disguise I was still discovered. Free scholar suppressed his shock, he showed a sinister smile towards the people around him. Several rank 7 experts guarding this place appeared and surrounded free scholar. You disguised yourself and joined the Gu refinement competition to obtain success Dao marks? Leave this place, we will not make things difficult for you if you leave voluntarily. The leading Gu Immortal said. Free scholar laughed, he said to the leader, so you were really here, I did not come here for nothing. His tone was filled with killing intent. The leading Gu Immortal was puzzled. Who are you? What grudge do we have? So you have already forgotten. But I have not. Back then you exterminated Qin tribe, today Qin tribe's descendant is here to take your life. Free scholar erupted, he activated his killer move, it was his signature killer move, 1000 disintegrations. An hour later, free scholar dragged his crippled body as he flew into the sky with tears in his eyes. No one was left alive in the competition venue. At another competition venue. Friend, please come out for a chat. The defending Gu Immortal said in a polite tone, he had a warm attitude. I was discovered. Southern border secluded Immortal Xianxia shook his head. He cooperated and walked out of the venue. I have no ill intentions, I just want to experience the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. After all, this is likely to be the last one. Xianxia smiled bitterly. He was a secluded cultivator of southern border. He had obtained a Genesis Lotus true inheritance by chance. He did not have much enmity towards Central Continent. The defending Gu Immortal nodded. Through people's united hearts, we can sense your intentions. However, it's a pity that you won't be able to continue participating in this year's competition. I understand. If you are interested you can stay, we can have an exchange. No need. Xianxia shook his head, he left quietly. Some caused a huge commotion, while others maintained a polite stance. But no matter what, people's united hearts was very profound, it could distinguish between friend and foe. The unstable factors hidden in the competition were all eliminated, Central Continent's side no longer had any internal worries. Duke Long was firm in his strategy. As time passed, the finals of this refinement path convention arrived. This is the final chance, is no one making a move yet? What are they waiting for? Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, he could only watch as Celestial Court succeeded. But there was no news from Longevity Heaven. It is time, we need to make a move. At a certain corner of Central Continent, Wu Yong suddenly appeared. Behind him were many Southern Alliance Gu Immortals. Wu Yong looked around. Everyone, the situation is like this, there is no need for me to say anything. We cannot let Fate Gu be completely repaired by Celestial Court, otherwise Celestial Court's advantage will be too huge. Follow me, let us destroy infallible blessed land and take away all the success Dao marks, we will make Celestial Court fail. Chapter 17-19. Oh no, Wu Yong is leading a large group of southern border Gu Immortals, they have suddenly appeared near infallible blessed land. In the Celestial Court's hall, Fairy Myrtle's expression changed as she shouted. Oh, they finally appeared. Duke Long said plainly, he was still sitting at the main seat without any expression. Fairy Myrtle breathed in deeply, she frowned as she felt an unusual pressure. Because southern borders Gu Immortals were very united this time, they were different from the other 4 regions Gu Immortals who spread out to cause chaos. And most importantly, their target was very important, it was infallible blessed land. If infallible blessed land was taken down, it would be a terrible situation for Celestial Court. because they had paid such a huge price to forcefully hold the refinement path convention. All of their gains would be intercepted by the deities of southern frontier. Don't be anxious. Infallible Blessed Land's location was leaked. This was one of the situations we predicted. We have already set up a super immortal formation nearby. Right now the initiative is still in our hands, we will proceed according to plan. Duke Long instructed. Fairy Myrtle respectfully acknowledged. She activated her method. The scene of Infallible Blessed Land appeared in the hall. Next, she hesitated for a moment before secretly sending a message to Wu Yong. Wu Yong, don't forget you have secretly cooperated with Celestial Court before. If you want to continue being the Southern Border Alliance leader, you should know what to do. Wu Yong received the message and sneered, disdain flashing in his heart. The great Ziwei, even a wisdom path great expert, is only so scheming. He did not even bother to reply to Fairy Myrtle's message. Almost all of his attention was concentrated on his killer move. Immortal killer move, Unlimited Wind. A dark green gale suddenly rose and swept in all directions. Soon, the winds grew stronger, forming a tornado that resembled a heavenly pillar. It rumbled loudly as it charged forward with an imposing aura. Along the way, it uprooted trees and sent rocks flying. It had an imposing aura that was unstoppable. Seeing that the wind was approaching with malicious intent, the Celestial Court Gu Immortals guarding the area had no choice but to sigh as they activated the Super Immortal Formation. Creak creak. The halo formed by the Immortal Formation was continuously crushed by the unlimited wind. Soon, it gave out creaking sounds that made one's scalp numb. Central Continent's Gu Immortals quickly activated the Immortal Formation's methods, but all methods to weaken the unlimited wind had limited effect. It's useless. I have never used this move casually because it will consume over 10,000 of my wind path Dao marks. However, with such a price it will last for a long time. Only special methods can restrain it, Wu Yong said. His expression was calm, but his eyes flashed with a fierce cold light. Such determination, such willpower. Seeing this, Fairy Ziwei, who was far away in Heavenly Court, could only sigh deeply in her heart. Wu Yong paid such a price to use unlimited wind. It showed his unwavering determination and fighting spirit. Wu Yong was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. He had a strong body and thin eyebrows. He gave off a sinister aura. Right now he was at the front of the Immortals, standing proudly in the sky. He was the leader of the Immortals. He had an awe-inspiring aura. Fairy Myrtle engraved his appearance deep in her heart. She realized that she had still underestimated this person. Southern Borders Wu Yong. An ambitious and ruthless person. He had the valiant nature of Wu clan, but also the quality of enduring silently. When Wu Duxiu was in power, he did not have a reputation. He kept a low profile. Even Wu Duxiu looked down on him. Only at the moment of her death did she understand her own son's methods. When he first took over, Southern Border was in chaos. They pressured Wu clan and lost a large amount of territory. Wu Yong relied on his own strength and clear jade-dripping wind tiny bamboo building to turn the situation around. After the Battle of the Dream Realm, Wu Yong took a risk and cooperated with Celestial Court, taking back the deities of Southern Frontier's immortal Gu and returning them all. This gave him great prestige. He wanted to get rid of Fang Yuan in Five Elements Mountain Range, but was slightly thwarted. But after that, even though Lu Weiyin had the title of Paradise Earth's inheritor, he could not win against him. In the end, he became the alliance leader of the Southern Alliance. Right now, Celestial Court was at the most crucial moment in repairing Fate Gu. Wu Yong led the Southern Alliance elites and attacked, ignoring Fairy Myrtle's threats. Because he knew clearly what the big picture was. He could not let Celestial Court have the complete Fate Immortal Gu again. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Unlimited wind continued to blow and grinded the formation. The defending Celestial Court Gu Immortals tried many methods but had little effect. This move was very powerful. It was Wu Yong's trump card, but this was the first time it was used in public. Not just Celestial Court side, even the deities of Southern Frontier were moved when they saw this wind. Their joyful expressions hid wariness and fear. Soon, a gap was opened in the formation. Wu Yong waved his hand. Everyone, it is time to use your lives, follow me in. The deities of Southern Frontier entered one after another. The defending Celestial Court Gu Immortals became nervous. They are in, quick, activate the second layer formation. The Southern Border Immortals only felt the scene before them change drastically. The blue light suddenly rose up, transforming into countless pink petals that spun rapidly, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. There were hundreds of millions of them enveloping the Southern Border Immortals. A rank 7 Gu Immortal stood up. He had a beard like a halberd. He had a powerful aura. He was a pillar of Tai clan. His name was Taigon Gu. He had peak rank 7 battle strength. Facing the formation's attack, he was fearless. He shouted as golden light flickered around him, countless golden halberds condensed. Go! Countless halberds rained down like a storm, crashing into the torrent of flying flowers. As they clashed, the flying flowers and golden halberds exploded into pink and golden fragments. The formation's attack had rank 8 power, but Jianghu was able to hold on. He did not fall into a disadvantage. Formation Path Great Expert, rank 8 Gu Immortal Chi-Chuyu stood beside him, deducing the formation's flaws. In this attack Chi-Chuyu would play a huge role. After a few breaths of time, the golden halberds were suppressed by the boundless flower rain, as rank 7 Gu Immortal Xianxia stepped forward. He stretched out his hand, a hole suddenly appeared in his palm, a strong suction force burst out and sucked in a lot of the flower rain. Yi Ting shouted as countless blue lightning arcs appeared, helping Jianghu to hold on. Meanwhile, rank 7 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Xia Lu Pei stood behind Chi-Chuyu, placing one hand on Chi-Chuyu's back, activating Wisdom Path methods to greatly increase Chi-Chuyu's deduction speed. After a while, Chi-Chuyu suddenly made a move. Every skill had its own specialization. Under his method, the formation's operation slowed down. Even Gu Immortals who did not cultivate Formation Path could see the flaws clearly. Boom boom boom. Southern Borders Gu Immortals did not intend to hold back. They immediately attacked. Several powerful killer moves landed and broke the second formation. The deities of Southern Frontier entered the third formation. The Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were shaken. With Chi-Chuyu here, what formation can stop us? Wu Yong laughed loudly. The other immortals also had high morale. Chi-Chuyu smiled bitterly. I have never used this deduction method because it expends my lifespan. But in this battle I cannot hold back. The deities of Southern Frontier's Gu Immortals were shaken. Wu Yong looked at Chi-Chuyu, both saw the determination in each other's eyes. But soon Chi-Chuyu frowned. I don't need to deduce this third formation, I can see it at a glance. This formation is very simple. The formation core is the tallest tree in the forest. The formation was easy to understand. It was intentionally created by the Celestial Court. It was much harder to destroy. That was because this forest was extraordinary, able to destroy the power of all killer moves. Each stalk was a holy burial wood, and the stalk in the center that acted as the eye of the formation was an immemorial desolate plant. The deities of Southern Frontier had to use their bodies to destroy these trees. However, among the trees, there were countless vines. These vines had great origins. They were not to be underestimated. Some were azure dragon vines, some were lightning twisting vines, and some were saw heart drilling vines. The foundation of the third formation was a formation created using the Tao marks of this forest. In order to break this formation, it would be futile to attack other places. They could only destroy this holy burial wood. The deities of Southern Frontier thought about it. They released the ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts from their immortal apertures. The beast groups charged into the forest, fighting with the vines as blood splattered everywhere. A moment later, more than half of the beast groups were sacrificed. The remaining beasts were confused in the forest. A small portion even started killing each other. The deities of Southern Frontier's expressions were grim. So there was 7-star internal fighting grass planted here. It is enough to make the ancient desolate beasts kill each other. Even though the immemorial desolate beasts are not affected by this internal fighting grass, they are obstructed by the beast vanishing chi. This beast vanishing chi contained dense poison path Tao marks. It had no effect on immortal plants, variant humans and humans. It only affected the beast's bodies. It could make the immemorial desolate beasts thin, their skin disintegrate, and their organs melt. The deities of Southern Frontier's attempt failed. Wu Yong was about to summon clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building when someone stood up. Let me do it. The immortals looked over. They saw that this Gu Immortal had a smooth scalp without any hair. He had a muscular body. It was Ba Clan's rank 7 Gu Immortal, Ba Xiong. Even though I am not a strength path Gu Immortal, I cultivate transformation path. Let me charge in and destroy the holy burial wood. However, I only have peak rank 7 battle strength. Lord Yi Haofeng, please reinforce me. Ba Xiong said indifferently. The immortals were slightly moved. Ba Xiong only had peak rank 7 battle strength. He was not a rank 8 Gu Immortal. Attacking now was extremely risky. If he was not careful, he would die. Yi Haofeng looked at Ba Clan's first supreme elder, Ba Ba. Seeing the latter nod, he attacked Ba Xiong. His reinforcement method was not only famous in Southern Border, it was even famous in the 5 regions. Ba Xiong immediately felt an incomparable strength flowing in his body. He shot out explosively, using his killer move to turn into a giant, cutting through all obstacles as he charged towards the center. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals naturally would not watch. They immediately used methods to stop him. Southern Border's Gu Immortals quickly moved to protect Ba Xiong. Eventually Ba Xiong was bathed in blood, his flesh was lacerated, dozens of wounds were deep to the bone. He used all his strength to push down the holy burial wood at the center. In less than 15 minutes, Southern Border's Gu Immortals had already broken through 3 formations. I can only rely on you guys now. Ba Xiong's injuries were extremely heavy, he had already lost his battle strength. Friend, you took the risk and fought to the death. No matter what the result is, you will be a great contributor to our Southern Alliance. You will be greatly rewarded when we return. Wu Yong said firmly. Ba Xiong laughed lightly. I also saw the actions of Lord Wu Yong and Lord Qi Chuyu. I had the urge to fight. Celestial Court has too much influence. They have come to our southern border many times. If they completely repair fake Gu, wouldn't that be a problem? That makes sense. Wu Yong nodded slowly. He looked at the immortals around him. His confidence was 10 times greater than before. Chapter 1720. Central Continent, Hidden Dragon Cave, Formation. Myriad dragons flew, surrounding the Eastern Sea. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Song Chi Yuan, forming a huge ball of dragons. These ancient poisonous dragons are clearly formed from the formation's power, but they are so agile, like they are real. Song Chi Yuan defended as he thought to himself. It was not difficult for him to kill these ancient poisonous dragons, but the problem was, after dealing with them, there would be other obstacles. The tens of thousands of ancient poisonous dragons were formed from the formation's power. Song Chi Yuan had to destroy this formation to target the core. Otherwise, even if he killed all of these ancient poisonous dragons, he would not be able to break out of the formation. It is a pity that my formation path attainment is too low. After fighting for so long, I have not found any flaws. Song Chi Yuan gritted his teeth. Immortal killer move, perfect round light. He activated his defensive method. His whole body was covered in a spherical light barrier. No matter how ferocious the ancient poisonous dragons were, they could not break this thin barrier. From this, it could be seen how deep Song Chi Yuan's foundation in light path was. Unfortunately, he was facing a super large array. What he needed was an understanding of the array Dao. There were many paths in the Gu Master world, like earlier when Fang Yuan was countered by Celestial Court's human path and information path methods. Song Chi Yuan was also suppressed by formation path. At his rank 8 cultivation level, Gu Immortals could often comprehend other paths by analogy. Song Chi Yuan could also use light path methods to imitate the power of formation path. But he was facing a super immortal formation created by Celestial Court after paying a huge price. It was a formation that could seal the legendary immemorial desolate beast Xianxia. Song Chi Yuan could not find any flaws. He could only defend and wait for reinforcements, waiting for a turning point. At the center of the formation, Old Man Bei Feng controlled the super formation, monitoring the situation of the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals. A rank 6 Gu Immortal was standing beside him. He was a young man. It was Old Man Bei Feng's grandson, Feng Chanzi. Feng Chanzi looked at the images in front of him as he said in joy, "Grandfather, this is great. These rank 8 Gu Immortals are trapped, they cannot escape. We have made great contributions this time. We can definitely redeem ourselves and let me leave this damn place. Grandpa, you can officially become a member of the Celestial Court." Old Man Bei Feng shook his head slowly, his gaze extremely solemn. "Grandson, you have not truly seen the situation clearly. These rank 8 Gu Immortals were not injured at all, most of them were unscathed. These people did not see through the secret of the formation, so they temporarily chose to wait and see or wait for reinforcements. Once they see an opening, their attacks will definitely be earth-shattering and peerlessly terrifying." Feng Chanzi immediately panicked. Then what should we do? Grandpa, didn't we ask for help a long time ago? Why haven't the reinforcements from the Celestial Court arrived yet? Old Man Bei Feng was silent for a while before saying, "How would we know what the Celestial Court is planning? The only thing we can do now is to defend to the death." As Old Man Bei Feng finished speaking, the entire formation suddenly began to shake. What's going on? Did a rank 8 Gu Immortal find a flaw in the formation? Feng Chanzi was shocked. No, it's that evil dragon. Old Man Bei Feng's expression also turned pale. Hidden Dragon Cave, it was famous in the world because it sealed the evil dragon Xianxia. Right now, Xianxia was struggling intensely, trying to turn around. Old Man Bei Feng could not help but feel bitter inside. Xianxia was not ordinary, it was created from the resentment and hatred of countless living beings in Central Continent's earth veins. It was originally sealed and struggled constantly. If it succeeded, it could cause a large-scale earthquake. Old Man Bei Feng guarded this place. One of the reasons was to prevent the evil dragon from causing earthquakes in Central Continent and destroying living beings. But now, Fang Yuan and the other 4 regions Gu Immortals were wreaking havoc in Central Continent. Countless living beings were killed. They accumulated a vast amount of resentment, hatred, fear, and other emotions. Di Zongxing absorbed these emotions. His strength began to rise rapidly. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortals attacking the formation had attracted its attention. The crafty Di Zongxing had been restraining himself and accumulating strength. He suddenly exerted strength now, catching Old Man Bei Feng off guard. After Old Man Bei Feng reacted, he quickly used the main force of the formation to suppress Di Zongxing. After Duke Long used this formation, its power had weakened by 30%. And now, my strength has risen by at least 50%. Old Man Bei Feng, if you escape now, you can still live. Otherwise, after I destroy this formation, I will tear you to pieces. Di Zongxing shouted, his voice rumbled like thunder, resounding in the huge earth trench. Don't even think about it. Old Man Bei Feng's expression was grim, his fighting spirit did not waver. I found a flaw. In another formation space, Eastern Sea Rank 8 Gu Immortal Qing Yuan opened his eyes wide. His aura erupted like a volcano. Immortal Killer Move, Suppressing Mountain Egg. Boom. A gigantic mountain appeared out of thin air, and with the sound of wind and thunder, it smashed into the gap in the formation. Hidden Dragon Cave Super Formation had already reached its limit when dealing with the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals and Di Zongxing. Now that it was attacked by Qing Yuan, it snapped like a taut bow. The formation collapsed. Old Man Bei Feng suffered a backlash. He coughed out blood. His face was pale as paper. He was on the verge of death. Crack, crack. With a series of sounds like glass shattering, most of the immortal formation was destroyed. Only a small portion at the center was left. It was pitifully defending itself. The Eastern Sea Immortals' vision changed. They were released. I can sense that the rank 8 Immortal Gu House is at the center of the immortal formation. Shen Zongxing's eyes shined brightly. Charge in. Song Qiyuan laughed loudly, taking the lead. Qing Yuan stayed behind. He was hurrying to heal himself. This time he had broken through the array and his injuries were not light. Because he was not a formation path Gu Immortal, he did not use formation path methods to solve the problem. It was like smashing a door with his fists. Di Zongxing shouted excitedly, his dragon roar was like thunder. His voice was so loud that the Eastern Sea Immortals' expressions changed. Quickly destroy the center. I am about to be free, ha. Old Man Duke Long, when I come out, I will pull out your tendons and skin you alive. I will eat you bit by bit. Di Zongxing's voice was filled with hatred and anger. The immortals present felt a chill. Grandfather, you need to pull yourself together. In the Remnant Formation Center, Feng Chanzi hugged Old Man Bei Feng and cried. His body was shaking as he shouted, why haven't the Celestial Court's reinforcements arrived yet? Old Man Bei Feng was still coughing out blood. There was already a pool of blood below him. The grandfather and grandson were in a desperate situation. Central Continent, Emperor City. This huge city was made of Gu worms. It was known as the largest mortal Gu house in the world. At the same time, it was the largest gathering place of mortals in Central Continent. The final round of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention would be held here. Fang Yuan was high in the sky. Layers of auspicious clouds surrounded him tightly. This was a luck path method that could conceal himself. Of course, other than that, there were more than 10 immortal moves that Fang Yuan used on himself. He was barely able to defend against people's accusation. After all, these were not human path methods. Fang Yuan was already very satisfied with their results. Right now, his gaze was fixed on Emperor City below him. No one else has made a move yet? There is no news from Longevity Heaven, damn it. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. He did not know that deities of Southern Frontier had already gone to attack Infallible Blessed Land. They were advancing rapidly. And in Hidden Dragon Cave, the Eastern Sea Immortals broke through the super formation. Only the core of the formation was left. I cannot let the Celestial Court repair Fate Gu completely. I will destroy this Emperor City and kill all the Gu Masters who are participating in the final round. Fang Yuan gave the order. An immortal Gu house charged down like a meteor. The immortal Gu house carried He Lulan by Ning Bing, Wuxia, and Qi Clan's Gu Immortals. It could be said that this was Fang Yuan's entire force. Who dares to attack me, I will kill all who come. Li Huang's voice resounded. He was the rank 8 leader who had been ordered to guard this place. Following his voice, immortal Gu houses appeared one after another, revolving around Emperor City like stars revolving around the moon. Fang Yuan sighed internally. This immortal Gu house of mine was created by using by Xiang Grotto Heaven's 33 heavenly palaces, as well as the immortal Gu house where heaven form is stored, as well as some Gu worms. I am afraid it is not the match of these immortal Gu houses. Even so, Fang Yuan did not give the order to retreat. He had already expected this situation, but there was no helping it. Time was pressing, he had to act. Fang Yuan had already made up his mind. When Bai Ning Bing and the rest could not hold on, he would go down personally. As expected, Bai Ning Bing and the rest were attacked by many immortal Gu houses. They were at a disadvantage right from the start. Celestial Court was heavily guarded here. The defense was so tight that it was simply insane. A moment later, Bai Ning Bing and the rest's immortal Gu houses were damaged beyond repair. They were on the verge of defeat. Fang Yuan sighed. He was about to go down when his expression froze. He looked in a different direction. Several rank 8 Gu immortals appeared. There were also several immortal Gu houses. These are Western Desert's rank 8 Gu immortals and the immortal Gu houses of super forces. Fang Yuan's heart shook. He showed a joyous expression. Celestial Court. The main forces of Western Desert and Southern Border have already appeared. Fairy Myrtle sighed. Actually, if not for the Earth Vein fusion, the regional wall would still be sturdy. My Celestial Court would not be attacked by such a large group. She was right. Precisely because they sensed the arrival of the Great Era, the Earth Veins of the 5 regions merged and the regional walls vanished. The other 4 regions felt an intense crisis. Central Continent was the strongest in terms of strength. It had been publicly recognized since the remote antiquity era. Right now, Celestial Court wanted to completely repair Fate Gu. It was like adding fuel to the fire. The Gu immortals of the other 4 regions were forced to come and cause trouble. There is still the strongest force that has not appeared. Duke Long said plainly. Yes. Fairy Myrtle frowned. Only a few Northern Plains Gu immortals have appeared. The main force has not shown up yet. Fang Yuan has not appeared either. Considering the battle in the River of Time, he is likely to have teamed up with Bing Sichuan again. Saying so, Fairy Myrtle gritted her teeth. Let me deduce with all my strength again. Duke Long was about to nod when his expression suddenly changed. He looked at the horizon. No need, they are already here. At the next moment, Fairy Myrtle looked in shock and anger at the sky above Celestial Court. A rainbow aurora appeared. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Calamity Luck Altar shot out. These Northern Plains barbarians. They are so daring. How dare they invade my Celestial Court? Fairy Myrtle's body was shaking from anger. Old Man Jing Yuan was also dumbfounded. Chapter 1721. Central Continent, Emperor City. This is the immortal Gu house that Master once mentioned? Yi Fan was in the final competition. He looked at the sky with a shocked expression. The other participating Gu masters were not much better off than him. These immortal Gu houses are the foundation of a super force. To think that so many would appear at once. Even if the regional walls melt and the Earth Veins are unified, during the 5 regions' chaotic war, there will not be such a huge battle. Yi Fan suddenly had a realization. At this time, a voice came from beside Yi Fan. Brother Yi, we can have a good contest now and determine who is stronger. Yi Fan turned his gaze away as he smiled, thinking, I received Master's orders to come to Central Continent to participate in the Refinement Path Convention. To think that I would meet such a genius. Even if I lose in the end, it will be a wonderful experience. Being able to have such a sworn brother is the greatest reward. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. Hong Yi and Yi Fan had repeatedly emerged victorious in the previous competition, and very naturally got to know each other. As they continued to communicate, the two of them began to appreciate each other. After a drinking contest, they became sworn brothers with different surnames. Hong Yi continued, This Refinement Path Convention is an unprecedented event. Let those Gu immortals fight in the sky. We need to do what we are supposed to do. Thank you for your concern, I understand. Yi Fan understood Hong Yi's goodwill. After thanking him, he calmed his mind and started to focus on the final competition. Outside Emperor City, Central Continent's immortal Gu houses were distributed to the left and right of Emperor City, vaguely forming 3 layers of defense. Outside the defense line were Western Desert's rank 8s and several immortal Gu houses. The last one was controlled by Ning Bing and the rest. It was an immortal Gu house that Fang Yuan had created. It had not even been named yet. Fang Yuan wanted to show himself, but since the Western Desert Gu immortals were here, he decided to observe for a while longer. Western Desert's Gu Immortals flew along with the immortal Gu houses, closing the distance between them and Central Continent, giving the latter a huge mental pressure. Even Li Huang, who was at the center, was a little hesitant. Even he, with his rich combat experience, had never participated in a battle of this scale. Li Huang had participated in many chaotic battles between Gu Immortals, but he had never seen so many immortal Gu houses fighting together. Immortal Gu houses were much rarer than Gu Immortals. Normally speaking, very few Gu Immortals own them, only super forces own them. A Gu Immortal alone could not have the wealth, energy and ability to construct an immortal Gu house. Moreover, immortal Gu houses were not very practical for individual Gu Immortals. For super forces, they usually needed a rank 7 immortal Gu house at some crucial juncture. It could act as a rank 8 battle strength. Rank 8 Gu Immortals did not appear continuously. Many first supreme elders of super forces only had rank 7 cultivation level. At this time, the rank 7 immortal Gu house could suppress the situation. Immortal Gu houses naturally had their flaws. For example, their methods were fixed and could be easily countered. Thus, even though many rank 7 immortal Gu houses could resist rank 8 Gu Immortals, they could not truly match a rank 8 Gu Immortal. Right now, the immortal Gu houses participating in the battle were at least rank 7, they could erupt with rank 8 battle strength. From a certain perspective, this was an intense battle involving more than 10 rank 8 battle strength experts. Both sides were hesitant. But this battle had no choice but to fight. The atmosphere became heavier when the distance between the two sides shrunk to a certain limit. An immortal Gu house in Central Continent's second defensive line attacked. This immortal Gu house was small and exquisite. It was a pavilion. There were countless bird cages hanging on the beams of the pavilion. All sorts of birds were chirping inside. It was one of the 5 immortal Gu houses of Heavenly Lotus Sect, Canary Pavilion. A large number of bird cages were opened in Canary Pavilion. Small birds with fiery red feathers flew out like a rain of fire. Halfway through their flight, these birds expanded and returned to their original size. These birds were as large as carriages, their bodies were red and their feathers were covered in flames. They were extremely hot. Their eyes were like flowing lava. The birds' cries were also quite peculiar, resembling the sound of flowing lava. Ancient desolate beast, molten flame bird. Be careful, these birds can self-detonate, they have incredible power. Among Western Desert's forces, a Gu Immortal immediately warned. Fire path ancient desolate beast, haha, let us do it. Amidst the laughter, an immortal Gu house that looked like a water wheel rolled out on its own. The wheel suddenly shot out a huge red light. The red light was like a ribbon that coiled around the molten flame birds. The molten flame birds screamed and struggled, but most of them were suppressed by the red light. A small portion self-detonated, turning into lava that was absorbed by the red light, causing it to become stronger. What immortal Gu house is this? Central Continent's side was shocked and uncertain. They did not expect the molten flame birds to be broken so easily. Western Desert's side was also shocked. Several rank 8 Gu Immortals paid attention to this strange immortal Gu house. They did not have any information about it. Oh? Dong Clan's Red River Wheel? Fang Yuan's eyes shined. This immortal Gu house was unearthed by Dong Clan from a mysterious inheritance. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, it had shown its unique brilliance. Normally speaking, if a super force wanted to research and construct an immortal Gu house, the entire process would be very long. During this long process, a lot of information and clues would be revealed. Only this kind of immortal Gu house that was suddenly obtained would be surprising. Dong Clan's Gu Immortals felt pleased. They had made the right decision to come here. They had obtained a batch of molten flame birds just after the battle. With these molten flame birds, the entire Red River Wheel's power would rise in all aspects, especially in terms of speed. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Fang Clan's Gu Immortals shouted from within the immortal Gu house, releasing a large number of ancient desolate beasts. They were all dog and chicken type. Fang Yuan was very familiar with this immortal Gu house. It was Fang Clan's chicken dog coop. 2 buildings were built side by side. The house on the left was bright yellow, and there was a circular plaque under the eaves. On the plaque there was only a large chicken character. The house on the right was vermilion, and on the circular plaque, there was a dog character. Even though each immortal Gu house took care of many aspects, they had their own specialties. Chicken Dog Coop and Canary Pavilion both focused on enslavement path. The former was good at enslaving chickens and dogs, while the latter was good at raising birds. Both were rank 7, they were at the same rank. Enslavement path's advantage was in battles of attrition. This large group of chickens and dogs charged over, Central Continent's outermost immortal goo houses reacted. They used all sorts of killer moves. The chickens and dogs wailed as they fell in large numbers. However, the Western Desert troops followed closely behind, charging forward to attack. At once, the immortal goo houses collided with each other, loud noises of collisions, and the sound of killer moves tearing through the air resounded, shaking the entire world. Western Desert's charge was very fierce. Central Continent's first layer of defense was soon broken. The second layer was also almost broken. They barely managed to hold on. Western Desert's manpower and immortal goo houses are still less than Central Continent's. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. Western Desert was different from Southern Border, Northern Plains and Eastern Sea. In Southern Border there was the Southern Alliance. The cooperation between the superforces was getting closer. Right now, the whole of Southern Border was filled with beacon towers. Northern Plains had Longevity Heaven as the leader, and in recent years Longevity Heaven had been actively recruiting lone immortals and demonic path members, trying to unite the whole of Northern Plains goo immortal world into one. In Eastern Sea, Duke Long had forcefully seized the immortal goo houses, causing all the rank 8 goo immortals in Eastern Sea to lose face. Those who could cultivate to rank 8 were overlords of their own regions. They were people who looked down on the world. They had great ambitions. Duke Long had offended so many people at once, causing Eastern Sea's rank 8s to ally together. As for Western Desert, even though they realized the seriousness of the Celestial Court's restoration of Fate Goo, only the super forces were truly involved. Fang Yuan did not see any lone immortals or demonic path members of Western Desert. And in this battle, Western Desert's super forces have been very conservative in their input. Fang Clan has sent the most people. Fang Clan has brought Chicken Dog Coop, Inquiry Dock and Fallen Flower Hall. I wonder if Divine Bean Palace has been restored. Did they bring it here? Fang Yuan thought rapidly. Divine Bean Palace was a rank 8 immortal goo house. If it was brought here it would be very interesting. But Fang Yuan knew that the possibility was small. Because even if Divine Bean Palace was in Fang Clan's hands, there was a high chance that they would leave it in their headquarters. In this refinement path convention, even if Western Desert and Eastern Sea super forces mobilized their forces, they were rather conservative. They were wary of each other. Go this way. Fang Yuan looked down from above, commanding Bai Ning Bing and the rest. Bai Ning Bing and the rest moved their immortal goo houses. Following the route that Fang Yuan pointed out, they ingeniously passed through the second layer of defense, charging towards Emperor City under the immortals' shocked gazes. But Emperor City was still under the protection of Central Continent's third layer of defense. 2 immortal goo houses charged towards Bai Ning Bing and the rest from the left and right. The palace on the left was grand and beautiful. It was Heavenly Lotus Sect's immortal goo house, Yuyang Palace. The manor on the right had an exquisite structure. It had white jade tiles and cold energy. It flew over with the roar of a dragon's soul. It was Ancient Soul Sect's immortal goo house, Frost Dragon Manor. Bai Ning Bing and the rest activated the killer moves of the immortal goo house, but these killer moves were not powerful. Yuyang Palace and Frost Dragon Manor directly broke them. They reached Bai Ning Bing and the rest. Bai Ning Bing and the rest knew that their immortal goo houses were weak. They had no choice but to retreat. We cannot retreat. A Western Desert rank 8 goo immortal shouted. If they retreated, the gap in the defensive line that they had created would be repaired. They would lose the opportunity. Retreat. Fang Yuan's order was direct. This immortal goo house was not Frost Dragon Manor and Yuyang Palace's match. Fang Yuan had to preserve it. It would be a huge pity if it was destroyed at the start of the battle. However, that was not the truth. Fang Yuan could not retreat just because he wanted to. At the crucial moment, intense winds attacked, causing Bai Ning Bing and the rest to stagnate. The one who attacked was a 7-story building. Curtains were fluttering in the air. Rank 7 immortal goo house, wind-sweeping building. This building was one of the 2 signature immortal goo houses of Wind Cloud Manor. It was on the same level as Passing Cloud Building. Wind-sweeping building and Passing Cloud Building could be combined to form the rank 8 immortal goo house Wind Cloud Manor. It was extremely powerful and terrifying. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Wind Cloud Manor had once been at the top of the ranking of immortal goo houses for a period of time. With wind-sweeping buildings obstruction, Yuyang Palace moved even faster. It crashed into Fang Yuan's immortal goo house like a meteor. Next, Frost Dragon Manor's killer move also hit. In an instant, Fang Yuan's immortal goo house's roof tiles were blown away, the pillars toppled and a huge hole appeared. A vast number of mortal goo were destroyed. Several immortal goo were also lost. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He suddenly appeared. Yama Emperor Killer Move. Chapter 1722. Boom. With a loud sound, heaven and earth changed. Wu Yong took the lead, leading the Southern Alliance Immortals to break the 5th formation and arrive at the 6th formation. In the 6th formation, it was pitch black with no end in sight. The deities of Southern Frontier were like ants in it. This is a space path formation. A Luo clan Gu Immortal suddenly spoke. He wore Southern Border's traditional clothing, his face was pale and his expression cold. He was a general of Luo clan, famous in Southern Border. He had peak rank 7 battle strength. His name was Luo Ran. He cultivated space path and had great attainment. That's right, this is a space path formation. Chi Chuyu nodded. Let me deduce it first. The Immortals had no objections. After entering the formation, it was not wise to act rashly. The most reliable method was to let the formation path Gu Immortals deduce the profundities of the formation and target its flaws. They would be able to achieve great results with half the effort. After deducing for a while, Chi Chuyu said plainly, I have already deduced most of this formation. It is the spaceless formation. Luo Ran heard this and frowned. Even though I am not a formation path Gu cultivator, I have heard of the spaceless formation long ago. It is one of the most classic immortal formations of space path. It was created in the remote antiquity era. No one knew who the creator was. This formation only has one ability, it is to expand the distance and lengthen the route. After entering the formation, one step can be 100 steps. Chi Chuyu smiled. Luo Ran is very knowledgeable. This is the spaceless formation. But this formation has already been modified. There is a layer of formation transformation hidden inside. Someone asked, what transformation? Chi Chuyu shook his head. I cannot deduce it now, I can only sense it. But we can set off first, I can deduce it while we travel. According to the current situation we can move forward freely, there is nothing wrong with it. The spaceless formation itself has no offensive power, it is only used to trap enemies and increase the distance between us, stalling for time. Give me some time, I will be able to deduce this layer of transformation and find the formation's flaws. If the celestial court attacks ahead of time, as long as we defend ourselves and let me see what kind of changes there are, it will be more helpful to my calculations. Chi Chuyu's suggestion was very good. The Immortals immediately set off and chose to fly forward. The void space formation had no light. It was a patch of black and deep. The Southern Alliance Immortals protected Chi Chuyu at the center while Wu Yong walked at the front. Look, there seems to be something ahead. Yao Clan Gu Immortal Yao Tianze suddenly spoke. The Immortals slowed down and walked closer to take a closer look. A huge greenish-white radish as big as a house, floated motionlessly in the air. What is this? It seems to be a primordial immortal herb. Yao Tianze asked. The others all frowned. The thing in front of them was not something that could be seen normally. Wu Yong remained silent. A light flashed through his mind as if he had seen the records of this immortal plant somewhere before, but he couldn't recall it in his hurry. If I am not wrong, this should be a profound ice light radish. It is an immortal plant from the immemorial antiquity era. It is already extinct. To think that the celestial court still held back. Qiao Zhikai said. He was Qiao clan's first supreme elder. Even though he only had rank 7 cultivation level, he cultivated wood path. Wu Yong's eyes shined. That's right, this is a profound ice light radish. Everyone be careful, don't get close. Once we get close, this radish can shoot out countless ice rays that can pierce every inch of our skin and organs, freezing them to death instantly. Qiao Zhikai continued to explain, yes. Don't underestimate the ice rays, they are formed from the ice and snow dow marks on the profound ice light radish. After the ice rays shoot out, the profound ice light radish will no longer have any dow marks on it, it will become a mortal material. Thus, this ice ray attack is not inferior to a rank 8 Gu Immortal's immortal killer move. When the Immortals heard this, they could not help but take a few steps back and raise their guard. But right at this time a change occurred. Ripples appeared in the air, the formation activated as a huge force of space path erupted on a Southern Border Gu Immortal. The Southern Border Gu Immortal had already activated his defensive method, but the space path force did not break his defense, instead, it teleported him away. The teleportation point was not somewhere else, it was right in front of the profound ice light radish. The profound ice light radish was like a frightened little girl, its body shrunk to a third of its original size. Then, at the next moment, boom! Hundreds of millions of ice needles shot out in all directions like a vast expanse of white. The Southern Border Gu Immortal had already activated his strongest defensive method, but he only lasted for half a breath of time before he was pierced by the countless ice needles. Next, he froze into ice, becoming as hard as a stone statue. The southern border immortals were moved. The spaceless formation suddenly activated and teleported the Gu immortal inside. This was clearly the change that Chichuyu had mentioned earlier. Together with the immemorial ice light radish, it was a perfect combination. Wu Yong's face turned green. He led the Southern Alliance immortals since the start of the battle. This was the first time he had lost a member. Someone had truly died. Wu Yong thought anxiously. He wanted to find a way to deal with this. But right at this time a change occurred again. Ripples appeared in the air. A formless and formless space path power grabbed another Southern Alliance Gu immortal with great force. With me here, don't even think of using the same trick. At the crucial moment, Luo Ran shouted, activating an immortal Gu. The immortal Gu's power spread in all directions, causing the surrounding space to freeze like ice. The Southern Alliance immortals felt a strong restriction, as if they were sealed in an ice coffin. Rank 7 Immortal Gu, suppress space. A Rank 7 Immortal Gu could not deal with this celestial court formation, but it was not without effect. Suppress space Immortal Gu bought a few crucial seconds for the Southern Alliance Gu immortal, allowing him to leave the area. The spatial ripples created by the formation were like a monster opening its mouth, but it could not catch anything. It could only vanish regretfully. Luo Ran dispelled Suppress Space Immortal Gu's power. The Southern Alliance immortals immediately felt the restriction disappear. They were free again. The situation was urgent. I suddenly activated Suppress Space Immortal Gu. This Gu has a wide range of attacks. I have implicated you all. Luo Ran quickly apologized. Wu Yong laughed loudly. Well done. This is Suppress Space Immortal Gu? A good Gu worm. It counters this formation. Chichuyu nodded, showing a gratified expression. Luo Ran smiled. I obtained this Gu from Earth Trench recently. To think that it could be used here. This shows that there is some form of providence in this world. All living beings in heaven and earth countered each other. There was never a strongest immortal Gu, only invincible Gu immortals. Celestial Court created this spatial movement formation. It had several Rank 7 Immortal Gu and a vast number of Mortal Gu, but it was countered by Suppress Space Immortal Gu. With Suppress Space Immortal Gu, the Southern Alliance immortals no longer had to worry about entering the spatial movement formation. And because Celestial Court activated the formation, Chichuyu's deductions were greatly improved. A moment later, Chichuyu pointed out a loophole in the formation. He said to Wu Yong, Celestial Court's formation is vast and boundless. It will take a lot of effort to break it from the inside. If Lord Alliance leader uses this loophole to draw the unlimited wind outside, it will be easy to break this formation from the outside. Wu Yong used this loophole and easily sensed the unlimited wind outside. Immediately, intense winds blew and broke this formation through the loophole. The Southern Alliance Gu immortals returned to the outside world. After breaking 6 formations and only losing 1 person, the Southern Alliance immortals had high morale. This battle made the person in charge of the formation frown deeply. He had a heavy heart. This person wore a green robe. He looked like a young scholar, but his gaze was very old. He was already several thousand years old. He was none other than a Woodpath Rank 8 great expert, the former First Supreme Elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect, the current generation Genesis Lotus Inheritor, Xianxia. To think that the enemies were so fierce. Now we only have 3 formations left. Chen Yi pondered for a while before saying to the person beside him, Sang Shui, why don't we join hands and fight outside? We can stall for time to set up the formation at the back. The female immortal beside him, by Sang Shui, was a Gu immortal of Celestial Court. She had personally participated in the restoration of fate during the previous Refinement Path convention. She didn't hesitate at all and immediately agreed. The 2 walked out of the formation. Wu Yong and the rest were bombarding the 7th formation, attempting to break it. Chen Yi cupped his fists at the southern border immortals. Sages of southern border, I Chen Yi of Celestial Court, am here. Who dares to fight me alone? Wu Yong's pupils shrunk. He waved his hand and let out clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Rank 7 Gu immortals could not interfere in a battle between Rank 8s, but if they entered the immortal Gu house, they would barely have the qualifications to fight. Ba Clan's first Supreme Elder Ba Shir Ba laughed loudly. Old man Chen Yi, it is not wise for you to come out of that tortoise shell. Let me fight you. Wait. Don't fall for their trap. Let's attack together. Wu Yong sneered as he gave the order. If Wu Duxiu were here, she would accept Chen Yi's challenge and attack alone. But Wu Yong and Wu Duxiu were 2 different kinds of people. How could an ambitious person like him give up on a chance to gang up on others? Immediately Wu Yong took the lead. Several southern border Rank 8s and Rank 7 Gu immortals behind him charged forward with clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Chen Yi and Baizang Shui were surrounded, but they did not panic. Baizang Shui pushed with her palms, a huge pale white wave pressed down from above. Wu Yong's body flickered, leaving behind an afterimage on the spot as he vanished. Ba Shirba faced the huge wave and roared. His aura surged as a mystical light shined on the huge wave. Next, Yi Haofang's wings flapped, countless feathers weaved into a rain of arrows, piercing the wave and shooting towards Baizang Shui and Chen Yi. Good timing. Chen Yi smiled. He did not move at all, but the illusion of countless trees appeared around him. Yi Haofang's arrow rain shot deep into the forest, only causing the trees to shake and leaves to rustle. Chen Yi's aura surged. He was about to counterattack when his expression changed. Wu Yong's figure appeared. He was behind Chen Yi. He has such a concealment method. The invisible person I sensed was actually another illusion he left behind. Chen Yi was shocked by Wu Yong's method. At the crucial moment, he did not even have time to turn around. Next, he felt his shoulder being patted by Wu Yong. You and I are like old friends, but you are leaving. We are about to part, good friend, let me send you off. Wu Yong smiled lightly. Hearing this, even though Chen Yi had lived for thousands of years and had rich experiences, he was pale with fright. He screamed internally, "This is Immortal Killer move, farewell friend Wind." My celestial court could not find it after searching for so long, but it was actually in Wu Yong's hands. Next, Chen Yi lost control of his body. He slowly floated forward. In the process of flying, his hair, his clothes, his hands and feet all began to scatter in the wind. Save me. Chen Yi screamed internally, but he could not shout. He could not move, he could not use any methods. Chapter 1723. Celestial Court. The sky that was originally filled with white light was shining with 7-colored aurora lights. A huge immortal goo house was floating in the sky. What an amazing immortal goo house. It was a round altar with 3 floors. It was grand and grand. There were many pillars on the altar. The white jade railings were shining with aurora lights. It was the rank 8 Luck Path Immortal Goo House, Calamity Luck Altar. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal personally created it. It was one of the 3 immortal goo houses he controlled. Calamity Luck Altar was originally the foundation to suppress Longevity Heaven, but this time, when Longevity Heaven attacked Celestial Court, it was mobilized. Such a move showed Longevity Heaven's confidence in obtaining it. This made the Celestial Court's goo immortals somewhat worried. Fairy Myrtle frowned deeply. Even Duke Long had a solemn expression at this moment. However, his gaze was not focused on the Calamity Luck Altar, but on the rainbow-colored lights blossoming in the sky. Duke Long said solemnly, "With just Calamity Luck Altar, Longevity Heaven's goo immortals cannot break in directly. This layer of 7-colored aurora lights is indeed rank 9, it should be the work of Giant Sun Immortal." Giant Sun Immortal? Fairy Myrtle was stunned before a look of realization appeared on her face. According to Celestial Court's records, Giant Sun Immortal had once been invited to Celestial Court. Is this the method he secretly left behind? It should be. Duke Long said. Fairy Myrtle's expression turned grim. This Giant Sun Immortal is truly crafty and crafty. He had long planned to scheme against Celestial Court. His scheme was so profound. The venerables of the past all had great wisdom. They cannot be underestimated. Giant Sun Immortal possesses luck path methods. He had left behind some clues in the dark. Even my Celestial Court did not know about it. Duke Long shook his head and sighed. His emotions were a little complicated. Back then, when Giant Sun became venerable, it was luck path that interfered with fate goo greatly. At that time, the leader of the Celestial Court, the Golden Hooped Immortal, specially invited Giant Sun to visit the Celestial Court for the sake of the world. On the surface, he announced to the world that he wanted to invite Giant Sun to join the Celestial Court. After some consideration, Giant Sun agreed to the invitation and entered the Celestial Court. The Golden Hooped Great Immortal personally guided the Giant Sun Immortal. Along the way, he brought him to visit the important places in the Celestial Court, especially the place where the Wuji Reckless Savage and Red Lotus Demon Venerables fought and stopped. Giant Sun Immortal suggested to go and see Fate Goo. Golden Hooped Great Immortal did not refuse. He brought Giant Sun to Heaven Overseeing Tower to see Fate Goo. After Giant Sun left the tower, he remained silent. Finally, when he left the Celestial Court, he said that he needed to consider the matter of joining the court. This experience, as well as the conversation between Giant Sun and the Golden Hooped Great Immortal, was clearly recorded in the historical records of the Celestial Court. The power of rank 9 is unfathomable. Giant Sun Immortal tampered with it back then. It is not strange that we only discovered it now. After all, he cultivates luck path. Our celestial court has too little understanding of luck path. However, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable even placed a spy in the celestial court. He is now trapped. Giant Sun Immortal has already died. Only Calamity Luck Altar and a group of Northern Plains Gu Immortals came to attack. How can our great celestial court be easily toppled? Old man Jing Yuan's voice resounded in the hall. Fairy Myrtle nodded, but her brows were still furrowed. Calamity Luck Altar is not an ordinary rank 8 immortal Gu house. It was once Giant Sun Immortal's item. It is a pity that Princess Impatience did not join us this time, otherwise, we would have learned of Longevity Heaven's plan in advance. More importantly, how many troops are hidden in Calamity Luck Altar? Wait, I don't think there are too many. Because we did not receive any information regarding Northern Plains Longevity Heaven's sneak attack plan. Longevity Heaven was able to hide it so well. It is clearly very conservative. The information is limited to only a few people. Fairy Myrtle analyzed quickly. You are right, that is likely to be the case. Duke Long nodded slightly. Even though he stood up from his seat, his hands were behind his back. He did not go to battle. He was waiting for something. Almost at the next moment, the whole of the celestial court shook intensely. With a loud sound, it was like the roar of a gale. It swept through everyone's hearts. Duke Long, Fairy Myrtle, and Old Man Jing Yuan were not surprised. They showed faint smiles on their faces. The killer move left behind by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable has activated. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, the Gu Immortals of Longevity Heaven were not surprised. This was already described in the information left behind by Giant Sun Immortal. Even without Giant Sun Immortal's description, Longevity Heaven had several demon venerable true inheritances. Be it Reckless Savage or Limitless, they were both Northern Plainsmen. Longevity Heaven also had a lot of information about them attacking the Celestial Court. This is the Chi Wall Killer move? The Chi Wall Killer move is very ordinary, but Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was very skilled in it when he was young. He loved it very much. When Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable became invincible in the world, this Chi Wall Killer move also rose to rank 9 level. The Gu Immortals of Longevity Heaven discussed as they controlled Calamity Luck Altar to bombard the surroundings. Ripples appeared in the surrounding air. It was like a formless fortress. Only when it was bombarded heavily would it explode and return to its original state. But soon it condensed again, forming a formless giant wall. In the whole of the Celestial Court, all the air was condensed to resist the invasion of Longevity Heaven. But for the members of the Celestial Court, when they moved, the Chi Wall would return to its original state. There was no obstruction. After the Gu Immortals of Longevity Heaven tried for a while, they were secretly shocked. As expected of Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. An ordinary Chi Wall Killer move has rank 9 power in Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's hands. It is even sturdier than the Heavenly Wind Chi Wall. Then what do we do? 5 Elements Grandmaster's expression was unsightly. He was very worried. He had just joined Longevity Heaven not long ago. He had just learned that they were going to attack the Celestial Court a few days ago. 5 Elements Grandmaster's worry was reasonable, because if they could not break this move, they would have to bombard the Chi Wall along the way. That way the expenditure would be too high. They would probably not even reach Duke Long before their immortal essence would run dry and they would die of exhaustion. But it was too difficult to break this move. Firstly, this was a rank 9 killer move. They had to have methods of the same level to have a chance of breaking it. Rank 8 killer moves could only be effective if they were specifically countered. Secondly, after the world changed, Chi Path had been declining for a long time. In Longevity Heaven's group, none of them cultivated Chi Path. What should they do? Don't worry, we have a countermeasure. Even though this move was created by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, so many years have passed, it has been through the vicissitudes of life, it has also withstood the attacks of 3 demon venerables, it already has a weakness. That's right. Back then, Limitless, Reckless Savage, and Red Lotus, 3 demon venerables attacked Celestial Court, but they could not break this Chi Wall Killer move. But they relied on their strength to break through. They created a total of 3 paths. These 3 paths are the weakest parts of the Chi Wall. They cannot be repaired. As long as we bombard a small part and enter one of these 3 paths, we can follow the path of a demon venerable and kill our way through. 5 Elements Grandmaster let out a sigh of relief. So that's it. Next he asked, then which path should we choose? At the same time. In Central Great Hall, Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle conversed. Even though the Chi Wall Killer move is strong, it has been exposed long ago. Since Longevity Heaven ambushed us, they must know the weakness of the Chi Wall. It is the path that the 3 demon venerables used before. Fairy Myrtle nodded, explaining with great familiarity. The path on the left was created by Limitless Demon Venerable. It goes through Central Heaven Gate, Name Plaque Palace, Sun Palace, 5 Deity Hall, Central Great Hall, Heaven Overseeing Tower, Forgotten Tao Lake, and finally, Imperfection Regret Pavilion at the peak of Star Zone Mountain. The path in the center was created by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. It goes through Immortal Emperor Garden, Void Accumulation Pavilion, Sumeru Swamp, Eternal Sand Cave, Million Heavenly King Gallery, Embroidered Tower, Central Great Hall, and finally Heaven Overseeing Tower. The path on the right is Red Lotus Demon Venerable's path of invasion. He first went through Lotus Immortal Pool, Bright Moon Treasure Light Hall, then the 12 Spirit Entrances, Fire Separation Pavilion, Magnetic Star Ridge, Waterwood Qinghua Garden, Central Great Hall, and finally Heaven Overseeing Tower. As long as they choose a path, we will know which path they will take and set up our defenses. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined with the light of wisdom. That's right. Duke Long had no objections. Boom boom boom. Calamity Luck Altar carried several Gu Immortals of Longevity Heaven and bombarded the path, finally entering the weak area of the Qi Wall. Once they entered, Longevity Heaven's group felt the pressure fall sharply. The Qi Wall only existed in name. The Celestial Court's Gu Immortals immediately noticed something. Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle looked at each other. They chose the left path. Chapter 1724. The Left Flank. This was the path that the limitless demonic lord had created in the Celestial Court 1,000,000 years ago. The starting point was the Central Heaven Gate, the Nameplate Palace, the Sun Palace, the 5 Deity Palace, the Central Great Hall, the Heaven Overseeing Tower, the Forgotten Tao Lake, and finally the Imperfection Regret Pavilion at the peak of Star Zone Mountain. The huge Celestial Court was illuminated by a brilliant light. There were many palaces, pavilions, terraces, and towers. It was beautiful and magnificent. Calamity Luck Altar charged forward with a crushing momentum. The Celestial Court, which had been silent for countless years, finally welcomed the flames of war. Within Calamity Luck Altar, 5 Elements Grandmaster looked down from above, constantly observing. He was tongue-tied, he was visibly moved. If I had not seen it with my own eyes, I would not have imagined that all the buildings here are immortal Gu houses. Even if most of them are rank 6 immortal Gu houses, Celestial Court's foundation is too terrifying. Anako, one of the North Desolation Immortals, giggled. Little 5, this is the Celestial Court. In the ancient era, it was created 3,000,000 years ago, and it had stood until today. Even though Fake Gu was damaged, it was still the #1 force in the world. With such accumulation, it's not strange for such a grand scene to exist. The layout of these palaces you see is the creation of the remote antiquity era Celestial Court's rank 8 refiner. After that, the Eagle God, Ant Lon, Old Lord Huang Ting, Uncle Feng, Immortal Concubine Quan Miao, and others carried on the past and opened up a path for the future. In this palace, all the immortal Gu houses are one, they can support each other. At the same time, these palaces can also be dismantled and upgraded individually. It's very convenient. However, you don't have to overestimate the Celestial Court. These immortal Gu house palaces are mostly rank 6, and most importantly, they only specialize in one aspect. They are not as comprehensive as the immortal Gu houses of the outside world. 5 Elements Grandmaster nodded in understanding. I understand if I want to take care of everything, I will need to expend even more immortal Gu and a vast number of mortal Gu. The Celestial Court thought highly of themselves. Other than the 3 demon lords who had attacked them, no one else had ever invaded them. Therefore there was no need for them to invest so much into it. After all, these immortal Gu house palaces stay in Celestial Court all year round and have no external use. Speaking up to this point, the 5 Elements Grandmaster suddenly laughed out loud. I see. Our attack on the Celestial Court also caught them off guard. This was a loophole in their thinking. Interesting. Other than the 3 demon lords, I didn't expect that there would be a day when I would attack the Celestial Court. Even if I die here with this experience, my life will not be in vain. The 5 Elements Grandmaster was brimming with heroic spirit. He was naturally a Northern Plainsman. Even though he had been a rank 8 Gu immortal for many years, the nature of Northern Plainsmen had never changed. The people of Northern Plains were proud of their bravery, and ashamed of living an ignoble life. To them, dying on the battlefield was the greatest glory and destination. Calamity Luck Altar charged forward and finally reached Central Heaven Gate. This giant gate was as lofty as a small mountain. The golden glaze on the front of the gate shone brightly, and the gate pillars were tall and thick. The plaque on the gate shone with the light of precious jade. This is the Central Heaven Gate? This seems to be an information path Immortal Goo House. The Five Elements Grandmaster looked around and pondered. That's right, the new members of the Celestial Court have always been elites from the 10 great ancient sections. These rank 8 elites have to pass the Central Heaven Gates test to enter the Celestial Court. The Bull Demon said. Central Heaven Gates entrance was tightly shut, firmly blocking Calamity Luck Altar's path. Central Great Hall. Duke Long asked, Central Heaven Gate is a rank 8 information path Immortal Goo House, but it is very weak in terms of offense and defense. It will not be able to stop us or delay us. How many golden pearls do we have left? Fairy Myrtle immediately answered, only about 3,600. Duke Long nodded, take them all out and send them over to assist Central Heaven Gate in defending. I believe Longevity Heaven definitely has a backup plan for this attack. Northern Plainsmen are brave, but that does not mean they are reckless. We need to deal with the situation by staying calm and stall for time. As long as Fake Goo is repaired, all our efforts and sacrifices will be worth it. Yes, Lord. Fairy Myrtle received the order and immediately controlled Central Great Hall. Central Great Hall was the center of all the Immortal Goo houses in Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle used Central Great Hall to open Celestial Court's treasury and take out all the golden pearls. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, sharp whistling sounds could be heard in the sky. The golden pearls rained down like a torrential rain, shining with golden light and shining brilliantly. Calamity Luck Altar crashed into Central Heaven Gate. Central Heaven Gate could not hold on any longer. Cracks started to spread on the door. The golden pearls hit Calamity Luck Altar, producing crisp sounds that lingered in the ears. Calamity Luck Altar did not move, there was not a single crack on it. The power of the golden pearls had just shown itself. The golden pearls turned into giant soldiers. They were all wearing armor that covered their entire bodies. It was pitch black under the helmets, only 2 eyes could be seen, shining with dazzling golden light. They were holding weapons like axes, knives, forks and so on. Soon, the golden pearl soldiers covered Calamity Luck Altar. Countless blades and spears slashed at Calamity Luck Altar, sparks flew. Calamity Luck Altar shook intensely in order to defend, its immortal essence expenditure increased. What is this? Shock flashed across Five Elements Grandmaster's eyes. Each soldier has the strength of an ancient desolate beast, but they have no vitality. It seems to be an immortal killer move. These are golden pearls. During the medieval antiquity era, a metal path great expert appeared in Celestial Court. He was known as Golden Pearl Immortal Monarch. These golden pearls are his signature killer move, a unique method. Bull Demon said plainly. Flower Lady covered her mouth as she giggled. Celestial Court only sent these golden pearls. I did not see Duke Long or Fairy Myrtle. It seems that they want to defend and stall for time until Fake Goo is repaired. Bull Demon nodded. This is a wise tactic. Celestial Court might be huge, but there are only a few rank 8 Goo immortals who are awake. The battlefield outside is also diverting a lot of Celestial Court's battle strength. Then we need to hurry. Flower Lady's eyes shined brightly. Bull Demon said solemnly, let me do it. Saying so, he concentrated and started to manipulate Calamity Luck Altar. Bull Demon activated a method. Calamity Luck Altar shone with a dazzling radiance. Within the radiance, auspicious clouds appeared, pushing the golden pearl soldiers away. At the next moment, with a loud sound, Calamity Luck Altar smashed through Central Heaven Gate. Longevity Heaven's group did not slaughter these golden pearl soldiers. They did not kill the Central Heaven Gate that was mostly destroyed. They continued to charge. This was a battle of offense and defense. It was also a battle of time. Since Celestial Court wanted to stall for time, Longevity Heaven's group naturally had to oppose them. They could not let Celestial Court get what they wanted. As they fought, even though there were golden pearl soldiers blocking them, they could not shake Calamity Luck Altar's momentum. Soon Longevity Heaven's Goo Immortals reached Name Plaque Palace. But what they saw was the scene of Name Plaque Palace flying far away. Celestial Court actually took the initiative to move this Name Plaque Palace away. Five Elements Grandmaster was joyful and suspicious. Bing Sichuan said solemnly, this is also an information path Immortal Goo House. There are name plaques inside that have people's names written on them. These people have formed a huge information network for Celestial Court that covers the whole 5 regions. Five Elements Grandmaster was surprised. Doesn't that mean as long as we break into this place, we can expose Celestial Court's information network? No wonder Celestial Court wants to move this palace at all costs. Five Elements Grandmaster felt it was a pity. Celestial Court's information network was extremely huge. It covered the whole of the 5 regions. Even though other forces tried to gather information outside the regions in terms of scale and ability, they could not compare to Celestial Court. Celestial Court had the 10 great ancient sects as its subordinates, it had ruled Central Continent for countless years, thus it could always choose suitable people and nurture them into elites before sending them out on a large scale. As for the other 4 regions, Longevity Heaven and the Southern Alliance had only made a move recently, they were trying to take over their own regions. As for the other super clans, even if they sent people out, it was nothing compared to Celestial Court's actions. Forget it. It was within our expectations that the nameplate palace would fly away. Without its obstruction we can save a lot of time, let's continue. Bing Sichuan ordered. Sun Palace. Calamity Luck Altar soon arrived at the 3rd round. Sun Palace let out a hot radiance that forced people to close their eyes. The light in the vicinity of the palace was distorted. Waves of extreme heat surged over. Longevity Heaven's group was inside Calamity Luck Altar, but they could feel the intense heat, burning their bodies and minds. The Immortals tried to activate Calamity Luck Altar, wanting to charge over. But before they got close, Calamity Luck Altar's surface started to melt, a vast number of mortal goo were burnt to ashes. Sun Palace was so strong that even Calamity Luck Altar could not get close. It was the light path that controlled the whole of Celestial Court, it had several light path rank 8s as the core, its defense was very weak, even weaker than Central Heaven Gate, but Calamity Luck Altar could not get close. Boom boom boom. Calamity Luck Altar stayed in the air as killer moves were activated one after another, attacking Sun Palace from afar. But all the killer moves were melted by the endless light and heat waves when they reached Sun Palace. This round is going to be difficult, unfortunately, we do not have light path or dark path people here. 5 Elements Grandmaster frowned deeply. No worries. Bull Demon said, Sun Palace is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. As long as we get inside we can easily destroy it. Let me do it. Okay, let's go together. Flower Lady was lying on his shoulder, giggling without a trace of nervousness. 5 Elements Grandmaster was shocked. He knew how dangerous this was, the light outside was too intense. Without any defenses, even rank 8 goo immortals would not last long before melting like candles. Isn't this too risky? We can think of other methods. 5 Elements Grandmaster said after considering his tone. Bing Sichuan shook his head, speed is crucial in war. Go. He controlled Calamity Luck Altar to attack, opening a path for Bull Demon and Flower Lady. Bull Demon and Flower Lady flew out with astonishing speed, they were about to enter Sun Palace. Wishful thinking. Fairy Myrtle, who was in Central Great Hall, snickered as Sun Palace's power surged. Oh no. 5 Elements Grandmaster cried out in shock. At the crucial moment, Flower Lady shouted as her tiny body jumped, turning into a pink light that blocked the light for Bull Demon. The Ox Demon let out a tragic roar as he smashed through the gates of the Sun Palace and charged in. Fairy Myrtle's expression turned grim as she said bitterly, Sun Palace was also destroyed. As expected, after a dozen breaths of time, Sun Palace was destroyed. Without Sun Palace, the sky of Celestial Court turned dark. In the ruins, Bull Demon carried Flower Lady's corpse with both hands, his expression was cold as he returned to Calamity Luck Altar. Sun Palace was destroyed, Longevity Heaven's group also paid the price. Flower Lady was sacrificed. Looking at the silent Ox Demon, the 5 Elements Great Master wanted to comfort it. However, he opened his mouth but no words came out. Bull Demon and Flower Lady were known as North Desolation Immortals, they were inseparable and had a close relationship. Right now, one was sacrificed while the other survived, this was a deep and painful feeling. Even though Flower Lady was dead, she had a smile on her face. Bull Demon looked at Flower Lady's corpse for a long time, she turned into countless flower petals that fell to the ground, leaving behind a small flower. Bull Demon placed this flower in his hair carefully, his actions were gentle, it was a stark contrast to his cold and tough appearance. Continue. Bull Demon turned around and faced the front again. Meanwhile, Calamity Luck Altar continued to charge under Bing Sichuan's control. Chapter 1725. After Sun Palace was destroyed, 5 Deity Hall was next. And after 5 Deity Hall, it was the Central Great Hall where Duke Long, Fairy Myrtle, and the rest were at. Longevity Heaven's goo immortals attacked ferociously, they did not care about sacrifices, the Celestial Court's immortals felt pressure. We cannot let them continue. Duke Long turned to look at Fairy Myrtle, have you brought them over? Fairy Myrtle had an ugly expression, only 2. Duke Long was slightly stunned before realizing, Xianxia must have not moved? Forget it, back then he agreed to move into Celestial Court, he had already made an agreement with Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. With their strength, these two should be able to stop Calamity Luck Altar for a while. 5 Deity Hall was already in sight. Suddenly, sand surged and formed into a huge sand wave, blocking Calamity Luck Altar. Roar. A tiger's roar shook heaven and earth. The sand wave split to two sides, revealing a huge striped tiger the size of a hill. The tiger's aura was overwhelming, its body seemed to be made of metal, it had golden skin and silver teeth, its eyes were like sparkling rubies, shining with a fierce light. The tiger's forehead did not have the word king, but the word sand. 5 Elements Grandmaster looked back and was shocked. Celestial Court also has a legendary immemorial desolate beast? Of course. Bing Sichuan had a plain expression. Celestial Court has 3 legendary immemorial desolate beasts. This huge beast looks like a tiger, but it is not a tiger, it is a baleful puppet. This is a monster formed from a fiendish Qi spring. Now that Qi path is declining, the fiendish Qi spring is extinct, there is only one baleful puppet left. During the Olden Antiquity era, Celestial Court's Qi path great expert, 7 fiendish primeval monarch, nurtured it. After 7 fiendish primeval monarch became rank 8, he roamed the world, searching for fiendish Qi springs and refining baleful puppets from them. He refined a total of 99 baleful puppets, forming an army with great momentum. These baleful puppets could be used with his immortal killer moves, they had countless uses, almost no one could stop them in that era. But now this is the only one left. This Shabi was one of the last few to be refined. It was number 95. Later on, Ancestor Giant Sun was invited to the Celestial Court and saw this Shabi, he named it Shabi 95. So there's such a connection. No wonder Milord is so familiar with these matters. 5 Elements Grandmaster couldn't help but sigh. He looked behind him, only to see Shabi 95 stirring up a storm of yellow sand as it fought against Calamity Luck Altar. The commotion was shocking, it displayed peak rank 8 battle strength. Bing Sichuan continued to analyze. Shabi 95 is residing in the Eternal Sand Cave, it was sent here by the Celestial Court. The Green Jade Crane Ruandan will probably come as well. I'm afraid Xianxia won't participate in the battle. 5 Elements Grandmaster asked. Ruandan and Xianxia are the remaining 2 legendary primordial beasts? At the same time he was perplexed. Why was Bing Sichuan so sure that Xianxia would not participate in the battle? Could it be that the Heavenly Court had planted a spy here? Bing Sichuan said, that's right. Ruandan is an immemorial green jade crane, it was nurtured by Crane Gate, it created its own pill path and spends most of its time cultivating in the Celestial Court. And Xianxia is that vast heaven vine. This vine has vast power and endless uses, it takes 300 years to sprout, 300 years to flower, and 300 years to bear fruit. The fruit it bears is called the vast heaven fruit. When melted in the grotto heaven, it can enlarge the sky of the immortal aperture. Thus, the vast heaven vine is called the 10th heaven of the world. The 10th heaven of the world. 5 Elements Grandmaster's heart shook, he suddenly realized as he pointed to his left. Is that the huge vine pillar that stretches into the sky? The Celestial Court was filled with palaces, there was a huge vine that connected heaven and earth, it was even taller than the heaven overseeing tower behind the central Great Hall, it was extremely conspicuous. When 5 Elements Grandmaster barged into the Celestial Court, he noticed it immediately. That's right. The vast heaven vine was personally brought here by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, it had an agreement with Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, it is a special existence in the Celestial Court, it does not need to listen to orders, it only needs to contribute a batch of vast heaven fruits every 1,000 years. 5 Elements Grandmaster heard this and felt that his horizons were broadened. He had never thought that there would be a legendary immemorial desolate plant that did not need to listen to the Celestial Court. But after thinking about it he understood. The vast heaven vine's effect was too unique, it was unique in the world. With these vast heaven fruits, the Celestial Court could continuously expand the sky of the immortal aperture, it could greatly strengthen its foundation. Rather than saying that the vast heaven vine did not need to listen to the Celestial Court, more accurately the Celestial Court wanted to make use of it so they tolerated it. At this moment, Central Great Hall. No. Fairy Myrtle suddenly frowned, this Calamity Luck Altar is fake. Duke Long raised his eyebrows. Fairy Myrtle was in charge of Central Great Hall, she had been using layers of palaces and countless immortal goo houses to pay attention to Central Continent, she was naturally very vigilant towards the situation in the Celestial Court. Heaven Overseeing Tower could not be used. Fairy Myrtle activated the other immortal goo houses and shot out a rainbow light. The rainbow light tore through the sky and hit Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar was dazed for a moment before revealing its true form. This was a four-legged monster with purple fur. His body was huge, it was even larger than Shabi. It looked like a ferret, its body was covered in glossy purple fur, its eyes were shining with a purple crystal-like luster. There was a dog tail behind it. You were finally discovered, you idiots of the Celestial Court. Ah. The purple ferret laughed loudly as it mocked. Your Giant Sun Immortal's dog tail life continuation ferret, Mao Li Chio? Shabi 95 was very shocked, it spoke in a human voice. The purple ferret's expression turned grim, its body moved like a purple lightning bolt. There was a loud bang. Sand flew, the dog tail life extending ferret pressed down on Shabi, it bared its teeth with a ruthless expression as it said in a deep voice, "Remember, call me Grandpa Mao." Shabi 95 was furious, it growled, "In terms of age I am your grandpa." It struggled with all its might, but the dog tail life extending ferret did not budge. Shabi 95's heart shook. How can this beast have such terrifying strength? But do you think I will be so easily restrained? Haha, stupid cat and silly ferret, you are a good pair, you are having a good fight. Right at this time, laughter could be heard from the sky above the two beasts. The dog tail life extending ferret raised its head, it saw that a goo immortal was sitting on a cloud, looking at it and Shabi as he laughed. The dog tail life extending ferret's puzzled expression flashed for a moment before realization flashed in its eyes. So you are that green jade crane, why are you acting like a bird? Come down, Grandpa Mao will teach you a lesson and make you become a bird again. The laughter stopped, and the green jade crane flew into a rage. What a ferret! Let me, your master, rip off your fur. Just as it was about to descend, the green jade crane's body stopped. It turned out that it had secretly received Fairy Myrtle's order to not fight with the dog tail life extending ferret, Mao Li Chio, and to go to 5 Deity Hall to guard it. Even though the true Calamity Luck Altar had not shown itself yet, its path was confirmed. The green jade crane received the order and was about to leave when a huge shadow suddenly shrouded the area in front of it. It raised its head and its pupils shrunk. Mao Li Chio had flown into the sky, its mountain-like body compressed the air and pressed down on the green jade crane. The green jade crane screamed and quickly turned back to its original form, it flapped its wings and was about to escape the shadow. But at the next moment, Mao Li Chio's two claws grabbed the green jade crane's legs. Come down. The dog tail life extending ferret laughed sinisterly as it pulled with its strong front limbs. The green jade crane flapped its wings furiously, but it soon found out in despair that all its efforts were futile. With a loud sound, the green jade crane was thrown to the ground, creating a deep pit. The green jade crane's ears were buzzing, it exclaimed in its mind, "This Northern Plains barbarian has such great strength." The green jade crane struggled to get up, but Mao Li Chio had already pounced on it again. Immediately, dust flew everywhere, rocks were sent flying. The green jade crane screamed continuously, "Ah, scoundrel, don't tear my feathers. Ah, wild beast, don't bite my leg. Don't slap my elegant neck. Bastard. My neck is going to break, it's going to break. Ah, my leg is going to break, my leg is going to break." Duke Long, Fairy Myrtle, 5 Elements Grandmaster, Bing Sai Chuan. Finally, the green jade crane's screams reached a peak. "Silly cat, what are you doing, aren't you coming to help? Aha, weren't you enjoying the show earlier? You two can play slowly, I won't mess with you anymore." Shabi 95 laughed as it flew towards 5 Deity Palace. "Where are you going?" Mao Li Chio sneered, its body swayed as a clone flew out and pounced on Shabi 95. "We are all males, what are you trying to do by pouncing on us?" Shabi 95 was furious. This sentence resonated with the green jade crane, it screamed in the dust. "That's right. If you have the guts, let us go. Ah, don't kick me between my legs. You scoundrel." Shabi 95 was very angry, it liked the action of pouncing on the ground. But it liked to be on the top, if it was on the bottom, it would be a great humiliation. Shabi 95 was pinned to the ground by Mao Li Chio's clone, its face was twisted in anger as it bared its teeth. "A mere clone wants to stop me, aren't you underestimating, eh?" At the next moment, Shabi 95's expression was dazed, it even had a trace of shock. Is this the main body or a clone? Why is it so strong? In Central Great Hall, Duke Long noticed something. This seems to be, because of Mao Li Chio's full effort, Calamity Luck Altar managed to gain some time and arrived at Five Deity Palace. I have already explained the profundities of Five Deity Palace to you. The rest is up to you. Bing Sai Chuan said to Five Elements Grandmaster. Five Elements Grandmaster looked behind him worriedly. Can Grandpa Mao do it? How long can it last? Don't worry, it is using perfect pair killer move. This is a method of thieving heaven demon venerable that my longevity heaven painstakingly collected. It can summon a clone that has the same battle strength as the main body. Bing Sai Chuan's lips curled up. I understand. Five Elements Grandmaster's eyes shined with bright light as he stared at Five Deity Palace. Five Deity Palace shook intensely. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. The Five Elements giant spirits formed and charged at Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar burst out with a profound light that shot Five Elements Grandmaster into Five Deity Palace. Chapter 1726. Bam Bam Bam. After a series of explosions, Five Deity Hall was blown to smithereens by the blazing flames. Five Elements Grandmaster stepped on the void, walking out step by step. Even though his face was covered in soot, he was unharmed. Calamity Luck Altar took him in. Five Elements Grandmaster smiled. Even though this Five Deity Hall is extraordinary, I am familiar with its principles. I can counter it with my methods. This trip was much easier than I had expected. As he spoke, a sense of contentment could be seen. Bing Sai Chuan glanced at him and said plainly, "Of course. That is because the formation path method you used was set up by me, Ancestor Giant Sunday." Five Elements Grandmaster was stunned. His expression changed as he stared at Bing Sai Chuan. What do you mean? Bing Sai Chuan looked at him, a smile with deep meaning appeared in his eyes. Why do you think you were able to enter longevity heaven? Aren't there a few most important sentences in your inheritance? Do you still remember them? Don't you find them very strange? Why don't you reverse the order and only read the last words of each sentence? Five Elements Grandmaster was shocked. He was a lone cultivator. The turning point of his life was when he inherited a mysterious lone immortal's formation path true inheritance. That was why he had his current accomplishments. Ever since I obtained the true inheritance, I have been training hard and keeping it a secret. How did Bing Sai Chuan know the contents, and how did he know the most important mantra in the true inheritance? I have never understood the meaning of this mantra. Reverse the order and read the last words of each sentence. I heard Bing Sai Chuan attack the celestial court. Five Elements Grandmaster gasped, looking at Bing Sai Chuan with a dumbfounded expression. Bing Sai Chuan controlled Calamity Luck Altar to move forward as he said slowly, even if rank 9 venerables do not cultivate wisdom path at their level, they would be able to comprehend by analogy. It is not hard for them to leave behind all sorts of plans to influence the future. Back then, after Ancestor Giant's son toured the celestial court, he made a plan for this attack. How to cleverly destroy Five Deity Hall was one of the contents. It's just that if he wanted to openly develop a method, he would definitely leave behind traces that would be discovered by the celestial court. Therefore he secretly left behind his legacy, completely severing it from the longevity heaven. They would not interfere with each other and would be independent of each other, allowing rogue cultivators to inherit it. Because you do not have Giant Sun's bloodline, even though you cultivated to rank 8, the celestial court did not expect your methods to counter Five Deity Hall. And they won't easily associate it with our plan to raid the celestial court. Saying this, Bing Sai Chuan paused for a moment before continuing. Venerable One, this huge battle surrounding Fate Gu is far more complicated than you imagine. Ordinary rank 6 and 7 did not even have the qualifications to participate. Rank 8 Gu immortals were basically pawns. Some of the rank 8s were watching from the side, they had sensed something and knew their own limits. Some are involved but they don't know the real situation. The true face of this war is the fight between the immortal venerables and demon venerables. Five Elements Grandmaster was stunned, he muttered, fighting across space, a fight between venerables? In the history of humanity, 10 venerables appeared one after another. Each venerable was invincible in their own era, they were at the peak of human history, they were the greatest pride. Bing Sai Chuan revealed the truth. Five Elements Grandmaster's body and mind shook intensely. He could not help but feel his own insignificance, his earlier pride and smugness had vanished without a trace. Bing Sai Chuan looked at Five Elements Grandmaster's shocked expression, he consoled, but don't worry, among the venerables, Ancestor Giant's son loved his descendants and subordinates the most. Lord Ancestor even had a nickname, he was known as the Protective Immortal Venerable. The venerables of the past have made arrangements, they want to use their influence at this crucial moment. But after being eroded by the river of time, most of these arrangements have already changed. Rank 9 venerables cannot calculate everything, they will make mistakes. Many arrangements have become completely different because of the vicissitudes of time. Most of these arrangements were discovered by venerables later on, they were modified. And after Genesis Lotus and Thieving Heaven, Ancestor Giant Sun is only followed by Spectral Soul and Paradise Earth. The venerables who were at the back naturally had a greater advantage in this aspect. Our surprise attack on the heavenly courts this time was like a hot knife cutting through butter along the way. This shows the clues. Bing Sichuan's words caused 5 Elements Grandmaster to be stunned. Bing Sichuan chuckled lightly, so what can Duke Long do? Can he compare to Ancestor Giant Sun's arrangements? You don't need to worry too much, you need to have confidence in winning. This time, my Longevity Heaven will definitely obtain Fate Gu. Obtain Fate Gu? At this moment, 5 Elements Grandmaster finally understood why Longevity Heaven attacked Celestial Court. That's right. Bing Sichuan nodded, admitting it openly, there was no need to hide it now. Celestial Court came to snatch our fortune rivaling Heaven Gu, why can't we snatch their Fate Gu? Why is Celestial Court the #1 force of humanity? Among them, Fate Gu plays a crucial role. If our Longevity Heaven obtains it, we will definitely be able to become the #1 force of humanity. Central Great Hall. Fairy Myrtle looked at the approaching Calamity Luck altar with a solemn expression. They are coming. At the side, Old Man Jingyuan was also deeply worried. Even though Central Great Hall was the center of the Immortal Gu House, its defense was very weak. Who could have thought that the Central Great Hall of Celestial Court would be attacked by enemies? Even though this Central Great Hall had once been attacked by 3 demon venerables and was even destroyed. But Celestial Court's Gu Immortals concluded that they did not strengthen the defense. Because against venerables, no matter how strong Central Great Hall's defense was, it could not block them. There was no need to do so. Looking at it now, back then, when Giant Sun Immortal traveled Celestial Court, he had probably seen through this weakness. Longevity Heaven's sudden attack caught Celestial Court unprepared, Fairy Myrtle and the rest fell into a passive state. It seems that the true weakness is not the weakness in defense but the weakness in thinking. Fairy Myrtle expressed her thoughts, but she suddenly went into a daze. I seem to have missed out on something important. What is it? How much longer until Fate Gu is completely repaired? Right at this time Duke Long asked. Fairy Myrtle controlled Central Great Hall and understood the situation inside Refinement Cauldron's formation. Her mood became heavier as she answered, at least 6 hours. 6 hours? Duke Long was slightly happy inwardly. My lifespan is almost up, but heaven has taken pity on me. 6 hours is not a long time, I will be able to see Fate Gu completely repaired. Let me do the rest. Fairy Myrtle said worriedly, Lord Duke Long, your injuries have not. Even though Celestial Court tried their best to heal him, Duke Long's injuries were still there. This was the result of the joint attack of Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu Immortals. Duke Long could not heal him in a short period of time. Duke Long smiled lightly, I am about to die, some injuries do not matter. Moreover, I have the killer move Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand at the final moment of my life. Who in the 5 regions can match me? He had an indifferent expression, but he revealed absolute confidence and dominance. Calamity Luck Altar was like a giant beast as it charged towards Central Great Hall. The air was torn apart, intense winds howled. If it collided, Central Great Hall would definitely turn into ruins. But right at this time, a tiny figure suddenly appeared, blocking in front of it. Duke Long. 5 Elements Grandmaster shouted. Crush him. Bull Demon said. Boom. Calamity Luck Altar, which was like a small mountain, suddenly stopped in mid-air. And it was blocked by a dragon claw. Duke Long floated in the air, his body did not move. His right hand had already turned into a ferocious dragon claw, grabbing onto Calamity Luck Altar, preventing it from advancing any further. This? 5 Elements Grandmaster was shocked. Bull Devil's expression also turned pale. He actually managed to block Calamity Luck Altar so easily by himself? Unbelievable. If I did not see it with my own eyes, I would not believe it. Crack crack. The dragon claw exerted force, grabbing onto Calamity Luck Altar's surface. Cracks started to spread from the dragon claw. Calamity Luck Altar quickly let out a dazzling light as it prepared an immortal killer move, bombarding the nearby Duke Long. Within the flames of the explosion, Duke Long's figure stood tall. Roar roar roar, a surging aura burst out from his body. These auras condensed into long dragons that coiled around Calamity Luck Altar, suppressing it. What method is this? Duke Long did not use it in the Battle of Eastern Sea. Bull Demon narrowed his eyes. He suddenly had a flash of inspiration as he muttered, "There are no invincible immortal goo, only invincible goo immortals." 5 Elements Grandmaster was shocked again. The Dragon Chi killer move had immense power. 5 Elements Grandmaster was clear that if he faced it personally, he would not be able to last more than 2 or 3 rounds. Calamity Luck Altar was a rank 8 immortal goo house, but it was suppressed by Duke Long. Longevity Heaven's group was close to victory. Heaven Overseeing Tower was right in front of them, but because of Duke Long's obstruction, victory became an unreachable dream. Duke Long was just one person, but he was like a heavenly chasm, an impregnable fortress. "We are both rank 8s, why is the gap so huge? Lord Bing Sichuan, what do we do?" 5 Elements Grandmaster was at a loss. The gap between them could not be bridged with bravery. 5 Elements Grandmaster looked at Bing Sichuan, but Bing Sichuan had vanished. Where did he go? At the next moment, Bing Sichuan suddenly appeared behind Duke Long. The Time Path Killer move that he had prepared for a long time was unleashed, hitting the back of Duke Long's head. Success. Bing Sichuan's pupils shrunk. Duke Long did not move at all. A surge of dragon chi shot out with a loud dragon roar. The dragon mouth bit onto Bing Sichuan as it rose up and restrained him in the air. Bing Sichuan relied on his own defense to hold on while using killer moves to break the dragon chi restriction. But all his efforts ended in failure. Dragon chi was not indestructible, but its recovery speed was too fast. "You are clearly injured. This is not your normal battle strength." Bing Sichuan gritted his teeth. "How do you understand the profundity of my heavenly dragon's last stand?" Duke Long glanced at Bing Sichuan plainly before focusing his gaze on Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar's surface was already filled with cracks. It was surrounded by countless dragon chi auras, pressuring and killing large numbers of goo worms. Calamity Luck Altar could not break free. If this situation continued, Calamity Luck Altar would only be destroyed. 5 Elements Grandmaster gritted his teeth. "Let me out, I would rather die in battle at Duke Long's hands than die here." Bull Demon was silent. Bing Sichuan suddenly laughed sinisterly. "I am not your match, but so what? I still have a trump card. Please, Limitless, turn around." Chapter 1727. A million years ago. Olden Antiquity Era. Limitless Demon Venerable attacked Celestial Court. He charged forward. Celestial Court's goo immortals disregarded their own safety and blocked him with all their strength. Limitless Demon Venerable walked leisurely. None of Celestial Court's goo immortals could match him. They suffered heavy casualties. Central Heaven Gate was destroyed. Name Plaque Palace could not even fly away. Sun Palace and 5 Deity Hall were as fragile as paper in front of Limitless Demon Venerable. They were like a joke. Finally, when Limitless Demon Venerable arrived at Central Great Hall, Celestial Court shook. Star Constellations will descended and activated Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's backup plan. 9 consecutive unceasing formation. Limitless Demon Venerable was trapped in the formation. He broke through 100 formations before escaping. Below Heaven Overseeing Tower. Limitless Demon Venerable looked at Star Constellation's will. "Star Constellation, we are both venerables. You painstakingly arranged all sorts of methods to restrict me. Even though I hate you, I also admire you. Now that we are in a life and death situation, so what if you left behind many methods? You want to stop a living goo venerable? This idea would definitely not come to fruition. Rank 9 venerables are invincible in the current world. Only venerables of the same level can deal with them." Star Constellations will smiled bitterly. She actually opened up a path to the inside of Heaven Overseeing Tower. "How can I not know what you are saying? But I have to try, otherwise how can I be willing to give up? Please come in." Limitless Demon Venerable's eyebrows rose. "You are not going to stop me?" Star Constellations will said calmly. "Since I cannot stop you, why bother? Limitless Demon Venerable, since you want to destroy Fate Goo, let me accompany you." The Limitless Demon Sovereign was stunned for a moment. Then a faint smile appeared on his sharp face. "Interesting," he said softly, accompanied by Star Constellation's will. He entered Heaven Overseeing Tower. He walked to the top of the tower and saw Fate Goo. Not long after, Limitless Demon Venerable walked out of the tower. What made the heavily injured Celestial Court Goo Immortals shocked was that Limitless Demon Venerable did not destroy Fate Goo. Fate Goo was still perfectly preserved in Heaven Overseeing Tower. Nobody knew what happened inside the tower, or what Star Constellations will discuss with Limitless Demon Venerable. In short, the Limitless Demon Sovereign's expression was still cold, but there seemed to be a thin layer of anger hidden in his eyes. He looked around. Wherever his gaze landed, the celestial court's goo immortals shuddered, their morale fell to rock bottom. Finally, limitless demon venerables' gaze landed on star constellations. Primordial origin immortal venerable, star constellation immortal venerable, the two of you definitely left behind more methods and arrangements than this, right? Are you looking down on me? Bring them all out, I want to have a good look. The will of the constellation sighed bitterly. But since the limitless demonic venerable challenged her, she had no choice but to comply. Thus the bloody battle resumed. Celestial court's goo immortals died and were sacrificed under limitless demon venerable's hands. Wherever the limitless demon venerable went, he would leave behind a pool of blood and corpses. The star constellations will followed behind him, calmly witnessing his slaughter. The forgotten Tao Lake's water had already been dyed blood red. The limitless demon venerable squinted his eyes. This round of slaughter made him feel delighted. At this moment, he looked at the waves on the surface of the lake and asked, "What lake is this?" Forgotten Tao Lake. Forgotten Tao Lake? As the name suggests, it is a good lake, a good lake. It would be a pity if I destroyed it, so be it. Limitless demon venerable's interest suddenly waned. Forgotten Tao, who can forget Tao? After a moment of silence, star constellations will said, "Limitless demon venerable, it is rare for you to come to Celestial Court, why don't you take a look around?" Limitless demon venerable looked at star constellations will deeply. "Are you not afraid that I will destroy your Celestial Court?" Star constellations will's tone was still calm. "You cannot destroy the Celestial Court. Not to mention when the Celestial Court is truly facing the danger of destruction, Master's Supreme Method would be activated. Even if you destroy the Celestial Court, can you destroy Fate Goo?" Saying this, star constellations will's expression became solemn. "The most important thing is, the true Celestial Court is not here, it is in our hearts. Even if the Celestial Court is destroyed, it will be rebuilt by a new generation of people. Limitless demon venerable, you can't have eternal life, right?" Limitless demon venerable stood on the spot, staring at star constellations will with a bone-chilling gaze. Star constellations will looked at him with a calm expression. After a long while, limitless demon venerable nodded. "As expected of star constellation, you are right." Star constellations will was not surprised. "Let's take a walk?" Limitless demon venerable walked up Star Zone Mountain. At the highest peak he saw a pavilion. This was an immortal goo house. Limitless demon venerable walked into the pavilion, looking at the huge celestial court. Other than the bloody path he created and the tragic state of the place, the rest of the place was still a beautiful and prosperous land. Limitless demon venerable breathed in deeply. He focused. "Good pavilion, what is its name?" "Imperfection Regret Pavilion." Star constellations will replied. Limitless demon venerable's eyes shined. This rank 8 immortal goo house had no secrets in his eyes. He saw through its structure and usage at one glance. He nodded. "Imperfection Regret Pavilion, it is a good name, it is appropriate." Imperfection, I could not achieve my goal in this trip, it is truly a huge regret. Who can live a perfect life without any flaws or regrets? He seemed to be asking star constellations will, but also like he was talking to himself, his tone was melancholic. Star constellations will was silent. Limitless demon venerable suddenly laughed lightly. His melancholic expression disappeared as he regained his usual cool demeanor. He clapped and praised, "Star constellation immortal venerable, your arrangements were truly amazing. But now I am interested." Star constellation's will's expression changed slightly. Star constellation immortal venerable's arrangements were not just the 9 consecutive unceasing formation. In fact, Forgotten Tao Lake and Imperfection Regret Pavilion were all part of her meticulous planning. Limitless demon venerable was invincible in the world, he could not be stopped directly. Only by eliminating his fighting spirit and killing intent could he preserve the strength of the celestial court to the greatest extent. And this was what wisdom path goo immortals were most proficient in. Even though limitless demon venerable was tricked by star constellation immortal venerable, his fighting spirit only dimmed for a moment before rising again. Limitless demon venerable did not attack again. He looked at star constellation's will and said, "I was born at the wrong time, there is nothing I can do, I cannot participate in the great era a million years later. Star constellation, you are the same. Thus I have a suggestion." "Please speak." "Why don't we play a game of chess in this pavilion?" "Play chess?" Star constellations will was slightly stunned. "All right, we both need this game of chess." For the next few days, limitless demon venerable stayed in Imperfection Regret Pavilion, playing chess with star constellations will. When limitless demon venerable left, star constellations will also vanished from the pavilion. Imperfection regret pavilion became a forbidden area of the celestial court. Normally, imperfection regret pavilion would be normal. But sometimes, the celestial court's Gu immortals would accidentally see two figures in the pavilion. No matter from which angle one looked at it, the two figures were facing the outsider sideways. The two figures were a man and a woman. They looked like star constellation immortal venerable and limitless demon venerable. But any celestial court Gu immortals who saw this would mostly die a few days later. Only a small number of lucky people managed to survive the ordeal and continue to live on. Their strength improved tremendously. Many years later, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable wanted to get rid of the threat of imperfection regret pavilion, but he shook his head and left Star Zone Mountain. Many more years passed. Giant Sun Immortal was invited to visit Celestial Court. He saw embroidered tower, he saw the 3 bloody skins left behind by reckless savage demon venerable, he entered heaven overseeing tower and saw fate Gu. Finally, he came here but did not ascend the mountain. He only took a glance at imperfection regret pavilion before leaving. These records flashed past Duke Long's mind in an instant. Giant Sun Immortal is too crafty, he must have seen something back then. Bing Sai Chuan can actually use the strength that limitless demon venerable left behind? Duke Long thought rapidly. He wanted to stop Bing Sai Chuan but he did not have any methods to do so. He acutely sensed that an extremely profound aura burst out of Bing Sai Chuan's body and vanished in an instant. Far away at the peak of Star Zone Mountain, the originally empty imperfection regret pavilion slowly showed the figures of 2 people playing chess, as well as the chessboard between them. They were a man and a woman, even though only the side of their faces could be seen. The woman's peerless beauty and the man's cold expression could be seen. It was the scene of the 2 venerables playing chess. Ripples appeared in the air. The unmoving scene of the 2 venerables suddenly became lively. Star Constellation had a complex expression as she looked at Limitless. The person you are waiting for is here? Limitless Demon Venerable shook his head, sighing. The person I am waiting for is still here, but there is someone from my hometown who inherited my true inheritance. In that case I have to help. Saying so, he grabbed a chess piece on the chessboard and flicked it. Throughout the entire process, Limitless Demon Venerable did not even turn around to look at the battlefield, much less turn around. The chess piece flew out of Imperfection Regret Pavilion. The figures of the 2 venerables faded away, leaving behind an empty pavilion on the peak of the mountain. The chess piece was extremely fast. It had just flown out of the pavilion when it hit Duke Long. Duke Long's body shook intensely. He had a look of shock on his face. Plop. At the next moment, Duke Long fell from the sky in a daze, crashing on the ground. The chess piece's power turned into a set of silver-white illusory chains that tied him up and stabbed deep into his phantom aperture, restraining all of the goo worms in it. Duke Long's eyes were wide open. He could breathe normally but he could not move at all. He found that he still had strength left, but whenever he tried to break free, the chains would send an equal force that negated all of his efforts. This was a rank 9 immortal killer move. Duke Long was tightly restrained. The dragon chi he activated naturally crumbled and disintegrated. Calamity Luck Altar and Bing Sai Chuan regained their freedom. Bing Sai Chuan roared as he pounced at Duke Long. But when he activated his strongest killer move, the moment it reached Duke Long's head, the silver chains let out a bright light that easily blocked Bing Sai Chuan's killer move. Duke Long was unharmed. Bing Sai Chuan's heart sank. Even though this rank 9 killer move is restraining Duke Long, it seems to be protecting him as well. Is it because even though Limitless Demon Venerable strength is used, Star Constellation Immortal Venerables will is also mixed in? Unable to kill Duke Long, Bing Sai Chuan decisively gave up. He jumped into Calamity Luck Altar. At the next moment, Calamity Luck Altar crashed into the central Great Hall with a loud sound. Fairy Myrtle had no choice but to bring Old Man Zheng Yuan away in a panic. Chapter 1728. Fairy Myrtle's expression was grim. Central Great Hall was the center of all the palaces in Celestial Court. It was destroyed. Fairy Myrtle's control over her forces fell sharply. If she continued to mobilize them, she would have to spend more time and energy. And in such intense battles of life and death, every breath of time was precious. Central Great Hall was in ruins. In front of Calamity Luck Altar, there was a tall tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan had a heated gaze. Heaven Overseeing Tower was famous in the world. Every Gu immortal in the 5 regions knew of it. Right now, it was standing still. A refinement path formation was shining brightly beside it, enveloping it. Fate Gu is at the top of Heaven Overseeing Tower. It is being controlled by the refinement path formation and is being repaired. Bing Sichuan frowned slightly. Celestial Court's defenses were very tight. At the crucial moment, there was even a heaven overseeing tower protecting it. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention had not ended yet, only the finals were left. Because countless Gu masters had failed in their Gu refinement, infallible Blessed Land had already formed many success Dao marks. These Dao marks had already been extracted by Celestial Court. They were now being used to repair Fate Gu to ensure that nothing went wrong. We cannot destroy this refinement path formation directly, otherwise the formation's backlash might cause Fate Gu's repair to go to waste. It will return to its original damaged state. It seems that we can only enter the formation and snatch it. Thinking of this, Bing Sichuan immediately ordered Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster. Bull Demon accepted the order, but 5 Elements Grandmaster was hesitant. Lord Bing Sichuan, I am afraid we cannot handle this well. If we have the chance to snatch Fate Gu but Fate Gu has not been repaired completely, what should we do? This was a problem indeed. Celestial Court had methods to repair Fate Gu. They relied on human path killer moves to hold the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention and accumulate a vast number of failures, before using infallible Blessed Land to collect the success Dao marks for Gu refinement. Longevity Heaven did not have such methods. Bing Sichuan looked at 5 Elements Grandmaster. At this point, there was no need to hide anything. He said honestly, we want Fate Gu in this state. It had been painstakingly repaired by the Celestial Court for countless years and was finally close to full recovery. Such a Fate Gu is what we want. A completely repaired Fate Gu cannot be used by anyone. Even the Celestial Court could only use the Immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower to observe the trajectories of life in the world. If someone could truly grasp Fate Gu, they would be able to determine the trajectory of fate and arrange the course of life. Unfortunately, the previous generations of Celestial Venerables of the Celestial Court have made countless efforts, but all of them have returned in failure without a trace of success. 5 Elements Grandmaster was surprised. In that case, what is the use of snatching Fate Gu that is on the verge of completion? Bing Sichuan smiled. We cannot control Fate Gu directly. Past Venerables have deduced the reason. It is likely that Fate Gu's activation standard is too high, only Providence can use it. But this does not mean we cannot use Fate Gu. The Celestial Court's Heaven Overseeing Tower is the best example. It is just that the usage of Fate Gu is too shallow. Other than that, the Celestial Court has another method, that is to use Fate Gu as a Gu material and refine it together with a Luck Path Immortal Gu to create Destiny Gu. Destiny Gu? 5 Elements Grandmaster's pupils shrunk. Bing Sichuan's smile became more obvious. This is also the reason why the Celestial Court invaded Northern Plains and snatched fortune-rivaling Heaven Gu. So that's it. 5 Elements Grandmaster realized. Bing Sichuan continued, but they did not know that the idea of the so-called Destiny Gu was first proposed by Ancestor Giant Sunday. The Celestial Court wanted to refine rank 10 Destiny Gu, they were too ambitious. But we are different, we only want to refine rank 9 Destiny Gu. Thus, Fate Gu, which is a Gu material, does not need to be repaired. As long as we have rank 9 Destiny Gu, our Longevity Heaven will be able to contend with the Celestial Court. We can dominate the Great Era and replace the Celestial Court. We can even rule over the 5 regions and become the ruler of all living beings in the world. 5 Elements Grandmaster was tongue-tied. He was shocked by Longevity Heaven's ambition, and was even more amazed by Giant Sun Immortal's plan. So Longevity Heaven's attack on the Celestial Court had been planned since Giant Sun Immortal, and it was only carried out today. Getting Bing Sichuan's explanation and encouragement, 5 Elements Grandmaster no longer hesitated. He flew out together with Bull Demon, entering the Refinement Path formation. Heaven Overseeing Tower was at the center of the formation. They had to enter the top floor of Heaven Overseeing Tower and take Fate Gu away. Someone has entered the formation. Old man Jing Yuan watched from afar with a worried expression. Fairy Myrtle, however, was not flustered. This Refinement Path formation was specially set up by us. It is not the Refinement Cauldron formation from before. Moreover, Yuan Qiongdu is not the only one inside. There are 2 other rank 8s assisting him in refining Gu. Even though the Refinement Cauldron formation had great effect in repairing Fate Gu, because it was an imitation of Langya Blessed Land's Refinement Cauldron, the Celestial Court decisively gave up on it. After all, Longevity Heaven had already annexed Langya sect. The construction method of the Immortal Gu House Refinement Cauldron was definitely in Longevity Heaven's hands. In the Refinement Path formation, Yuan Qiongdu was the main controller. He had to maintain it at all times. He could not leave. But the two celestial court rank 8s assisting him could temporarily give up their work and protect Yuan Xiongdu. Thoughts flashed in Fairy Myrtle's mind. Since Longevity Heaven sent someone to barge into the formation, it means they want to snatch Fate Gu and not destroy Fate Gu, thus they have some reservations. Only otherworldly demons can destroy Fate Gu, while Fang Yuan is still in Emperor City's battlefield. We still have time. Thinking of this, Fairy Myrtle was not in a hurry to join the battle. She first helped Old Man Jing Yuan settle down. Old Man Jing Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level, he did not have the qualifications to join the battle. But his role was crucial, he was the key to activating the human path methods left behind by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. After helping Old Man Jing Yuan settle down, Fairy Myrtle immediately returned to the battlefield. Calamity Luck Altar floated in the air, blocking the entrance of the Refinement Path formation. Inside the formation, Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster were already fighting with the 2 rank 8s of the Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle gave a growl, countless thoughts rained down on Calamity Luck Altar like a storm. This was an immortal killer move with extraordinary power, especially after being amplified by Star Constellation Chessboard. Even Calamity Luck Altar did not dare to underestimate it. Bing Sai Chuan healed his injuries while controlling Calamity Luck Altar to resist Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle controlled Star Constellation Chessboard. This was also a rank 8 Immortal Gu House. Calamity Luck Altar was created by Giant Sun Immortal, while Star Constellation Chessboard was created by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The battle between the 2 Immortal Gu houses could be seen as a small contest between Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. At once, the scene was extremely intense. Both sides displayed their abilities and exerted their full strength. Rank 8 Immortal Killer moves had incredible power, but thankfully the Celestial Court was protected by the methods of past Immortal Venerables, it was not heavily damaged. As the battle dragged on, Fairy Myrtle's aura became heavier. Even though she controlled Star Constellation Chessboard, the latter was very small, she could hold it with one hand. In comparison, Calamity Luck Altar was huge, it dominated the entrance of the formation and defended its position, it had a slight advantage. During this period, Fairy Myrtle wanted to save Duke Long. But the silver chains on Duke Long were limitless Demon Venerable's methods. The moment Fairy Myrtle got close, she faced intense resistance. Her immortal killer moves were also blocked by the silver chains. But this could also be seen as a form of protection for Duke Long. Thus, even though Duke Long was in the battlefield and could not move, he was unharmed. The palaces around him were in ruins, the flat ground was filled with holes and ditches, it was a mess. Damn it, damn it. Duke Long gritted his teeth, he did not give up on struggling, but it was useless. If this continues, it won't be good. Fairy Myrtle's mood was heavy, she had been fighting for a long time but could not reinforce Yuan Xiongdu who was in the Refinement Path formation. Even though Longevity Heaven did not send many Gu Immortals this time, they were all rank 8 elites and had a clear division of labor. At this rate they might really be able to take away Fate Gu. Right when Fairy Myrtle was at her wit's end, a certain corner of Celestial Court shook. Auras appeared from nowhere, from weak to strong, rising rapidly. That is, the Immortal Graveyard. Fairy Myrtle was overjoyed. In the Immortal Graveyard of Celestial Court, there were many rank 8 experts slumbering. The situation was too complicated, even Fairy Myrtle did not know how many rank 8s were slumbering here. At the crucial moment, Celestial Court finally activated its foundation. The slumbering Gu Immortals sensed it and woke up from their slumber. You dare to invade my Celestial Court? You are courting death. With a loud shout, a burly Gu Immortal with a bare head and human body flew up, looking down at Calamity Luck Altar with a cold and domineering gaze. Saying so, he vanished far away. Such speed. Bing Sai Chuan was shocked. At the next moment, with a loud sound, Calamity Luck Altar toppled over like a mountain, it was sent flying by a huge force. A black bear that was larger than Calamity Luck Altar stood in front of Calamity Luck Altar. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined. This is the Transformation Path Great Expert of Celestial Court, Senior Zhang Fei Xiong. He is most proficient in bear transformation, his strength can shake the earth and lift mountains. The juniors are useless, they actually allowed others to invade the depths of Celestial Court. Even the Central Great Hall was destroyed? Another voice resounded in the sky. An old Gu Immortal appeared in the sky. His skin was pale, he was emaciated and had a sickly expression. Right now, he was sitting on a wheelchair, he looked weak, but his eyes shined with cold light, it made people's hearts tremble in fear. Fairy Myrtle gasped. It is Lord Gu Lu Ru. Sai, he is a time path great expert. If he had awakened earlier and guarded the river of time, with him replacing Senior Li Huang, Fang Yuan would not have been able to escape. Calamity Luck Altar flew into the sky again. Gu Lu Ru pointed at it. The entire rank 8 Immortal Gu house immediately slowed down by several times. Zhang Feixiong laughed loudly and pounced forward, taking the chance to press Calamity Luck Altar to the ground, suppressing it under his body. Who's the one who woke me up? Sai, I am getting old. If I sleep less, I will have more wrinkles. I will lose my beauty. Little sister, am I right? A charming figure suddenly appeared beside Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle was shocked. She had not sensed it at all. Junior greets Senior Wanzi Hong. Fairy Myrtle quickly bowed. Don't call me senior, just call me sister. Look, do I have more wrinkles at the corners of my eyes? This female immortal who had awakened from the immortal graveyard approached Fairy Myrtle and asked in concern. Fairy Myrtle looked at the beautiful face that was as smooth as a peeled egg. She was speechless, but her expression became more respectful. There are no wrinkles at all. One. Sister, you are overthinking. She was very careful. Because this female immortal, Wanzi Hong, had an extraordinary origin. Most of the members of the Celestial Court were chosen from the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. But this Wanzi Hong was a great demon who had once wreaked havoc in Western Desert. She was recruited by the Celestial Court. Zhang Feixiong, Gu Lu Ru, Wanzi Hong, one after another, the Gu Immortals of the Celestial Court woke up from the immortal graveyard. At once, the difference in numbers between the two sides increased. The situation changed completely. So many reinforcements came all of a sudden? Are there more? Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sichuan's laughter could be heard. Under such a grim situation he could actually laugh out loud. A bad feeling flashed past Fairy Myrtle's mind. Since Longevity Heaven attacked the Celestial Court, how could they not expect the immortal graveyard? Do you know why I brought Calamity Luck Altar here? Because the killer move of a demon venerable is attached to it. At this moment, Bing Sichuan's gaze was deep and unfathomable. Chapter 1729. Hidden Dragon Cave Battlefield. The super-immortal formation that was suppressing Di Zongxing was broken by Eastern Sea's rank 8s. Most of it was destroyed, only the core of the formation was left, barely holding on. Old man Bei Feng was heavily injured, he was barely holding on. His grandson Feng Chanzi was by his side, waiting for reinforcements from Celestial Court, but they were nowhere to be seen. Feng Chanzi's expression became more and more desperate. Outside the core, Eastern Sea's rank 8s surrounded the core of the formation. Hua Clan's first supreme elder Hua Kai Yun let out an immemorial cloud beast. It attached itself to the core of the formation and continued to grind down the formation. This is the work of Celestial Court after all. Even though only the core of the formation is left, it can still resist the corrosion of our cloud beasts. Hua Kai Yun sighed. Roar. At this time from deep within Earth Trench came another dragon roar, shaking heaven and earth. The sound waves rumbled, shaking the entire Earth Trench. Countless rocks fell from the cliffs of Earth Trench. Eastern Sea's rank 8s looked at the eerie darkness below them worriedly. Shen Zongxing urged, the formation is mostly damaged, it cannot suppress Di Zongxing anymore. To prevent any problems we need to act now. Di Zongxing was a unique legendary immemorial desolate beast. Because it was formed from the power of Central Continent's earth veins, it was formed from human hatred, fear and other negative emotions. Therefore, it naturally harbored hatred and murderous intent towards the human race. More importantly, unless its source of energy was destroyed, it would be immortal. It had once caused huge trouble to Celestial Court. Eastern Sea's Gu Immortals did not want to fight Di Zongxing for no reason. They wanted to take away Dragon Palace and wash away their humiliation, then let Di Zongxing escape and continue to cause trouble to Celestial Court and Central Continent. That's enough. Song Qiyuan nodded. Puff. He called out softly. Immortal killer move, broken mirror light fragment. Crack. There was a crisp sound like a mirror falling on the ground, shattering into countless pieces. The entire formation's core shattered into countless pieces like a broken mirror, revealing Old Man Bei Feng and Feng Chanzi. No. Feng Chanzi retreated in fear, shouting in fear. Song Qiyuan's killer move was very mystical. At the start, there were no signs of it. Once they had accumulated enough energy, they would erupt in a single day, often catching people off guard and catching them off guard. This mirror-shattering light move was also Song Qiyuan's proudest move. It was best at dealing with immobile objects such as formations. Once the formation shattered, Di Zongxing roared, his voice shook the entire Earth Trench. Quick, seize the time. Eastern Sea's rank 8s charged forward. I am going to die. Feng Chanzi immediately fell to the ground and closed his eyes in fear. His body trembled and his face twisted as he waited for death to descend upon him. Di Zongxing Feng Clan's Dragon Continent. Qi Dragon Sect's Ling Ling Dragon King, Shintian Dragon Spirit Sect King Qi. Don't kill him, I will capture him alive. Shin Songxing suddenly said. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortals' attacks slowed down. They were surprised. Did Shin Songxing have a method to capture rank 8 Gu Immortals alive? Everyone watched carefully. Shin Songxing smiled confidently. Here. The Eastern Sea Immortals saw that countless threads of light appeared on Old Man Beifeng's body. They were like strands of silk that bound him tightly. This is a killer move that I recently cultivated. It is called Lingering Sound. Shin Songxing explained. Old Man Beifeng showed a look of grief and anger. He had planned to die in battle, but to think that the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals wanted to capture him alive, this was an even greater humiliation. The Eastern Sea Immortals were silent. Looking at the situation, Shin Songxing could really capture a Gu Immortal of the same level alive. Even though a large part of the reason was that Old Man Beifeng's battle strength had fallen to rock bottom, Shin Songxing's method was enough to make them wary. Rank 8 Gu Immortals often had deep foundations. Shin Songxing's actions showed this. Old Man Beifeng could not retaliate. As for Feng Chanzi, he was already shivering in fear. The Eastern Sea Immortals saw that he only had rank 6 cultivation level and was acting like a coward. They could not be bothered to care about him. Shin Songxing used his Immortal Killer move with all his strength, wanting to capture Old Man Beifeng alive. A living rank 8 Gu Immortal had much more value than a dead one. Ignoring everything else, just capturing a great expert of the same level alive was a glorious achievement. Shin Songxing and Shin Clan's reputation in Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world would rise by a large margin. The other Immortals started to search for the Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. They came together for this rank 8 Immortal Gu House. Soon Jianghu noticed something was amiss. Over there. He pointed with an excited expression, using an investigative Immortal Killer move. After the killer move, an Immortal Gu House appeared, floating above the Immortals' heads. It was tens of feet away from Old Man Beifeng. The Eastern Sea Immortals were overjoyed. If this was not Dragon Palace, what else could it be? Other than Shin Songxing, the other Eastern Sea Immortals quickly gathered. They had excited expressions. Shin Songxing was focused on dealing with Old Man Beifeng. He was not anxious. Before coming, the Eastern Sea Immortals had made an alliance agreement. It was quite restrictive. The agreement stated, if the Eastern Sea Immortals obtained Dragon Palace, everyone would get a share. As for the share, it would depend on how much effort the Eastern Sea Immortals put in. Since Dragon Palace appeared, Song Qiyuan and the rest tried to subdue it. But after 2 or 3 killer moves were used, Dragon Palace only shook intensely. It did not submit to them. This Immortal Gu House is truly extraordinary. Dragon Palace's stubborn resistance made the Eastern Sea Immortals even more excited. They were even more determined to obtain Dragon Palace. Gradually, as they worked hard to subdue it, they discovered a huge secret. So that's it. Celestial Court placed the Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace here to use it to subdue Di Zongxing. Even though Di Zongxing is a combination of earth veins and negative emotions, he has a dragon form and is countered by Dragon Palace. Thus there is a possibility of subduing him. Duke Long made a good plan. The earth veins of the 5 regions are about to merge into one. One of the sources of Di Zongxing's strength is the earth vein. Once the earth vein merges, Di Zongxing's strength will rise by 5 times. Don't forget, once the earth vein merges, the 5 regional walls will vanish, the world will descend into chaos, conflicts will erupt everywhere. At that time, there will be intense fear, hatred, jealousy, and other emotions. This will make Di Zongxing's strength rise again. The Eastern Sea Immortals conversed, many of them sucked in a breath of cold air. This way, among the legendary immemorial desolate beasts, Di Zongxing would become the undisputed number 1. Its battle strength was at the peak of rank 8 to begin with. After this growth, it might even have the possibility of advancing to pseudo-venerable battle strength. No wonder Duke Long did not hesitate to take Dragon Palace. He wanted to subdue a pseudo-venerable battle strength expert to suppress the situation. Thankfully, we came to stop Celestial Court's scheme, otherwise the 5 regions would be in trouble in the future. The Eastern Sea Immortals were glad. No wonder the formation was broken. We only heard dragon roars but did not see Di Zongxing escaping. Right now, Dragon Palace is suppressing Di Zongxing. We need to wait. That's right. When Dragon Palace subdues Di Zongxing, our Eastern Sea Gu Immortal world will not only obtain a rank 8 Immortal Gu House, We will also obtain a super strong expert. If Celestial Court finds out, they will vomit blood. Aha, this is too amazing, too amazing. Emperor City Battlefield. Immortal Killer Move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Fang Yuan activated it again and again. Wherever he went, Celestial Court's immortal goo houses were all forced to retreat. Great Thief Ghost Hand could steal goo worms. Fang Yuan's killer move could even steal rank 8 immortal goo, even if the immortal goo were hidden in the goo immortal's grotto heaven. The essence of an immortal goo house was the combination of many goo worms, forming a fixed form. It could be seen as the fusion of many immortal killer moves, or a mobile immortal formation. Be it immortal killer moves, immortal goo houses or immortal formations, they were all methods of using goo worms. Although they looked different, their essence was the same. Great Thief Ghost Hand could even steal goo worms hidden in the immortal aperture. Not to mention immortal goo houses, which were mobile immortal formations that exposed their goo worms. Undeniably, Great Thief Ghost Hand countered immortal goo houses. Fang Yuan relied on Great Thief Ghost Hand to steal many goo worms. He had attacked immortal goo houses before, but that was Great Space Temple. It had methods to deal with Great Thief Ghost Hand. In fact, most immortal goo houses did not have the ability to resist Fang Yuan's Great Thief Ghost Hand. Celestial Court's meticulously arranged immortal goo house defense line was shaken up because of Fang Yuan. The situation was in chaos. Scoundrel Fang Yuan, hand over your life. At the crucial moment, Li Huang shouted and charged at Fang Yuan while wearing Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. Celestial Court's immortal goo houses could not deal with Fang Yuan, but goo immortals could. Great Thief Ghost Hand was far more difficult to steal goo worms from immortal apertures than immortal goo houses. Especially when Li Huang had Verdant Sun Flame Cloak, he could defend against Fang Yuan's Great Thief Ghost Hand. Fang Yuan saw that Li Huang was chasing him. He advanced instead of retreating. Li Huang, you are finally willing to come out. I have been waiting for you for a long time. At the next moment, Fang Yuan turned into the immemorial year monkey as he spat. Immediately, spring scissors flew out, piercing through the air as it shot towards Li Huang. Next, Fang Yuan quickly breathed in deeply. Year Monkey's two hands grasped in the air as a huge fan with a long handle appeared out of nowhere. It was Immortal Killer Move, Summer Fan. Cut. What? Under Li Huang's shocked gaze, his flame cloak was cut, its defense was greatly damaged. Fan. Whoosh. Winds blew as the sky changed color. Li Huang was hit, he was sent flying far away. How could his strength grow so rapidly? Li Huang looked at the tiny flame left on his Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. He had an unsightly expression. One had to know that he had activated the Verdant Sun Flame Cloak when he sensed that something was amiss when he was being attacked. Chapter 1730. Li Huang, don't tell me this is your full strength. Fang Yuan shouted, his body moved rapidly as he chased after Li Huang. As Li Huang retreated, he activated the Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. The spring scissors were still flying around him, cutting off the flames from the flaming clothes on his back. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a cold light, the aura of an immortal killer move flashed past. Damn it! Li Huang felt a sense of danger, he quickly changed directions. Fang Yuan's time path killer move did not hit Li Huang. Li Huang had rich battle experience. Lord Li Huang, we will lend you a hand. At this time, wind-sweeping building came to help. Its entire body was shrouded in a thick wall of wind, which had a certain resistance against the Great Thief Ghost Hand. Fang Yuan snickered in disdain. Get lost. Immortal Killer Move, Summer Fan. Winds blew in all directions. Wind-sweeping buildings' momentum was halted. There was no helping it, Summer Fan's wind was only a facade. The true essence was the power of Time Path. Wind-sweeping building was a wind path immortal goo house. It was not specialized in dealing with Time Path killer moves. Li Huang could only continue to escape. Fang Yuan's strength had increased tremendously, causing everyone to raise their eyebrows. Inside Emperor City, the Goo Masters were still in the final round of the competition. The Goo Immortals defending Emperor City had already isolated the outside world, allowing these Goo Masters to focus on refining Goo. To think that even Lord Li Huang is not Fang Yuan's match. This demon is too powerful, he obtained many venerable inheritances, his demonic might is truly terrifying. But don't worry, even though our Emperor City is a mortal goo house, it contains human path methods. At the crucial moment, immortal moves can be activated to protect us. The Goo Immortals consoled each other, raising their morale. Emperor City was the #1 city of humanity, it was built using a vast number of mortal goo. Even though the city had been relocated more than 10 times, it was no longer in its original location. But it had a very long history, It could be traced back to the era of humanity's rise. It was primordial origin immortal venerables will that created the first emperor city. Fang Yuan, don't be arrogant, I will fight you. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Qin Yi saw that the situation was bad, he had to step down. Li Huang saw the opportunity and advanced instead of retreating, fighting alongside Qin Yi. Fang Yuan shouted and activated killer moves repeatedly while disregarding his immortal essence consumption, and he charged towards Emperor City brazenly. Li Huang and Qin Yi stood in front of Fang Yuan and were pushed back by Fang Yuan's explosive attacks. This scene made the Western Desert Gu Immortals dumbfounded. Fang Yuan is so fierce. No wonder he could challenge the Celestial Court for so many years, and the Celestial Court couldn't do anything to him. Let's go around him and try not to provoke him. Exactly, the main objective is to destroy Imperial Emperor City. Infallible Blessed Land Battlefield. Farewell Friend Wind. It is actually Farewell Friend Wind. Seeing that Wu Yong used this move to deal with Qin Yi, the Central Continent Gu Immortals guarding the Immortal Formation were all shocked and fearful. This Farewell Friend Wind had a huge origin, it was created by a strange genius in the past. This strange genius was called Taoist Blackheart. He cultivated Wind Path, but in his later years he studied the legends of Renzu and made great progress. After he went into close cultivation for nearly 10 years, Farewell Friend Wind was created. This was a wind path method, but it contained the profundities of human path. Its power was extraordinary. Ever since Taoist Blackheart obtained this method, he made friends everywhere, often sacrificing himself for others. Initially the 5 regions Gu Immortals did not know the reason. Facing Taoist Blackheart's precious gifts, they all called him brother. Some did not want to befriend Taoist Blackheart, but did not want to offend him. They pretended to be polite on the surface. They fell into Taoist Blackheart's trap. Any killer move would require a sensing process. Like Fang Yuan's lead soul into Dream Killer move, it first needed to sense the enemy's soul. If it could not be sensed, this killer move could not be used. Even if many Gu Immortals could not unravel immortal killer moves, they would try to defend against it by sensing it. Farewell Friend Wind's sensing was rather special. Could only sense friends and attack friends. The friends here, regardless of whether they were true confidants, scoundrels, or even superficial friends with ulterior motives, were all within the range of his senses. Taoist Blackheart used this move to become famous in the 5 regions. For a while, almost no one dared to offend him. Later on, as more and more people suffered from it, Wisdom Path Gu Immortals worked together to deduce the profundity of Farewell Friend Wind. Many Gu Immortals knew the secret of Farewell Friend Wind's sensing ability. They cursed at Taoist Blackheart's shamelessness. Countless Gu Immortals who had befriended Taoist Blackheart felt a chill in their hearts. They felt uneasy. In this world there was no unsolvable killer move. Soon, another flaw of Farewell Friend Wind was discovered by the Gu Immortals. That was, to activate Farewell Friend Wind, it had to hit a certain part of the Gu Immortal's body. Even though Farewell Friend Wind was strong with these 2 flaws, it could be easily dealt with. Taoist Blackheart was in the limelight. After reaching the peak of his life, he suddenly became a loner. Everyone's expression changed when they talked about him. They avoided him. In his later years he was alone. His ending was tragic. Wu Yong grasped Farewell Friend Wind. It shocked all the immortals present. But no matter what, Wu Yong succeeded in activating this move. Qin Yi was already hit. He was going to die. Everyone was aware of this. Bai Tsang Shui screamed as she charged at Wu Yong. Wu Yong's body flickered, vanishing on the spot. Bai Tsang Shui snatched Qin Yi, but even though Qin Yi was no longer floating, he could not move. His eyebrows and skin were dispersing with the wind. Wu Yong reappeared in front of the Southern Border Immortals. This time, the Southern Alliance Immortals looked at him with even more complex gazes than before. There was even more wariness and respect in their eyes. Wu Yong has Farewell Friend Wind. It is like Fang Yuan has Reverse Flow Protection Seal. This is a great killer move. Once it is used, it can greatly influence the battle. When did Wu Yong become friends with Qin Yi? How is that difficult? When doing business in Jewel Yellow Skies, don't they all call each other friends? Compared to this, I am more wary of Wu Yong's scheming. Wu Yong was still standing in front of the Southern Alliance Immortals. He looked at Qin Yi from afar as he praised. As expected of a Gu Immortal of Celestial Court, the former First Supreme Elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect. He has outstanding defense. Even after being hit by my Farewell Friend Wind, he dissipated so slowly. This is the first time I have seen something like this. Even though he said this, he was actually praising his opponent. It was the best way to show off his own battle strength. The Southern Alliance Gu Immortals quickly agreed. That's right, there has never been anyone who survived after being hit by farewell friend wind. Chenyi is dead meat. With Lord Wu Yong here, the Gu Immortals of Celestial Court are just useless. Celestial Court Battlefield. Inside the Gu Refinement Formation, the two big battle groups were fighting fiercely. Spear. Che Wei, rank 8 of Celestial Court, shouted. Immediately, a huge black iron spear that resembled an ancient tree shot out, piercing towards 5 Elements Grandmaster. Arrow. Che Wei shouted again. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Countless sharp arrows appeared out of nowhere. They rained down like a torrential rain, enveloping 5 Elements Grandmaster. But 5 Elements Grandmaster did not fall. Even though he was being attacked, he still had the leisure to say, "Amazing Che Wei, you seem to be creating a new path. These killer moves are all very creative. But it is useless, you cannot break my 5 Elements Ring's protection." Saber. Che Wei ignored 5 Elements Grandmaster. He held his saber and charged towards 5 Elements Grandmaster, continuing to fight. At the same time, in another battle, Bull Demon was attacking, while Celestial Court's Gu Immortal Tsong Yen was defending. Bull Demon's attacks were ferocious. Each of his movements created layers of phantoms. Most importantly, these phantoms often went berserk and cooperated with Bull Demon. They could often unleash unexpected powerful attacks. Every time Tsong Yen was punched, his body would shake. He specialized in Rule Path. His skin was like a tattoo with many blue lines coiling around it. These lines were thick and thin. They crisscrossed each other like a net, firmly protecting Tsong Yen. It seems that they will not be able to get here in a short while. Yuan Xiongdu was still refining Gu. His tense heart relaxed slightly. These two from Longevity Heaven have chosen to fight in close combat. They are also restraining the power of their killer moves. They are afraid of disrupting the refinement path battle and causing my efforts to go to waste. It seems that they want to snatch Fake Gu. They also have a certain standard for Fake Gu's recovery state. Yuan Xiongdu was recruited by Celestial Court. He was naturally shrewd. He immediately analyzed some information about Longevity Heaven. Calm down, I must calm down. If I do not calm down and make a mistake, even if I have success down marks, it will be useless. Persevere. The Gu Immortals in the Immortal Graveyard have already awakened. Our battle strength will continue to grow, to the point where Longevity Heaven feels despair. Yuan Xiongdu was thinking this when he heard Bing Sichuan's cold laughter. Do you know why I brought Calamity Luck Altar here? Because a Demon Venerable's killer move was attached to it. As he said this, Calamity Luck Altar was already being attacked by the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. But soon, Calamity Luck Altar shined with a golden halo. Next, the entire battlefield was filled with the sound of waves. A majestic illusion of the River of Time appeared above Calamity Luck Altar. Next, the Immortal Killer move activated. Figures walked out of the River of Time one after another. The tall figure at the front saw Calamity Luck Altar being pressed to the ground by a giant bear and immediately roared, "Such big bear guts, eat this old man's explosive thunder." There was a loud rumble. The giant bear that Zhang Fei Xiong had transformed into was forced back by 5 to 6 steps. His face was badly injured. It was covered in blood. "Who are you? Report your name." A Celestial Court Gu Immortal charged at the tall figure. The tall figure laughed wildly. "You don't even recognize me, New Heir Bao Xiong? Then let me show you my explosive lightning killer move. I will blast you to pieces and you will remember my name." Boom boom boom. Violent forces exploded one after another. The Heavenly Court Gu Immortals that charged forward were like kites with broken strings. They flew backwards. Before they landed, they were already unconscious. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. To think that I could use this move to come to the future and participate in this battle, I am truly fortunate. The second Northern Plains Gu Immortal who walked out of the Phantom River of Time said with a smile. He pointed at Calamity Luck Altar. The Time Path killer move that Calamity Luck Altar suffered was dispelled. It regained its usual speed. "You actually broke my killer move. Who are you?" Gu Lu Ru, who used this move, had a dark expression. The Northern Plains Gu Immortal smiled as he looked at Gu Lu Ru. "What a coincidence, we both cultivate Time Path, let's have a contest. As for my name, it is very ordinary, you can call me Hei Fan." Next, the third person followed Hei Fan and walked out of the Phantom River of Time. "Wow. This is a huge battle, oh heavens, I need to hide." The third Northern Plains Gu Immortal had a white face. He had a crafty expression. After saying that, he disappeared. One after another, Northern Plains Gu Immortals walked out and joined the battlefield. Fairy Myrtle's heart shook intensely. New Heir Bao Xiong, Hei Fan, and the vanished Lu Lu Lu. They are all rank 8 experts of Northern Plains Huangjin tribes in history. What killer move is this? It can actually drag these people from the past to the present in the river of time. This immortal killer move was too unimaginable. Fairy Myrtle felt like she was dreaming. Fairy Myrtle had doubts, but Duke Long did not. Seeing this familiar scene, Duke Long's expression froze. A scene that was deeply etched in his memory surfaced in his mind again. As the dust settled, Red Lotus was heavily injured and coughing out blood, while Duke Long stood unmoving. Red Lotus, are you still not going to attack? Even though you have Future Self, you only have rank 8 cultivation level after rebirth. Future Self is only rank 8, you are still lacking if you want to recover your immortal venerable strength. Duke Long's expression was cold as ice, the anger in his eyes burned like fire, burning Red Lotus's heart. That's right. My Future Self killer move still has some flaws, but even if it did not have any flaws, how could I attack you, Master? Red Lotus smiled bitterly. So, since the start of the battle, you have been avoiding me and not attacking me? Duke Long snickered. Red Lotus, if you really respect me, stop messing around. Accept fate's arrangements and become a Gu venerable again. I can let bygones be bygones. Master, I understand your intentions, but you do not understand mine. Red Lotus sighed. Duke Long became even more furious. Since you do not want to attack me but want to fulfill your wishes, are you forcing me to kill you? Of course not. Red Lotus shook his head, a smile appeared on his flawless face. Master, I have endured for so long, the killer move is finally ready, please give me some comments. Saying so, the phantom of the river of time appeared behind him. Gu Immortal stepped on the waves and walked out. Duke Long was moved. What killer move is this? I created a killer move with 2 moves, it is called Call of the Ancient, Help from the Future. This move can summon Gu Immortals who are close to the Gu Immortal themselves from the river of time to fight. What I am using now is only the latter move, it is called Help from the Future. Red Lotus smiled. Duke Long's expression was grim, his body was shaking from anger. This move is heaven-defying, you are actually using the river of time to interfere with the normal flow of history, you have a deep demonic nature. What about your previous move? Show me all of them. No, Master. The previous move, Call of the Ancient, will appear in front of you at some point in the future. Red Lotus smiled. Chapter 1731. Celestial Court Battlefield. Figures were either flying in the air or fighting on the ground. Rumbling explosions reverberated continuously. Sparks flew in all directions and intense light flashed. Northern Plains Gu Immortal experts fought with Celestial Court's members, Wanwadi. Boom. Suddenly, with a loud sound, the right shoulder of the black bear that was as large as a mountain exploded, large chunks of flesh and blood flew away, the shoulder bone was also shattered. The black bear's expression froze in pain, it closed its eyes and fainted on the spot. Rumble. Next, its mountain-like body slowly fell down with a loud sound, a huge crater was created on the ground. In the sky above its head, a Northern Plains Gu Immortal laughed loudly. My new heir Bao Xiong's killer move, Dim Lightning, is not so easy to receive. Don't rely on your transformation path's thick defense, I have already killed countless transformation path Gu Immortals, ha ha ha. He cultivated Lightning Path, he was a berserk killing god that had once dominated Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. Without leaving Heaven of Longevity Heaven, when he was the first supreme elder of New Air Tribe was the #1 force in Northern Plains without a doubt. But New Air Bao Xiong had just finished laughing when a clear and pleasant female voice resounded, shameless boasting, I also cultivate transformation path, come and kill me. Which idiot? New Air Bao Xiong had just turned his head and started speaking when he saw a red light flashing in front of him. Before he could react, he heard an explosion. Flames shot in all directions and smoke and dust billowed. He fell from the sky, his whole body still burning with raging flames. Now save Zhang Fei Xiong. Gu Lu Ru, who was sitting in a wheelchair, shouted as he pointed. Immediately, the black bear that Zhang Fei Xiong had transformed into shone with a bright light, temporarily protecting his life. Humph, I like killing people, not saving people. A phantom tore through the sky, diving down and quickly approaching Zhang Fei Xiong. This person was Wan Zihong, she had a seductive appearance, she cultivated Wood Path and was originally a demonic path Gu Immortal, she had a murderous nature and was recruited by Celestial Court. This Zhang Fei Xiong has some skill, even though he fainted, his transformation has not faded. Wan Zihong's eyes flashed with caution, she did not slow down, she directly charged into Zhang Fei Xiong's right shoulder. The moment she collided, Wan Zihong suddenly scattered, turning into pink flower petals that landed on the bloody wound. The petals exuded a strong fragrance, and then flowers began to grow on the wound. The flower petals fell again, landing on the surrounding flesh. More flowers started to grow, forming a sea of flowers. Zhang Feixiong's damaged flesh and blood grew back at a speed visible to the naked eye. Humph! In the sky, New Heir Bao Xiong's face was gloomy. His lightning path killer move was extremely powerful, but Heavenly Court's Gu Immortal's methods were not weak either. It was like Wan Zihong would path Dao marks that did not conflict with Fei Xiong, transformation path Dao marks on of Gu path. It was as if Wan Zihong's would path Dao marks did not conflict with Zhang Fei Xiong's transformation path Dao marks. New Heir Bao Xiong only took a quick glance before his opponent found a flaw. A red light flashed. New Heir Bao Xiong was hit by a killer move again. His whole body was burning with flames. Seeing this, New Heir Bao Xiong completely gave up on chasing Zhang Fei Xiong. He extinguished the flames and focused on the enemy. Who are you? Do Celestial Court Gu Immortals hide their faces and hide? The red light in the sky had a crisp laughter. The red light itself was still moving left and right. It did not stop for a moment. New Heir Bao Xiong could only look left and right. He could not attack. It should be Senior Zhu Ke. She cultivates Fire Path and Transformation Path. Her battle style is similar to New Heir Bao Xiong's. Seeing this, Fairy Myrtle showed joy on her face. As time passed, more and more Gu Immortals woke up in the Immortal Graveyard. Zhu Ke was one of them. But Longevity Heaven's Time Path killer move is too strong. It is also summoning more people. Fairy Myrtle looked towards Calamity Luck Altar's direction. Looking at the phantom river of time in the sky, her heart shook. This is likely Red Lotus Demon Venerable's killer move. Lord Duke Long might know something about it. Fairy Myrtle had been looking for a chance to enter the battlefield and save Duke Long. But Duke Long's location was not good. He was near Calamity Luck Altar. Under the phantom river of time, there were Northern Plains Gu Immortals moving around at all times. If Fairy Myrtle wanted to go in and save him, the risk would be huge. She also had a heavy responsibility. Earlier, the two Venerables appeared in Imperfection Regret Pavilion. Lord Duke Long was hit by a rank 9 killer move. Even though he was restrained, his life is still safe. I still have a heavy responsibility. Firstly, I need to transfer Immortal Gu to the Gu Immortals who wake up in time, and secondly, I need to protect Old Man Jing Yuan. He is one of the crucial figures in this battle. Fairy Myrtle squinted her eyes, staying at the back and not moving. Before Duke Long attacked, he had instructed her to stay at the back and take charge of the situation. Clang. A golden light suddenly flashed in front of Fairy Myrtle. The golden light faded and a Northern Plains Gu Immortal's figure appeared. He had dark skin and sharp eyes, emitting a sharp aura. He was an expert of Yi Lui tribe Yi Lui Ko. He cultivated Metal Path. He was one of the strongest experts in history who walked out of the Phantom River of Time. Yi Lui Ko had stood out when he was young. He had a fierce nature and extremely sharp insight. He could often see the most crucial point of a battle. During the Imperial Court contest, he often charged alone against an enemy formation of 10,000 people, killing them in front of everyone's eyes. He was unstoppable. After becoming a Gu Immortal, he plundered everywhere, attacking the weaknesses of his enemies. As a righteous Path Gu Immortal, he had a terrible reputation of being a demonic Path Gu Immortal. But this reputation changed after he cultivated to rank 8. Back then, everyone in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world feared him. The condemnation and curses towards him turned into flattery on the surface, while slandering him behind his back. Fairy Myrtle's heart jumped. Facing Yi Lui Ko's gaze, she felt like a rabbit running on the plains, being targeted by a falcon in the sky. She quickly retreated, her figure vanishing among the palaces. This damn Qi wall. Yi Lui Ko had an unhappy expression. He had a keen sense towards any battle. He could see through the enemy's weakness and strike at the most crucial point. This was an innate talent. But his attacks were blocked by the Qi Wall killer move that Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable left in Celestial Court. This Qi Wall killer move could distinguish between friend and foe. It did not pose much obstruction to Celestial Court's members. But to Longevity Heaven's side, it was like a heavenly chasm. Northern Plains Gu Immortals could only move around the route that Limitless Demon Venerable created back then, and fight against Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. Precisely so, the intense battles between rank 8 Gu Immortals were restricted to a fixed area. Celestial Court had many important areas, like Demon Judgment Board or the Immortal Graveyard. These places were heavily protected by the Qi Wall. Northern Plains Gu Immortals could not touch them. But on the battlefield, Northern Plains Gu Immortals had the clear upper hand. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals often needed to rely on the Qi Wall to advance and retreat at times to maintain the battle. Our Gu immortals have just woken up from their slumber, they do not have a complete set of Gu worms. The mortal Gu are fine, but the immortal Gu are very incomplete, they cannot display their full strength. Fairy Myrtle was very worried. Celestial Court's Gu immortals were sleeping in the immortal graveyard, all their immortal Gu were given to Celestial Court. On one hand they needed to make full use of their resources, on the other hand they needed Celestial Court to feed their immortal Gu. Most of these immortal Gu were used to construct immortal Gu houses, they were used to create the luxurious buildings and palaces of Celestial Court. A portion was also given to people in the lower sects to use, like Fate Armor Immortal Gu given to Feng Jioga. There were very few immortal Gu that were left and used in the treasury. Celestial Court's Gu immortals were elites and experts among rank 8s, but because they lacked immortal Gu, they could not display their full strength, even with abundant immortal essence, they could not change the situation. In contrast, on Northern Plains' side, Red Lotus Demon Venerable's call of the ancient killer move was truly amazing, it immediately countered the vast foundation that Celestial Court had accumulated over countless years. Duke Long's heart was filled with pain and anger. At this crucial moment he could not move, he could only watch the intense battle unfold in front of him. Chapter 1732. This call of the ancient should be similar to Call of the Future. It does not truly summon the Gu immortal from the future or the past to the present. It is similar to the profundity of future self, it only summons the state of a certain person in the river of time. Precisely so, these Northern Plains Gu immortals are all in their peak condition, they have immortal essence and immortal Gu. Unraveling this move should be similar to how I unraveled Call of the Future, back then, it is to shake the person using the killer move. In front of me I just need to cripple Calamity Luck Altar, and when the damage reaches a certain level I can interrupt Call of the Ancient. Duke Long gritted his teeth so hard that they almost shattered, his deduction was not wrong. But unfortunately he could not control himself, he was restricted by the rank 9 killer move, he could not use methods to communicate with others. Wow, what a beautiful scene. Another person walked out of the river of time, he had a jade-like face, he was elegant and suave. The intense battle of life and death in front of him made him feel intoxicated. He breathed in deeply, opening his arms as he said, "It seems that this is the stage for me, Dong Fang Yu. A Northern Plains barbarian will be a Northern Plains barbarian, stop acting suave, come and fight." A Celestial Court Gu immortal who had just obtained an immortal Gu saw Dong Fang Yu and was very unhappy, he charged over. He had the appearance of a boy, his hair was black and shiny, there was a small tip, together with his round face, his head shape was like a peach, it was very comical. But his surging aura made Dong Fang Yu's expression change, she quickly dodged. The boy's killer move did not hit, seeing Dong Fang Yu's pathetic state he chuckled, "Now do you know how powerful I, Whirling Boy, am?" Dong Fang Yu was furious, "My playfulness is my nature, you old monster is the one pretending, you are about to die, you are still acting so young." Whirling Boy's smile disappeared as he pounced at Dong Fang Yu again. Dong Fang Yu had only been caught off guard earlier, she was already prepared now, she attacked instead of retreating. Boom. The two of them exchanged blows and clashed fiercely. A huge chi wave assaulted another Northern Plains Gu immortal who walked out of the river of time. What a strong wind, it almost blinded my eyes. This Northern Plains Gu immortal had the appearance of an old farmer, his pants were rolled up, his limbs were muddy, his back was hunched and his face was wrinkled, he had a cigarette in his mouth. Sigh. The old farmer had no killing intent, he sighed, "I am Nyen Air, Nyen Gu immortal Gu immortal Gu." Indeed. Nyen Gu immortal Nyen Nong was not the strongest rank in Gu immortal Gu. But he was the one who had the deepest influence and brought the greatest benefits to the 22nd tribe. Gu Nyen Gu immortal Nyen, God Gu immortal Gu God Gu immortal Tian immortal Gu Imo Gu, Li to immortal Gu He Gu Dong. Gu Nyen immortal Nyen of Gu Nyen to be, a Nyen of Gu Yi of Gu of immortal to of. Sir, Nyen, Gu of Nyen of Gu Nyen? The Heavenly Court Gu immortal smiled, "I cultivate wood path and am skilled in nurturing resources." I see. The 22nd farmer smiled. The atmosphere between the two seemed to be harmonious as they talked and laughed, but in fact they had already made their moves and were fighting each other fiercely. They were even more ruthless than the people around them. New Heir Bao Xiong's face was solemn. He kept pushing his palms, causing countless thunderstorms. The Scarlet Rainbow's aura suddenly surged. It was UK Air using her killer move, it immediately split into 8 Scarlet Rainbows flew towards New Heir Bao Xiong from 8 directions. New Heir Bao Xiong snorted coldly and took a deep breath. Suddenly, A layer of electric net flashed around him and formed a sphere to protect him. Bang bang bang, 7 scarlet rainbows smashed into the lightning net barrier, causing an intense explosion, and the remaining one was Zhu Keir's true body. It's my turn. Nuer Bao Xiong stretched out his hand and pulled out his beard. Go. Strand after strand of beard shot out explosively like a torrential downpour, transforming into lightning spears in mid-air, forming a dense net of firepower that enveloped Zhu Keir. Zhu Keir gave a delicate shout, the scarlet rainbow stopped and revealed her true form. A colorful aurora rose around her as the temperature of the air rose. Seeing that the two were about to exchange killer moves, the nearby Gu immortals tacitly distanced themselves. On the ground, Wan Zihong raised her head with an envious expression, cursing in her heart. Damn it, I lack offensive immortal Gu the most, I have no offensive methods at all. To think that I would actually become a healing Gu immortal one day, Wan Zihong felt a sense of danger, her pupils shrunk as her body flickered, turning into countless flower petals and vanishing on the spot. At the next moment, with a clang, golden light flashed. Yelu Ko appeared on the ground and snorted, thinking, the Celestial Quartz Gu immortals are truly amazing, I actually failed twice in a row. But unless you fly behind the Qi wall you cannot escape. Saying so, he stretched out his index finger and pointed towards a direction where there was no one. A golden ball condensed at the tip of his finger, it exploded and a grand pure golden pillar shot out, causing the air to explode at an astonishing speed. He actually discovered my true body. Wan Zihong wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. The pure golden pillar was already behind her, she had no choice but to turn around and face it, clenching her teeth as she defended with all her strength. Yelu Ko laughed sinisterly, this move was not so easy to receive. But at the next moment his smile froze. The pure golden pillar shrunk and was completely thrown into the mouth of a Gu immortal. The Gu immortal swallowed Yelu Ko's powerful killer move, patting his belly as if he had not had enough. To think that I would have the chance to have a full meal right after waking up. This celestial quartz Gu immortal was very fat, his skin was white, and when he smiled, he looked very satisfied. Who are you? Yelu Ko's gaze was cold. Zhao Shanhe. The white fatty laughed, I won't let you kill our healing Gu immortal so easily. Yelu Ko did not speak, his aura rose steadily, evidently he was preparing another powerful killer move. Wan Zihong snorted angrily, I don't want to do anything like healing. If I have all of my immortal Gu I can take on 5 at once. On the other side, several Gu immortals gathered together under Fairy Myrtle's guidance as they charged towards Calamity Luck Altar. Duke Long, who was lying on the ground and unable to move, saw this and was overjoyed. Good, it seems that Fairy Myrtle did not drop the ball at the crucial moment, she must have deduced the weakness of Call of the Ancient, so she mobilized her troops to attack Calamity Luck Altar. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sichuan had been leading Northern Plains side. Seeing that the Celestial Quartz Gu immortals were charging over, he snorted coldly, even though this Call of the Ancient killer move is strong, it can only be used once. If Celestial Court interrupts it now, it will not be able to continue. But I have already left some troops behind to defend against your attack. There were also several Northern Plains Gu immortals hiding inside Calamity Luck Altar. They flew out and blocked the Celestial Quartz Gu immortals. Far away, Fairy Myrtle let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Bing Sichuan is not a Wisdom Path Gu immortal. This way, the situation is slightly stabilized. Fairy Myrtle used the most appropriate tactic. Even though Celestial Court's side was at a disadvantage, Fairy Myrtle dared to gather her troops and attack Calamity Luck Altar. This way, in order to be safe, Northern Plains side could only gather more people to defend. The weaker Celestial Court was attacking while the stronger Northern Plains was defending. Everyone knew that the attacking side had the initiative. Thus, the Celestial Court's members had more time to breathe. Once they were injured or lost, they would retreat behind the Qi wall to recuperate. When Northern Plains side focused on protecting Calamity Luck Altar, the Celestial Court's Gu immortals felt the pressure on them lessening, they could easily retreat to the Qi wall to recuperate. Boom. 2-time path killer moves collided, Hei Fan and Gu Lu Ru coughed out blood as they flew backwards. Gu Lu Ru was about to retreat to the Qi wall when a figure appeared. Die. The figure flashed and vanished. Gu Lu Ru was only a few steps away from the Qi wall, but he fell to the ground with a look of disbelief, he had lost his life. The one who succeeded was Lu tribe's expert Lu Lu Lu. This person had a crafty and cunning nature, he was called the shame of Northern Plains when he was alive, because he never fought openly, he bullied the weak and feared the strong, he always sneaked attacks and stole. His enemies often suffered heavy losses, but could not even catch a hair of Lu. He was extremely angry. Lu Ru's death shook the Gu immortals of both sides. Since the invasion of Longevity Heaven, this was the first casualty of Celestial Court's side. Lu Ru did not have all his Gu worms, and more importantly, as more Gu immortals joined the battle, the intensity of the battle increased. It had already reached a certain limit. It was like a signal. Soon, the second and third victims appeared one after another. Yelu Ko finally succeeded and killed Wan Zihong, but he was also heavily injured by Zhao Shanhe. On Northern Plains side, He Fan died. He fought too fiercely with Gu Lu Ru, and most importantly, he did not have a good defensive killer move. He was unfortunately attacked by several Celestial Court Gu immortals. All in all, Celestial Court naturally lost more Gu immortals. Damn it. These Gu immortals are the foundation of our Celestial Court. They actually died just like that. It was not worth it. Fairy Myrtle felt it was not worth it, because the other party's casualties were only a part of the killer move. When the killer move was activated again, these dead Northern Plains Gu immortals could reappear and fight again. These Northern Plains Gu immortals were not their true bodies. But even though Celestial Court's Gu immortals did not have much lifespan left, their lives were real. This rank 9 time path killer move should be Red Lotus Demon Venerable's handiwork. Damn it, he is too ruthless. He is completely targeting our Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle was furious but also helpless. Bing Sichuan's expression was similarly unsightly. Because as time passed, he found that the battle strength of these Northern Plains experts that he summoned was declining, and the decline was very obvious. Soon Fairy Myrtle also noticed this. Chapter 1733. Fairy Myrtle's analysis was not wrong. Because of Fate Gu, ancient Gu immortals could not travel to the future, and future Gu immortals could not travel to the present. But along with Fate Gu's damage, the restrictions on time path became much looser. Spring-Autumn Cicada was the best example. Even though it could not allow the Gu immortal to return to the past completely, it could transmit a portion of their will. Future Self, Call of the Ancient, and Support of the Future were the same. They borrowed the state of a person from the past or the future and projected it into the present. When Fate Gu was completely repaired, these killer moves would lose their effectiveness. Fairy Myrtle knew the reason. Bing Sichuan naturally knew about it. But he had no choice. He could not destroy the refinement path formation, because once he did, Celestial Court's efforts in repairing Fate Gu would be ruined. Fate Gu was too damaged. Even if Longevity Heaven obtained it, it would be useless. They would have to copy Celestial Court and continue to repair it. But Bing Sichuan knew that Longevity Heaven did not have a deep foundation like Celestial Court. They did not have human path methods or the infallible inheritance. They could not repair Fate Gu at all. Without destroying the refinement path formation, Longevity Heaven could only charge through the formation and enter Heaven Overseeing Tower to forcefully seize Fate Gu. Regarding this, Bing Sichuan had already sent 5 Elements Grandmaster and Bull Demon. But this was already his limit. It was not that he did not want to send more troops. Northern Plains experts were continuously coming out of the River of Time's illusion. But this refinement path formation itself had its limits. This formation's purpose was to repair Fate Gu. It was not used for battle. The formation space inside could only hold 5 rank 8s at most. Any more and this refinement path grand formation would explode. Thus, Bing Sichuan could not send more reinforcements. Central Continent could only watch from the sidelines. The great battle that revolved around Calamity Luck Altar involved countless historical experts. The battle was extremely bitter. But most importantly, it was the battle inside the refinement path formation. Bing Sichuan gritted his teeth as he assessed the situation. Even though my side is strong, we have to focus on defense. But overall we still have the upper hand. In the worst case, I will destroy this refinement path formation. Even if I cannot take Fate Gu, I will make the Celestial Court's restoration fail completely. Neither side was willing to destroy the refinement path grand formation, but if left with no other choice, Longevity Heaven's side would still have to destroy the grand formation, and both sides would suffer heavy losses. Of course, Bing Sichuan led Longevity Heaven to attack Celestial Court. His main objective was to seize Fate Gu. If they destroyed the formation, they would undoubtedly fail. It's all up to us now. The Ox Devil had been aware of the battle outside. In the distance, the 5 Elements Grandmaster nodded slightly with a solemn expression. Suddenly, 5 Elements Grandmaster's body shook. His aura surged as a powerful immortal killer move shot towards his opponent Che Wei with 5-colored aurora light. Che Wei shouted as he patted his chest with both palms, activating a killer move as well. Instantly, countless huge square-shaped shields appeared in front of him. With a series of cracking sounds, these shields formed a wall that blocked the five-colored light. Damn it! Five Elements Grandmaster increased his strength. Under the corrosion of the five-colored light, the shields shattered one after another. But Che Wei's defense was impenetrable. When the old shields shattered, new shields formed, quickly filling up the gap. Che Wei's defensive method was very outstanding. Five Elements Grandmaster felt helpless against it. Inside the refinement path formation, be it Che Wei or Five Elements Grandmaster, they had to hold back their strength. They were worried that they might destroy this refinement path formation. On the other side, the battle between the Ox Devil and Song Yan was similar. Undeniably, this was very advantageous to the defending side. What do we do? Five Elements Grandmaster transmitted to the Ox Devil. The Ox Devil only replied, "Attack, try to attract their attention." Saying so, the Ox Devil pounced at Song Yan again. The two fought fiercely. Five Elements Grandmaster's heart jumped. The Ox Devil's words had a hidden meaning. He did not think much about it. He trusted Longevity Heaven and continued to fight with Che Wei. On the other side, Yuan Xiongdu was controlling the refinement path formation with full concentration, trying to repair Fate Gu. When no one noticed, a fresh flower floated down to Heaven Overseeing Tower like it was drifting with the wind. Hee. The fresh flower landed in Heaven Overseeing Tower and turned into a little girl. It was none other than the female immortal flower lady who had died earlier. Oh no, someone entered the tower. Sensing this, Yuan Xiongdu turned pale with fright. He quickly shouted a warning. He paid a huge price for this shout. Blood spurted out of his 7 orifices. His mind was heavily injured and split into two, unable to fuse back together. Che Wei and Song Yan quickly retreated. They wanted to rush back to Heaven Overseeing Tower to stop Flower Lady from getting close to Fate Gu. Too late. Ox Devil laughed loudly. He exerted strength together with Five Elements Grandmaster, restraining these two. Che Wei and Song Yan became more panicked as they fought. They scolded Ox Devil for being shameless and despicable. He actually schemed against them. This was Ox Devil and Flower Lady's greatest secret. The two shared lifespan. Even if one died, as long as the other was still alive, they could revive for a period of time. When Flower Lady revived, she had already flown into Heaven Overseeing Tower. There were still only 5 Gu Immortals in the refinement path formation. Thus it did not explode. It was still operating well. What do I do? Yuan Xiongdu's vision turned dark. He had a splitting headache. He was in the most difficult decision of his life. He had the refinement path formation. He could completely tamper with Fate Gu and make all of the Celestial Court's efforts go to waste. If he did not do this, he would have to watch as Fate Gu was about to be taken away by the enemy. This could preserve the restoration results and Fate Gu could be taken back in the future. But if he could not take it back, that would be terrible. It would be like all of the Celestial Court's efforts had turned into Longevity Heaven. This was such a difficult decision. Adding on the fact that Yuan Xiongdu's mind was heavily injured, his thinking speed fell sharply. When Flower Lady rushed to the highest floor of Heaven Overseeing Tower and saw Fate Gu, Yuan Xiongdu had not made up his mind yet. I got it. Flower Lady's eyes shined. She stretched out her small white hand, wanting to grab Fate Gu. If she obtained it, she would definitely become the greatest contributor to this Longevity Heaven operation. But right at this time, on the 4 walls of Heaven Overseeing Tower, a picture of a bamboo forest appeared. What is this? Flower Lady's face was first filled with suspicion, before it turned to shock. 300,000 years ago, medieval antiquity era. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable walked down Star Zone Mountain, smiling bitterly in his heart. This is a chess game created by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Limitless Demon Venerable. It has the power of 2 Gu Immortals, and it is constantly replenished by the Celestial Court's strength. If I forcefully make a move, it would be the same as facing the joint attack of 2 Venerables. Of course, this is only the method of 2 Venerables. It is not a living person, it is more rigid. After I investigate it clearly, I can target it. But even if I get rid of it, it will still cause harm to the Celestial Court. Since Star Constellation Immortal Venerable agreed to Limitless Demon Venerable's suggestion back then, she naturally had her considerations. It is more beneficial to the Celestial Court. I don't need to be the villain anymore. But even so, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was not completely at ease. He pondered as he moved. When he raised his head, he found that he was already at the top floor of Heaven Overseeing Tower. He suddenly had no more worries. He smiled at the empty wall. I got it, I can leave behind a painting here. Unbeknownst to anyone, he painted a picture here. When he finished creating it, this painting vanished without a trace. It was completely hidden. even the celestial court did not have any records of it. Other than Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, everyone else was kept in the dark. 300,000 years later, this bamboo forest painting that no one knew about appeared in front of Flower Lady. Flower Lady's hand was less than an inch away from Fate Gu, but this distance was like a chasm that could not be crossed. Flower Lady's body floated in the air, she could not move. Her gaze was also filled with confusion, she only took a glance at this bamboo forest painting before she fell into layers of illusions. The bamboo forest was deep, she was the only one left, she was lost and could not walk out. Flower Lady was extremely anxious, but there was nothing she could do. A gust of wind blew, the bamboo leaves swayed, jade green light shrouded Flower Lady. Flower Lady, who was in the bamboo forest, felt her world spinning, she fell unconscious. But the bamboo forest painting did not stop or disappear, the jade bamboos on the wall continued to sway, it was as if the wind was getting stronger. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At once, the immortals who were fighting could hear the sound of wind. On the wall, leaves that looked like they were made of jade were falling from the bamboo forest, it was a beautiful scene. This non-existent wind not only passed through the refinement path formation, it was transmitted to the immortals' ears, it even entered Duke Long's mind. Instantly, Duke Long fell into an illusion as well. He was sprawled on the soft ground, there were thick jade bamboos around him. Wind was blowing, the bamboo leaves were falling gracefully like jade. Duke Long's treatment was completely different from Flower Lady, he did not feel anything wrong, his thoughts became extremely clear. At this moment, he felt the pure power and profundity of Wood Path. He felt the shade of the bamboo forest, he felt the pressure of the trees, he felt the grass burrowing out of the soil, he felt the power of youth and growth. Then, like grass and trees growing, his limbs surged with new strength. With this new strength, Duke Long supported himself and slowly stood up in the bamboo forest. In a daze, he seemed to see Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. He had the appearance of a young man, he was cultured and elegant, he wore a green robe with a white belt on his head, his black hair was let down. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable smiled as he walked past Duke Long leisurely. The wind was like his words, love is on the left, compassion is on the right, walking on the two sides of life, sowing seeds at any time, blooming at any time, decorating this long path with the fragrance of flowers. Even when walking through the branches and leaves, they will not feel pain, they will shed tears but they will not feel sorrow. Saying this, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had already walked deep into the bamboo forest. You are Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable? Duke Long turned around, he could only see Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's figure slowly vanishing into the bamboo forest. Only his words were left. Remember, this move is called piercing branches and leaves. At the next moment, Duke Long woke up. He noticed to his astonishment that he'd already stood up, whereas the silver chains that had once tightly bound him had already transformed into numerous bamboo leaves that drifted down to the ground. These bamboo leaves looked like they were made of jade. Chapter 1734. At once, Duke Long understood, this was a Genesis Lotus true inheritance. He could clearly feel that his Wood Path attainment level had risen to an extremely high level. At the same time, all sorts of information regarding this Wood Path killer move piercing branches and leaves were deeply engraved in his mind. Rather than calling that bamboo forest an illusion, it was more like a mental state. And piercing branches and leaves killer move's power was to free the Gu Immortal, removing the harmful restraints on them. This is truly pathetic. Duke Long smiled bitterly in self-mockery. He felt the power of a venerable once again. In fact, he had a deep understanding of the two venerables chess game in Imperfection Regret Pavilion. This chess game had endless power, it was one with Celestial Court, continuously absorbing the strength of Celestial Court. This was the product of the mysterious agreement between Star Constellation's Will and Limitless Demon Venerable. Because of the power of two venerables, it was very difficult to resist them with just one venerable's strength. However, the silver chains that bound Duke Long was only a chess piece in this chess game. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's piercing branches and leaves killer move could help Duke Long get rid of this restriction. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable put in a lot of effort. It is truly a pity that this Wood Path true inheritance was given to me. Duke Long sighed, calming his emotions. His dragon pupils moved, he raised his head and looked at Calamity Luck Altar not far away. Calamity Luck Altar's huge body occupied most of Duke Long's vision. When Duke Long was bound, he was near Calamity Luck Altar. Now that he regained his freedom and stood up, he was naturally not far away from Calamity Luck Altar. Deep breaths. The surrounding sounds of battle, explosions, and shouts became softer and softer in his mind. When he was bound, Duke Long was filled with grief, anger, self-blame, and hatred. Now that he regained his freedom, these surging emotions were like a volcano that had been accumulating for thousands of years, about to erupt. Unknowingly, all the Gu immortals in the battle felt the calm before the storm. Huff, huff. Duke Long primarily cultivated Chi Path. He also cultivated Transformation Path. Every breath he took in a vast amount of air, creating a huge commotion. Moreover, this kind of momentum even vaguely affected the stability of the air wall in the distance. Behind Duke Long, his dragon tail swayed slightly. His dragon claws and dragon horns rippled with a layer of purplish-golden light. He was indescribably noble and inviolable. Wisps of dust were stirred up in the surrounding air, as if they were suffused with a similar layer of purple-gold splendor. A peerlessly terrifying aura slowly rose from his body. He was like a giant beast that had once split the heavens and earth apart, and had been in a deep slumber for countless years. At this moment he was gradually awakening. Countless eyes quickly focused on Duke Long. Damn it! Bing Sichuan gritted his teeth. Hanako was in a coma and Duke Long was free. Longevity Heaven had suffered the biggest setback in its history. Within the Refinement Path formation, Bull Demon and Five Elements Grandmaster also had a bad premonition. They charged forward with all their might. However, Che Wei and Song Yen defended with all their might, not giving the enemy any chance to break through. In the depths of the Refinement Path formation, Yuan Xiongdu coughed out blood as he struggled to maintain the Refinement Path formation's operation. He was already prepared to die. Bing Sichuan thought of a plan. The situation was turning for the worse. Cold sweat was dripping down his forehead. He had already used up all his trump cards. He could not ask Limitless Demon Venerable to turn around again. In fact, earlier Limitless Demon Venerable did not even turn around. His attitude had already shown everything. Duke Long's aura rose to its peak, becoming grand and overwhelming. Even though he did not make any movements, he had already attracted the attention of everyone in the battlefield. He is Lord Duke Long? Celestial Court Gu immortals looked at him with admiration and reverence. Duke Long's seniority was quite high. But there were people who had higher seniority than Duke Long. An elderly Gu immortal did not recognize Duke Long. He is one of us? Lord Duke Long is finally free. Fairy Myrtle was extremely excited. She observed the situation. She was clear that in the current Celestial Court, Duke Long was undoubtedly the strongest expert. He broke free from his shackles and regained his freedom. He stood up again at the right time. No, more accurately, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's arrangements were too precise. Thinking of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Fairy Myrtle could not help but feel reverence. An unbelievable method. After Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Heaven Overseeing Tower had been repaired and modified many times, many Gu worms had been replaced. Especially in the last decade or so, it was heavily damaged and repaired several times. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's method is still perfectly preserved. It is hidden so perfectly that no one can discover it. His Immortal Killer move was hidden in Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower is the #1 investigative Immortal Gu house, but it was not discovered at all. And even more amazing is that Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's Immortal Killer move has never interfered with Heaven Overseeing Tower. Thinking of this, Fairy Myrtle suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Don't tell me that rumor is true? Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable really created Painting Path? According to the rumors, the greatest advantage and specialty of Painting Path is that it can perfectly avoid the effects of other immortals, Immortal Gu and Killer moves. This is similar to the non-conflicting Tao marks of the Sovereign Immortal Body. Fairy Myrtle could only guess. The 10 Venerables were at the peak of Gu cultivation history. They were the brightest stars in the world. They were extremely dazzling. Even though Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable did not cultivate Wisdom Path, he had already comprehended the laws of heaven and earth. He had comprehended the profundity of transformations. His foreshadowing influenced the future. And most importantly, this foreshadowing appeared at the right time. His grasp of timing was truly impeccable. Bing Sichuan was extremely nervous. He ordered, "Defend against Duke Long." Even without his reminder, all of the Northern Plains Gu immortals could see the threat that Duke Long posed. After Duke Long's aura reached its peak, it actually started to retract. It was like someone putting away their raised fist. Once it erupted, it would definitely be earth-shattering. This gave Northern Plains side an extremely heavy mental pressure. Kill. A Northern Plains man shouted loudly, charging towards Duke Long. The second Northern Plains Gu immortal was silent. He followed behind the strong man, charging forward while protecting him. "No, let me fight you." A third Northern Plains expert suddenly charged out. He was extremely fast. He arrived in front of Duke Long first. Duke Long had a calm expression. He stood on the spot without moving, like a statue. Roar. Suddenly, a dragon roar resounded. A beautiful purple-gold dragon-shaped chi flashed in the sky. When the Gu Immortals wanted to see it clearly, they could only see the afterimages of the purple-gold dragon chi. The Northern Plains expert who arrived in front of Duke Long stopped moving. He lowered his head. He had a look of disbelief as he saw the huge hole in his chest. Through this hole he could see the sky behind him. At the next moment he spat out a mouthful of blood. Small dragon-shaped chi emerged from his body again. Bam! With a muffled sound he self-detonated, turning into a lump of blood. He died on the spot. He was a famous expert in Northern Plains, but he could not block one attack from Duke Long. How can this be? Seeing this, the two Northern Plains Gu Immortals who wanted to attack Duke Long turned pale with fright. What are you looking at? Duke Long's plain voice came from behind them. Oh no! The two Northern Plains experts quickly activated their strongest defenses. They did not think much. This acute awareness that was deeply rooted in their bones saved their lives. At the next moment, Duke Long's two ferocious dragon claws slashed down. The defense of the two Northern Plains experts was instantly shattered. They were like two meteors that crashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. With a loud explosion, the floor tiles were sent flying, smoke and dust rose. The two Celestial Court experts fainted at the bottom of the crater. Duke Long's attack was truly earth-shattering. In an instant, one died and two were injured. Longevity Heaven's side lost 3 rank 8 battle strength experts. Terrifying. At once, Duke Long's battle strength made the Celestial Court's side stunned. The old man who did not know Duke Long was even more surprised. After I died, there was actually such a talented junior? He is Red Lotus Demon Venerable's master. He is also a Tao Guardian. The Celestial Court Gu Immortal explained. The Celestial Court old man realized, oh, no wonder. In history, as long as a Venerable's Tao Guardian matured, they would be the #1 battle strength below the Venerable. Of course there were exceptions. For example, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable or Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. But no matter what, these Tao Guardians played an important role in the growth of a Venerable. He's coming. Bing Sichuan breathed in deeply, fully concentrating. After Duke Long defeated the three, he charged towards Calamity Luck Altar with a ferocious aura that made people's hearts tremble. At this moment, Bing Sichuan suddenly felt that even the sturdy Calamity Luck Altar was showing signs of weakness. Protect me! Bing Sichuan shouted. Longevity Heaven's Gu Immortals quickly returned. Duke Long's actions were like poking a hornet's nest. A large number of Longevity Heaven's Gu Immortals attacked from both sides, forming a huge encirclement. Countless immortal killer moves flew towards Duke Long. They were like dazzling fireworks that contained a fatal threat. Purple-gold dragon-shaped chi flashed again. Duke Long vanished far away, causing many killer moves to miss. The remaining killer moves changed directions under the guidance of the Gu Immortals. Duke Long appeared again, showing disdain towards the incoming killer moves. Open! He shouted, using a chi path killer move this time. Surging chi waves surged in all directions, repelling all killer moves and clearing the surroundings. Several Longevity Heaven's Gu Immortals had no choice but to attack Duke Long. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Have a taste of my killer move. Duke Long smiled sinisterly. 2 more Longevity Heaven Gu Immortals died. Duke Long continued to charge towards Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar was controlled by Bing Sichuan. It had to retreat rapidly. Duke Long chased after them. No matter which Northern Plains expert he faced, he tore through their defenses with ease. Of course, if the killer moves were too powerful, he would evade them. Shock flashed across Bing Sichuan's eyes. Impossible! How can Duke Long become so strong in such a short time? Is this Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's method as well? He had guessed wrong on this point. Duke Long's strength came from himself. Immortal killer move, Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand. As his lifespan decreased, Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand gave him a terrifying amplification. This amplification covered all aspects. Duke Long was unprecedentedly strong. His battle strength was rising at every moment. Chapter 1735. The killer move, Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand, made Duke Long stronger with every breath of time. Looking at the illusion of the river of time in the sky, Duke Long's eyes shined with a complex light. He sighed lightly. "O Red Lotus, I have seen your call of the ancients and future successors. Now I will show you my Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand." Duke Long's words made the Northern Plains experts furious. He clearly did not care about the Northern Plains immortals, he only had eyes for Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Northern Plains experts were all famous figures in history, they had their own pride and arrogance. But they could not refute Duke Long's words. Because they were here because of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's immortal killer move. Old man, you talk too much. Don't look down on us. Have a taste of my power. Several Northern Plains rank 8s pounced at Duke Long. Duke Long smiled coldly. At the next moment, a dragon roared as purple-gold dragon-shaped chi flickered continuously. Boom boom boom. Amidst the loud explosions, Duke Long charged left and right under the encirclement of the Northern Plains Gu immortals. No one could stop him. In contrast, the Northern Plains experts were being slaughtered by him, the number of casualties increased rapidly. Faster, faster, faster. Duke Long was too fast. The Northern Plains Gu immortals could not stop him in a short time. Any strong killer move needed time to prepare. Moreover, Duke Long's attention was on Calamity Luck Altar. He did not bother with the Northern Plains Gu immortals who tried to stop him. Stop him. Duke Long, don't even think of leaving, fight me if you dare. We must stop him. The purple gold dragon chi flashed. The battlefield became silent. Bing Sai Chuan raised his head. Duke Long had finally reached Calamity Luck Altar. His merciless dragon eyes looked down at this luck path rank 8 immortal Gu house below him. Oh no. Cold sweat dripped down Bing Sai Chuan's forehead. At the next moment, Duke Long roared as he used his chi path killer move again. Myriad chi surged, heaven and earth changed color. Immortal killer move, chi engulfing mountains and rivers. At once, the rank 8 Gu immortals shook intensely, they felt an unparalleled pressure pressing down on them from all directions. Many killer moves crumbled, the Northern Plains experts chasing after Duke Long fell to the ground like dumplings thrown into water. All things were silent and the universe was silent. Creak, creak, Calamity Luck Altar operated with difficulty, the faint golden light resisted chi engulfing mountains and rivers. This luck path rank 8 immortal Gu house could not fly anymore, it was suppressed to the ground by Duke Long. At once, Duke Long became the main character of the battlefield. The Celestial Court's Gu immortals looked at him with shock, and joy. He single-handedly suppressed the entire battle situation. Even though the Northern Plains immortals were strong, their arrogant heads were forcefully pressed down by Duke Long. Damn it. This chi engulfing mountains and rivers killer move, Duke Long had once used it in Eastern Sea. But now this killer move's power has increased by more than 10 times. Bing Sai Chuan could not conceal his shock. Duke Long's strength was too abnormal, it was beyond his bottom line. This damn old man is quite strong. It seems that I will have to deal with him. Far away, Mao Li Chiu and its clone had been suppressing the two legendary immemorial desolate beasts of Celestial Court. Seeing Duke Long's power, Mao Li Chiu gritted its teeth and wanted to reinforce them. You want to leave? No way. The immemorial green jade crane screamed, it activated an immortal killer move and attacked Mao Li Chiu's clone. Stop right there. Shabby 95 grabbed Mao Li Chiu's right hind leg and bit it. These two fools. Mao Li Chiu was furious, it was helpless to find that it was being held back by these two fools. The two legendary immemorial desolate beasts of Celestial Court might not be able to fight head-on battles, but they were able to fight head-on battles, they were getting more and more powerful. Duke Long's strength was too inspiring, it had already ignited the fighting spirit of these two legendary immemorial desolate beasts. Open. Calamity Luck Altar suddenly shined with bright light, it slowly rose up with determination. Next, the Northern Plains experts who had fallen to the ground also used their killer moves against Duke Long. Even though Duke Long was strong, he could only suppress them for a while. After all, he was not only facing the rank 8 immortal Gu house created by Giant Sun Immortal, there were also the Huang Jin tribe's experts in Northern Plains history. Go help Duke Long. Let longevity heaven pay the price in blood. How can the dignity of Celestial Court be offended? The Celestial Court's immortals reacted. They attacked like a tidal wave, reinforcing Duke Long. The Northern Plains experts had no choice but to split up a portion to defend against the Celestial Court's attacks. Meanwhile, the inner circle was to encircle and suppress Duke Long with all their strength. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan's heart sank. Duke Long was standing firm in the inner circle. He had the upper hand, while the Northern Plains Gu immortals at the outer circle were far fewer than Celestial Court's side, they were also losing ground. Bing Sai Chuan understood. If not for the Venerable's help, Longevity Heaven's attack would have failed already. Their goal was to snatch Fake Gu, but now they could not even protect themselves. How could they snatch it? In fact, Longevity Heaven's side was just a step away from success at a certain point in time. The problem was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's arrangements. Longevity Heaven's plan failed. Even though Longevity Heaven failed, your celestial court might not succeed either. Bing Sichuan's eyes shined with a cold light. He gave the order, destroy the refinement path formation. Since he could not snatch Fate Gu or destroy Fate Gu, he would make sure that Celestial Court's restoration failed as well. Only then would this Central Continent Refinement Path Convention not be the last. Celestial Court would hold it again to continue repairing Fate Gu. This way the other 4 regions would have a chance to catch their breath. But if that was the case, in the future Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Celestial Court would be even more vigilant. Longevity Heaven would not have the chance to attack again. But he had no choice. The situation forced Bing Sichuan to make this choice. Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster received the order. They immediately attacked the refinement path formation around them. Song Yan coughed out a mouthful of blood. His expression turned pale. But he showed a smile on his face. Humph, why do you think Lady Fairy Myrtle arranged for me to guard the formation? It is to prevent you from doing anything out of desperation. Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster frowned. They found that their attacks on the refinement path formation were all taken by Song Yan alone. This was Song Yan's unique rule path method. He could shift the damage to himself. How can we destroy the formation? With us here, don't even think of succeeding. Outside the refinement path formation, Celestial Court's Gu Immortals formed layers of defense, blocking the Northern Plains experts' attacks. Bing Sichuan changed his target and tried to destroy the refinement path formation. He was also attacking the enemy's weakness. Celestial Court had no choice but to defend the refinement path formation to the death. This way both sides attacked and defended. They were in a stalemate. On Celestial Court's side, most of its members defended the refinement path formation, while Duke Long attacked Calamity Luck Altar alone. On Northern Plains' side, they defended Calamity Luck Altar while attacking the refinement path formation. Even though Duke Long was being attacked by many Northern Plains experts, he still had the strength to attack Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar endured Duke Long's attacks again and again, but it still remained standing. It showed the immense defense of this rank 8 Immortal Gu house. In fact, Calamity Luck Altar's methods were not limited to this. It still had the potential to retaliate against Duke Long. But currently, Calamity Luck Altar's main goal was to maintain Call of the Ancient. If it used its other methods, this Call of the Ancient would be interrupted. In the end, Call of the Ancient was a time path killer move. It was incompatible with Calamity Luck Altar's own methods. If it had the painting path method that Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable displayed earlier, the situation would not be so awkward. Bing Sichuan was clear. Once Call of the Ancient was interrupted, the situation would turn for the worse. Only by maintaining this killer move could they resist the awakening members of Celestial Court. As time passed, the battle became more intense. More and more Gu Immortals died. Duke Long's attacks from time to time caused Bing Sichuan's heart to shake. He did not know how long Calamity Luck Altar could last. At the next moment, Call of the Ancient might be interrupted. If that happened, then Longevity Heaven would definitely suffer a huge loss. Even though both sides were attacking and defending, Duke Long's explosive power had already changed the situation. Celestial Court had a slight upper hand while Longevity Heaven's side was at a disadvantage. Boom. A lightning path killer move landed on Duke Long's back. But Duke Long's body did not even tremble. The dust on his back dispersed, revealing his broad back. His back was already covered in purple gold dragon scales. Following the effects of Heavenly Dragon's last stand, Duke Long's body became larger and larger. It had already expanded to twice its original size. His dragon claws became sharper and sharper. His dragon tail became longer and stronger. His dragon horn was originally only a short segment, but now it was growing rapidly. It was already the size of an adult deer's horn. It was like a crown on his head. It was incomparably noble and majestic. At every moment, Duke Long was getting stronger. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sichuan and the Northern Plains Gu Immortals who fought with him could feel it deeply. This is a monster. A Northern Plains expert said hatefully. Monster? Haha, we 7 Big Dipper Immortals love to deal with monsters. Right at this time, from the illusion of the River of Time, 7 Gu Immortals walked out. It's them. Bing Sichuan saw this and was surprised and joyful. These 7 Big Dipper Immortals came from the Huangjin tribes. There were 3 rank 8s and 4 rank 7s. They were people of the same era in Northern Plains history. During their era, legendary immemorial desolate beasts rampaged. causing the righteous path to suffer huge losses year after year. Thus, the Huangjin tribes gathered together and selected 7 people to train in the ancient battle formation, spending years to quell the rebellions, capturing immemorial desolate beasts and suppressing legendary desolate beasts, restoring peace to the superforces of northern plains. Ancient battle formation. 7 extreme desolation. In an instant, the 7 Gu immortals turned into a black gold giant with 3 heads and 4 arms. A huge metal wheel floated behind it. Immortal killer move, winged blade. The black gold giant's right arm was like a blade, creating a huge phantom blade light that slashed towards Duke Long. Chapter 1736. Winged blade had a great reputation. It was the publicly recognized #1 offensive method in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. It could even split the winds of assimilation. One could imagine its terrifying power. He dodged it. The purple gold dragon-shaped chi flashed. Duke Long suddenly appeared far away with a bewildered expression. At the next moment he saw the dragon horn on his forehead slowly falling to the ground in front of him. At the crucial moment, Duke Long barely dodged the winged blade, but his right dragon horn was cut in half. Duke Long was moved. At this time the black gold giant hooked its arm at Duke Long immortal killer move, immortal binding rope. This was the publicly recognized #1 capturing method in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. A purple gold rope appeared on Duke Long's body, coiling around his waist 3 times as he was pulled towards the black gold giant. Immortal killer move, winged blade. The black gold giant raised its right arm, targeting Duke Long again as it used its ultimate killer move. Duke Long gritted his teeth as he shouted. His body shook violently as he broke free from the immortal binding rope, retreating rapidly and dodging the winged blade. The black gold giant wanted to restrain Duke Long again, but Duke Long retreated rapidly as he spat out 2 sharp dragon fangs. The dragon fangs flew out of his mouth and expanded. They were like 2 peerless scimitars, flying and protecting him. It was immortal killer move, spiraling dragon fangs. Spiraling dragon fangs were offensive killer moves, but Duke Long used them for defense. The black gold giant's 7 extreme desolations immortal binding rope was powerful, but once it trapped Duke Long, it would be cut in half by the spiraling dragon fangs. Bing Sichuan saw this, feeling bewildered and regretful. The original spiraling dragon fangs were only the size of an arm. To think that they are 2 doors now. What method did Duke Long use to raise the power of his immortal killer move to such an absurd level? A pity about 7 extreme desolation. Now that Fate Gu is close to completion, Call of the Ancients' power has fallen by a lot. If it was at its original level, Duke Long would have been heavily injured by that attack. 7 Extreme Desolation was an ancient battle formation. It was made up of 3 rank 8s and 4 rank 7 Gu immortal experts. Each of them was an outstanding expert of the Huangjin tribes of the past. They were famous in Northern Plains. What was even rarer was that the immortal killer moves they had were the signature methods of their respective tribes. For example, Chanyu tribe's winged blade or Yi Lui tribe's immortal binding rope. With 7 Extreme Desolation's protection, Duke Long's attacks were obstructed. The situation was in a deadlock again. Calamity Luck Altar was temporarily safe, but Longevity Heaven could not destroy Heavenly Court's refinement path formation no matter what. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals had 3 layers of defense and 3 layers of defense. Northern Plains experts' methods could not even get close to the formation, not to mention charging in. In 1 Gu Gu 1 1 Gu Gu of Gu and 2 1 1 1 1 Gu. It looks like a stalemate on the surface, but the initiative has already changed hands. If this goes on, Heavenly Court will definitely gain control of the situation. Bing Sichuan had a cold expression, but his eyes were still burning with fighting spirit. Northern Plains Gu Immortals loved to fight. They had fought countless battles in their lives. They far surpassed the other 4 regions. Bing Sichuan was a rank 8-time path grade expert. It was even more so. He had experienced countless dangers and battles in his life. Even though the situation was getting more dangerous, it could not shake his fighting spirit. He was trying to find a way out. Invading Celestial Court is my Longevity Heaven's plan. We have thought about it and have countermeasures. Now we can only contact Fang Yuan and the rest and attack from the outside world. Bing Sichuan immediately contacted Fang Yuan and the rest, giving orders. Luck Path method again. They are contacting the outside world. Once Bing Sichuan made a move, several members of Celestial Court sensed it. Fairy Myrtle smiled bitterly. The highest profundity of Luck Path had always been in the hands of Giant Sun Immortal. Celestial Court could not stop Bing Sichuan's method. Emperor City. Fang Yuan had already used Yama Emperor's killer move, flying around in the sky. Intense winds blew past his ears, Li Huang and Qing Yi in his vision were like a ball of fire, a black light chasing after Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan pointed as countless Yama seeds flew out, obstructing Li Huang and Qing Yi. Next he charged towards the nearest Immortal Gu house. The Gu immortals inside the Immortal Gu house turned pale with fright, they quickly retreated. Fangjing quickly used that move. A Gu immortal shouted. Guyue Fangjing was inside the Immortal Gu house, he immediately took action. The Immortal Gu house shot out a blood-red light that pushed it forward, increasing its speed by several times. Fang Yuan missed. Using this chance, Li Huang and Qing Yi attacked again, fighting against Fang Yuan. Western Desert's Gu immortals could not stand it, someone sneered. This is clearly a blood path method, the great celestial court is of the righteous path, they are actually using a blood path killer move in front of everyone. Bullshit. The means of Zhongzhou state are unimaginable and have thousands of changes. How can a layman like you comprehend them? Western Desert scoundrel, you covet our central continent's riches, you even slander our righteous path, this is unforgivable. How could the central continent Gu immortals admit defeat, even though most of them knew about Fangjing's blood path methods? Damn it. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, Li Huang and Qing Yi's fight made him feel like he was stuck in a swamp. In this situation, his best method was Great Thief Ghost Hand. He could use this move to destroy most of the Immortal Gu houses on Celestial Court's side. But Li Huang and Qing Yi were fighting with all their strength, he could not find a chance to use it. And Western Desert's side was also very wary of him, they did not want to cooperate. Even though Fang clan had colluded with Fang Yuan in the past, in this situation where everyone was watching, how could they dare to cooperate with Fang Yuan? Fang clan obtained Divine Bean Palace several years ago, Western Desert's righteous path joined forces to create trouble for them, they had been living with their tails between their legs. Using the opportunity of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, they finally reached an agreement with Western Desert's righteous path forces. If they cooperated with Fang Yuan now, they would be giving Western Desert's righteous path a new weakness. When they return, they would be pressured by Western Desert's righteous path forces again. This is not good, the final competition is probably coming to an end. Fang Yuan had participated in the Refinement Path Convention, he was familiar with the situation. Most importantly, why are those fools from Longevity Heaven not making a move yet? At this time Bing Sichuan contacted Fang Yuan. Towards Fang Yuan he would not use a commanding tone, but Bing Sichuan knew how to convince Fang Yuan. He told Fang Yuan everything about Longevity Heaven's invasion of Celestial Court. This was the truth, it could withstand any kind of scrutiny. Bing Sichuan did not hide or fake it, because he knew about Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment. These damned fools. Fang Yuan learned of everything that happened in Celestial Court, his eyes shined with sharp light, he gritted his teeth. He used Longevity Heaven to treat Bing Sichuan and the rest as chess pieces, wasn't Bing Sichuan the same as well? Longevity Heaven had its own benefits, it confessed the situation now because it wanted Fang Yuan to stop Celestial Court from repairing Fate Gu. Inside Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven could only maintain the situation and delay the experts of Celestial Court, they could no longer advance. But as long as Fang Yuan destroyed Emperor City and ruined the final competition, Celestial Court's human path methods would stop, they would no longer be able to extract success Dao marks from infallible blessed land. Without success Dao marks, how could Yuan Xiongdu dare to repair Fate Gu? This was the only chance of victory now. Taking a deep breath, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a bone-chilling cold light. Even though he knew that Longevity Heaven was making use of him, such an overt scheme was for his own benefits, he had to do it. Activating an immortal killer move, Fang Yuan moved like a phantom, moving around the battlefield with shocking speed. Everywhere he went, Celestial Court's Immortal Gu houses evaded him rapidly. Because of Fang Yuan's existence, Celestial Court's Immortal Gu houses would often fall into chaos. Unfortunately, at such times Western Desert's Immortal Gu houses would be heavily guarded by Celestial Court. Western Desert's Gu immortals did not have the spirit to fight to the death, they could not charge in. Li Huang and Qing Yi charged forward again, trying to hold back Fang Yuan. In the past, Fang Yuan would be forced to fight Li Huang and Qing Yi at this time, Celestial Court's defensive line would have time to adjust. But now it was different. Fang Yuan roared as he turned into the immemorial year monkey again. Immortal killer move, Spring Scissors. Immortal killer move, Summer Fan. Be it Spring Scissors or Summer Fan, Fang Yuan attacked Emperor City below. This scene made Li Huang and Qing Yi pale with fright. Be careful, old demon Fang Yuan is going all out. Quickly stop him. Li Huang and Qing Yi's killer moves landed on Fang Yuan's body, Winter Coat Killer move resisted them with difficulty. His rank 8 immortal essence was expended rapidly. The immortal goo houses panicked. They used their bodies to block the attacks and protect Emperor City. Using this chance, Western Desert's immortal goo houses attacked. Fang Yuan ignored everything else. He used killer moves continuously, only attacking Emperor City. Winter Coat Killer move could not hold on any longer. It broke with a crack. Fang Yuan's bones were fractured and his blood splattered. Fang Yuan endured it forcefully, ignoring the damage to his core immortal goo and his own injuries. He activated Winter Coat Killer move again. But Winter Coat's core immortal goo was already damaged. Now that it was activated, its defensive power was far weaker than before. It was broken again and again under the continuous attacks. Eventually, immortal goo winter injury was too severe to recover. It was destroyed. Fang Yuan could not use Winter Coat anymore. He lost his main defensive method. Thankfully, the immemorial year monkey's body was extremely strong to begin with. Fang Yuan used all sorts of time path methods. It was better than nothing. Fang Yuan's disregard for his own safety had many effects. Emperor City was on the verge of collapse. The goo masters who were participating in the competition were disrupted and failed. What is going on? The whole city is shaking. The goo masters were shocked and uncertain. The central continent goo immortals inside Emperor City made their moves. Protect these goo masters. Don't let them lose their lives. These people are blessed by Central Continent's human path luck. They are people with great fortune. If many of them die, our luck will not be able to resist old demon Fang Yuan. It turned out that the Celestial Court's arrangements were also based on luck. Even though the Celestial Court did not have much confidence in luck path, they could use this stupid method to negate Fang Yuan's advantage in luck path. Battle opportunity. Fang Clan Immortals. The supreme battle achievement is right in front of us. Within the immortal goo house chicken dog coop, Fang Clan's rank 7 goo immortal shouted with bright eyes. Go. Under the control of Fang Clan's goo immortal, chicken dog coop flew close to the ground as it crashed towards Emperor City. The attention of the Celestial Court's side was almost completely attracted by Fang Yuan. If chicken dog coop used an immortal killer move, it would be detected and delayed. Celestial Court would return to defend. They would lose their chance. But at this moment, Chicken Dog Coop abandoned all methods and crashed towards them directly, using time to its limit. Oh no. Li Huang, Qing Yi and the rest were pale with fright. Undoubtedly, Chicken Dog Coop's timing was too perfect. At this moment, the Celestial Court could only watch as it crashed towards Emperor City. Even though they had a few immortal killer moves because of the short preparation time, they did not have enough power. They could not stop Chicken Dog Co-op closer, even closer. The goo masters in Emperor City were still in a daze, while Li Huang and the other goo immortals had expressions of despair. The fatal blow was at this moment. Chapter 1737. Celestial Court Battlefield. The front lines were in full swing. Duke Long led the Celestial Court Immortals to fight against Northern Plains forces. But the rear was very quiet because of the Qi Wall. Fairy Myrtle was in charge of the overall situation. She paid attention to all aspects. Seeing that Chicken Dog Coop was about to crash into Emperor City, Fairy Myrtle's heart tightened. Senior Zheng Yuan, quickly save Emperor City. She instantly made a decision. She shouted with a trace of nervousness on her face. Old man Zheng Yuan nodded. Fairy, don't worry, I have accumulated enough human will. My mission is about to be completed. Open. At once, old man Zheng Yuan's body shook intensely. Immortal essence surged as blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. He cultivated human path, but he was only rank 7. The human path method left behind as a key to open the immortal aperture was barely enough. To him, every time it happened, it was a pain that surpassed his limits. But old man Zheng Yuan did not show any trace of bitterness. Right now, he had the blissful radiance of a martyr on his face. After the killer move People's United Hearts, the human path method left behind by an immortal venerable was activated again. Emperor City Battlefield. Crush them all. Fang Clan's goo immortals laughed loudly with malevolent expressions. In their vision, Emperor City was getting closer and closer. As long as they destroyed it, it would be a shocking battle achievement. Not only would the goo immortals become famous in the 5 regions, the whole of Fang Clan would benefit from this. Their reputation would soar and they would become the role model of Northern Plains' righteous path forces. Good. Fang Yuan saw this and cheered internally. He had a premonition that as long as this collision succeeded, it would be of great benefit to him in the unseen world. Fang Yuan had wisdom path attainment. He had a keen sense of this. But his luck path attainment level was not high enough. He did not immediately sense the benefits of luck path. But right at this time a change occurred. A misty white light flashed above Emperor City. This white light appeared quickly and disappeared even faster. For some reason, Chicken Dog Coop's ferocious aura vanished completely. Even though it was still charging forward, it could no longer intimidate people. For example, the Chicken Dog Coop was like a battleship that rode the winds and waves. Now, it was like a broken boat that had no one steering it, drifting along with the waves. Then, under the astonished gazes of the immortals, the Chicken Dog Coop began to collapse and collapse. Countless fragments scattered with the wind. It continued to disintegrate, like an old house that had experienced countless years of torment and finally died of old age. Under the strong winds, it was being dismantled piece by piece. A large number of goo worms fluttered in the air, and at the same time, even more goo worm corpses fell to the ground. A moment ago, Fang Clan's goo immortals, who had high morale and were ready to tear heaven and earth apart, did not move at all. Even the other Fang Clan goo immortals were shouting at this moment. A bad feeling enveloped Fang Clan's goo immortals. Soon their feelings were confirmed. From the destroyed Chicken Dog Coop, corpses fell down one after another. They were the Fang Clan goo immortals who were still alive and well a moment ago. How could this be? Fang Clan's goo immortals gasped. They called out the names of these Fang Clan goo immortals, but there was no response. What killer move is this? With just one attack, the entire immortal goo house was destroyed. None of the goo immortals inside survived. Even Fang Yuan's expression changed in shock. Even in the 500 years of his previous life, he had never seen such a scene. This was the foundation of Central Continent's celestial court. It was forced out by Fang Yuan and the Western Desert goo immortals. After all, in Fang Yuan's previous life, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable succeeded in defying heaven and infiltrated the depths of celestial court. Such a huge battle did not occur. Of course, it could also be that Fang Yuan's memories had some problems. After all, he had once been manipulated by Providence and became a pawn. He had to use Spring-Autumn Cicada to revive many times. His 500 years of memories were not reliable. This is an immortal killer move, broken family and death. Li Huang's eyes shined. He was extremely excited. He looked towards the direction of heaven, thinking, it seems that over there human will has already been accumulated. Realizing this, Li Huang's heart was filled with boundless confidence. His roar echoed in the silent battlefield. My fellow comrades, what are you waiting for? Celestial Court has already made a move. It is time for us to counterattack. That's right, let these invaders have a taste of Central Continent's might. Qing Yi added. At the next moment, countless white lights started to shine in the vast Central Continent. These white lights were like dots and lumps of candlelight. There were billions and billions of them. They were like large dandelions, drifting with the wind and slowly rising, gradually filling the sky. What killer move is this? The Western Desert goo immortals were uncertain. Fang Yuan had turned into Yama Emperor and used a soul path killer move to defend himself. Now that the winter armor was broken, Fang Yuan could only rely on another soul path defensive method. He was in the middle of a sky full of white spots of light. This scene also made him lack confidence. He probed carefully. But these white lights could not retaliate. They were like illusory shadows. Fang Yuan's probing had no effect on them. Even though this immortal killer move was grand and vast, encompassing the whole of Central Continent, it did not have any offensive power. Next, these white lights were like fishes or birds returning to their nests. They gathered and attached themselves to the Central Continent goo immortals. The white lights on the Central Continent goo immortals increased, but they were not bright. The light was warm and gentle. It was not blinding. This scene didn't just occur in the battlefield of Imperial Emperor City. It occurred in the battlefield of the Heavenly Court, the battlefield of Infallible, and various other corners of the world. This was the human path killer move, hope of the people. The unity of the people, the destruction of the family. This was primordial origin Immortal Venerable's human path method. And hope of the people and the following move were the results of star constellation Immortal Venerable's exploration of human path. Within Celestial Court, Old Man Zheng Yuan shouted again. Human path killer move, heroes among people. The white lights on the Central Continent goo immortals started to weaken, while the auras of the goo immortals rose rapidly. Their auras have changed. What is going on? Seeing this, the goo immortals of the other 4 regions were shocked and uncertain. So strong, such strength. The Central Continent goo immortals had a wondrous feeling. A brand new strength was surging in their bodies. This strength was so vast and surging, it was like a surging tidal wave that charged at their hearts and moved towards their limbs. All of their fatigue was swept away. Their minds were extremely clear. Intense battle intent surged. This was especially evident on Li Huang, Fairy Myrtle, and Chen Yi. Retreat. Hurry up and retreat. Stop attacking. Observe the situation first. Western Desert's immortal goo houses retreated continuously. The situation had truly frightened these Western Desert people. Fang Yuan squinted, but he attacked at this moment. He wanted to attack and probe. Son of Yama flew out, pouncing at Li Huang and Qin Yi. Li Huang breathed in deeply and laughed sinisterly. Verdant Sun's flame cloak expanded by several times, burning fiercely. Before Son of Yama got close to him, it combusted and turned into nothingness. Demon, take this. Li Huang attacked while Fang Yuan blocked. After a few rounds, Fang Yuan's heart shook. This human path killer move amplified Li Huang's battle strength by at least 2 times. This was not a Dao Mark amplification. Dao Mark amplification targeted the power of immortal killer moves. Heroes among people targeted the Gu Immortal themselves. At rank 8 level, a double amplification was already very terrifying. For example, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's perfect pair killer move could create a clone with the same battle strength as the main body. This was equivalent to a double amplification. And this Heroes Among People amplified it by at least 2 times. What was even more shocking was that it was not just Li Huang, there were hundreds and thousands of Central Continent Gu Immortals. Expectations of the people paired with Heroes Among People, this was the power of 2 rank 9 killer moves unleashed at the same time. Just like Red Lotus Demon Venerable's Call of the Ancients, Support of the Future, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's killer moves, expectations of the people and Heroes Among People, were not inferior, they shocked even the Immortals. An even worse situation appeared. Central Continent's immortal Gu houses also started to gather a layer of white light. Heroes Among People's effect also extended to immortal Gu houses. This was because immortal Gu houses themselves were immortal killer moves, they were controlled by the Gu Immortal. Since Heroes Among People could amplify other immortal killer moves, immortal Gu houses were also affected. Central Continent's side gained such a strong boost, it was even more terrifying than having twice the amount of reinforcements. When Gu Immortals fought, the more people there were, the better. Because Gu Immortals often lacked cooperation, the Dao marks of different paths repelled each other, 1 + 1 was often less than 2. If Gu Immortals wanted to fight together, they would usually control immortal Gu houses together, or act as the formation cores of immortal formations. But in this aspect, Gu Immortals were mostly used to provide immortal essence to repair immortal Gu houses and immortal formations. Compared to these two, ancient battle formations had a huge advantage. Even though they had already been eliminated by time, they could fully excavate the Gu Immortals' own potential, they were very useful. Be it immortal formations or immortal Gu houses, they were all constructed and had fixed killer moves, so there were only so many methods. But ancient battle formations were different, the methods that Gu Immortals knew could be used by ancient battle formations, and they were even more powerful and mystical. The ancient battle formation could truly combine the strength of many Gu Immortals together ingeniously. This was also the reason why 7 Extreme Desolation could resist Duke Long and make Duke Long helpless. The 7 Gu Immortals that formed 7 Extreme Desolation could combine their strength, 1 + 1 was greater than 2. From this aspect, the ingenuity of Heroes Among Men was even better than that of perfect couples. Because pairs only created a clone with the same battle strength as the main body. But Heroes Among People directly amplified the main body by more than 2 times. The main body's strength was far more valuable than a clone with the same battle strength as the main body. The pressure increased, Western Desert's Gu Immortals were forced to retreat by Central Continent's side. Fang Yuan, where are you going? Leave your life behind. Li Huang and Qin Yi attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had no choice but to retreat. Chapter 1738. Emperor City Battlefield. After a difficult battle, Fang Yuan started to see some clues. The killer move Heroes Among People was simply heaven-defying, but it was not without a price. The white light on Li Huang and Qin Ye's bodies was decreasing rapidly, they were expended rapidly. But at the same time the white light was replenished. The white light in the sky was like grains of sand in a river, seemingly endless, it gathered on Li Huang and Qin Ye's bodies. Fang Yuan tried many times to break it, but to no avail. The weakness of this human path killer move is very obvious. Countless thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind, they rained down like a storm as he thought rapidly. As long as I destroy the white light in the sky, it will be enough. Without the replenishment of these light spots, Li Huang and Qin Yi are like water without a source, as long as the battle drags on, their buffs will disappear completely. But I have no methods to deal with these white light spots. Fang Yuan tried many times, but unfortunately he did not have any methods that could deal with these white light spots. This was the domain of human path. Even though human path had always existed. In fact, because of the legends of Renzu, it was very likely to be the first path of human cultivation, but there were very few Gu immortals who could truly grasp human path. Throughout history, only those with shocking talent and unparalleled talent could have some understanding of it. These comprehensions were often piecemeal and did not form a system. At most, they would only be a small set of killer moves. For example, Red Lotus Demon Venerable's Call of the Ancient will follow, or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's popular support, Heroes Among People. Fang Yuan did not have such methods. He contacted the Western Desert Gu immortals present, but they did not have such methods either. Throughout this Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Fang Yuan's disadvantage was in the aspect of human path. If it were other paths with Fang Yuan's deep foundation, he could deal with them. But he was very unfamiliar with human path. Not just him, most Gu immortals were unfamiliar with it. Thus, once human path methods were used, they would often have good results. For example, Longevity Heaven used Call of the Ancient, or Celestial Court used Heroes Among People. Looks like I have to comprehend more of the legends of Renzu and comprehend the profundities of the human path within. If we don't use humane methods, we will be at a great disadvantage when dealing with the Celestial Court. In the 5 regions chaotic war in the future, the various forces will have some human path methods. My foundation in this area is indeed very poor. Fang Yuan clearly understood this point. Fang Yuan's battle prowess was already very strong. There were many factors involved, but the main reason was that he had been doing everything possible to strengthen his battle prowess. In terms of battle strength, he was already at the peak of the current Gu immortal world. In terms of resources, Fang Yuan relied on plundering and the convenience of the sovereign immortal aperture to be self-sufficient. It could feed a large number of immortal Gu and was also a profitable business. But currently he did not have the financial resources to refine a rank 8 immortal Gu. He needed time to accumulate. However, Fang Yuan's shortcomings still existed, and there were many of them. He had quasi-supreme attainment level in refinement path and time path. He was a great grandmaster in theft path, blood path, strength path, transformation path, wisdom path, and star path were also not bad. But in poison path, dream path, space path, sword path, and others he was clearly lacking. These were his shortcomings. It was even more so in terms of human path. Li Huang, Qin Yi, and the rest suppressed Fang Yuan with the help of Heroes Among People. Fang Yuan was not willing to give up. He could only turn from offense to defense. Celestial Court's immortal Gu houses turned to offense, surrounding the Western Desert Immortals and the immortal Gu houses controlled by Ning Bing and the rest. Celestial Court's immortal Gu houses rose in battle strength. They were not afraid of these enemy immortal Gu houses breaking through. Hidden Dragon Cave Battlefield. Soon. Song Qiyuan had a heated gaze. He stared at the rank 8 immortal Gu house Dragon Palace as he continued to refine it. The other rank 8 Gu immortals from Eastern Sea were doing the same. Qingyuan, Huakaiyun, Shinsongxing, Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, Shimiao, and Yang Zihe. These Gu immortals were working together to refine Dragon Palace, trying to make it their own. Even though Dragon Palace was refined by Duke Long, there was no one controlling it now, and a portion of its power was suppressing Di Zongxing. It could not resist the refinement of Eastern Sea's rank 8s. As time passed, Dragon Palace was gradually refined by Eastern Sea's immortals. Seeing that they were about to succeed, Eastern Sea's immortals became even more vigilant. Be careful, the worst thing is to fail at the last step. That's right, I have a bad feeling about this, but I don't know why. That's right, we attacked this place, but Celestial Court did not send any reinforcements. Don't worry, Celestial Court might not even be able to fend for themselves now. They can only sacrifice themselves to save themselves. I'm afraid they have given up on this place. Old slave Bei Feng, go guard the cave entrance, kill anyone suspicious. If Celestial Court sends reinforcements, fight to the death. Shen Songxing shouted. He had already enslaved Old Man Bei Feng. Old Man Bei Feng lost his freedom. He could only listen to Shen Songxing. He sighed bitterly. He could only listen to orders. He brought Feng Chanzi away from this place. Feng Chanzi was Old Man Bei Feng's grandson, but he only had rank 6 cultivation level. His battle strength was nothing compared to the Eastern Sea Immortals. After Shen Songxing enslaved Old Man Bei Feng, he also turned him into a Gu Immortal slave. It seems that Brother Shen's gains are the greatest this time. Zhang Yin smiled. According to the alliance agreement, Dragon Palace was shared among the Immortals, but Shen Songxing enslaved Old Man Bei Feng and Feng Chanzi. Forget about Feng Chanzi, the key was old man Beifeng, he was a true rank 8. The only flaw was that he was heavily injured now, his battle strength had fallen to rock bottom. Shen Songxing was silent, he knew that he seemed to have gained the most, even though the others were calm and collected, they were still holding grudges. This way Shen clan had a new rank 8. When old man Beifeng recovers, he would be someone who could break the balance of Eastern Sea. After thinking for a while, Shen Songxing smiled and said, "It's just old man Beifeng, so what? He is old, his injuries are severe, he will need to spend a lot of time and effort to recover. Compared to Dragon Palace, it is nothing." He tried to belittle old man Beifeng as much as he could. At the same time, he wanted the Immortal's attention to Dragon Palace. This Dragon Palace can actually suppress Dizongxing and even enslave him. With it, when the 5 regions merge in the future, we will be able to resist the other 4 regions. This was to make the Immortals feel a sense of danger, to remind them that I, Shen Songxing, and Shen Clan are your allies, the true enemies are in Central Continent and the other 4 regions. Let's take a look. According to my deductions, Dragon Palace should still have Dream Path Immortal Goo. Hopefully Duke Long did not take it away. Shen Songxing said. The Immortals were silent. Shen Songxing's words were logical and skillful. He dispelled the indignation in his companions' hearts with just a few words. Dragon Palace has already been subdued, what do we do now? Granny Rong suddenly asked. Once Dragon Palace is subdued, we will act together and help it suppress and enslave Dizongxing. After that, Song Qiyuan pondered. Celestial Court's reinforcements have not appeared, it shows how intense the battle outside is. Perhaps we can lend a hand and help the others. Even if it is Fang Yuan. That's right, Central Continent is the strongest among the 5 regions, we need to weaken it. He who said Celestial Court's reinforcements did not come. But at this time a change occurred. Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, Shimiao, Yang Zihe, and the rest suddenly attacking Song Qiyuan, Qingyuan, Hua Kaiyun and Shen Songxing. How could Song Qiyuan and the rest of the 4 people expect that their companions who fought alongside them would plot against them? At once, they were hit and retreated while coughing out blood. Rank 8 Gu Immortals had strong foundations, they had good defenses, Zhang Yin and the rest sneak attack did not take any of their lives. But this was enough. Song Qiyuan and the rest were heavily injured, they retreated to the outer perimeter. Zhang Yin and the rest occupied the inner perimeter, guarding Dragon Palace. Song Qiyuan and the rest were shocked and furious. Qingyuan shouted, Zhang Yin, are the 4 of you crazy? You want to take Dragon Palace for yourself? Zhang Yin chuckled, the 4 of us attacked together, how can it be considered taking it for ourselves? Shen Songxing's expression was grim. Don't forget, we signed an alliance agreement. The 4 of you attacked us, just wait for the alliance agreement's backlash. Yang Zihe's tone was plain, but his expression was resolute. Even if we die, we will protect Dragon Palace, we will not let you take it. Hua Kaiyun frowned, saying softly, something is wrong. Even though Zhang Yin and the rest were lone immortals and rank 8 demonic cultivators, they were still Eastern Sea people. Even if they had conflicts with the leaders of super forces like Song Qiyuan, they were risking their lives to protect Dragon Palace, their standpoint had clearly changed. Why are you doing this? Song Qiyuan shouted. Zhang Yin and the rest's lips curled up, showing a strange smile. Next, their bodies started to grow taller, their limbs turned into claws, their skin was covered in layers of scales, a pair of horns grew out of their foreheads and their pupils turned vertical. Their appearances underwent a shocking change. Song Qiyuan and the rest were shocked. Because of these changes, Zhang Yin and the rest became very similar to Duke Long. Qingyuan was furious. You actually abandoned your noble human identities and degenerated into lowly variant human dragon men? What do you know? Dragon men are the noblest, this is the trend of heaven and earth. Humans are destined to be eliminated by heaven and earth. Zhang Yin and the rest spoke one by one, saying this they shouted together, we are the guardians of Dragon Palace, the 4 dragon generals. Song Qiyuan and the rest were shocked speechless. Chapter 1739. Hua Kaiyun could not help but smile bitterly. It turned out that all of this seemed like success, but it was a huge trap that Celestial Court had meticulously planned. Precisely. Zhang Yin and the rest smiled calmly. Qingyuan and the rest reacted. To make us feel at ease, you actually allowed me to enslave old man Beifeng, you truly have ulterior motives. Shen Songxing said coldly. This was not our plan, nor was it Lord Duke Long's plan. Zhang Yin shook his head, he was clearly the leader of the 4. Do you know none of your actions escaped Fairy Myrtle's deductions? Ordering us to hide was also Fairy Myrtle's arrangement. Song Qiyuan's gaze landed on Dragon Palace again. This means that this rank 8 Immortal Goo House is actually an enslavement path Immortal Goo House. It can actually enslave 4 rank 8 Goo Immortals. Moreover, it can continue to enslave and suppress Di Zongxing. Since ancient times, this is probably the number 1 enslavement path Immortal Goo House. Zhang Yin and the rest's expressions changed. Qing Yuan, Hua Kai Yun, and Shen Songxing looked at Song Qi Yuan. They immediately understood that he had not given up yet. Even though they encountered such a shocking change, how could Song Qi Yuan and the other rank 8 Goo Immortal experts give up so easily? Moreover, even though they were ambushed and injured, they still had a lot of battle strength left. If they continued to fight, there was still hope. Ambushing rank 8 Goo Immortals was not so easy. Most immortal killer moves, once activated, would have an overflowing aura. Thus, Zhang Yin and the rest did not use any terrifying killer moves. It was quite difficult for them to conceal the aura of their killer moves. Methods that could conceal the aura of killer moves were very rare. Currently, only southern borders Wu Yong had it. Everyone else, even the members of Celestial Court, did not have it. Boom boom boom. Thunder rumbled again. Song Qi Yuan and the rest were not willing to give up. They fought with Zhang Yin and the rest. Infallible blessed land battlefield. Bai Tsang Shui brought Chen Yi and retreated as they fought. Wu Yong and the rest attacked, trying to force her away from the formation and kill the 2 rank 8s of the Celestial Court. Bai Tsang Shui was in dire straits and was surrounded by danger. The deities of Southern Frontier gave her a lot of pressure, especially Wu Yong. Any killer move's aura was concealed by him. When he erupted, Bai Tsang Shui was very wary. Even if Wu Yong didn't make a move, she still had to pay attention to this dangerous person. Put me down and go, Chen Yi said. He was struck by the peerless move, Farewell Friend Wind. He could not move and could only wait for death. At this moment, his sleeves, eyebrows and hair were all disappearing. His limbs were not intact either. The terrifying power of Farewell Friend Wind was about to completely eliminate his limbs and then spread to his torso. Thankfully, Farewell Friend Wind was not contagious. It was only targeted at Chen Yi. Bai Tsang Shui had the guts to protect Chen Yi by her side. You think I want to save you? Bai Tsang Shui transmitted secretly. Chen Yi was slightly dazed. He suddenly realized. As expected, Bai Tsang Shui continued to transmit. I did this on purpose. I pretended to be unwilling to give up on you and put myself in danger. It was to attract the attention of the deities of Southern Frontier, to stall for time for the people behind us, allowing them to set up more immortal formations. You are dead for sure, but you can still make use of some of your strength. Maybe I will die too, but as long as I can stall for time, it will be fine. For the Celestial Court, for Central Continent, for all of humanity, what is sacrifice? Chen Yi was silent. He suddenly wanted to smile. At this moment, death seemed insignificant. Even though he was infatuated with power and authority, he also had the greater good of humanity. He was the same as Bai Tsang Shui. He was not afraid of sacrifice. If not for that, Fairy Myrtle wouldn't have promoted him to a member of the Celestial Court. But Chen Yi didn't smile. Instead, his expression became more bitter and painful. He wanted to act, to cooperate with Bai Tsang Shui to confuse the deities of Southern Frontier. Let me make use of some of my strength in the last moments of my life. Chen Yi was calm. He was not afraid of death. However, at this moment, a song entered his ears. In such an intense battle, who would still have the mood to sing? Chen Yi was stunned. He was instantly attracted by the song. Like him, Bai Tsang Shui, Wu Yong and the others were the same. The song was ethereal and heavy. It seemed to be full of contradictions. It was very unique. At first, the song was like a small stream in the mountains, flowing slowly. Then, the stream seemed to turn into magma. It expanded into a long river in the mountains. It was like a giant dragon wandering. At the same time, the mountains under the magma river turned into waves, swooshing one after another. It rose and fell without stopping. The magma and the waves collided. They interacted and created a huge amount of water vapor. The water vapor condensed into azure clouds. They flew up as if they were going to reach beyond the 9 heavens. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The lightning pierced through the azure clouds. The immortals felt like they were falling from the clouds. Their hearts were empty. Fake and real, high and low. At times they were in high spirits, at times they were homeless. At times they bent their backs, at times they spread their wings and soared. In the battlefield, the battle stopped. Everyone was immersed in the song. They forgot everything else. But the song suddenly stopped. The immortals quickly woke up. Chi Chu Yu had a solemn expression. What song is this? It is so terrifying. We were all trapped in it, unable to escape. Xiao Zhikai had a pale expression. He had lingering fear. Thankfully, the song stopped. Otherwise, none of us would have survived. What song is this? Yi Haofang asked. A rank 8 Gu Immortal walked out of the formation. He wore a red and white robe, he had an elegant demeanor as he smiled. "This is my newly created destiny song." Was Feng Jioge? Destiny? Such arrogance. Ba Ba snorted coldly. Unbelievable. This song of destiny actually saved my life. Chen Yi cheered. He only had his torso and head left, but the farewell friend wind had already stopped and dissipated. Even though his injuries were terrifying, Chen Yi's life was saved. The deities of southern frontier was dazed. Wu Yong's farewell friend wind was at rank 8 level. Feng Jioge's destiny song used fate armor Immortal Gu as the core, it was also at rank 8. You again. Wu Yong stared at Feng Jioge. Last time when he wanted to kill Feng Yuan, it was Feng Jioge who protected Feng Yuan's life. This time when he wanted to kill Chen Yi, it was Feng Jioge who stopped Chen Yi's sacrifice. Twice in a row, it was Feng Jioge who foiled Wu Yong's plans. And both times they were crucial. Even though Wu Yong was a formidable character with a broad mind and could endure what others could not, he could not help but feel furious now. Feng Jioge, you are truly a peerless genius. Wu Yong's eyes narrowed into slits, his voice was calm but bone-chilling like the wind. Come, use all of your abilities, I want to experience them. Saying so, a hurricane swept forward. This was Wu Yong's unlimited wind, it had been wreaking havoc in the battlefield, it was like a huge pillar that supported heaven and earth. This attack expended over 10,000 wind path Dao marks in Wu Yong's body. Unlimited wind continued for a long time, it was grand and grand, pressuring towards Feng Jioge and the rest. Feng Jioge smiled bitterly, Lord Wu Yong's might is unfathomable, I can only choose to hide for now. Bai Tsang Shui was still dragging Chen Yi. It is about time, let's go. The formation behind the three of them expanded. With such support they successfully retreated back to the formation. Once they entered the formation, Feng Jioge spat out a mouthful of blood, his face was pale as paper, he was on the verge of collapsing. What happened to you? Bai Tsang Shui quickly supported him. Feng Jioge smiled, his expression was ugly, his breathing was extremely weak. This destiny song of mine is just a rough creation, I did not even complete half of it. I had no choice but to use it this time, I suffered heavy injuries. Brother Feng, you risked your life to save this old man's life. This life-saving grace, this old man will never forget it for life. Chen Yi sighed. Right now, Central Continent is in chaos, the deities of Southern Frontier are coming, I saved you but also for the overall situation of Central Continent. Feng Jioge shook his head. Chen Yi looked at Feng Jioge and then at Bai Tsang Shui, thinking of their reckless actions, he laughed heartily. No matter how dangerous the situation is, with our fearless sacrifice and fighting spirit, Central Continent will win, Celestial Court will win. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle, who had been observing infallible blessed land from afar, let out a breath of air as she smiled. Feng Jioge, destiny song indeed. Fairy Myrtle knew about Celestial Court's Destiny Gu plan. Longevity Heaven also had ambitions towards Destiny Gu. Celestial Court wanted fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu, Longevity Heaven wanted Fate Gu, they were both attempts against Destiny Gu. However, the one who took the first step was not these two super forces, but a Gu Immortal. Feng Jioge. Fairy Myrtle muttered. Even though she had always thought highly of Feng Jioge's talent and ability, she suddenly realized that she had greatly underestimated him. Chen Yi's sacrifice was a foregone conclusion in Fairy Myrtle's eyes. Because once Farewell Friend Wind was hit, there was no way to get rid of it. Unless they had taken strict precautions beforehand. But to think that this historical record would be broken by Feng Jioge. In history, there had never been a situation where Farewell Friend Wind was broken head-on. Undeniably, after Great Assimilation Wind, Feng Jioge had created history once again. Emperor City Battlefield. Waves of cheers resounded in Emperor City. The final competition of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention ended successfully. This meant that this place was no longer the Celestial Court's weakness. The Western Desert Gu Immortals who sensed this quickly retreated, trying to move elsewhere. They did not destroy Emperor City and the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Everything is over. Sigh, Celestial Court succeeded in the end. The Western Desert Gu Immortals were dejected, but it was not easy for them to leave. Central Continent's side was amplified by heroes among people, they did not want to let them leave so easily. Feng Yuan had a heavy heart. He had tried his best but there was nothing he could do. Celestial Court's methods were endless, he was unable to take them all in. In the end, Celestial Court's foundation was too deep, Feng Yuan could not compare. Chapter 1740. Fang Yuan's achievements were the result of his own hard work. He also had the help of many predecessors. Celestial Court and Central Continent were the same. It was not strange that they could defend against the attacks of Fang Yuan and the Western Desert Immortals. This was strength and foundation. It was the hard work of countless generations of Central Continent and Celestial Court members. Such hard work, be it now or in the past, was undeniable. Since this is impossible, I can only retreat, Fang Yuan thought. Li Huang and Qin Yi tried to stall Fang Yuan, but with Fang Yuan's methods, he was confident he could break out. Fang Yuan no longer had any thoughts of destroying Emperor City. Firstly, destroying it would not benefit the overall situation. Secondly, with the protection of Central Continent's Gu Immortals, it would be difficult to attack Emperor City again. But at this time there was a loud rumbling sound. The earth split open, a huge earth trench extended from the south to the north, swallowing mountains and forests along the way. It was extremely fast. Coincidentally, Emperor City was right in front of the earth trench. Oh no! Protect Emperor City? This was out of everyone's expectations. Central Continent's immortals were flustered. They quickly took action to protect Emperor City. But heaven's might was unfathomable. The earth trench's formation was not ordinary. It was caused by the merging of the 5 regions and the unification of the earth veins. What kind of heavenly power was this? How could a group of Gu Immortals deal with it in a hurry? Thus, Central Continent's Gu Immortals could only watch as the earth trench swallowed Emperor City. Emperor City could not fly. It was huge. Once its foundation was destroyed, it fell into the earth trench and started to break apart. In this magnificent city, there were close to 1 million people. There were countless Gu masters. They were elites from all over the world. Especially in this assembly, Celestial Court had gathered many people with strong luck to resist Fang Yuan's luck. Yi Fan and Hong Yi were among them. There were also many people with similar luck. Quickly save them, Li Huang shouted. Ha, wishful thinking. Fang Yuan attacked. He was currently in Yama Emperor form. He could use Soul Path killer moves easily. Fang Yuan had already seen Hong Yi and Yi Fan among the millions of people falling. Both of them were connected to luck. No wonder his luck had always been suppressed. Immortal killer move, Luo Pasil. Immortal killer move, Spring Scissors. Immortal killer move, Summer Fan. Fang Yuan first used Luo Pasil before turning into the immemorial Year Monkey and using 2-time path killer moves. No. In his haste, Li Huang could not block Fang Yuan's vicious attack at all. He roared in anger, but could only watch as countless lives died in Fang Yuan's hands. This included the small group of elites that participated in the final refinement path competition. Yi Fan and Hong Yi were naturally not spared. Fang Yuan, you are a rank 8 Gu Immortal. You are actually slaughtering mortals. You deserve death for being so vicious and evil. You deserve death. Qin Ye's eyes were completely red and filled with threads of blood, and they carried boundless rage as he charged at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's attack caused Central Continent to suffer huge losses. Qin Yi knew that Emperor City was an important place in Central Continent. It used human path methods to attract and nurture countless human path elites. After generations of accumulation, it had extraordinary people. It could be said to be the greatest cradle of Gu Immortals. After all, Central Continent had a sect system. It was different from the other 4 regions. Emperor City produced many talents, especially those with strong human path luck. As long as these people obtained enough resources and grew up, they would have a high chance of becoming Gu Immortals. In the future 5 regions' chaotic war, Gu Immortals would die frequently, and these people were Central Continent's reserves. They were the seeds of Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan's attack killed almost everyone in the city. It also killed a small portion of Central Continent's talent reserves. It greatly reduced Central Continent's battle potential. With such huge losses, how could Li Huang, Qin Yi and the rest not be furious? They wanted to cut Fang Yuan into pieces. Once Hong Yi and Yi Fan died, a large number of talents perished. Fang Yuan felt a sense of relief. He knew that his luck path was starting to gain an advantage. After taking a final look at the falling remains of Emperor City, as well as the 100 corpses that he had killed personally, Fang Yuan rapidly retreated. Li Huang, Qin Yi and many immortal Gu houses chased after him. Demon. He actually killed almost everyone in the city. Among them were my family members. Kill him, get rid of a scourge for the people. Central Continent's Gu Immortals were filled with righteous indignation. They were filled with killing intent. Fang Yuan laughed wildly. Can you stop me? Indeed they could not. Even though Fang Yuan could not do anything to Central Continent's people, these immortal Gu houses and rank 8 Gu Immortals could surround Western Desert's immortal Gu houses, but they could not trap Fang Yuan's battle strength. Unless there was an immortal Gu formation or an immortal battlefield killer move. But how could they be set up in such a short time? Actually, even if there was an immortal Gu formation or battlefield, unless they killed Fang Yuan quickly, with Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment and powerful methods, he could escape. Zhou Xianxian's death was the best proof. Not only could they not stop him, Fang Yuan even had the strength to retaliate. Boom. With this attack, Fang Yuan almost destroyed an immortal Gu house. Gu Fangjing was inside this house, he was covered in cold sweat. This immortal Gu house quickly retreated and reorganized itself. Other immortal Gu houses quickly filled the gap. Fang Yuan looked at this house with regret. Even though he did not know that Fangjing was inside, his intuition told him that if he destroyed this house, it would be very beneficial to him. To him, Fangjing's existence was a form of restraint and restraint. Fang Yuan. At this time, Bing Sichuan contacted him again. Bing Sichuan, you still have the cheek to contact me? Today's defeat is all because of you. Fang Yuan showed a furious expression. Actually, even though Central Continent's Celestial Court had its foundation, compared to the other 4 regions, it was still at a disadvantage. However, Central Continent's people were united, while the other 4 regions were scattered. They had their own selfish motives. Even though they had great strength, they were scattered all over the place. The truth was, the 4 regions were all holding back. For example, even though Eastern Sea sent many rank 8s, there were very few rank 7 Gu Immortals and Immortal Gu houses. For example, even though Western Desert sent Immortal Gu houses and a large number of rank 7 and 6, there were very few rank 8 Gu Immortals. Many experts like Shi Clan's first Supreme Elder did not participate in this battle. They had been staying in Western Desert. Bing Sichuan sighed bitterly. My side cannot hold on for long, there are many casualties but we still have a chance. That is infallible blessed land. As it turned out, Celestial Court used human path methods to organize the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. The goal was to give infallible blessed land countless failures, before extracting success Dao marks from it. Right now, Fate Gu had not been fully repaired, it still lacked the final batch of success Dao marks. Even though the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was completed and the final batch of success Dao marks were being prepared, to be transported to Celestial Court, it would take much longer than the previous Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. This was because infallible blessed land had already become a battlefield, it was surrounded by layers of immortal formations. Even though these immortal formations resisted the attacks of the deities of Southern Frontier, they posed a certain difficulty in transporting success Dao marks. After hearing Bing Sichuan's explanation, Fang Yuan's mind became clear. It seems that infallible blessed land is our final hope. Fang Yuan did not hesitate. He turned around and charged towards infallible blessed land. Behind him, Li Huang and the rest, as well as a portion of the immortal Gu houses, chased after him. Infallible blessed land battlefield. Unlimited wind was like a heavenly pillar, it slowly moved horizontally, destroying the immortal formation of Celestial Court with a crushing momentum. The immortal formation shined with golden light, resisting with all its might. Wu Yong and the rest had grim expressions. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Chi Chu Yu said solemnly, unbelievable, the enemy's immortal formation can be amplified. What kind of human path method is this floating white light? The essence of immortal formations were immortal killer moves, they were controlled by Gu Immortals. Gu Immortals received the help of heroes among people, the immortal formation's power would naturally increase. Wu Yong sacrificed his foundation to create this powerful killer move, unlimited wind. Even though he still had the upper hand now, the results were much smaller than before. It seems that to break the formation quickly, we need to coordinate from the inside. We will leave the outside to unlimited wind, we will need to look for flaws from the inside. Yihao Fang said with concentration. Ba Shirba pondered. But this is different from before. Earlier we launched a surprise attack and caught Celestial Court off guard. Now that so much time has passed, we need to be wary of Celestial Court's reinforcements. Thus, we need to leave some people outside the formation. Everyone agreed with Ba Shirba's words. After all, even though unlimited wind was powerful, it was only a killer move. The move was dead but the person was alive. Wu Yong's heart was heavy. He could not break the formation quickly, his plan to launch a surprise attack failed, he could only attack now. Even though Celestial Court's formation was broken several times, they might have lost some immortal Gu, but they were not severely injured. Chen Yi had no hope of survival to think that Feng Jioge would save him. Wu Yong knew that the longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. They had to split their forces, one group would enter the formation while the other would attack from outside. But this way they would not be able to gather their strength, the efficiency of breaking the formation would fall. If Celestial Court's reinforcements appeared, they would be easily taken down. Wu Yong sighed internally. Even though there were many disadvantages in splitting their forces, he had to do it. It would be great if my forces were stronger, but even though I became the Southern Alliance leader, I cannot mobilize more of Southern Border's forces. Being able to gather the other 3 rank 8s is already the best result. Wu Yong breathed in deeply. He immediately made arrangements. Chi Chuyu had the highest formation path attainment. He had to enter the formation. Wu Yong had the highest battle strength. He had to enter the formation to protect Chi Chuyu and attack from inside. As for Yi Haofeng and Ba Shirba, one cultivated transformation path while the other cultivated rule path, they could stay outside. After all, Celestial Court's reinforcements might be huge. It would be safer to leave 2 rank 8s behind. Just as the Southern Border Gu Immortals were discussing how to split their forces, a phenomenon occurred. Wu Yong's expression changed. He looked towards the north and said softly, "Someone is coming." There were quite a number of people. The 3 leaders were all rank 8s. One was an old man with a walking stick. He had a kind and amiable aura. He was the former first supreme elder of Northern Plains Yao clan, the current South Desolation Immortal with Longevity Heaven, Yao Huang. The other was dressed in a white robe. He had thick hair. He was tall and thin. He was the first supreme elder of Northern Plains Baizu clan, Heavenly Lord Baizu. The third was dressed in a tall crown. He had phoenix eyes and a golden cloak. He had an outstanding demeanor. He was the external elder of Gong clan, Prince's Impatience. The next few were all heroes among men, elites among immortals. There was Domination Immortal Chu Du, Toad Demon Immortal Nu Air Qian, Spear God Yuan Rang Zun, Wealth Devouring Boy Nian Er Fu and others. The Northern Plains Gu Immortals quickly gathered towards the deities of Southern Frontier. "Friends of Northern Plains, what is your intention?" Wu Yong raised his voice and asked. Yao Huang chuckled. "The enemy is here. I am willing to cooperate with you to attack Celestial Court's formation." Chapter 1741. Infallible Blessed Land Battlefield. "What formation is this?" Wu Yong asked. Beside him were Yi Haofeng and Chi Chuyu, the 2 rank 8s, as well as a group of Southern Border rank 7 elites. Not far away were Yao Huang's leader, Heavenly Lord Baizu, Chu Du, and the rest of the Northern Plains Immortals. After some discussion, both sides made a temporary agreement to work together and attack Celestial Court. But this was the first time they were working together. The agreement was rather loose. They were still wary of each other. But Wu Yong was already very satisfied. Northern Plains and Southern Border are working together. This is the first time in history. With the help of Northern Plains reinforcements, we are no longer in a pinch. Even if Celestial Court sends reinforcements, Ba Shirba and Prince's Impatience who are guarding outside will be able to hold on for some time. We will have enough time to react. Wu Yong thought to himself. Chi Chuyu, who was beside him, spoke. "This formation should be new. I have never seen any records of it." Wu Yong nodded, purposely saying loudly, "In that case we can only probe the formation first." Someone from Northern Plains added. It was Yao Huang. He held his walking stick as he smiled. "Southern Border allies, please wait for a while and rest. We have just arrived. Our battle strength is still intact. We can probe it now." Wu Yong was immediately overjoyed. He cupped his fists and said, "Fellow Taoist Baiyuan's bravery has spread throughout the 5 regions. I will wait and see. If there are any changes, we will definitely do our best to support you." The Medicine Sovereign nodded his head. He then selected a general to head over to probe the formation. This group of Northern Plains Gu Immortals was specially arranged by Bing Saichuan. After Yao Huang learned of Bing Saichuan's orders, he gathered these people in the name of Longevity Heaven and brought them here. Earlier, Bing Saichuan had already controlled Calamity Luck Altar and led a group of generals to charge into Celestial Court. It was not that Bing Saichuan split his forces for no reason, but he had many concerns. Attacking Celestial Court was a huge matter. It had to be kept secret. He was worried that if they spread out and gathered too many people, it would lead to the failure of the surprise attack plan. Their tactics would be exposed prematurely, causing them to fall into a passive position and even suffer a great loss. Thus, Bing Saichuan only chose the few he trusted the most. It had to be said that his decision was correct. Because Prince's Impatience was a spy of the highest status that Spirit Affinity House had placed in Northern Plains. Northern Plains side was naturally led by Yao Huang. After the Celestial Court suffered a defeat, Bing Saichuan's first message was to contact Yao Huang, followed by Fang Yuan. Hence, the Medicine Sovereign knew how important this attack was. The Celestial Court's hopes of snatching fake Gu were getting slimmer. It could be said that infallible Blessed Land battlefield had become the most crucial location. Only by destroying it could the Celestial Court's plan to repair Fate Gu come to a halt. This way the Celestial Court would have to try to repair Fate Gu again. Dragging it out would also give the other 4 regions some hope. Thus, Yao Huang and the deities of Southern Frontier were very sincere in working together. Wu Yong purposely spoke loudly. Yao Huang understood his intention. He took the lead and expressed his intentions. Celestial Court was united, Central Continent's people were united, while Southern Border and Northern Plains cooperation was unprecedented in history. It could be said to be the first in history. Both sides did not let down their guard. In order to take down the Celestial Court's formation, both sides were willing to work together sincerely. Northern Plains side sent none other than wealth-devouring boy Nian Fu. This person had the appearance of a child. He had peak rank 7 battle strength, he cultivated space path and was skilled in self-defense. This formation was not ordinary, it was like an underground cave. The cave was huge, the Gu immortals were like ants. There were countless stalagmites in the cave, some were hanging down from the ceiling, some were growing vertically like plants. The stalagmites were of all colors, they shined with a bright light. Nian Fu carefully entered the formation under the immortals' gazes. He was famous in Northern Plains, he cultivated space path and dominated the battlefield. Not only could he protect himself in dangerous situations, he could also make huge profits and obtain wealth. Thus he was called Wealth-Devouring Boy. But at this moment, Nian Fu was extremely vigilant, he did not dare to be careless. This was the Heavenly Court's formation. If he wasn't careful, his white, shining flesh would be left inside. Nian Fu entered the formation. As the formation activated, the surrounding stalagmites grew rapidly as rainbow light engulfed Nian Fu. In the eyes of others, the underground karst cave created by the formation was like a terrifying beast opening its mouth. At this moment, it suddenly closed its mouth and countless stalagmites and sharp teeth bit each other, wanting to trap Nian Fu in its mouth and chew him into pieces. Nian Fu was very alert. Seeing something amiss, he turned around and ran. The rainbow light was very troublesome. It blocked his movement methods and even penetrated his defenses. This rainbow light is the exquisite 7 orifices formation. Let's quickly attack the light and help Nian Fu escape before it's too late. Chichu saw some clues and quickly shouted. Southern Border and Northern Plains immortals attacked together, killing moves flying everywhere. With such a powerful help, Nian Fu finally escaped the light's encirclement, returning to the Northern Plains group. That was close. If not for you guys, I would have died here. Nian Fu said with lingering fear. Your face. Suddenly, New Chen pointed at Nian Fu with a horrified expression. What's wrong? Nian Fu used his hand to touch his face, but he felt a hard piece of jade. You still fell for it. It seems that this formation is not a simple exquisite 7 orifices formation. There is also a jade stalagmite formation. Black Extremity said. Northern Plains Longevity Heaven had 4 Desolation Immortal and 8 extremities. Among them, Black Extremity was skilled in formation path. He had once used the alias Sun Ming Lu to harm old ancestor Xuehu. Chi Chu Yu nodded in agreement at Black Extremity's words. This formation should be the fusion formation of exquisite 7 orifices formation and jade stalagmite formation. Then how do we break it? Wu Yong looked at the approaching rainbow light and the countless stalagmites as he urged. Chi Chu Yu smiled confidently. If it was before, it would be very difficult to break this formation with just us. But now that we have Northern Plains help, it will just be a little troublesome. Right when Southern Border and Northern Plains immortals were working together, Fang Yuan was also fighting against Li Huang and Qing Yi. This human path killer move is really troublesome. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with cold light. Li Huang and Qing Yi obtained the support of heroes among people. They chased after Fang Yuan relentlessly. As for those immortal Gu houses, only 2 were chasing after Fang Yuan. The rest were either dealing with the Western Desert immortals or going to Earth Trench to save the Central Continent Gu masters who survived. After obtaining Bing Sichuan's information, Fang Yuan continued to move in the opposite direction. He was getting further and further away from infallible Blessed Land. It is time. Fang Yuan waved his sleeves as countless Yama children flew out. Immortal killer move, familiar face. Fang Yuan, who was in Yama Emperor state, quickly transformed into a Yama child. He threw himself into the battle and confused everyone. Fang Yuan, where are you going? Li Huang shouted as he wore a cloak of fire that was burning with intense flames. You were hit by my investigative killer move, you want to escape with just this method? Qing Yi was dressed in a white robe as he snickered. The two immortal Gu houses were still confused, but these two celestial court rank 8s charged towards Fang Yuan's main body. Evidently, Central Continent's celestial court paid special attention to Fang Yuan's familiar face. They made preparations to restrain him. So troublesome. Without a choice, Fang Yuan flew into the sky, entering White Heaven. Rank 9 Immortal Killer Move, Heaven Form. Using this move, Fang Yuan quickly found a large group of black and white overturning clouds. Oh no, stop him. Destroy these overturning clouds. Li Huang and Qing Yi had rich battle experience. They immediately saw that Fang Yuan wanted to use the overturning clouds to escape. Fang Yuan laughed. Why don't you try and see if you can see through my true body? Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon. This was a killer move that fused Ancient Sword Dragon transformation, Myriad Self, Yama Child, Yama Emperor, and Familiar Face. It was also one of the greatest improvements that Fang Yuan had made in modifying killer moves. As soon as the killer move was unleashed, countless pitch-black dragon-shaped soul beasts flew out with a loud bang. These soul beasts' claws, fangs, horns, and scales were all silvery white in color, and they constantly shot out dense sword chi. Tens of thousands of ghost dragons flew in the sky. Some pounced towards the pursuers while others flew around randomly. Such a powerful method. After fighting, Li Huang and Qing Ye's expressions changed. This killer move was a threat to them, especially the ghost dragon self-detonation. It had great power. Not only did it contain the power of the soul beast self-detonation, there was also sword chi that was extremely sharp. Li Huang wore Verdant Sun Flame Cloak but could not withstand it. After dozens of self-detonations, Verdant Sun Flame Cloak flickered as the fire weakened. Qing Ye's situation was even worse. He blocked left and right as he thought in disbelief. How can this killer move be so powerful? This was natural. Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon killer move and Wu Yong's Unlimited Wind had the same weakness and price. That was to permanently expend the Gu Immortal's Dao marks. However, Unlimited Wind expended over 10,000 Dao marks each time. Fang Yuan's Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon used 4,000 Soul Path Dao marks. Li Huang and Qing Yi were entangled. Fang Yuan's true body used this chance to enter the black and white overturning clouds. After going from White Heaven to Black Heaven, Fang Yuan immediately destroyed the overturning clouds and activated an immortal killer move with fixed immortal travel as the core. A few breaths of time later, he vanished on the spot, arriving at Infallible Blessed Land's battlefield. To think that Infallible Blessed Land is here. Fang Yuan sighed. Since Bing Sichuan called him here, he naturally had to tell him the location of Infallible Blessed Land. This was not like the Stone Lotus Island or Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan could use a killer move to teleport here directly. Who is it? Fang Yuan's appearance immediately alerted the Southern Border and Northern Plains Alliance army. Me. Fang Yuan shouted coldly. The Gu Immortal who shouted was sweating profusely. He felt immense pressure. Before Fang Yuan answered, he had already discovered it. He regretted his impulsive question. After all, Fang Yuan was a great demon whose name had shaken the 5 regions and whose reputation was spread far and wide. Fang Yuan quickly looked around the battlefield. The huge tornado that supported heaven and earth, Unlimited Wind, attracted Fang Yuan's attention the most. Next, his gaze paused on Prince's Impatience for a moment before sweeping past Ba Shirba and the rest of the Gu Immortals who were guarding outside. You are here. Chu Du was heavily injured. He flew forward and welcomed Fang Yuan. Prince's Impatience and Ba Shirba looked at Fang Yuan with a complex gaze. Li Huang and the rest had chased after Fang Yuan too closely. Fang Yuan finally found a chance to get away from them and come here. At this moment, Wu Yong, Yao Huang, and the rest had not only broken the Jade Shoot Exquisite formation, they had also broken 2 more. They were currently trapped in the 4th formation. Chu Du had played an important role in the 2nd formation, but he was also injured. Considering that Fang Yuan was coming, he stayed outside to welcome him. With Bing Sichuan's arrangements, Northern Plains side knew that Fang Yuan would come to reinforce them. This way the deities of Southern Frontier also knew about it. Fang Yuan had brought chaos to Northern Plains and Southern Border. The righteous path forces of these 2 regions had suffered at his hands. Northern Plains' 88-point Jinyang Tower was destroyed by Fang Yuan. Many of Southern Border's super forces were extorted by Fang Yuan. But now they had to work together to deal with the Celestial Court. No matter how powerful the formation is, how can it block my path? Time is of the essence. I have no time to waste. Move aside. I am going to self-detonate the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Fang Yuan nodded at Chu Du as he charged towards the formation, racing against time. Chu Du and the rest were overjoyed. They were waiting for Fang Yuan. they were willing to cooperate with Fang Yuan because of this. Fang Yuan had dream path methods. As long as he self-detonated the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies and let the dream realm spread, he would be able to break the formation. Fang Yuan's arrival was soon known by Yao Huang and the rest. Yao Huang glanced at Wu Yong and the rest, purposely saying, "Oh, Fang Yuan is here." Chapter 1742. Because of Yao Huang and the rest's warning, Wu Yong was mentally prepared for Fang Yuan's arrival. He had a ruthless nature. Even though he had deep hatred with Fang Yuan, the Celestial Court was the true enemy now. Dealing with the Celestial Court and preventing them from repairing Fate Gu was Wu Yong's greatest benefit. Thus, for this benefit, Wu Yong could temporarily put aside his hatred and ally with Fang Yuan. Immortal friend Wu Yong is truly righteous. The medicine sovereign nodded and praised. Next, Chi Chuyu and the rest added, "Not just Lord Alliance leader Wu Yong, our southern border super forces are also willing to put aside our differences and resist the Celestial Court with Fang Yuan." Fang Yuan killed many of the southern border Gu immortal captives for his own benefit, but now the Southern Alliance immortals made the same choice for the sake of the big picture. This was their rationality, but even more so was the dangerous situation and the strength of the Celestial Court. Bing Sichuan not only informed Yao Huang and Fang Yuan of the actual situation of the Celestial Court, it was also passed to Wu Yong and the rest. This allowed the Southern Alliance immortals to have a clear understanding of the situation. There was no hope in the battlefield of Celestial Court and Emperor City. Their only chance of victory was here. They had to seize every second to destroy the formation and stop the final wave of successful Dao marks from entering the Celestial Court. If that happened, the Celestial Court would have to hold another Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies, go destroy this formation. At the same time, outside the formation, Fang Yuan had already sent several Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies to attack. In the current era, Dream Path was not prominent. There were only some signs of it, but it had not truly developed yet. Almost all immortal formations, regardless of their rank, could not resist the corrosion of dream realms. Unless the Immortal Gu formation contained Dream Path Gu worms and had corresponding Dream Path methods, they could not resist the corrosion of dream realms. But when the Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies got close to the formation, a change occurred. Immortal Killer Move, Shatter Dream. Immortal Killer Move, Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation. With two killer moves, Fang Yuan's Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Body immediately shattered. It did not have a human shape and spread everywhere. Then these shattered and spreading dream realms gathered again, forming a new Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique that attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's pupils constricted in surprise. He had never expected that the Celestial Court would have such a method. Although he had expected this moment, he didn't expect it to come so soon. But right after that, the sense of loss in his heart vanished without a trace, and he recovered his icy calm once more. His mind was filled with thoughts as he tried to think of a way to deal with it. You can actually counter me now, and you've also grasped the transformation of the Pure Dream Reality Seeker? Is it because Spectral Soul was captured and his memories were extracted? Fang Yuan was forced to retreat by several Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies. Even though he had many powerful killer moves, they were not effective against the Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies. Back then, Heaven Overseeing Tower, even Duke Long and Zishan Makoto avoided the dream realms. But thankfully Fang Yuan had his own methods. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the Time Path clone was inside the Light of Wisdom, deducing for him. Even though Fang Yuan did not have the killer move Shatter Dream to deal with the Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies, he was very familiar with the killer move Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation. Even for the Celestial Court, it was very unlikely for them to comprehend Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Transformation in these years. Thus, there was a high chance of extracting Spectral Soul's memories. Precisely so, Fang Yuan could use the Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique killer move that he had already grasped to create a killer move that countered it with the help of the Light of Wisdom. The Time Path clone's deductions will take some time. Fang Yuan thought of a countermeasure as he flew into the sky. Several Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies chased after him, but a portion of them attacked Limitless Wind and the other Gu Immortals. The Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Bodies self-detonated. Limitless Wind was greatly disrupted. Its power fell rapidly. Prince's Impatience and the rest could only avoid it. Fang Yuan contacted Wu Yong at this time. His first sentence shook Wu Yong. Northern Plains Prince's Impatience is a spy of the Celestial Court. As Wu Yong bombarded the formation, he asked, "Where's the evidence?" "My words are the evidence." In this situation, I don't want this to happen. Fang Yuan immediately replied, I don't have enough dream realms, I need to go to southern border to plunder dream realms and create pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to fight. Quickly inform the Gu Immortals stationed there to receive me. Fang Yuan and the Celestial Court were irreconcilable enemies. He accused Prince's impatience, even though he did not have any evidence. Just like he said, his words were the evidence. After all, everyone in the world knew that Spring-Autumn Cicada was in his hands. This secret was exposed. Fang Yuan had suffered greatly, but now he gained Wu Yong's trust. At the crucial moment, Wu Yong did not hesitate. Since he was already cooperating with Fang Yuan, there was no harm in delving deeper. The Celestial Court was the true enemy. Alright, I will send the message, you can go now. At this moment, Wu Yong had complex emotions. He had never thought that he would give the order to let Fang Yuan go. At this time, Qi Chuyu's voice resounded in Wu Yong's ears. Good, I have comprehended this formation, quickly attack this place, this is the true formation core. Wu Yong was overjoyed. He tossed Fang Yuan to the back of his mind as he gave the order to attack the location that Qi Chuyu pointed out, destroying the formation core and causing the formation to become much more sluggish. Black Extremity Ming Lu looked at him with shock and admiration. Since entering the formation, Qi Chuyu had surpassed him time and time again. He had comprehended the profundities of the formation many times. He could not help but admire him. Let's follow Lord Qi Chuyu's arrangements. We will help our southern border allies. Black Extremity put down his competitive thoughts and suggested to Lord Yao Huang. Yao Huang frowned and nodded in agreement. Fang Yuan easily got rid of the pursuers. These pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were inferior to Li Huang and Qingyi. Using fixed immortal travel, Fang Yuan returned to southern border and central continent, obtaining a large number of dream realms. With these dream realms, he created pure dream reality seeker physique bodies again and charged at Celestial Court's formation. Right now, dealing with the enemy's pure dream reality seeker physique bodies was only secondary. The most important thing was to destroy the formation and stop Celestial Court from repairing Fate Gu. Fang Yuan had never forgotten his true goal. But who could have known that any pure dream reality seeker physique bodies that got close to the formation would shatter for no reason? They would be turned into other pure dream reality seeker physique bodies that attacked Fang Yuan. Furthermore, in the battles between the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, Fang Yuan's side also lost more than they won. All these situations made Fang Yuan realize, it seems that Celestial Court has modified the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Right at this time, Wu Yong sent a message. Fang Yuan, continue to let the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies attack the formation. We have already found many flaws in the formation. Fang Yuan came to a realization. It seems that Celestial Court has not truly fused their dream path methods with the formation. Thus, every time they use their killer moves to deal with my pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, they would greatly disrupt the formation's operation and create flaws. These flaws were too obvious in the eyes of Qi Chuyu and Black Extremity. Wu Yong and the rest took the chance to attack and gain great results. But this way, Fang Yuan's dream realms would continue to be used by Celestial Court. The enemies would have more and more pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. It seems that I need to truly break the enemy's pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Fang Yuan's heart sank. This was a problem that he could not avoid, he had to solve quickly. It was not that he did not want to enter the formation to break it himself, but Qi Chuyu, Wu Yong, and the rest were already inside the formation. Dream path methods were not useful, he was needed outside the formation. Fang Yuan started to deal with these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. At the same time he sent a message to the others. There is another crucial point now, that is Celestial Court's human path killer move, who can get rid of these scattered white specks of light? No one answered. Eventually it was Yi Hao Fang who replied dejectedly, human path specialty is in reinforcement, because human path Dao marks will not interfere with the Dao marks of other paths, they will not be interfered with. Unless we use human path methods, we need to be at least rank 8 level to have a chance of dealing with them. Yi Hao Fang cultivated transformation path, he was especially skilled in reinforcing others. This was because he had a signature killer move, it was called human transformation. His honest words made Fang Yuan dispel his expectations in this aspect. If heroes among people could not break it, Prince's impatience was also a huge threat. But Fang Yuan, Wu Yong, and the rest were not willing to expose this person's identity. It was very difficult to kill a rank 8. Instead, it was better to pretend that they did not know and focus on breaking the formation. Stopping Celestial Court's plan was the most important. As time passed, Fang Yuan finally made some progress in his deductions. He took some risks and successfully captured an enemy pure dream reality seeker physique body to research. This is actually a complete pure dream reality seeker physique body. It has been completely modified. It can truly be called the 11th extreme physique. Fang Yuan felt his gains were huge. He quickly modified pure dream reality seeker physique transformation and grasped celestial quartz techniques. Their sides pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were immediately modified. As Wu Yong, Yao Huang, and the rest worked hard, formations were broken one after another. Why are there more? Yao Huang frowned deeply. After one formation was another, it was as if Celestial Court had set up an endless number of formations here. Such a scene caused Wu Yong and the others to be unable to help but feel discouraged. Strange, why did Celestial Court set up so many immortal formations here? Don't tell me. Black Extremity hesitated. Chi Chuyu said solemnly, I understand, this is the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, this name sounds familiar. Wu Yong had a bad feeling. Chi Chuyu sighed. According to rumors, star constellation Immortal Venerable predicted Celestial Court's future problems. She set up the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. Limitless Demon Venerable attacked Celestial Court and entered this formation, only escaping after breaking 100 formations. This formation actually only has one super compound formation. It can be formed by any combination of 9 subformations. The problem is, after we break one formation, Celestial Court can set up another formation at the center. As long as the speed at which we break the formation can't keep up with the speed at which they set it up, then this formation will be endless. Chi Chuyu's words made the immortals feel like a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. Chapter 1743. Wu Yong, Yao Huang and the rest were at a loss. The 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation was created by star constellation Immortal Venerable. It was specially made to deal with Limitless Demon Venerable. According to rumors, back then Limitless Demon Venerable had to break 100 formations before he escaped. With their strength, how could they break through such a heavenly chasm? What made them even more anxious was that they had to make full use of every second they had. Time waited for no one. Once fake Gu was repaired, there would be no hope of victory. What do we do? Heavenly Lord Baizu frowned. This is star constellation Immortal Venerable's work. No wonder. No wonder. Black Extremity realized at once. Chi Chuyu said with difficulty, even if we gather all the formation path Gu immortals in the world to break this formation, we will most likely fail. Furthermore, we have less and less time now. This formation path great expert, one of the leaders of the Southern Alliance who had been extremely useful since the start of the battle, was also thinking of retreating. Wu Yong suddenly laughed loudly. Alliance leader, why are you laughing? Do you have a plan to break the formation? Chi Chuyu asked in confusion. Wu Yong shook his head. Even though I do not have a plan, I have already seen through Celestial Court's situation. Everyone, don't be nervous. In my opinion, we have overestimated our current predicament. What? Think about it. Back then, the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation was personally created by star constellation Immortal Venerable. Celestial Court's Gu immortals entered the formation to resist Limitless Demon Venerable. But they could not stop Limitless Demon Venerable from breaking the formation. Since it's a broken formation, then this 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation has already been destroyed once. Even if Celestial Court has a deep foundation and repaired all the immortal Gu. In the worst-case scenario, we are facing a complete and even modified 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. But the defending Gu immortals are not all members of Celestial Court. In fact, there are not many true members of Celestial Court. Emperor City had Li Huang and Qing Yi, while Celestial Court had Duke Long, Fairy Myrtle, Yuan Qiongdu, Che Wei and Song Yen were all involved. The central continent was attacked by the 4 regions this time, forcing them to set up the 9-9 formation here. This shows that they have divided their forces and are short on manpower, so they can only defend passively. Wu Yong's eyes shone brightly. For a moment, his entire body exuded a peerless confidence and the elegance of a strategist. He continued, the most important thing is that they have already revealed their weak nature. Because previously, Qin Yi and Baizang Shui came out to fight my Southern Alliance immortals and Qin Yi was almost killed by me. Everyone, if the 99-9 consecutive unceasing formation is really unbreakable, why would Qin Yi and Baizang Shui take the risk? They are definitely stalling for time to set up the new Gu formation. Just our Southern Alliance's attack alone had already forced them to take the risk. Now that our Southern Alliance is working together with Northern Plains, we have a high chance of success. Even though the 99-9 consecutive unceasing formation is legendary, it depends on who is attacking and who is defending. That's right, that's right. Ah, that's right, the urgent matter now is to attack. Celestial Court's defense is not that strong. I am ashamed, I was actually intimidated by star constellation Immortal Venerable's reputation. Wu Yong's words raised the morale of the Immortals, their attacks became stronger and fiercer. Wu Yong smiled but he sighed internally. The Immortals here were all geniuses, they were intimidated by the 99-9 consecutive unceasing formation not because they were stupid, but because the pressure was too great. Bing Sichuan informed everyone of the situation, they gathered together and attacked the formation, trying to obtain the final chance of victory. But there were pros and cons to this, the Immortals here knew that the situation was dangerous. If they were careless, their side would suffer a huge loss and the Celestial Court would retaliate. This was Central Continent. They did not have fixed Immortal Travel's killer move, even if they did, the Celestial Court would have corresponding countermeasures. Thus, it would be very difficult for the Immortals to retreat. For the sake of safety they had to retreat now. The longer this dragged on, the more difficult it would be to leave Central Continent. Western Desert and Eastern Seas Gu Immortals are probably retreating already. After all, these two regions are in a state of disunity, unlike Southern Border and Northern Plains, we can gather most of the Righteous Path forces. Now, let's see if we can break the formation quickly and get the final batch of successful Dao marks. Sigh. Earlier, I was still hoping that Fang Yuan's Dream Path methods could deal with this formation. To think that the Celestial Court also has pure Dream Reality Seeker physique methods. Is it because Spectral Soul was captured? I wonder who stopped Fang Yuan inside this formation? Wu Yong continued to make guesses as he considered the big picture. Inside the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, Feng Jioga's face was pale but he had a smile on his face. Huang Er, good job. He looked at Feng Kim Hong with a smile, he was extremely gratified. The one who stopped Feng Yuan was none other than Feng Jioga's daughter, Feng Kim Hong. Feng Kim Hong stuck out her tongue. Father, I do not dare to claim credit, I was able to control Immortal Gu and use Immortal killer moves because of the formation. Even so, you were able to resist Feng Yuan and make him fail, Feng Kim Hong, you have already made a huge contribution. Bai Tsang Shui smiled. Chen Yi nodded, he looked at Feng Jioga before looking at Feng Kim Hong. Like father, like daughter. Feng Jioga saved his life, while Feng Kim Hong was so talented, Chen Yi was filled with gratitude and admiration towards this pair of father and daughter. Celestial Court. The fierce attack had ended. Duke Long's heavy breathing gradually calmed down. He looked at 7 Extreme Desolation, which was covered in injuries but was still standing, he snorted in dissatisfaction. I did not destroy it in the end. Is it because of my injuries? According to common sense, Duke Long's battle strength rose sharply with the help of Heavenly Dragon's last stand killer move, he could definitely defeat 7 Extreme Desolation. Even though this ancient formation could be said to be the most powerful one in history. But what concerned Duke Long was his injuries. These were mainly old injuries. Not long ago, when Duke Long seized Dragon Palace, he was injured by many Eastern Sea Gu Immortals. If not for these injuries, I would have already destroyed 7 Extreme Desolation. My estimation was slightly off. But after some time, it will definitely not be able to stop me. Duke Long snorted coldly in his heart. Earlier he did not care about his injuries but now 7 Extreme Desolation appeared. Battles between experts were always decided by a single line. Even though Duke Long could already suppress 7 Extreme Desolation and change his initial passive state, he did not have enough advantage to destroy it. After a series of explosive attacks, Duke Long's attacks weakened, he started to move around. Bing Sichuan and the rest let out sighs of relief, Duke Long gave them too much pressure. Fairy Myrtle and the rest had complex expressions. More and more Celestial Court members knew that Duke Long did not have much time left. He was bursting out with the final glory of his life. It was like fireworks, dazzling for an instant. After this, Celestial Court would lose this legendary great expert. Suddenly, Fairy Myrtle received a transmission from Duke Long. Fairy Myrtle, how is the situation now? Fairy Myrtle quickly replied. Emperor City was destroyed, the mortals suffered huge casualties. Li Huang and Qing Yi are rushing to Infallible Blessed Land battlefield. Over at Hidden Dragon Cave, Eastern Seas rank 8 Gu Immortals are fighting intensely. It is very intense, Duke Long muttered before saying to Fairy Myrtle. Very good, I was not wrong about you, Ziwei. Thanks to your arrangement of troops, we were able to hold all 3 battlefields. The natural calamity happened in Emperor City, it was not your fault. Duke Long praised Fairy Myrtle generously. He knew that even though he was in the limelight, he had to rely on a wisdom path great expert like Fairy Myrtle to hold the fort. Fairy Myrtle felt even more admiration towards Duke Long. She said sincerely, "This is all thanks to Lord Duke Long for obtaining Dragon Palace. Who could have thought that Dragon Palace contained a rank 8 Dream Path Immortal Gu, Dream Token? It could enslave rank 8 Gu Immortals. With Jianghu and the rest, our lack of manpower was greatly alleviated. And because Lord Duke Long suffered heavy injuries, he concealed the identities of Jianghu, Granny Rong and the rest. This allowed us to plot against the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals. Otherwise, if these Eastern Sea rank 8s got to the 3 battlefields, we would be in huge trouble." Duke Long, "Indeed, I am also quite surprised by Dream Token's existence." He could not help but recall the scene of the battle in Eastern Sea. When Jianghu and the rest appeared together, Duke Long was slightly surprised. After all, these 4 were either lone cultivators or demonic immortals. They were all rank 8, they were prideful and did not interact much, they were not close to each other, they actually worked together. What made Duke Long even more suspicious was the following battle. Jianghu and the other 3 Gu Immortals actually trusted each other very much during the battle. What made Duke Long even more suspicious was that after Duke Long defeated the 4 Gu Immortals, Dragon Palace suddenly flew away. Jianghu and the rest returned, but they did not chase after the Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. Instead, they stayed behind to attack Duke Long. If they had their own interests and wanted Dragon Palace, why would they stay behind to deal with Duke Long? If they had a normal relationship with Duke Long's battle strength, these 4 would definitely chase after Dragon Palace relentlessly. After all, Dragon Palace flew away in a shocking manner. There were still other rank 8 Gu Immortals in Eastern Sea. And dealing with Duke Long was more like buying time for Dragon Palace. Refer to chapter 672 of this volume for details. Duke Long had vaguely guessed the true relationship between these 4 Gu Immortals and Dragon Palace at that time. Only when he snatched Dragon Palace and refined it did he confirm his conjecture. Because he was prepared, he did not expose Jianghu and the rest. If they were exposed, they might not be able to keep the other Eastern Sea Gu Immortals. The most important thing for the Celestial Court now was to completely repair Fate Gu. Thinking about it, Duke Long instructed Fairy Myrtle, "We need to pay attention to Hidden Dragon Cave, we cannot be careless. The regional walls are gone, the 5 regions are about to merge into one. At that time, the earth veins of the 5 regions will merge, and because of this battle, everyone will be excited. Di Zongxing's battle strength will reach a terrifying level, he will not be able to compete with me." Duke Long naturally understood Di Zongxing more than Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle immediately understood the meaning behind Duke Long's words. The current battle situation could be said to be stabilizing. Infallible Blessed Land, Celestial Court and Hidden Dragon Cave battlefield were all under the control of Celestial Court. Infallible Blessed Land battlefield, Li Huang, Qin Yi, and a group of Immortal Gu houses were about to arrive. The only change was in Hidden Dragon Cave battlefield. Duke Long was not worried about Dragon Palace changing owners, he had placed Dragon Palace there as a trap. When Dragon Palace was first designed, it had to be controlled by a Dragon Man. It was impossible to bypass this point, unless the Dragon Palace was demolished. Ordinary transformation path methods would not be effective. Duke Long was worried that Dragon Palace would destabilize and release Di Zongxing. Di Zongxing hated the Celestial Court and Duke Long to the extreme. Now that his strength had risen, he would definitely take revenge. Duke Long did not have long to live, but Di Zongxing had an undying body. Chapter 1744. Infallible Blessed Land Battlefield. A hurricane that resembled a heavenly pillar swept up endless winds and waves, suppressing Celestial Court's formation. Princes Impatience and Ba Shirba, who were guarding outside, stared at the boundary of heaven and earth. There, 2 rays of light tore through the sky, revealing the figures of 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals. They were Li Huang and Qin Yi. "We finally arrived. That's right, it is not too late." Li Huang and Qin Yi arrived together. "Where is that scoundrel Fang Yuan?" Li Huang's eyes flickered with orange-red light as he investigated. He was filled with resentment towards Fang Yuan. Earlier, when Fang Yuan retreated, he purposely chose the opposite direction of Infallible Blessed Land, luring Li Huang and the rest far away. Next, Fang Yuan found an opportunity and used fixed immortal travel, arriving at Infallible Blessed Land, throwing Li Huang and the rest far away from his mind. Central Continent's Celestial Court did not have beacon towers. Li Huang and Qin Yi had no choice but to rush to Infallible Blessed Land. "He should have already entered the array," Clear Night replied. His gaze swept across the array, and then he stared at unbounded wind. This killer move is very strong. It is a huge threat to our formation. We need to eliminate it first. This Wu Yong has such a killer move and farewell friend Wind. If possible, we need to kill him this time. If he returns to southern border, he will be a huge threat to our celestial court. Li Huang and Qin Yi quickly discussed before changing directions, charging towards unlimited wind. Princess Impatience and Ba Shirba had already sensed it. They rushed over. Go! Princess Impatience shouted, waving his sleeves as hundreds of lumps of fire flew out. You want to attack me with fire? Laughable. Li Huang sneered. He did not dodge. Verdant Sun Flame Cloak was burning on his body. Princess Impatience's flames landed on Li Huang. They did not cause any damage to him. Instead, they increased the power of Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. Princess Impatience's expression did not change. He pointed at Li Huang. Whoosh! The flames on Li Huang's body suddenly turned purple. The purple flames seeped into the orange-red Verdant Sun Flame Cloak, breaking down Li Huang's defensive killer moves. Li Huang's expression changed. Princess Impatience didn't seem to want to give him time to react and pounced forward. The two of them fought high up in the sky, causing raging flames to blaze and scorch the heavens and the earth. The temperature of the battlefield rose rapidly. Ba Shirba watched Princess Impatience's battle and thought to himself, this Princess Impatience is still putting on an act. He really hit it well. On Fang Yuan's side, Princess Impatience and Ba Shirba remained outside the formation. Ba Shirba had already learned of the identity of the Princess Impatience through Wu Yong, but he had refrained from revealing it for now. Like Wu Yong and Fang Yuan had expected, unless it was necessary, the Princess Impatience did not want to expose his identity. In fact, if possible, the Celestial Court was willing to make some sacrifices to conceal the identity of the Princess Impatience. In the future 5 regions chaotic war, he would be even more useful. Princess Impatience and Li Huang were both Fire Path rank 8s. The two fought from the sky to the ground, and from the ground to the sky. The sky turned red, rivers dried up, the ground cracked, clouds evaporated, countless living beings fled. Ba Shirba and Qin Yi cultivated Rule Path and Dark Path respectively. Even though their fight was not as grand as the one between Princess Impatience and Li Huang, it was more dangerous and ruthless. Li Huang naturally knew the true identity of the Princess Impatience. No matter how big the commotion was, it was just an act. Ba Shirba and Qin Yi were true enemies. Ba Shirba let out a series of strange howls as rays of profound light slashed and stabbed at Qin Yi's body like blades. 3 consecutive strikes. 4 consecutive strikes. 5 consecutive strikes. Every ray of profound light was equal in power, but when it hit Qin Yi, the damage would increase exponentially. This was the consecutive strike technique that Ba Shirba had cultivated for his entire life. This Rule Path supplementary killer move could increase the power of other immortal killer moves rapidly. The prerequisite was that Ba Shirba only used this killer move and did not switch to other methods. Qin Yi was forced to retreat, his forehead was covered in sweat. I cannot let him continue. Once he hits 18 consecutive strikes, my defensive methods will not be able to resist him. Qin Yi activated an immortal killer move, his body suddenly dissipated, turning into a dark veil. In the sky, a large amount of ink seemed to be dripping down, spreading continuously. Ba Shirba saw this and hesitated. This is likely Qin Yi's signature killer move, Great Night Covering Heaven. Both sides had good information. Ba Shirba and Qin Yi had some understanding of each other. Great Night Covering Heaven was an immortal battlefield killer move, but it was quite special. Ordinary immortal battlefield killer moves would be activated after some time. But Great Night Covering Heaven was different. It would expand continuously, its range would gradually increase. In theory, this move had no limit. As long as Qin Yi had enough time, he could even spread this immortal battlefield killer move to the whole of White Heaven. Ba Shirba retreated rapidly. He thought about it and chose to avoid it. Great Night Covering Heaven was an immortal battlefield. If Ba Shirba entered, his Rule Path would be weakened by the Dark Path environment. Of course, the main reason was Princess Impatience. Ba Shirba knew that Princess Impatience was a traitor. If he entered the immortal battlefield, the outside world would not be able to see what happened. Celestial Court's side might include Li Huang and Princess Impatience in their killer moves to deal with Ba Shirba secretly. By then, Ba Shirba would have to fight 3 of them alone. It would be dangerous. The battle between the 2 rank 8s fell into a temporary stalemate. A moment later, several immortal goo houses appeared in the sky. Among them were Frost Dragon Manor and Wind Sweeping Building. These immortal goo houses were originally defending Emperor City. Now that the battle was over, the immortal goo houses carried many goo immortals as they came to reinforce them. Frost Dragon Manor was at the front. a blue light flashed around the manor. The light condensed into the shape of a hornless dragon. It was a hornless dragon. The light blue hornless dragon opened its mouth and spat out countless hailstones that attacked Bashir Ba. Bashir Ba's speed was greatly slowed. He snorted coldly and gave up on Qin Yi, using his killer move to attack Frost Dragon Manor. Boom boom boom. Frost Dragon Manor continued to get hit, the walls started to crack and tiles were sent flying. With great difficulty, a second faint blue hornless dragon was formed and entangled with the first one, coiling around the Frost Dragon Manor. Frost Dragon Manor's defense rose sharply. The light blue hornless dragon opened its mouth and spat out pieces of shattered profound light. This immortal goo house has the ability to dissipate the damage of my killer move. Bashir Ba's expression was grim, seeing that he could not destroy this immortal goo house in a short period of time. If he continued fighting, he would be trapped by the killer move Great Night covering heaven. He wisely retreated and pulled some distance. At this time, wind-sweeping building also entered the battlefield. It did not help Qin Yi or Li Huang. It went into the boundless wind that was like a heavenly pillar. Good wind, give me some time, I can make use of this wind. The current wind-sweeping building lord laughed heartily. Under wind-sweeping building's interference, the power of the boundless wind started to weaken. One after another, immortal goo houses entered the battlefield. Fang Yuan's side was getting more and more dangerous. Hold on, we are coming. At the crucial moment, several holes appeared in Celestial Court's formation as several immortal goo houses flew out. Southern Borders clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, Great Space Temple, Bay Pavilion, Unfixed Manor, as well as Northern Plains Finger Seal Bridge, Ape Demon Hall, and Yang Building. With the help of these 7 immortal goo houses, Bashir Ba felt the pressure on him decrease greatly. Both sides fought in a chaotic battle. Immortal goo houses rampaged and killer moves collided. Fireworks were produced time and time again. At once, the battlefield outside the formation fell into a deadlock. Inside the formation, Wu Yong and the rest had grim expressions. Even though they created a hole in the formation in time and sent out the immortal goo houses, stabilizing the situation outside, Wu Yong and the rest had already used their trump cards. The situation was getting more and more disadvantageous. Prince's impatience was a problem. Celestial Court also could not be relied on. It all depended on whether Fang Yuan and the rest could break the formation quickly. At our current speed, our chances of victory are getting slimmer. Fang Yuan sighed, asking, can Tao Zhu's 5 regions' true inheritance target the formation? Back then, he had purposely set up a trap in the 5 regional mountain range to harm Southern Border and Celestial Court's goo immortals. In the end, during the battle, because Wu Yong destroyed the entire 5 regional mountain range, he accidentally drew out Tao Zhu's will and obtained the opportunity to inherit the 5 regions' true inheritance. Fang Yuan had no choice but to retreat at that time. The 5 regions' true inheritance fell into the hands of the deities of Southern Frontier. According to Fang Yuan's deductions, the 5 regions' true inheritance should be able to simulate the 5 regional walls. And inside the 5 regional walls, goo immortals would be suppressed. Any immortal killer moves they used would suffer backlash. Be it immortal goo houses or immortal formations, they were all immortal killer moves in essence. Fang Yuan thought about it. If he could use the methods of the 5 regions' true inheritance to deal with Celestial Court's formation, it might be effective. Wu Yong and Qi Chuyu looked at each other. The former said, I obtained the 5 regions' true inheritance. The true inheritance does have the method to create the 5 regional walls. But, Qi Chuyu continued, but this method requires the use of earth veins and a formation to be set up. It is very troublesome and time-consuming. Back then, Tao Zhu was able to create the 5 regional mountain range by using earth veins and the formation. After Fang Yuan left the battlefield, Wu Yong obtained the 5 regions' true inheritance, but found that the essence of it was the 5 regional formation. Wu Clan did not specialize in formation path. Wu Yong cooperated with Qi Chuyu. Thus, Qi Chuyu already knew about the profundity of the 5 regional formation. Do we really need to use earth veins to set up the 5 regional formation? Fang Yuan frowned. Wait, I heard that not long ago, Ho Clan's goo immortals obtained a wild earth vein immortal goo from Earth Trench? If we have this goo, can it replace earth veins? The immortals heard this and became energized. Wu Yong and Qi Chuyu looked at each other again. They sighed at Fang Yuan's quick-wittedness. Qi Chuyu shook his head. To speak the truth, I have already transacted with Ho Clan and obtained earth vein immortal goo. But to replace the earth vein and insert earth vein immortal goo, I need to modify the 5 regional formation. Even though I have been working hard and made some progress, I am still far from success. Gu Immortals often took years to modify an immortal killer move. Even though Chi Chuyu had high formation path attainment level, his wisdom path methods were not good. Even though he made progress, it was not much. Chapter 1745. Infallible Blessed Land Battlefield. What are they doing? Qin Yi was the first to notice Fang Yuan and the rest. Feng Jiuge's expression was still pale. He observed for a while before frowning. They are actually setting up a formation. Formation within a formation? Bai Tsang Shui snorted coldly. They are underestimating us too much. Setting up a formation within a formation was extremely difficult. Especially when setting up a formation within an enemy's formation, it was even more difficult. Different from immortal Gu houses, immortal formations had requirements for the surrounding environment. The surrounding natural Dao marks would affect the immortal formation greatly. Celestial Court's side naturally would not let Fang Yuan and the rest get what they wanted. They immediately activated the formation as waves of attacks pounced on the newly set up formation base. Don't even think about it. With us here, you can set up the formation without worry. Wu Yong, Yao Huang, and the rest stood around the formation base, blocking Celestial Court's attacks. Inside the formation base, Chi Chuyu, Black Extremity, and Fang Yuan worked together to set up the formation urgently. 360 Fire Crow Gu have been set up. Black Extremity wiped the sweat off his forehead. We still need 44 rank 5 single blade Gu. When will they be delivered? Chi Chuyu called out, contacting the Gu Immortals. Jewel Yellow Skies became the best channel. Fang Yuan's body shook slightly. The immortal Gu in his hands rained down like a storm. Crackling noises could be heard. After a few breaths of time, he let out a breath of air, stopping his actions. Rank 6 Flash Chain Immortal Gu has been set up. Chi Chuyu and Black Extremity quickly glanced at him, thinking, unbelievable. This Fang Yuan's wisdom path and formation path attainment is actually so deep. Not only can he deduce and modify a new 5 regional formation in such a short time, his method of setting up the immortal formation is also so smooth. Fang Yuan's formation path was at the Grandmaster level. Although he was not as good as Chi Chuyu and Black Extremity, he was very experienced in setting up formations. Self-cleansing Immortal Gu Formation, Omnidirectional Travel Ancient Battle Formation, Dragon Scale Seafood Path Immortal Formation, Coiling Thread Gu Formation, Blood Red Immortal Essence Formation, Immemorial Year Beast Fishing Formation, Flood Discharge Formation, Self-Will Heaven Sealing Formation as well as Year Essence Pool, which was also an immortal formation in essence. He had set them up personally. As such, even though it was his first time setting up the 5 Realms formation, he wasn't nervous at all and was very familiar with it. If I set up the formation alone, the time will be delayed. But with Chi Chuyu and Black Extremity working together, they could quickly set up the 5 World Grand Formation. Quick, quick, quick. Fang Yuan's concentration was on full alert. He was racing against time. Celestial Court Battlefield. Li Huang, Qing Yi and the rest have already rushed to the infallible Blessed Land Battlefield. Wu Yong's unlimited wind was suppressed by wind-sweeping building. The identity of the prince's impatience was not exposed. But Fang Yuan and the rest have started to set up a formation within a formation. Their intentions are unknown. Furthermore, our reinforcements are about to arrive at Hidden Dragon Cave Battlefield. Fairy Myrtle reported to Duke Long fought as he replied, even though the identity of the prince's impatience has not been exposed, we cannot rule out the possibility that Fang Yuan knows about it but did not report it. We need to pay attention to this, tell Qin Yi and the rest to pay attention to the situation and reinforce the prince's impatience at any time. Fairy Myrtle, yes. Knowing that the situation was still within their control, Duke Long focused his mind and looked at 7 Extreme Desolation again. It is about time. Duke Long clenched his dragon claws as he sensed the surging strength in his body. Immortal Killer Move, Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand. After using this killer move, his lifespan could only decrease and not increase. At the same time, Duke Long's battle strength was getting stronger and stronger. In just a short while, Duke Long's battle strength rose by leaps and bounds, reaching an unheard of level. With a dragon roar, purple gold dragon-shaped chi burst out. Boom. 7 Extreme Desolation had no time to react. It only saw Duke Long's figure suddenly vanish in the air before his entire body shot out like a meteor. An unparalleled force surged towards it. It was simply unblockable. 7 Extreme Desolation was sent flying before crashing into the chi wall. Countless cracks appeared on the giant's body. Damn it, his speed increased again. Our investigative killer moves were completely nullified by Duke Long. We simply cannot find his traces. If this continues we will be too passive. How long has it been? But Duke Long's battle strength has already started to suppress us. In that case, let's use offense as defense and continue to use killer moves to bombard the surroundings. We will eventually be able to hit Duke Long. After the 7 Big Dipper Immortals finished their discussion, the 7 Extreme Desolation Giant raised its head and was about to step into the battlefield again. Duke Long's figure suddenly appeared in the sky above the giant. Still want to stand up? Duke Long laughed sinisterly, his sturdy body slammed down with his right dragon claw. Boom. Compared to the 7 Extreme Desolation Giant, the dragon claw was tiny like an ant, but it caused huge damage to the 7 Extreme Desolation Giant. Air waves surged as the 7 Extreme Desolation Giant's entire head was smashed. The headless giant was ruthlessly smashed into the ground by the immense force, creating a human-shaped crater. At once, smoke and dust surged, rocks flew everywhere, the sky shook and the earth shook. Duke Long hovered in the air as he slowly retracted his right claw. He let out a satisfied groan. Strength, a brand new strength surged through Duke Long's body again, stimulating his muscles to expand even more. His bones grew rapidly, his dragon scales became even thicker and larger, his dragon horns were like a crown, they became even more ferocious at this moment, sharp spikes extended in all directions. Duke Long's entire body expanded once again, he had already surpassed the height of a normal person. The roof of a thatched hut only reached his waist. His purple long hair was originally soft and elegant, reaching his waist, but now every strand of hair was hard and sturdy, reaching all the way to his feet. Purple gold lightning flickered incessantly in his hair. Behind him, his dragon tail became even longer, it was less than 10 feet long, but now it was dozens of feet long. Duke Long die. A Northern Plains rank 8 suddenly appeared behind Duke Long. He was determined to succeed. The killer move that he had prepared for a long time was about to land on Duke Long's back. Slap. At that instant, Duke Long's dragon tail swung, sending the sneak-attacking rank 8 Northern Plains Gu Immortal flying. The Northern Plains Gu Immortal coughed out blood, his spine was broken, his organs were displaced, and the worst part was the backlash of the Immortal killer move. He fell into a state of near death. At the next moment, 3 Northern Plains Gu Immortals attacked at the same time. 3 killer moves landed on Duke Long's body. Hit. But at the next moment, these 3 Northern Plains Gu Immortals' joyful expressions froze on their faces. When the dust settled, Duke Long was still standing, purple gold dragon scales had already covered his entire body, shining with a metallic luster. There was not even a trace of injury. This? The 3 of us had clearly planned this, these 3 moves worked together to increase their power. What kind of defense is this? The 3 Northern Plains Gu Immortals were shocked, they felt something amiss and quickly retreated. Are you scratching an itch for me? Duke Long slowly turned around, his indifferent dragon eyes looked at the 3 retreating Northern Plains Gu Immortals. The 3 Gu Immortals immediately felt a strong sense of danger, as if a mountain was pressing down on them, they felt like they were suffocating. Duke Long, don't leave, we are your opponents. The 7 Extreme Desolation Giant got a chance to catch its breath and stood up again. Its head that was smashed earlier had already recovered by more than half. Big Dipper 7 Immortals, you can no longer stop me. Duke Long smiled coldly, he glanced at 7 Extreme Desolation before focusing his gaze on Calamity Luck Altar. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's Call of the Ancient Killer move landed on Calamity Luck Altar. As long as it continued to attack Calamity Luck Altar and caused a certain amount of damage, Call of the Ancient would definitely collapse. Without the interference of these historical Northern Plains experts, the Celestial Court members immediately had the advantage in numbers. Longevity Heaven could no longer retaliate. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sichuan's forehead was filled with cold sweat. Damn it, Fate Gu has recovered again. The Northern Plains experts formed by Call of the Ancient have lost a lot of their battle strength. On the other hand, the Celestial Court members are being amplified by this human path killer move. Most importantly, Duke Long is unstoppable, his battle strength has already far surpassed the limits of rank 8, even if human path killer moves do not help him. While he was thinking, Duke Long defeated 7 Extreme Desolation again. After getting rid of the entanglement, Duke Long charged towards Calamity Luck Altar. Huff. Bing Sichuan let out a breath of turbid air as his eyes shined with determination. The final gamble is at this moment. Boom. Calamity Luck Altar suddenly shot out an intense light that shone like the sun. Almost all the Gu Immortals in the battlefield had to close their eyes. Even Duke Long had to squint his eyes into slits. He was puzzled. Bing Sai Chuan is activating Calamity Luck Altar's method so crazily, isn't he afraid of interfering with Call of the Ancient? Call of the Ancient was placed on Calamity Luck Altar. This time Path Method and Luck Path Killer move mutually restricted each other. In order to maintain Call of the Ancient, Calamity Luck Altar had not truly used all of its abilities. Now that Bing Sai Chuan activated it, it was surprising. The intense light of Luck Path temporarily obstructed everyone. Calamity Luck Altar was like a ferocious beast that was released from its cage as it charged towards the Refinement Path formation. Quick, stop him! Fairy Myrtle shouted in shock. Duke Long was shocked to find that Call of the Ancient was still being used. That phantom image of the River of Time was already imprinted on the battlefield. Even though it was dissipating, the speed was extremely slow. Evidently, it could be maintained for a long time. Red Lotus. At once, Duke Long was shocked and furious. He realized that he had fallen into Red Lotus Demon Venerable's trap. His understanding of Call of the Ancient came from the corresponding support of the Future Killer move. Back then, when he fought with Red Lotus Demon Venerable, he attacked Red Lotus several times and destroyed support of the Future Killer move. Master, good method, you actually saw through this move's weakness. In his memories, Red Lotus Demon Venerable had blood flowing out of his mouth, but he was still smiling, his eyes were shining brightly. This evil disciple is doing it on purpose. And this Bing Sai Chuan, he is so cunning, he could have moved freely but he chose not to use it. Duke Long was furious, this happened too suddenly, he could not stop it in time. Calamity Luck Altar had been preparing for a long time, it erupted with terrifying might. Under the amplification of heroes among people, Celestial Court's members suppressed the Northern Plains Immortals. Unknowingly, their tight defensive line had loosened up. Seeing Calamity Luck Altar charging over, several Celestial Court members did not dodge. They activated their immortal killer moves. But under the intense light of Luck Path, most of their killer moves failed miserably. A large number of Celestial Court Gu Immortals suffered intense backlash. Even though the few killer moves were successfully activated and landed on Calamity Luck Altar, they could not shake it at all. Calamity Luck Altar charged forward. Several Celestial Court Gu Immortals along the way had their bones broken and flesh torn, before crashing into the Refinement Path formation like a meteor. Boom. The Refinement Path formation was heavily damaged, it was mostly destroyed. Chapter 1746. Yuan Xiongdu, who had been in charge of the repair, fainted on the spot. He was injured to begin with. When the Refinement Path formation was destroyed, the shockwaves caused him to faint immediately. Without him, even though success Dao marks were still being sent up in small amounts, Fate Gu's repair had stopped. Song Yin was also implicated. This Celestial Court Rank 8 Gu Immortal had been working together with Che Wei to resist Northern Plains Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster. Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster attacked the Refinement Path Gu formation, but Song Yin was prepared for them. He transferred the damage they caused to the Refinement Path formation to himself. Right now, Calamity Luck Altar had destroyed the Refinement Path formation. Song Yin had to bear a large portion of the damage. Song Yin was seeing stars, his eyes were buzzing and his 7 orifices were bleeding, he had almost collapsed to the ground. Thankfully, at the crucial moment, Che Wei came to his aid and protected him. How are you? Che Wei blocked Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster's attacks as he shouted. I won't die yet. Saying this, Song Yin vomited a mouthful of blood. Quickly go and reinforce them. Who will rebuild the Refinement Path formation? Yuan Xiongdu has been in charge of repairing Fate Gu. Outsiders cannot do it in such a hurry, we need to wake him up first. The strong Luck Path light dissipated, the Celestial Court Gu Immortals charged towards them like madmen. It was not completely destroyed. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan's gaze was cold. His gaze turned as he made a decision. Bull Demon. 5 Elements Grandmaster. Quickly come back. The strong Luck Path light could not last for long, it dissipated quickly, the Celestial Court members were all drawn back. Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster were likely to die if they stayed outside. After all, the Celestial Court Gu Immortals were afraid that the Refinement Path formation could not hold on and could not hold more Gu Immortals. That was why they did not reinforce Song Yin and Che Wei. Bull Demon and 5 Elements Grandmaster knew the severity of the situation. They retreated and entered Calamity Luck Altar. Che Wei was helpless and could only watch helplessly. Bull Demon entered Calamity Luck Altar with a worried expression. Flower Lady is still trapped in Heaven Overseeing Tower, I do not know the details. Bing Sai Chuan nodded with a resolute expression. Destroy this Refinement Path formation and save. Boom. Before Bing Sai Chuan could finish his words, Calamity Luck altar shook violently. The three people inside the altar could not stand steadily. A tall and sturdy figure fiercely stepped on Calamity Luck altar. Because of his stomp, more than half of Calamity Luck altar sank into the ground. It was Duke Long. With me here, this is as far as you can go. Duke Long's expression was like iron, and his eyes were icy cold. The shock and rage from before had completely turned into coldness, and the killing intent in the air was suffocating. Boom boom boom. Duke Long bent his body slightly and randomly punched at Calamity Luck altar. Waves of fist energy bombarded Calamity Luck altar like thunder. Calamity Luck altar continued to tremble intensely as it sank deeper into the ground inch by inch. The fist energy rapidly created cracks on the surface of Calamity Luck altar, and then the cracks expanded, forming holes. A large number of goo worms died. Bing Sichuan quickly divided the work. He was in charge of preparing a killer move to counterattack. Bull Demon was in charge of repairing Calamity Luck altar, while 5 Elements Grandmaster was in charge of making deductions on the half-destroyed refinement path formation. He cultivated formation path after all. The damage is too fast. I cannot repair Calamity Luck altar in time. After a few breaths of time, Bull Demon shouted. 5 Elements Grandmaster was covered in sweat as he tried his best to deduce the formation. Bing Sichuan gritted his teeth. Persevere. Duke Long was extremely powerful. Rank 8 Calamity Luck altar, the immortal goo house created by Giant Sun Immortal, could not hold on after being hit by Duke Long's random punches. Rise. Bing Sichuan shouted. Calamity Luck altar burst out with a piercing light again as it flew up. Duke Long, who was punching, could clearly feel a strong force coming from Calamity Luck altar. Go down. Duke Long shouted, raising his fists above his head as he swung his arms down like a hammer. Immortal killer move, world-shaking dragon hammer. With a loud sound, Calamity Luck altar, which had just risen up, was suppressed by Duke Long again like a rubber ball. A large number of goo worms were destroyed, their fragments flying everywhere. A huge hole appeared on the surface of Calamity Luck altar. Bing Sichuan's clothes could be seen from the outside. Bing Sichuan could not conceal his shock. Duke Long's battle strength was beyond his imagination. Even the members of Celestial Court were stunned. Northern Plains Immortals charge. Right at this time, the Northern Plains Goo Immortals created by Call of the Ancient came to help. Celestial Court's Goo Immortals were like a flock of birds. They did not dodge, they directly charged forward. A chaotic battle erupted again. And behind the chaotic battle, Duke Long was attacking Calamity Luck altar. Behind Duke Long, the refinement path formation was being repaired urgently. 7 Extreme Desolation was bathed in blood. It finally created a path of blood and arrived in front of Duke Long. Duke Long is so strong, Calamity Luck altar alone cannot resist him. Bing Sichuan had to admit the truth. After getting reinforcements from 7 Extreme Desolation, Bing Sichuan finally had time to breathe. He could barely activate Calamity Luck altar to fight against Duke Long with 2 against 1. Immortal killer move, spiraling dragon teeth. Duke Long opened his mouth, his teeth flew out. 100 sharp teeth were like daggers. They expanded rapidly, turning into a group of snow-white dragon tooth scimitars that slashed at Calamity Luck altar. Clang clang clang. The dragon tooth scimitars landed on Calamity Luck altar, creating intense sounds. It was like hundreds or thousands of weapons were colliding. Calamity Luck altar was like a small hut in a storm. It could not even raise its head. Duke Long smiled coldly. After a while, teeth grew out of his mouth again. The teeth flew out again, forming a snow-white scimitar storm that enveloped Calamity Luck altar and 7 Extreme Desolation. Soon, 7 Extreme Desolation was riddled with holes. Calamity Luck altar was also riddled with holes. Immortal killer move, Dragon Claw Strike. Immortal killer move, Chaotic Dragon Fist. Fist shadows flew everywhere, claw marks spread everywhere. 7 Extreme Desolation's head was smashed again and again. Calamity Luck altar was getting more and more damaged. Wind was leaking everywhere. Bull Demon could not repair it in time. Immortal killer move, 9 Dragons Protection. 9 purple gold dragon phantoms coiled around Duke Long's body. It was not that 7 Extreme Desolation and Calamity Luck altar did not retaliate, but these methods were blocked by 9 Dragons Protection. The situation was clear. Duke Long had a huge advantage. As time went on, Longevity Heaven's side would definitely lose. You dare to invade my celestial court, you will pay with your lives. Duke Long shouted coldly. What are you still resisting for? You have no hope left. Duke Long stomped on the ground as a killer move burst out, causing the entire Calamity Luck altar to sink into the ground. He then punched with both hands. sending 7 extreme desolation flying far away. I said before, this is the limit of your strength. You will lose, while Celestial Court will always be invincible. Duke Long shouted, his voice spread throughout the battlefield, shaking everyone's hearts. What other methods do you have? Use them all, I will personally send you all into the abyss of despair. He spoke slowly, his dragon eyes were indifferent, his tone was cold, it sent chills down everyone's spine. Bing Sichuan was in a terrible state, Calamity Luck Altar could no longer protect him, he had many injuries on his body. These were caused by spiraling Dragon Fang killer move. The situation was getting more dangerous, but there was a light in his eyes that had never been extinguished. He still had hope. In the deepest part of his heart, there was a scene that he would never forget. This is 88-point Jinyang Tower? Amazing. As expected of Lord's work. Bing Sichuan stood beside Giant Sun Immortal with a look of admiration. Giant Sun Immortal smiled with a satisfied expression. With this immortal goo house, my children will be able to grow up. Lord, you really put in a lot of effort. Bing Sichuan praised. However, Giant Sun Immortal's tone changed. I am looking forward to its collapse. What? I built this tower to prevent its collapse. O Bing Sichuan, you are a time path goo immortal, go to sleep. In the future, when 88-point Jinyang Tower collapses, it will be the best time for you to attack Celestial Court. Inside Calamity Luck Altar. Even if I am heavily injured, even if I am in a hopeless situation, even if I use up all my trump cards, I will not give up. Because this plan was made by Lord Giant Sun Immortal Ancestor. O Celestial Court, victory will be ours. Bing Sichuan shouted. Blind confidence. Duke Long snickered in disdain. Forcefully holding on will only increase your pain by 100 times. Bing Sichuan snorted coldly. That is because you will never understand that man's greatness. Not far away. Boom. The dog-tail life-extending ferret, Mao Li Chiu, suddenly turned into smoke, dispersing on the spot. The killer move perfect pair is finally undone. As expected of thieving heaven demon venerable, it is so powerful. Thankfully this is Celestial Court, we can gather 4 rule path goo immortals, and Celestial Court's treasury also has detailed information on perfect pair. If this were a normal situation it would be troublesome. Originally the dog-tail life-extending ferret and Celestial Court's 2 legendary immemorial desolate beasts, Ruan Dan and Shabi 95, were fighting intensely. Relying on perfect pair, the dog-tail life-extending ferret and its clones suppressed their opponents to the point where they could not even raise their heads. But as the Celestial Court's members awakened, many of them started to target perfect pair and finally broke it. Continue being arrogant. Little dog, how many times have you pounced on me? My feathers are about to be plucked clean by you. Ruan Dan, Shabi 95, and several Celestial Court goo immortals attacked Mao Li Chiu. Even though Mao Li Chiu had outstanding strength in this situation, it was like 2 fists could not fight against 4 fists. It was soon covered in injuries, blood flowed out of its wounds like a waterfall. But Ruan Dan and Shabi 95 were not much better off. Mao Li Chiu's counterattack was targeted at these 2. Even though Mao Li Chiu's injuries were increasing and it was getting weaker, Celestial Court's advantage was increasing. Ruan Dan and Shabi 95's minds were shaken, they had bewildered gazes. This lunatic is not afraid of death. Even if he dies, he will probably bite off a piece of my flesh before he dies. The 2 legendary immemorial desolate beasts of Celestial Court felt wary. One of them shouted, Mao Li Chiu, why are you risking your life for Giant Sun Immortal? He is feeding you because of your innate talent, he wants to kill you to extend his life. Mao Li Chiu was standing in a pool of blood, its injuries were shocking, many of them were deep to the bone. The originally glossy and shiny fur was now stuck together because of the blood. Its eyes were turning black, its body was shaking as if it was going to collapse at the next moment. It knew that in its current state it was probably going to die here. But so what? Mao Li Chiu opened its mouth, letting out a silent smile. A scene from its memories surfaced in its mind. The setting sun was like blood. On a mountain, Mao Li Chiu was curled up like a puppy, lying beside Giant Sun Immortal's feet. Giant Sun Immortal was rubbing its head, but it was shivering. It had already heard of Giant Sun Immortal's plan. Now that Giant Sun Immortal was about to die, he called it here to kill it to extend its life. But Mao Li Chiu did not dare to resist, it was clear. Even if it had peak rank 8 battle strength, it was not Giant Sun Immortal's match. Giant Sun Immortal did not even need to make a move, it would seek its own death. Don't be afraid, Mao Li Chiu, I won't kill you to extend my life. Giant Sun Immortal chuckled. Mao Li Chio's body stiffened. Giant Sun Immortal looked at the sunset. It was as dazzling as fire. I still remember the first day I raised you. Time passed by quickly. You have already grown to this extent. To speak the truth, you are my child. What difference is there between you and my children? As a parent, how can I harm my own children? Mao Li Chio understood Giant Sun Immortal's nature. He would not lie to it. There was no need. Mao Li Chio was stunned. It asked in a daze, "But master, if you kill me, I can indeed extend your life." Extend my life? Giant Sun Immortal smiled. I will only be struggling at death's door. People will die eventually, isn't that so? He shook his head. What meaning is there in continuing to live under fate? Death is not so hard to accept. Moreover, children are destined to leave their parents to truly grow up. Master, promise me you will live on properly. Go and do what you like. I won't leave you any last words. Just be yourself and be happy. Master. As its memories faded, Mao Li Chio looked at the surrounding strong enemies. It raised its head and laughed wildly, its aura surging. Oh master, even if I die, I will repay the kindness of raising me. It can't hold on anymore. That's right, it is only trying to show off. But be careful of its final retaliation. The celestial court's Gu immortals had cold expressions as they slowly surrounded it. Black Heaven. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Immortal zombie giant Sun sat cross-legged like a statue. He looked toward the south, and his eyes reflected the scenes of the battle in the heavenly court. Chapter 1747. Infallible Blessed Land Battlefield. 9 consecutive unceasing formation. The other party's formation. Our Gu immortals are suffering from intense backlash. The first group, retreat and receive treatment. The second group will take over. The third group, get ready. Qin Yi and Baizang Shui controlled the formation while commanding the central continent Gu immortals. They were very orderly. To think that the other party would use such a strange move. At the side, Feng Jioge frowned as he stared at the 5 regional formation. This is troublesome. The 9 consecutive unceasing formation might. Feng Jioge had a bad feeling. Under Qi Chuyu's control, the 5 regional formation continued to emit 5-colored smoke. This smoke continued to spread, becoming fainter as it seeped into the 9 consecutive unceasing formation. Good, let's do this. The rest will deal with the formation. Let the central continent Gu immortals control it. The more the formation activates, the greater the backlash they will suffer. Haha, the stronger the 9 consecutive unceasing formation, the more damage these Gu immortals will suffer. This is amazing. The morale of the Southern Alliance and Northern Plains immortals rose greatly. They changed their tactics. They had already seen through this formation they could clearly target its weakness and destroy it, but now they were not in a hurry to do so. The 5 regional smoke continued to permeate. They could use this to deal with the central continent Gu immortals behind the formation. From a certain perspective, the 9 consecutive unceasing formation became a powerful weapon for Fang Yuan's side to attack central continent and the celestial court. What should we do? Do we send Gu immortals to destroy the formation? Baizang Shui looked at Chen Yi. The leader here was still Chen Yi. Chen Yi had an ugly expression. He said, "This formation should belong to the 5 regional true inheritance, southern borders Tao Zhu's method." During the battle of the 5 regional mountain range, the celestial court had interfered. Jun Xinguang was captured by Fang Yuan. Celestial court had a detailed understanding of Tao Zhu's true inheritance and the entire battle of the 5 regional mountain range. Tao Zhu can create the 5 regional mountain range. This 5-colored smoke that permeates the formation is clearly imitating the 5 regional walls, causing our Gu immortals to suffer from the formation's backlash. Qin Yi said bitterly, the 9 consecutive unceasing formation is a compound formation. It can dismantle subformations and rearrange subformations at any time. It can be used continuously. Back then, Limitless Demon Venerable broke 100 formations and escaped. But Tao Zhu's method bypassed the 9 consecutive unceasing formation and targeted our Gu immortals. This is not just avoiding the formation. The stronger the formation, the stronger Gu immortals will suffer even more injuries. If we activate the formation to deal with the enemy's formation, it will be something they want to see. We will fall into their trap. It is not wise. But if we stop the formation and send Gu immortals out, we will be neglecting our strengths. Furthermore, the enemy has fierce bandits like Wu Yong and Fang Yuan. It will be very dangerous to send Gu immortals to destroy the formation. Chen Yi had been hit by Wu Yong's farewell friend wind killer move. He survived because of Feng Jioge. He still felt some lingering fear. Most importantly, they only had 3 rank 8 Gu Immortals on their side, Qin Yi, Baizang Shui and Feng Jioge, and they were all injured. It was not suitable to send anyone out. At this point, Qin Yi sighed deeply, to think that the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation was countered by the enemy today. Tao Zhu was only an ordinary rank 8 Gu Immortal, he could not compare to people like Wu Yong and Fang Yuan. And the creator of the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation was the famous star constellation Immortal Venerable. The 5 regional true inheritances countered the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. It was Tao Zhu's glory. Speaking of which, Tao Zhu was not outstanding among rank 8 Gu Immortals, he was not famous either, he only created the 5 regional mountain range. But to think that his research actually succeeded. After this battle, Tao Zhu's name would resound throughout the world, even though he had died a long time ago. Geniuses appeared in every generation, they would reign supreme for hundreds of years. Just like how in the battlefield of Celestial Court, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's perfect pair killer move could be broken, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation could also be countered by a junior. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had been dead for too long, but eras continued to develop and change. Even though their methods were powerful, they could not escape the awkwardness of being outdated. Remove that subformation. Qin Yi ordered resolutely. The Gu Immortals around him were shocked. Qin Yi actually gave the order to remove the formation, was he out of his mind? But soon, Feng Jioge reacted first, his eyes shined with bright light as he praised, "Good response." Removing the formation, the other party actually removed the formation, ha ha ha. Inside the 5 regional formation, some Northern Plains Gu Immortals saw this and laughed heartily. Wu Yong and Fang Yuan, however, had grim expressions. Oh no, this Qin Yi is so crafty. If we were inside the formation, the 5-colored smoke miasma would seep in faster and deeper. Now that the subformation has been removed, the efficiency is greatly reduced. That's right. In the battlefield of Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven is almost unable to hold on, Celestial Court has the upper hand. I'm afraid Qin Yi has considered this, so he's using a delaying tactic. Whether it was Qin Yi's side activating the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation or sending people to attack the formation, Fang Yuan and the rest were happy to see that happen. But now Qin Yi removed the subformation and chose to defend passively. The 5-colored smoke miasma's infiltration was greatly reduced. Central Continent's Gu Immortals only maintained the formation and did not activate it. The backlash they suffered was also greatly reduced. But Qin Yi and the rest were still behind the formation, continuing to set up the Immortal formation. Fang Yuan and the rest needed a lot of time to destroy this 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. And most importantly, Fang Yuan and the rest had to make full use of every second they had, they could not waste a single second. Once Celestial Court exterminated Longevity Heaven's forces, they would be free to attack Celestial Court and deal with Fang Yuan and the rest. Qin Yi was extremely steady and astute. He purposely retreated for the sake of the big picture, it was just a small step, but it was more terrifying than attacking. He forced Fang Yuan and the rest to the edge of the cliff. Sigh, if I had known this, I would have added Formation Spirit and Formation Flag Immortal Gu into the 5 regional formation. This way the 5 regional formation can be moved, it is no longer fixed at the same spot. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. This was not his mistake, nor was he unwilling to contribute. It was the combination of Formation Spirit and Formation Flag Immortal Gu into the 5 regional formation. The number of deductions increased sharply, Fang Yuan would have to spend a lot of time to deduce clearly. Actually, even if the 5 regional formation could be moved away by Gu Immortals, Fang Yuan and the rest would not be able to resolve this crisis. Qin Yi removed the subformation and retreated to defend. The 5-world formation within the original child formation was exposed. Outside the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, the Immortals were already engaged in a chaotic battle. For rank 8 Gu Immortals, Qin Yi, Li Huang, Princess Impatience and Ba Shirba were fighting each other. Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building, Frost Dragon Manor, Wind Sweeping Building, and others were rampaging in the battlefield, clashing at times or unleashing immortal killer moves at others. Bright lights shone as thunderous explosions resounded. Oh no, unlimited wind killer move is escaping my control. Wu Yong's expression changed. Earlier he had not sensed it clearly when he was in the formation. Now that Qin Yi removed the formation, Wu Yong realized something was amiss. Without hesitation, Wu Yong flew out of the 5 regional formation and pounced towards Wind Sweeping Building. Yao Huang, Heavenly Lord Baizu and the rest also moved out. With their reinforcement, Li Huang, Qin Yi and the rest felt immense pressure. They retreated and were suppressed along with Central Continent's Immortal Gu houses. Fang Yuan moved out stealthily using Great Thief Ghost Hand again. Central Continent's Immortal Gu houses were immediately attacked. A large number of Gu worms were stolen by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan continued to move and obtained 3 Immortal Gu in a short while. Including his gains from the battlefield in Emperor City, he had already seized more than 10 Immortal Gu from Central Continent's Immortal Gu houses. Fang Yuan recognized some of these Immortal Gu, but he did not recognize some. His Time Path clone was bathed in the light of wisdom, deducing how to use these Gu worms. Seeing that the situation was amiss, Li Huang gave up on Prince's impatience and came to stall Fang Yuan. The scene from before on the battlefield at Imperial Emperor City repeated once more. Fang Yuan was stalled by Li Huang. He could not attack the Immortal Gu houses anymore. Humph, this prince's impatience is so good at acting. He purposely let Li Huang go. Fang Yuan snorted coldly in his heart, but did not say anything. Prince's impatience was a problem. What made Fang Yuan even more troubled was the rank 9 human path killer move that Celestial Court used. Heroes Among People. Due to the amplification of heroes among people, Li Huang, Qin Yi and the rest as well as Central Continent's Immortal Gu houses, had their battle strength increased by several times, they resisted the fierce attacks of the Southern Border and Northern Plains Alliance army. We cannot continue fighting like this, time is limited. We need to retreat into the formation. Fang Yuan shouted. Wu Yong and the rest retreated. They stored their Immortal Gu houses and entered the 5 regional formation. The 5 regional formation was activated at full force. Large amounts of 5-colored smoke spread rapidly, covering the entire battlefield. Within the 5-colored smoke, Central Continent's Gu immortals were greatly suppressed. Similar to Qin Yi's earlier awkwardness, these people were strengthened by heroes among people. The killer move's power rose sharply, the backlash also increased. To think that Tao Zhu's methods are so profound. Inside the formation, Ba Ba sighed. Wu Yong was silent. This situation was not out of his expectations. Precisely because he discovered it long ago, he did not hesitate to reveal the true inheritance's contents to cooperate with Qi Chuyu. Qi Chuyu also knew that this was a good thing, but he could not use it earlier. Now that the formation was modified and set up, it had great effects. It is a pity that this 5-colored smoke does not differentiate between friend and foe. Central Continent is suppressed. We will also face backlash inside. Only Fang Yuan can move freely. Yao Huang was clearly agitated. Many people looked at Fang Yuan with envious expressions. What a pity. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. If he could obtain Tao Zhu's true inheritance, with the light of wisdom and his formation path and wisdom path attainment levels, his battle strength would soar again. In fact, he could not do anything to heroes among people, but if he had the 5-colored smoke, Li Huang and the rest would face greater suppression. Who knew, Fang Yuan might be able to pacify the battlefield in Emperor City. Back then, when he left the 5 regional mountain range and could not obtain the 5 regional true inheritances, he felt a deep sense of regret. Chapter 1748. Infallible Blessed Land Battlefield. The enemies have entered the formation. It seems they want to display the full power of the 5-colored smoke. Li Huang and the rest are in trouble. Chen Yi had been paying close attention to the situation. Should we go and reinforce them? We might be able to work together with these reinforcements to destroy the enemy formation. As long as the formation is broken, 1 or 2 of their core Immortal Gu will be destroyed. They might not be able to turn the situation around. Bai Tsang Shui suggested. Chen Yi thought about it before shaking his head. No need to take the risk, the situation is very beneficial to us now. Let them return to the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. Chen Yi not only did not attack, he even called back Li Huang and the rest. He decided to stall for time. Fang Yuan flew out of the formation and started to deal with Li Huang and the rest. Inside the 5-colored smoke, Li Huang and the rest fought against Fang Yuan. They were greatly restricted and their movements were restricted. After suffering some losses, Li Huang gave the order to retreat. The group entered the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. At once, both sides entered their respective formations. The battlefield that was filled with sounds of fighting was only left with the sound of unlimited wind. Wu Yong and Fang Yuan stayed outside the formation. The former carefully controlled unlimited wind to avoid the 5-colored smoke. He charged towards Celestial Court's formation from another direction. The latter hid in the 5-colored smoke. Following the spreading of the smoke, he got closer to Celestial Court's formation. Let's persevere like this. As long as Celestial Court's battlefield is pacified, it will be our victory. Within the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, Qin Yi raised the morale of his troops. But he had just said that when he heard a loud explosion. The immortals quickly looked over and saw that the 5-colored smoke was rumbling endlessly. Fang Yuan's 5 regional formation had suddenly exploded. A figure flew out of the 5-colored smoke that covered the sky like an arrow. Prince's Impatience, what are you doing? Kill him, he is definitely a spy of Celestial Court. Lord Qi Chuyu, are you alright? Someone come and save Lord Qi. A change occurred. Southern border and northern plains Gu immortals were in chaos. Prince's Impatience, don't even think about escaping. Fang Yuan and Wu Yong, who were outside the formation, turned around and tried to stop Prince's Impatience. Baizang Shui was overjoyed. So it was Prince's Impatience who made a move inside the formation and destroyed the enemy's formation. Well done. Some Gu immortals who did not know the inside story saw this and were dumbfounded. Hurry, Prince's Impatience is a member of my Spirit Affinity House. Quickly go and help him. A Spirit Affinity House's Supreme Elder urged. Needless to say, Qin Yi had already given the order. Li Huang, Qin Yi and Baizang Shui flew out of the formation to receive Prince's Impatience. Fang Yuan and Wu Yong were obstructed by the 3 of them. Prince's Impatience was not weak, and with reinforcements he successfully entered the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. But the Celestial Court's immortals did not know. This Prince's Impatience whom they sent into the formation was a fake. I finally got in. Fang Yuan snickered to himself as killing intent surged in his chest. Immortal killer move, familiar face. This was a killer move that had been modified by Fang Yuan, and with the increase in transformation path Dao marks after annexing Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, its power had increased by several times. Even though Celestial Court was prepared, they did not discover Fang Yuan's true identity. At this moment, the real Prince's Impatience was still inside the 5 regional formation. The 5 regional formation was modified by Fang Yuan. He naturally designed a formation within the formation. This inner formation was the cage that imprisoned Prince's Impatience. There were several rank 8 Gu immortals guarding the formation cores. As for the Fang Yuan, inside the 5-colored smoke, it was Yi Hao Fang in disguise. Southern Borders rank 8 Gu immortal Yi Hao Fang was also a transformation path Gu immortal. Even though he did not have a method like familiar face, he was inside the 5-colored smoke. With the other rank 8 Gu immortals helping him conceal the investigative killer moves, he did not get exposed. As for the 5 regional formation, it had truly self-detonated. A vast number of mortal Gu perished. The immortal Gu that used the formation also suffered losses. If he did not do this, he would not be able to deceive Qin Yi and the rest. There was another reason why Qin Yi was kept in the dark. That was because Celestial Court's Fairy Myrtle had informed them in advance. Qin Yi and the rest knew Prince's Impatience's true identity. Thus they had been paying attention to Prince's Impatience during the intense battle. Once Prince's Impatience made a move and stabbed the enemy in the back, they would cooperate and expand their gains. Right now, Prince's Impatience destroyed the enemy's formation the moment he made a move. The results were huge. Qin Yi and the rest were mentally prepared, so they immediately took action against Fang Yuan. The secret of my rebirth has been exposed. Celestial Court will definitely be worried about Prince's Impatience's identity being exposed. And this battle concerns the overall situation of Fate Gu. At the crucial moment, Celestial Court will definitely expose Prince's Impatience's identity to protect the overall situation. This is something I can make use of. Fang Yuan sneered in his mind. He disguised as Prince's Impatience and pretended to be heavily injured. Under the expectant gazes of Celestial Court's immortals, he openly stepped into the core of the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. A Spirit Affinity House's Supreme Elder was the first to welcome him. She smiled and said, "Welcome home." Fang Yuan was ready to take action after accumulating his strength. Because I am not the real Prince's Impatience, my identity will be exposed once I interact with them. Moreover, I do not have Wu Yong's concealment methods. When I prepare a killer move, my aura will definitely leak out. Thus, the true time to make a move is the moment I enter the formation. Because I am being chased, my immortal killer move has not dissipated yet. Fang Yuan was about to make a move when a change occurred. On the battlefield, everyone's expression changed. What is that? Rank 9 killer move. It seems to come from northern plains. Luck Path Aura. Its direction seems to be aimed at Celestial Court. At this moment, both sides forgot about the battle. They looked up at the sky. A huge pillar of light stretched across the sky, shooting towards Celestial Court at an extremely fast speed. This pillar of light was so huge, it was like a giant river that dominated heaven and earth. Everywhere it went, it pushed away all the air. As the pillar of light moved forward, it emitted a grand and deafening sound. Such a grand and majestic killer move made everyone dazed. Even Qin Yi, Wu Yong, and even Fang Yuan felt their own insignificance. Unstoppable, invincible. The pillar of light started from black heaven above northern plains, it pierced through the regional walls and directly crashed into Celestial Court. Celestial Court shook intensely, mountains shook, countless immortal Gu houses cracked and broke. This is... Duke Long suddenly raised his head. A moment ago, he was in high spirits and had great divine might. He had beaten up 7 extreme desolation and calamity luck altar. But when the pillar of light shot towards him, he paled in fright. At this moment he was like a fish on a chopping board. He could not move, he was locked down by the pillar of light, he was like an insect trapped in amber, he could only watch as the pillar of light approached him. Even though his current battle strength was enough to make other rank 8 Gu immortals sigh in admiration. Rank 9 killer move. This is the work of Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal left behind a backup plan after all. No, he is not targeting me, he is going straight for Fate Gu. Duke Long suddenly realized he had a ruthless expression as he struggled and tried to activate immortal killer moves again and again. But a terrifying scene occurred. His killer move had never been successfully activated even once. The activation of killer moves failed time and time again, he was suffering from backlash, blood flowed out of his mouth and eyes. The immortals of Celestial Court were thrown into chaos, some overestimated themselves and tried to block the pillar of light, but they were all destroyed. Not a single rank 8 Gu immortal could stop the pillar of light. Lord Giant Sun Immortal Ancestor. Master! At this moment, Bing Sichuan and Mao Liqiu had tears in their eyes. But right when the pillar of light was about to hit the refinement path formation, the immortals heard an eerie sigh. Next, in Imperfection Regret Pavilion, the illusion of 2 venerables playing chess appeared again. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who was playing chess with Limitless Demon Venerable, grabbed a chess piece and threw it out. In an instant, countless starlight specks flickered. They were dazzling and did not lose to the orange pillar of light. The starlight specks formed a huge net that blocked the pillar of light. The pillar of light became slower and thinner, the starlight specks surrounding it were absorbing and transferring the power of the pillar of light. Lord Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. This is Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method. The Gu immortals of Celestial Court were overjoyed. They looked at Imperfection Regret Pavilion with deep admiration and excitement. Duke Long breathed heavily, the pillar of light was so close to him that it was almost touching his face. But eventually the pillar of light stopped completely, it was trapped by the starlight net. Damn it, I was so close. Bing Sichuan was very annoyed. Duke Long was the strongest battle strength of Celestial Court, he was also their leader. If he died, Celestial Court's morale would plummet. While Longevity Heaven still had Calamity Luck Altar and 7 Extreme Desolation, they still had hope. Star Constellation this bitch. Mao Liqiu gritted its teeth. The pillar of light suddenly changed again, it continued to spin faster and faster, circles of spiraling cyclones formed on the surface. Inside Imperfection Regret Pavilion, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable showed a look of surprise on her face. With a loud sound, the pillar of light exploded, hundreds of huge orange-yellow chi currents flew into the bodies of Bing Sichuan, Mao Liqiu, and the other Northern Plains experts. Mao Liqiu was dumbfounded. It had already wanted to die, but as the orange-yellow chi currents flowed through its limbs and bones, all of its injuries were healed, immortal essence started to condense in its immortal aperture. A white-gold halo enveloped the members of Longevity Heaven, giving them a strong amplification. This kind of buff effect was several times stronger than heroes among people. After the pillar of light was obstructed by the starlight net, it changed its target and turned to help Longevity Heaven's members. Duke Long, let's fight again. Bing Sichuan shouted, he had recovered to his peak state. Calamity Luck Altar was also covered in a layer of light. Under Bing Sichuan's control, it flew out. Duke Long did not dodge, he fought Calamity Luck Altar head-on. In the end, Calamity Luck Altar's momentum was obstructed, while Duke Long flew backwards like a cannonball, crashing through 5 to 6 thick walls before he was stopped by the chi wall. Duke Long's expression turned pale, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 1749. Celestial Court Battlefield. Kill. Deafening battle cries resounded, the morale of the Northern Plains Immortals soared to an unprecedented peak. This was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's move, it had an extraordinary meaning, his descendants' morale soared, their battle strength rose sharply. How can this be? The celestial court Gu Immortal was stunned. He suddenly froze in the air, unable to move. In front of him, a famous expert in Northern Plains history, Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Lu Hui let out a breath of turbid air. I was almost killed by you, it was so close, what a pity. Cold sweat dripped down the celestial court Gu Immortal's forehead. This killer move of yours clearly cannot restrain me. The truly powerful one is still Giant Sun Immortal, you can't do it. Lu Hui sneered, then why didn't you say that we were all suppressed by fate earlier? Moreover, what does it matter if I can or cannot? Life and death, victory or defeat is the most important thing, go die. He lightly waved his hand, taking the other party's life. His eyes were narrow and long, his gaze was bone-chilling, he looked around with ill intentions. Who is next? You can't break my defense, don't waste your energy. The celestial court Gu Immortal stood unmoving, his body was covered in an extremely thick halo of light. Northern Plains Gu Immortal Xianxia breathed in deeply, he felt a brand new surge of strength in his body, his previous dejection and worry were swept away, his confidence soaring. The current me is different from before. Immortal killer move, disintegrate. Xiaoxi's original name was Yi Lui Hua, he cultivated rule path. After becoming a Gu Immortal, he made many contributions, but Yi Lui tribe's internal unfairness made him receive the treatment he deserved. In a fit of anger, he betrayed the tribe and became a demonic path Gu Immortal. In his later years, Yi Lui tribe suffered a setback, they were suppressed and ostracized by many Huangjin tribes. Yi Lui Hua, who had rank 8 cultivation level, was invited back with great fanfare, becoming Yi Lui tribe's first supreme elder, returning to the righteous path. He relied on his own hard work to achieve an achievement that ordinary Gu Immortals could not reach. He made the whole tribe lower their heads and admit their mistakes. Yelu Hua's life experience was filled with the color of legend, stirring up countless juniors. However, even after he returned to the Yelu family and assumed the position of Grand Elder, he did not revert to his original name, still calling himself Jade Sun Zi. How can this be? The celestial court's Gu Immortal was pale with fright, the defense that he was so proud of crumbled continuously, before completely dissipating. With the aid of the Giant Sun Immortal, Jade Sun directly reversed the difference in strength. The celestial court Gu Immortal who was fighting him soon died in Xiaoxi's hands. Clang clang clang. 3 members of the celestial court joined hands to deal with Yelu Qi. Yuan Ben was a rank 8 Gu Immortal, he cultivated bone path and had shocking battle strength. When he was alive, he was known as the #1 battle strength in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world, even the other 4 regions often heard of his bravery. His figure was not burly but rather a little thin. However, the white bone armor he wore was hard and thick. He held the white bone spear in his right hand and waved it left and right, stirring up the wind and clouds. He held a white bone dagger in his left hand, the sword light was cold and chilling. After obtaining an orange-yellow light, Yuan Ben roared, countless white bone spikes suddenly shot out of his armor. One of the celestial court Gu Immortals attacking him could not dodge in time, he was pierced by hundreds of bone spikes and died on the spot. Yuan Ben took the chance to attack, his spear pierced the second Gu Immortal's heart, while his sword cut off the third Gu Immortal's head. But there was no excitement or joy on his face, there was only faint desolation. It is a pity that you do not have enough Gu worms, you cannot display your true strength. I have also obtained ancestors' help, this battle is an unfair one. Boom. With a loud explosion, Duke Long was sent flying like a cannonball. The dragon roared, Duke Long quickly stabilized his body. Suddenly, a huge shadow fiercely enveloped them. Duke Long raised his head and saw Calamity Luck Altar pressing down like a mountain. Duke Long snorted coldly, he did not dodge, his dragon claws were clenched into fists. Lord Duke Long, I will lend you a hand. Celestial Court Gu Immortal Wu Shuang targeted Duke Long as he activated a killer move. Immortal killer move, Peerless. At the next moment, Duke Long breathed in deeply as he punched at Calamity Luck Altar. Immortal killer move, Chaotic Dragon Fist. Peerless, Chaotic Dragon Fist. In an instant, fist shadows flew, creating an intense fist wind. Tens of millions of fist shadows were like raging waves, causing Calamity Luck Altar to shake unsteadily. Duke Long is really strong. Bing Sai Chuan gritted his teeth. Calamity Luck Altar also received Giant Sun Immortal's help, its battle strength rose by several times, but it still could not suppress Duke Long. But right at this time, a giant flew over and entered the battlefield. It was 7 Extreme Desolation. Duke Long go to hell. The 7 Extreme Desolation giant roared as it spat out countless pitch-black needles that shot towards Duke Long. Oh no! The nearby celestial court Gu Immortal Wu Shuang's eyes were bloodshot. He wanted to help but was obstructed by the other Northern Plains Gu Immortals. Northern Plains Gu Immortals had rich battle experience. These Gu Immortals summoned by Call of the Ancient were all experts in history. After fighting for so long, they had already developed a tacit cooperation. Duke Long was using Chaotic Dragon Fist to resist Calamity Luck Altar, but he was attacked by 7 Extreme Desolation at the same time. This pitch-black needle killer move was extremely powerful. Its aura surged and surged. Before it reached Duke Long already felt an intense piercing pain. Duke Long's eyes shined with brilliance. Immortal killer move, Clear Dragon Pupil. Once the investigative killer move was used, he immediately saw through many details of the pitch-black needles. He knew that this move contained the essence of Dark Path and was specialized in countering defensive methods. If he relied on his Dragon Scales or 9 Dragon Protection Seal, he would be riddled with holes, he would be heavily injured on the spot. Then let's fight offense with offense. Duke Long opened his mouth and breathed out. Qi surged as an immortal killer move formed in an instant. Immortal killer move, Qi Current Scissors. Countless white Qi currents shot towards the pitch-black needle rain. The Qi currents tore through the sky, forming arcs that were like sharp blades. Everywhere they went, the black needles would be cut apart. Qi Current Scissors and the pitch-black needle rain collided, most of them dissipated. But a few escaped and attacked Duke Long and 7 Extreme Desolation. At the same time, Duke Long grunted as more than 10 pitch-black needles stabbed into his body. And 7 Extreme Desolation's body also had several pieces of flesh cut off by the Qi Current Scissors. These injuries were borne by the 7 Big Dipper Immortals and 7 Extreme Desolation. They endured the pain and worked together to activate 7 Extreme Desolation, directly attacking Duke Long this time. Duke Long sighed. He could only retreat forcefully. Since the battle started, this was the first time he retreated. The enemy was so strong that Duke Long had no choice but to retreat. His killer move, Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand, could indeed dominate rank 8s, especially in the final moments of his life. He could even take whatever he wanted from rank 8 Gu Immortals. But in front of a rank 9 killer move, Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand paled in comparison. Other than its own power, there was also the aspect of profound changes. Giant Sun Immortal's attack was originally an offensive killer move. It traveled from Northern Plains to Central Continent's Celestial Court, crossing 2 regions. Its power did not diminish, it was grand and majestic. Celestial Court's defense was extremely strong, but it was not Giant Sun's match. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made a move, blocking Giant Sun's attack. But after blocking it, Giant Sun's attack changed in nature. It turned into an amplification method that was used in the battlefield, overturning the entire situation. Killer moves mainly had several practical techniques: consecutive moves, variation moves, supplementary moves, and disassembly moves. The so-called variation move was to use a killer move as the foundation and modify it to achieve another effect. For example, Fang Yuan's Myriad Self killer move and Strength Path Giant Hand, the former was the foundation of the latter. But when Fang Yuan activated Myriad Self killer move, Myriad Self would not turn into Strength Path Giant Hand. There was a difference between the two. Meanwhile, Giant Sun's attack seemed to change at will. It was an offensive killer move a moment ago, but in the next second, it turned into an amplification method. Giant Sun Immortal's attainment in variation moves had completely surpassed Duke Long's understanding. The strength in my body is dissipating. It seems that Ancestor Giant Sun's strength cannot last for long. Quick, while the strength is still there, we cannot continue fighting. We need to break through the enemy's defensive line and seize Fate Gu. As time passed, the Northern Plains Gu Immortals gradually realized something amiss. After Giant Sun's attack changed in nature, it gave them a huge boost, but this strength was also rapidly dissipating. The explosive power of Giant Sun's attack was much higher than Heroes Among People. But in terms of duration and spatial range, Heroes Among People had a larger range and lasted longer. Duke Long's expression changed. He could barely hold back Calamity Luck Altar and 7 Extreme Desolation with his own strength. Now that the Northern Plains Gu Immortals were attacking the Remnant Refinement Path formation, he could not defend it. The Gu Immortals of Celestial Court gathered and stood in front of the Remnant Gu Refinement formation, forming a defensive line. Under the frenzied attacks of the Northern Plains Gu Immortals, the defensive line was in danger. It was hanging by a thread. All sorts of immortal killer moves clashed. Gu Immortal corpses fell from the sky from time to time. Both sides fought fiercely. the number of Gu Immortals dying around this weak defensive line continued to rise. Northern Plains side staked everything they had, while Celestial Court's members did not retreat. Both sides were increasing their troops. Awakening from Celestial Court's immortal graveyard, Celestial Court members rushed to the battlefield to reinforce the defensive line. And in the illusion of the River of Time, Northern Plains experts appeared one after another, charging forward without saying a word. The defensive line was on the verge of breaking. Fairy Myrtle had already entered the battlefield, using all her strength to resist the fierce attacks of the Northern Plains Immortals. Suddenly, a faint figure appeared beside Fairy Myrtle. It was the Northern Plains Gu Immortal expert Lu. Even though this person was a rank 8 expert, he did not have a good reputation in history. When he was alive, he was the only rank 8 Gu Immortal in Lu tribe. According to convention, he should have been the first Supreme Elder. But Lu had never fought head-on since he was young. He bullied the weak and feared the strong. Whenever he attacked, he would always sneak attack and steal. His reputation was too bad. He could not gain the respect and trust of others. If he became the first Supreme Elder of Lu tribe, he would be a burden to the whole tribe. It would affect their image and reputation. Chapter 1750. Lu had actually joined the battle long ago, but the Northern Plains experts who were at the same time as him had already been killed. He was the only one left. This battle was too intense. The sacrifices of rank 8 Gu Immortals had become a common occurrence. Lu's achievements were glorious. At least 8 members of Celestial Court had fallen to his hands since the start of the battle. He had been paying attention to Fairy Myrtle for a long time. His rich battle experience allowed him to quickly judge the importance of Fairy Myrtle. At this moment, his sneak attack had actually been prepared for a long time. In an instant, Fairy Myrtle's hair stood on end. A feeling of fatal danger filled her heart, almost suffocating her. Fairy Myrtle was aware that with just her current defensive methods, she could not stop the enemy. But it was too late to activate other defensive methods now. Seeing that Fairy Myrtle was about to die at the crucial moment, a Gu Immortal of Celestial Court attacked from the side. It was Wu Shuang who had assisted Duke Long earlier. Wuxia. With a muffled sound, Lu's killer move pierced through Wu Shuang like a gray sharp blade, before stabbing into Fairy Myrtle's shoulder. Damn it, Wu Yong blocked most of the power. Lu's expression changed, his figure quickly dissipating. Fairy Myrtle was heavily injured, but Wu Yong was already dead. Lu had vanished, and when he appeared again he might take another life. Boom. Air currents surged. Duke Long flew back hundreds of steps, stabilizing his body with difficulty. He had blocked a powerful killer move from 7 Extreme Desolation in the end, but the price was his arms and the dragon scales on his chest. His arms drooped down powerlessly, the dragon scales were all broken, and the flesh on his chest was badly mutilated. Duke Long immediately activated healing methods, but the dark path Dao marks on his arms were extremely dense, and their arrangement was ingenious, greatly hindering his healing effects. Haha, Duke Long, you were hit by our killer move's snake lead in dark entanglement. You still want to recover from your injuries in a short time? Dream on. 7 Extreme Desolation mocked. Next, Calamity Luck Alter changed its fighting style, drilling out of the ground and sneak attacking Duke Long from below. An immortal killer move exploded and hit Duke Long. A giant orange-gold light ball trapped Duke Long inside, trapping him firmly. The light ball continued to shrink, squeezing down on Duke Long's living space. His bones were creaking from the pressure, his dragon scales kept falling, and clear cracks were appearing on his dragon horns. Seeing that Duke Long was trapped, Bing Sichuan let out a sigh of relief. Duke Long's speed was astonishing, while Calamity Luck Alter's killer move was slow and difficult to hit. Thankfully, the Northern Plains Gu Immortals' battle tactics were very wise. They attacked the enemy's weak points. Duke Long was worried and could only defend passively. 7 Extreme Desolation Cooperation. Lu was able to create a chance to attack and 7 as Duke Lu as he could attack. Crack. With a soft sound, a huge part of his dragon horn fell from Duke Long's head. Large amounts of purple hair fell to the ground. 9 dragon phantoms appeared around Duke Long's body. It was the killer move 9 marked dragon. He resisted the surrounding pressure with difficulty. Duke Long, you have lost. Fate Gu will be my longevity heaven's item. And you will also die. Bing Sichuan's voice resounded in the battlefield. He could only trap Duke Long for the time being. He could not take his life. But it did not matter, he could use this to affect the morale of Celestial Court's side. As expected, many Celestial Court members saw that Duke Long was trapped and showed shocked expressions. Duke Long suddenly laughed loudly. Even if I die here, so what? You Northern Plains Gu Immortals do not fear death. but does my celestial court have people who fear death? With one sentence, celestial court's immortals cheered, their morale rose. We sleep because of our responsibility, we are not afraid of death. What a joke, afraid of death. We are members of celestial court. We protect the glory of humanity since the remote antiquity era until now, we have never feared sacrifice. Celestial court's Gu immortals started to counterattack. They used their bodies to block the killer moves of Northern Plains Gu immortals. Once there was a chance, celestial court's Gu immortals disregarded their own lives and attacked fiercely, trying to perish together with the Northern Plains experts. Northern Plains Gu immortals were brave, but celestial court's Gu immortals went crazy. Oh no. Bing Sichuan felt that the situation was bad. He wanted to affect celestial court's morale, but to think that Duke Long's words could defuse it. Bing Sichuan smiled coldly, his voice resounding in the battlefield, laughable. Your sacrifices are meaningless, no matter how many Gu immortals we sacrifice, they are merely Red Lotus Demon Venerable's killer move, they are already dead. Using dead people in exchange for your sacrifice, this is a business with no loss at all. How much foundation does your celestial court have to endure such a loss? Foundation. Duke Long also smiled coldly, our celestial court has plenty. He started to resist. His arms could not move, but the aura around him rose like a tall wall, wrapping around him. Duke Long looked at Calamity Luck Altar with a mocking gaze. Your longevity heaven was only created during the medieval antiquity era, a little over 300,000 years ago. What about our celestial court? It has been 3,879,687 years since then. Think about it, it is many times longer than yours. Don't try to estimate our celestial court's foundation. Humph, you are forever short-sighted. Bing Sichuan, why don't you turn around and look at our immortal graveyard, then look at your laughable phantom river of time. Bing Sichuan's expression sank, he was speechless. He did not need to look, he had always been paying attention to these two places. In the river of time, the number of Northern Plains Gu immortals that came out had already started to become sparse. But within Celestial Court's immortal graveyard, batches of Gu immortals were still waking up one after another. Celestial Court's foundation was unfathomable. Duke Long continued, how many people does a clan have? How many geniuses does a clan have? Bing Sichuan, look at our central continent. We choose all sorts of geniuses from all the mortals in central continent. Even if a clan finds a genius, can they nurture them well? The bloodline of the clan and their familial relationships often become an obstacle. But the phenomenon of nepotism in our sects is much rarer than in clans. Moreover, the competition between sects is much fairer and more transparent. Even if a genius appears among the descendants of a clan's higher-ups, how much effort can the clan's Gu immortals spend to nurture this genius? Gu immortals have many things to do, they are very busy. In a sect, a genius of the younger generation would receive pointers from many people. From the moment they start cultivating to the moment they become a Gu immortal, they will receive the corresponding guidance. Many of the guidance missions and sects can allow the people who guide the juniors to obtain corresponding benefits. Let me ask you, how many clans can do this? Saying so, Duke Long's voice became louder and louder. He was filled with pride and arrogance. Immortals of Northern Plains, you dared to invade Celestial Court, your courage is commendable. It is a pity that your knowledge has been restricted by your clans, you have underestimated the foundation of our Celestial Court. Bing Sichuan was silent. He wanted to retort, but he could not find any reason to do so. Because the truth was right in front of him. Inside Celestial Court's immortal graveyard, members were waking up one after another. 3 million years ago during the remote antiquity era. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable looked at the surrounding human Gu immortals and nodded. Now, Central Continent's human Gu immortals are all here, there are also some friends from other regions. Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, we heard your summons and rushed over. If you have any instructions or teachings, we will listen to them wholeheartedly. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable smiled, giving his suggestion. From today onwards, Central Continent's Gu immortals will establish sects and recruit disciples. We will impart our true abilities to them. What? Abolish the clan system? Even though I have heard of this long ago, Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, are you really going to do this? This might not be too. The human Gu immortals discussed, they had difficult expressions on their faces. Someone cautiously persuaded, Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, you are the only rank 9 Gu immortal in the current world. If you establish your own clan, it will definitely be the #1 superforce in the world. Your descendants will inherit your glory and abilities. our clans will definitely be led by your clan. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable shook his head. He looked at the Gu Immortal, persuading him with a calm gaze. Clan? Let me ask you, since ancient times, have there been any clans that have not declined? Once a clan grows, the bond of bloodline will become thinner. Before I became an Immortal Venerable, when we fought against the other variant human clans, other than relying on our unity, we also relied on their internal conflicts. The sect I want to create will be an organization that does not rely on bloodline. The human Gu Immortals were silent for a while. Someone forced a smile. Lord Immortal Venerable, you are right, once a clan grows, it will become easy for it to become lax. But you are different, you are the first Gu Immortal in history to cultivate to rank 9. There might not even be another rank 9 Immortal Venerable in the future. As long as you are in a clan, which clan member will dare to leave? With you around, there will be the most united clan in the world. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable nodded. You are right. But what about when I am gone? How many years can I live for? The human Gu Immortals were stunned by this question. Someone said, Lord Immortal Venerable, you are in the prime of your life now. Someone else said, we will continue to collect lifespan Gu, you will definitely be the Gu Immortal who has lived the longest in history. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable smiled, saying in a calm tone, but I will still die. Who can avoid death in this world? He shook his head and sighed, answering his own question, no one. The Gu Immortals were silent. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable continued, other lifespan extension methods have their flaws, other than lifespan Gu. But even if we collect lifespan Gu, we all know that lifespan Gu are becoming fewer and fewer, isn't that so? The human Gu Immortals were silent. This is providence. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable raised his head. His gaze seemed to penetrate the cave walls, looking at the sky and the clouds. The heavenly Tao takes away surpluses and replenishes deficits. There has never been a supreme existence of eternal life. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind, the tallest tree on the shore will be destroyed by the current. Variant human experts are constantly replacing the old with the new, we humans are the same. Chapter 1751. The atmosphere in the cave became increasingly stifling. A young human Gu Immortal forced a smile. Lord Immortal Venerable, you are only a few hundred years old now, you still have thousands or even tens of thousands of years to live. Isn't it too early to consider this? Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's expression turned solemn. He looked at the young Gu Immortal with a calm gaze. The latter could not hold on for more than a few breaths of time. He lowered his head. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable said in a deep voice, if one does not consider the future, they will have immediate worries. If we don't think ahead and take precautions, all of our sacrifices will become meaningless after I die. The fruits of our hard work will also fall apart. Let alone others, once I die and the variant humans counterattack, which one of you will be able to shoulder the burden? Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable asked. The human Gu Immortals looked at each other, no one answered, no one spoke. Even though humanity rose up, it was because of Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable alone. The rest of humanity, be it Gu Immortal ranks or numbers, were far inferior to variant humans. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable sighed deeply. Central continent is too big. How many human Gu Immortals and how many variant human Gu Immortals are there? Let's not talk about Gu Immortals, let's talk about mortals. How many people are there in the entire human race? What is their population? There should be 1,000,000 times difference, right? Even if we dominate and rule Central Continent in our lifetime, what about the other 4 regions? Right now, my strength has been exposed. The variant humans know they are not my match. They have already taken measures to hide. We don't have any effective means to pinpoint their exact location. Especially those variant human Gu Immortals, Grotto Heavens and Blessed Lands. Once they are placed in the outside world, even if we appear in front of them, we will not be able to find them. The Immortals understood Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's meaning. Even if humanity rose up, they only relied on Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable alone. And Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable had a limited lifespan, he would die one day. And while he was still alive, it would be very difficult for humanity to unify Central Continent. Variant humans were hard to find, they could live and reproduce even if they hid. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was invincible in the world, but he did not have effective methods to find their locations. An old man among the human Gu Immortals said with a heavy tone, so, according to Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, the long-term solution for humanity is to abandon our clans and establish a sect. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable nodded solemnly, Yes. How can we defeat the mutants and bring a bright future to the entire human race? I can't do it alone. If the mutants can't win, they can just hide. Therefore, even if I am invincible in the world, I can only lead the human race of the central continent to independence, to stand firm under the heavy encirclement of the mutants. If we truly want the human race to rise, we must rely on ourselves. We need to expand our population and multiply while nurturing as many Gu Immortals as possible. As long as our human race has more and stronger Gu Immortals than the variant humans, our race's future will be bright. If we adopt the family system, how are we different from the Inhumans? We are already very backward now. If we adopt the family system, we will never be able to surpass them. Only by establishing a sect and actively unearthing all talents, relying on talent to nurture them regardless of the cost, abandoning prejudices. Only then will we have the hope of surpassing the mutant families. Primordial origin Immortal Venerable's words made the human Gu Immortals fall into silence again. Many people's expressions calmed down. They knew that Primordial origin Immortal Venerable's words made sense. But there were still some Gu Immortals who frowned slightly, finding it hard to accept. A Gu Immortal asked, "Is the sect system enough for us to cooperate sincerely? Is it certain that they will be promoted based on merit, without internal factions, and without suppression and exclusion?" Of course not. Primordial origin Immortal Venerable shook his head. As long as it is an organization created by people, they will have their own selfish motives and benefits. Clans use bloodline as the standard, while sects use ability and talent to judge. Of course, the latter is more open and transparent. The limited cultivation resources will be allocated to more suitable people. It will be more beneficial to the overall situation. That person opened his mouth but found that he could not criticize the superiority of sects. He could only change his perspective. Can't clans unearth talents? Clans also have a system to take in external talents, for example, through marriage or foster children. That is true. Primordial origin Immortal Venerable nodded. But how many can there be through marriage? No matter how many foster children there are in the clan, compared to those true descendants who are related by blood, they will be ostracized and suppressed, right? The human Gu Immortals were speechless. Primordial origin Immortal Venerable continued in a sincere tone. I know that creating a sect out of nowhere is somewhat difficult for you to accept emotionally. The path of Gu Immortals is something we have painstakingly pursued and paid an unknown price to obtain. It is fine if we pass it to our descendants, but we have to pass it on to outsiders. But the truth is, creating a sect does not mean we have to casually pass on the profundities of the immortal path to others. Instead, we have to choose talents. These talents not only have good talent, they also have to have moral character, and most importantly, they have to be loyal to their own sect. Furthermore, even if we do not create clans, don't tell me you can't take care of your descendants? Of course not. When these people join the sect, they will naturally be taken care of by you, but I hope you can control them from behind the scenes. Do not violate the sect rules on the surface. Only by starting from ourselves and protecting the sect rules can our descendants, disciples, and descendants actively abide by the sect rules. As long as we create sects and actively unite, I believe our human race will definitely rise up. I don't care about the other 4 regions, but in Central Continent, I hope everyone can create sects and give up on clans. For the sake of humanity, I need to emphasize this. Any Central Continent Gu Immortal needs to create a sect. They cannot create a clan. Any Gu Immortal who advances in the future will have to follow this rule. If anyone violates this rule, they will be punished by me and the other immortals. The human immortals did not say anything. When Primordial origin Immortal Venerable showed his dominance, none of them could go against him. But what made them feel gratified was that Primordial origin Immortal Venerable did not blindly forbid the clan system. The sect system only stipulated Gu Immortals, that was to say, mortals and Gu Masters could continue to live according to the clan system. Moreover, even if Gu Immortals created sects, they could still take care of their descendants and friends. This was Primordial origin Immortal Venerable's compromise towards reality, but from this, one could see his brilliance. Primordial origin Immortal Venerable continued, As your leader, I will lead by example. I swear that I will create a sect and not create a clan. I will take in disciples and impart my knowledge to them without holding back. Furthermore, when I die in the future, my immortal aperture will be contributed to be the foundation of the sect. It will not be left for my descendants. Lord Primordial origin Immortal Venerable. You. At once, the human Gu Immortals present were shaken. At this moment, they looked at Primordial origin Immortal Venerable. From his calm expression, They could feel the other party's willingness to sacrifice himself and his determination to protect the overall situation. Since primordial origin Immortal Venerable was willing to do this, what reason did they have to not do the same? Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, you are right, I am willing to respond to your call. From now on I will create a sect and not a clan. Having Lord Immortal Venerable is truly the blessing of humanity. Following you is truly the best choice of my life. Lord Immortal Venerable, I still have some things I don't understand about creating a sect. Please speak. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable said. May I ask what kind of sect you want to create, and where will you choose the location of the sect? What are the rules of the sect and what are the essentials of creating a sect? Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable breathed in deeply. I have already thought about creating a sect for a long time. Once I say this, it will involve many aspects. Let's take me as an example. Firstly, my sect is called Celestial Court. A long while later, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable answered the questions of the human immortals. The immortals were no longer confused. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable looked at the immortals. The rest will depend on you. I believe that as long as we create a sect and develop it properly, even after I die, humanity will become even more prosperous. If the variant humans do not change, they will definitely decline. Everyone, please have confidence in us. Don't look at our sect, it is only a simple idea now, it has never been realized. I believe that as long as we develop according to our plan, our sect will gradually shine with dazzling brilliance in the long river of history. My Celestial Court, our sect, will become famous in the world, we will dominate a region, our enemies will fear us. 3,879,687 years later. Celestial Court Battlefield. The intense battle continued. Longevity Heaven's side obtained the support of Giant Sun's attack and gained the upper hand. However, inside the immortal graveyard, members of the Celestial Court were waking up one after another. Who is it? Who dares to offend our Celestial Court? This is the achievement of our predecessors, I will not allow you to destroy it. How many people have sacrificed their lives and shed their blood? A mere clan system like Longevity Heaven wants to defeat our Celestial Court. Wishful thinking. Longevity Heaven, you are despicable. Are you going to start a human civil war just for your own benefit? Our Celestial Court has always been the sacred land of humanity, the heaven of humanity, the orthodox lineage of humanity. We represent the spirit of humanity, it has never changed for millions of years. I will follow Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, I will defend our Celestial Court with my life. Shouts resounded, old and young, male and female, all sorts of members of the Celestial Court came out of the immortal graveyard and joined the battlefield. Just like what Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable said 3 million years ago, his Celestial Court had grown into a colossus that dominated the world. His spirit had always been passed down, it had never changed. Countless geniuses were excavated and nurtured by the sect. They followed him, who had died long ago, and defended his spirit and ideals. Northern Plains Gu immortals were incomparably brave, but the immortals of the Celestial Court showed a crazed aura. Even if they did not have enough immortal Gu, even if they had to perish together, there was no confusion or fear on their faces. On the contrary, their faces seemed to be shining with light. The light of a martyr, it was so bright and dazzling. Chapter 1752. Celestial Court's Battlefield. The battle between rank 8 Gu immortals was extremely intense. Longevity Heaven. Your performances have truly disappointed us. Celestial Court's people are always so arrogant, they have been leaders for too long, watch how I defeat all of you. We are both humans but we are actually fighting to this extent. Northern Plains immortals are brave but have no conviction. You won't understand our beliefs. Northern Plains Gu immortals continued to die, but the death of each Northern Plains expert was accompanied by the lives of several Celestial Court Gu immortals. Northern Plains. Longevity Heaven. Duke Long was furious, his gaze was ruthless and ruthless. Even though we are evenly matched, the great Celestial Court is actually forced into such a pathetic state, unforgivable. Boom. Duke Long raised his arms fiercely, finally breaking the cage that trapped him. But Calamity, Luck Altar and 7 Extreme Desolation quickly pounced. The 3 continued to fight, they were in a deadlock. Quick. Alright, the refinement path formation is finally repaired. Yuan Xiongdu, it is up to you now, we will defend you. Unless we die, no one can break this refinement path formation. Several Celestial Court Gu immortals called out, they occupied the surroundings and formed a firm defensive line. Because of the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals, the refinement path formation was repaired, the defensive line was also rebuilt. Bing Sichuan saw this and quickly gave up on Duke Long. He wanted to destroy Celestial Court. "Don't even think about it," Duke Long shouted. Disregarding his injuries, he used all his strength to stall Calamity Luck Altar and 7 Extreme Desolation. Bing Sichuan could not break through himself. He quickly mobilized his troops. The Northern Plains Immortals attacked again. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals suffered heavy casualties, but because members of the Immortal Graveyard were constantly waking up and replenishing their numbers, the defensive line was even firmer than before. "Good, now is the time." Lulu wanted to sneak in, but immediately his expression changed and he revealed his true form. A Celestial Court Gu Immortal had a large number of jade pearls floating around him. He flew towards him with a face full of killing intent. "Is it you? Murderers who are stained with the blood of fellow immortals of the Celestial Court. Your performance ends here." "Is it Senior Jade Pearl?" King Yuan Xiongdu, who was about to enter the array, happened to see this scene and was immediately overjoyed. In history, rank 8 Gu Immortal expert Yu Zhuzi was most proficient in detection. From the number of jade pearls floating around him, he had a complete set of immortal Gu. In this way Lulu was restrained by him. "We can win. With so many ancestors of the Celestial Court, we will definitely win. No, more accurately speaking, victory belongs to our Celestial Court." Yuan Xiongdu's eyes flashed with the light of understanding. He entered the Gu formation again and tried to control it. He was surprised to find that this refinement path formation was even more outstanding than the previous one. "I see." In order to repair Fate Gu, the seniors added so many immortal Gu. Yuan Xiongdu's eyes shone with tears. The more immortal Gu used in the refinement path formation, the fewer Gu immortals there would be. It would be easier for them to die in battle. This was a sacrifice. A willing sacrifice. Continue to repair Fate Gu. Yuan Xiongdu sat down cross-legged with a calm expression, but his heart was burning with fire. Blazing flames. In the flames, a scene from deep within his memory surfaced. His master stood in front of him. "Oh little Du, you are indeed sleeping behind the mountain again? You can't slack off like this." The young Yuan Xiongdu woke up. He showed resentment on his face. "Master." He mumbled and said unhappily, "Why didn't Master transfer me back? I like Fire Path. Fire Path is the choice of a man." "But little Du, your talent in Refinement Path is extremely shocking. That is why I let you cultivate Refinement Path. In comparison, your talent in Fire Path is too ordinary. But I like Fire Path when I fight. It is so elegant and majestic. As for Refinement Path, I always stay in the secret room refining Gu after Gu. Not mentioning the high cost, I often fail in the Gu refinement. All my efforts go to waste. Most importantly, Gu refinement is very risky. It is the same as fighting. Rather than dying sullenly because of Gu refinement, I would rather use Fire Path and die honorably on the battlefield." His master sighed helplessly, saying in a low voice, "Oh little Du, you chose Refinement Path not because of your preference, but because of your responsibility. Our sect's Refinement Path lineage needs geniuses to regroup. Don't let your temper get the better of you. Little Du, you are already a man. It is time for you to shoulder your responsibilities, understand?" The young Yuan Xiongdu turned his head away unwillingly. "Tisk, I understand. If this is Master's order, I will obey." His master sighed again. "It is not an order, it is a responsibility. Moreover, Refinement Path cultivation is also very fun. One day you will experience this joy. So, go and refine Gu happily with your sense of responsibility." "How can this be? The lazy me has never felt such a heavy responsibility on my shoulders." "Right. There is also this feeling, happiness." "Yeehaw." Yuan Xiongdu's lips curled up as he laughed in his heart. His face was covered in tears. "Master, I finally understand your words. Disciple, I did not disappoint you. I do not need to split my attention to protect my own life. With them around, there will be no worries. I will do it in one go. I will repair Fate Gu completely and fulfill my responsibility. I will not let down everyone's expectations. After that, I will happily embrace the arrival of death." Yuan Xiongdu smiled as he activated a forbidden move. Once he used this move, regardless of whether the Gu refinement succeeded or not, he would die for sure. But what did it matter? Some things were far more important than an individual's death. Hidden Dragon Cave Battlefield. The 4 Eastern Sea Gu Immortals surrounded Dragon Palace in the center, continuously attacking it. The 4 dragon generals were suppressed. They could only rely on Dragon Palace to defend. It seems that you did not become dragon men without a price. Come out, didn't you want to plot against us? Are you hiding in your immortal goo houses now? A bunch of cowards. You are looking down on us too much. Song Qiyuan, Qing Yuan, and the rest were furious. They activated powerful killer moves one after another, suppressing the enemies. Even a clay figurine had some temper, not to mention these 4 Eastern Sea rank 8 goo immortals. Duke Long's scheme, Zhang Yin and the rest's betrayal made the 4 of them erupt together. They displayed extraordinary battle strength. Among the 5 regions, Eastern Sea was number 1 in terms of temperament. However, just like the calm sea, there was also a side of it that surged up to the heavens and surged with raging waves. When Eastern Sea's people were truly angered, they would learn what true terror was. Suddenly, Song Qiyuan and the rest stopped attacking. Someone is coming. Who is it? Obviously, they are reinforcements from the Celestial Court. Song Qiyuan and the other 3 quickly changed their formation. 2 of them continued to attack Duke Long, while the other 2 flew out to defend against enemy reinforcements. I can only send you here. An elderly Celestial Court goo immortal smiled as he turned into light and vanished. His lifespan was already exhausted. Qin Song, go in peace. Several Celestial Court goo immortals who were handpicked by Fairy Myrtle had solemn expressions. What a joke. Did you run over here just to let us see you die of old age? Hua Kaiyun and Shen Songxing charged over. Thieves from the East Sea, don't even think about getting your hands on the Dragon Palace. An old thing with 1 foot in the coffin? Why don't you accept your death? Boom boom boom. The 2 sides could not agree and a great battle broke out. Infallible blessed land battlefield. Roar. The roars of countless dragons resounded throughout the battlefield. Immortal killer move, Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon. A super powerful killer move that fused ancient sword dragon transformation, Myriad Self, Yama Sun, Yama Emperor and Familiar Face, appeared once again. Yes, Fang Yuan. Quick, protect the formation, we cannot let him succeed. Fang Yuan, you have guts. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, you want to stop me now? Too late. It was thanks to Giant Sun Immortal, his attack attracted the attention of the Central Continent goo immortals at the crucial moment, allowing Fang Yuan to use his killer move successfully. Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon was extraordinary, not only was it powerful it was also hard to kill. After all, this move expended all of Fang Yuan's soul path Dao marks. It was similar to Wu Yong's Unlimited Wind. Even though the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation was strong, its core was still weak. After being ravaged by Fang Yuan's countless ghost dragons, it immediately showed signs of breaking apart. Fang Yuan had turned into Yama Emperor, myriad dragons roared around him as he coldly watched the Central Continent goo immortals collapse. The 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation started to collapse from the core, from the inside to the outside. The formation's collapse brought intense backlash to the Central Continent goo immortals. Without even needing Fang Yuan to make a move, countless of them were heavily injured and on the verge of death. Fang Yuan really succeeded. Wu Yong muttered with a complex expression. Quick attack. Yao Huang shouted. He swept away his old and dejected attitude as he led the charge with a grand aura. I will deal with Prince's impatience, you guys go. Hairy Foot Mountain, which contained infallible blessed land, appeared. You want to repair fake goo, humph, wishful thinking. Even though it is a pity to destroy infallible blessed land, let's stop here. Fang Yuan snickered as he pointed with his finger. Like an emperor, countless sword dragons charged down like a huge army. With me here, Fang Yuan, don't even think about it. At the crucial moment, a figure appeared, blocking the countless ghost dragons. Rank 8 Fire Path Expert, Li Huang. Immortal killer move, Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. Before the countless ghost dragons could even get close, they were filled with drunkenness and started to spontaneously combust. With me, Li Huang here, I will not let any of you off. Charge. Li Huang shouted. Is that so? Then have a taste of the myriad ghost sword dragons' consecutive moves. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a cold light. Immortal killer move, Myriad Ghost Dragon Sword. In a few breaths of time, the myriad ghost dragons condensed into one, forming a huge pitch-black dragon-patterned soul sword. The soul sword floated in the air, it only pointed at Li Huang but did not stab down. Immortal killer move, Luo Pasil. Fang Yuan used Luo Pasil and hit the soul sword. At the next moment, the soul sword stabbed down rapidly. Li Huang hesitated for a moment. Even though the soul sword's speed was shocking, he could still dodge it with his speed. But now he could not dodge. He could only face it head-on. The soul sword pierced through Li Huang without a sound. As the flames dissipated, Li Huang's face turned as pale as a dead man's. His eyes widened in disbelief as he fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. You dare to block 2 of my moves? Your courage is praiseworthy, but your stupidity is also unparalleled. Fang Yuan glanced at him indifferently. Chapter 1753. Lord Li Huang. Oh heavens, how can this be? Good job. Infallible blessed land battlefield. Li Huang's corpse fell to the ground, shocking countless people. Fang Yuan smiled malevolently. He continued to charge towards Hairy Foot Mountain as his cold voice spread throughout the battlefield. Whoever dares to stop me will end up like this. At once, his demonic might shook the world. Central Continent's morale fell greatly. Wu Yong's eyes flashed with a dark light, while Yao Huang and the rest were shocked. Chu Du had a complex expression. In the past, when Fang Yuan underwent his rank 6 tribulation, he had fought with Fang Yuan. To think that in just a few years Fang Yuan had already become such a person, he could only look up to him. Including the first 10,000 Ghost Sword Dragon, this 10,000 Ghost Sword Dragon and the 10,000 Ghost Sword consumed over 10,000 Soul Path Dao marks. Fang Yuan analyzed calmly. Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon was powerful, but it permanently consumed the Soul Path Dao marks on Fang Yuan's body. 1 Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon consumed 4,000 Soul Path Dao marks. After killing Li Huang, Fang Yuan's Soul Path Dao marks were reduced by over 10,000. Of course, Fang Yuan did not have that many Soul Path Dao marks yet. They were all replaced by Transformation Path Dao marks. All in all, even though Myriad Ghost Dragon Sword was powerful and could kill Li Huang who had Verdant Sun Flame Cloak, the price was extremely high. Dao marks were extremely important to a Gu Immortal. Permanently consuming Dao marks would directly reduce one's foundation. It could not be used unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, this move had a flaw. The Soul Sword speed was not outstanding, it could be easily dodged. Fang Yuan saw this opportunity. Li Huang could not dodge easily because he had to protect Hairy Foot Mountain, thus he used this move. Hairy Foot Mountain. Seeing Hairy Foot Mountain getting closer, Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. Who could have thought that the famous infallible blessed land was placed on Hairy Foot Mountain? On the surface the mountain looked very ordinary. It was like a mound of earth, completely unremarkable. But in fact, it was one of the crucial locations for the Celestial Court to repair Fate Gu, and now, it was the most important location for the outcome of this great battle. Fang Yuan. In the next moment, another figure suddenly appeared, blocking Fang Yuan's path. Wuxia, Wu Yong did not kill you, so let me end your life. Fang Yuan shouted coldly as he once again prepared the killing move of the 1000 Ghost Dragon Sword. Qin Yi had a solemn expression on his face. Even Li Huang had perished. Facing the Wan Yi Ghost Serpent Sword, he did not have the confidence to resist. At this critical moment, Qin Yi suddenly felt a burning sensation in his chest, as if a soldering iron had been branded into his flesh. A powerful and mystical force flowed out from it. As this power gushed out, Qin Yi's clothes were torn apart, exposing his chest. There was a painting on his chest. It was a painting of a large tree swaying in the wind. Qin Yi exclaimed in his mind, wasn't this painting inexplicably imprinted on my body when I first inherited Genesis Lotus True Inheritance many years ago? At the same time, information was transmitted to the depths of his mind. This is Lord Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's arrangement. Qin Yi was surprised and joyful. According to this information, he quickly activated his strongest method. Immortal Killer Move, Karma Divine Tree. Immediately, green smoke rose from Qin Yi's body. Next, it stopped 6 feet above his head and rotated, forming the shape of a large tree. The large tree had a thick trunk, dense branches and lush green leaves. Among the leaves there were also dozens of fruits. There were all kinds of strange fruits. Some were like pitch-black walnuts, some were like pink peaches, but they were as big as basins. Some had thorns on their shells, while some were hollow with their flesh and cores visible from the outside. Karma Divine Tree quickly formed, and the power in the painting was instilled into Karma Divine Tree. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's voice seemed to resonate in Qin Yi's ears. Watch closely, this is the consecutive move based on Karma Divine Tree, Karma Relocation. The killer move was activated, and like the wind, the green smoke swayed with the wind, and Karma Divine Tree seemed to be dancing in the wind. If the Ghost Dragon Sword rushed over, it would be like a meteor. But just as it got close to Karma Divine Tree, with a whoosh, Myriad Ghost Dragon Sword vanished. Fang Yuan was shocked. At that instant, he felt his connection with the killer move Myriad Ghost Dragon Sword had become minuscule, as if the distance between him and Myriad Ghost Dragon Sword had suddenly increased by tens of thousands of li. What method is this? It seems to have the power of teleportation? Fang Yuan squinted, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. The connection between Immortal Killer moves and Gu Immortals had a certain distance limit. Once this limit was exceeded, Immortal Killer moves would often break apart. Fang Yuan's Myriad Ghost Dragon Sword was based on Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon Killer move. It had the characteristics of Enslavement Path, thus it could still maintain this connection even after being teleported over 100,000 li away. But this connection was already very weak. If it went any further, it would exceed the limit and cause the killer move to collapse. In that case, Fang Yuan would suffer from the backlash of the killer move. If Myriad Ghost Dragon Sword was so powerful, the backlash would not be weak, he would definitely vomit blood on the spot. A killer move that can forcefully teleport? Wu Yong obtained information from Fang Yuan. Then I want to see how you deal with my farewell friend Wind. Wu Yong sneered. His figure appeared behind Chen Yi again. Immortal Killer move, farewell friend Wind. But just as Wu Yong patted Chen Yi's shoulder, the scene in his vision changed. In an instant he was teleported away from infallible Blessed Land battlefield, returning to southern border. This? Wu Yong was stunned, he stood at the peak of the mountain in a daze. Soon after, he reacted. His expression was ashen and extremely unsightly as he quickly transmitted the information. Even a rank 8 Gu Immortal can be forcefully teleported away? What killer move is this? Karma Divine Tree has such a mystical ability? Southern Border and Northern Plains Immortals were shocked, while Central Continent's morale rose. Let's continue defending like this. Chen Yi was overjoyed, but Fang Yuan's shout made his expression turn solemn again. Fang Yuan shouted, regaining his morale, I found out. Every teleportation of his move seems to be unstoppable, but the number of times it can be used is clearly limited. Because 2 teleportations consumed 2 fruits on the tree. I was discovered so quickly? Chen Yi smiled bitterly. Let me. Heavenly Lord Baizu flew over, his body shook lightly as countless clones surged from all directions like a tidal wave. This was a classic enslavement path tactic, a battle of attrition. Karma Divine Tree swayed with the wind, a fruit on the tree suddenly vanished. Heavenly Lord Baizu's main body vanished, Fang Yuan and the rest received news of him. He was teleported to Eastern Sea. The Immortals gasped. Fang Yuan pondered. This time Heavenly Lord Baizu's main body was directly teleported, the enslavement path tactic failed completely. According to logic, shouldn't only his clone be teleported? It actually directly affected the main body? At this time Yao Huang and the rest charged over. Wait, Brother Chu, you guys attack first. Fang Yuan instructed. Chu Du attacked, his attack from afar was blocked by Chen Yi, while Chu Du vanished on the spot. He was sent back to Northern Plains to the Northern Icy Plain. And because of the long distance he lost contact with the killer move he had just used, causing the killer move to break apart and he suffered a backlash. Next, several people attacked but they were all teleported away. Fang Yuan came to a realization. It seems that because I am a complete otherworldly demon, my main body is not affected by the killer move? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan attacked fiercely. But even though Karma Divine Tree could not affect him, it could affect his killer move. Fang Yuan's methods were all teleported away, some were sent to Central Continent, some were sent to the other 4 regions, some were even sent to Black and White Heaven. Of course, Chen Yi did not have a good time either. Not long after, he started to bleed from his 7 orifices. His expression was turning increasingly pale. The burden of maintaining such a wondrous killer move was clearly huge. Damn it, Hairyfoot Mountain is right in front of us, but because of Chen Yi alone. Yao Huang gritted his teeth helplessly. Qin Yi and the rest rushed over to reinforce him, fighting with Northern Plains and deities of Southern Frontier. Fang Yuan dodged wind-sweeping buildings' attack and commanded the myriad ghost sword dragons to attack Chen Yi. The Karma Divine Tree above Chen Yi's head continued to shake. Countless ghost sword dragons disappeared on the spot and were sent to different parts of the world. Those that were close were fine, but those that were far away directly collapsed. Fang Yuan had to suffer the backlash of the killer move's collapse. Fang Yuan felt that it was quite troublesome. Killer moves with weaker power, even if they are sent away, they cannot consume the fruits of Karma Divine Tree. And killer moves with stronger power, even though they can consume 1 fruit, if they exceed the distance limit, I will have to suffer the pain of the backlash. I might even be heavily injured and on the verge of death. Fang Yuan did not dare to use Myriad Ghost Dragon Sword. He did not rely on the Winter Coat or Reverse Flow Protection Seal now. His defensive methods were weaker than Li Huang's. If Myriad Ghost Dragon Sword collapsed, he would be in deep trouble. Fang Yuan's luck was quite good, that Myriad Ghost Dragon Sword did not cause any damage to him. What do I do? Fang Yuan was anxious. Bing Sichuan had been transmitting the situation of the battle in Celestial Court. Fang Yuan naturally knew that Fate Gu's restoration had started again. This is a woodpath method. My attainment level in this aspect is insufficient. I cannot break this move in a short period of time. It seems that I can only use the stupid method of attrition. By Ning Bingo. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He gave the order resolutely. Bai Ning Bing and the other rank 7 Gu immortals charged towards Hairy Foot Mountain. Karma Divine Tree activated. Every time a rank 7 Gu immortal was sent away, one fruit would be consumed. That damned Fang Yuan, he actually found the most profitable method of exchanging points so quickly. Chen Yi was also anxious, his eyes were bloodshot, he was extremely weak. A large number of rank 7 Gu immortals disappeared. The fruits on the tree were finally used up. The fruitless Karma Divine Tree dissipated with the wind. Chen Yi lowered his head, his aura was extremely weak. Chapter 1754. Fang Yuan's attack was extremely ferocious. It was accompanied by Myriad Ghost Dragon Sword. Its demonic might was extremely vast. Chen Yi looked at the sky, seeing the mighty Fang Yuan. He felt like the sky was pressing down on him. His muscles were trembling uncontrollably. There was no way to block or evade. Then there is no need to block or evade. Chen Yi, who was already at the end of his tether, smiled lightly as he puffed out his chest, facing death calmly. Lord Chen Yi. Bai Tsang Shui and the other Gu immortals shouted, wanting to save him. But Qi Chu Yu Yi Hao Fang, and the rest followed behind Fang Yuan, blocking these reinforcements. The huge ghost sword whistled past, penetrating Chen Yi's body. Its might did not diminish as it struck Hairy Foot Mountain. At the next moment Hairy Foot Mountain crumbled. Chen Yi also lost his life, his corpse fell down powerlessly. Chen Yi is also dead. Southern Border and Northern Plains immortals were greatly shaken. Fang Yuan had killed 2 Celestial Court experts. His fearsome might was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. However, Hairy Foot Mountain is gone, but infallible blessed land is not destroyed. Fang Yuan frowned as he looked at the pile of rubble below him. Celestial Court had detected infallible blessed land's location, but it had not been able to barge in for countless years. It could only use human path methods to borrow infallible blessed land's strength to extract the success Dao mark. Right now, Fang Yuan could not harm infallible blessed land in a hurry, not to mention destroying it. Not long after Chen Yi died, a Gu immortal died in Celestial Court's battlefield. Yuan Xiongdu. He sat cross-legged on the ground, dying with a smile. Following his death, the top of Heaven Overseeing Tower started to emit a healthy aura. This is the aura of a rank 9 immortal Gu. Fake Gu. Yuan Xiongdu has already sacrificed himself. That means? The appearance of this aura caused the entire battlefield of the Celestial Court to freeze. Longevity Heaven's expression changed drastically, while the eyes of the immortals of the Celestial Court lit up with joy. Damn it, did we fail? Bing Sichuan gritted his teeth. Retreat. 7 Extreme Desolation stayed behind, while Calamity Luck Altar began to retreat. What's going on? Why do I have a feeling of emptiness? Fang Yuan, who was in Infallible Paradise's battlefield, suddenly felt the same. Ah! Duke Long laughed loudly and did not stop Calamity Luck Altar. He came to Heaven Overseeing Tower and went to the top. Fake Gu, fake Gu. Duke Long muttered as tears flowed out of his eyes. He was too happy, too excited. He saw it with his own eyes. The complete Fate Gu was right in front of him. How many years of longing, how many years of yearning finally came true at this moment. For Duke Long, the significance of repairing Fate Gu was far more important and complex than the other members of the Celestial Court. Because back then, it was his disciple who had personally taught him that harmed Fate Gu. Hong Ting, I finally made up for the huge mistake you've made. I have not let down the Celestial Court, I have not let down humanity. Ah ha ha ha. Duke Long's loud voice spread from Heaven Overseeing Tower to the whole of the Celestial Court. Over 1,000,000 years. My Celestial Court has finally obtained the complete rank 9 Fate Gu again. Swoosh. At the next moment, the Celestial Court's Gu immortals cheered in excitement. Some were flushed with excitement, some were crying, some had a satisfied smile on their faces as they died of old age. The morale of the Celestial Court soared to the peak, while Bing Sichuan and the rest of Longevity Heaven's side had pale expressions as they retreated quickly. The situation was set. They could not succeed. When Longevity Heaven invaded the Celestial Court, it was fierce and decisive. While retreating, it was also decisive and decisive. Over 3 million years ago. Central continent, Qi Breath Peak. This peak was not a mountain, or more accurately speaking, it was only a mountain. The peak contained dense Qi path Dao marks, it was very mystical. The peak could breathe out mist on its own, breathing like a human. Every few decades or centuries, it would fly away and move to another place, continuing to breathe in and out, this cycle repeated. There were not many Qi Breath peaks, most of them had owners. This Qi Breath peak was the same. Its owner was Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, but he was only a rank 7 Gu Immortal now. Gu Immortal Primordial Origin cultivated in Qi Breath Peak, using the breathing ability of Qi Breath Peak to comprehend the profundities of Qi Path. On this day he suddenly opened his eyes in a secret cave. It turned out that a mortal Gu master had barged into his Qi Breath Peak. He was slightly surprised. After all, he cultivated wholeheartedly, he had a carefree and unrestrained nature. He only wanted to comprehend the great Tao, he did not want to be disturbed by external matters. Thus, not only in Qi Breath Peak, he even made many arrangements in the mountain range below Qi Breath Peak. Not to mention mortal Gu masters. Even if most Gu immortals came here, they might not be able to discover Primordial Origin's existence. They would even turn a blind eye to the mysticism of Qi Breath Peak. But now, a mortal Gu master has barged in. Interesting. Primordial Origin Gu Immortal was interested. He appeared in front of this Gu master, but before he spoke, that mortal Gu master kowtowed. Gu Master Yuji pays respects to Primordial Origin High Immortal. You actually know my name? Tell me which immortal friend gave you pointers. Can you rely on your Gu Master's ability to pass my round? Primordial Origin's expression turned solemn. How could a mortal Gu Master have such ability? He was sure that there was a Gu Immortal helping him from the shadows. But Gu Master Yuji shook his head. Primordial Origin High Immortal, I did not receive any Gu Immortal's guidance. I came here based on Fate Gu's instructions. Fate Gu? Don't spout nonsense. This Gu is rank 9, it is kept by the Rockman Imperial Court and is guarded by several rank 8 Rockman Gu Immortals all year round. You. Primordial Origin had not finished speaking when his eyes suddenly opened wide. Mortal Gu Master Yuji was kneeling on the ground, his hands holding a Gu worm. Rank 9 aura was overflowing, what else could it be but Fate Gu? In an instant, Primordial Origin lost his composure, his calm heart surged with raging waves. He forced himself to calm down. Yuji, get up, how did you steal this Fate Gu and bring it to me from so far away? Also, you said you received Fate Gu's instructions? But according to what I know, no Gu Immortal can use Fate Gu, only the Heavenly Tao can control this Gu. What ability do you have to be able to use Fate Gu? Yuji spoke in full detail. I am the slave of the first Supreme Elder's grandson of the Rockman tribe. I have been secretly replacing my master to clean the Rockman Sacred Hall and maintain the cleanliness of Fate Gu's surroundings. But one day, I discovered that as long as I get close to Fate Gu, I can sense Fate's arrangements and the trajectory of all lives. I obtained Fate Gu's guidance because of this. I learned many things about the future and also understood my mission. Next, I took advantage of the commotion caused by the discovery of the Featherman Gu Immortals who sneaked into the Rockman Sacred Hall and took Fate Gu away. I used the secret passages in the Rockman Sacred Hall to escape. Fate Gu actually concealed its aura in my hands. Although there were many dangers along the way, no matter what Gu Immortals or methods they used, I could learn of them in advance through Fate Gu and was able to evade them with sufficient preparation. Therefore, the journey was more daunting than dangerous and I finally found you, exalted immortal. Primordial Origin heard this and could not help but size up Gu Master Yuji. Yuji spoke casually, but seeing that he was full of injuries, it could be seen how difficult his journey had been. You don't need to be humble, in my opinion, although you used Fate Gu, to be able to reach this stage as a mortal Gu Master, it is because you are brave and resourceful. Primordial Origin praised as his expression turned warm. He asked again, then why did you steal this Fate Gu from so far away and bring it to me? Yuji said, reporting to Lord Immortal, it was not me who stole Fate Gu, but Fate Gu itself wanted to come to you and put it in your hands. Lord Immortal, you are the owner of Fate Gu, I have already seen this from Fate Gu. Not only that, Lord Immortal, please experience it yourself. Saying so, Yuji lowered his head and raised his hands, offering Fate Gu to Primordial Origin. Primordial Origin was skeptical, but the moment he received Fate Gu, countless images flashed past his eyes like lightning as a vast amount of information poured into his mind. He immediately came to a realization, he understood everything. So it was not that Yuji could use Fate Gu, but Fate Gu allowed him to see the changes in heaven and earth, as well as the life trajectory of all living beings. In fate, the variant human races that are contending for hegemony over the 5 regions will all decline. Humans will replace them and become the main characters of heaven and earth, trampling all the variant human races and becoming the new overlord. Humanity will reign supreme. As for me and this Gu Master Yuji, we will lead humanity to rise. We will take on all the challenges and suppression of the variant human great experts. After understanding everything, Primordial Origin was shocked, but also joyful. He could not help but be happy, because he was also a member of the human race. Although he became a Gu Immortal, the status of humans was very low. Most humans were slaves, sold, humiliated, and squeezed by the variant human races. Not only human mortals and Gu Masters, even human Gu Immortals had low status in the Gu Immortal circle. Many human Gu Immortals were even slaves of variant human races. Wild human Gu Immortals like Primordial Origin had freedom, but one day they might be encircled and attacked by many variant human Gu Immortals. If they were unlucky enough to be captured, they might even become slaves of variant human Gu Immortals. I want to resist so much, but even as a rank 7 Gu Immortal, I am not the match of many variant human Gu Immortal experts. Thus, I have been cultivating bitterly. I want to create my own path for humanity. And now, Fate Gu has shown that the future belongs to us humans. In the future, I will be the leader of human Gu Immortals. I will create Chi Path and lead humanity to rise. Humanity will reign supreme. This is providence. This is the general trend. This is the human heart. Thinking of this, Gu Immortal Primordial Origin was excited. He held Fate Gu in his hand and laughed heartily. He was crying tears of joy. Yuji also smiled happily. He was also a member of the human race. Humanity had been oppressed by the variant human races for a long time. Bitter. After a long sigh, Primordial Origin collected his emotions. He looked deeply at Fate Gu in his hand and sighed. "Oh Yuji, you are a hero of humanity. A great hero. You brought out Fate Gu. Even if we can't use it, this is the biggest flag. To tell you the truth, I have long had the intention to resist the variant humans. But our human Gu Immortals are few in number, and even more difficult is that most of these human Gu Immortals are slaves. They are slaves and are like ants. They have no dignity, but they also do not dare to offend their masters. Because they know how insignificant they are compared to the variant human races, and how weak humans are. But now, with this Fate Gu, we can announce to the world, we can let all human Gu Immortals understand. The future is ours. Humanity will reign supreme. Fate Gu will rouse their lost courage. It will rouse the hope in their hearts. It will rouse their spirit of resistance. Moreover, it will unite everyone by our side. This is a banner. Chapter 1755. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower, Duke Long lightly caressed Fate Gu. He was silent and had tears streaming down his face. Fate Gu was shaped like a spider. It was black and white and had a weak aura. There was a scarlet scar on it that almost cut it in half. This was the injury caused by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. But now, the scarlet scar had already disappeared. The unharmed Fate Gu was quietly lying on the ground. Its aura was brimming with health. Life and death were up to fate. Success or failure was up to heaven. All living beings in the world had their own life trajectories. They could not be changed. This was fate. For Celestial Court, Fate Gu represented many things. Relying on Fate Gu, people's hearts changed. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable led humanity to rise. Celestial Court was established. Relying on Fate Gu, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable schemed. Celestial Court resisted 3 Demon Venerables. Relying on Fate Gu, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable carried on his legacy. Celestial Court always occupied the throne of the number 1 Gu Immortal force in the world, unshakable and unbreakable. Fate Gu was not just a rank 9 Gu worm to Celestial Court, it was their spirit. It was the banner that flew in the hearts of every generation of Celestial Court Gu Immortals. How many years, how many years? Duke Long muttered. The surging emotions in his heart gradually calmed down. Duke Long was no longer trembling from excitement. He felt relieved of a heavy burden. Yes, relieved of a heavy burden. Different from most of the Celestial Court Gu Immortals, repairing Fate Gu had more significance to Duke Long. Because the one who damaged Fate Gu was none other than the disciple he had taught with all his heart. In other words, he was also the culprit who harmed Fate Gu. For many years, Duke Long had been blaming himself. To repair Fate Gu, to atone for his sins, to repent, he did not hesitate to use Heavenly Dragon's last stand. Even in his deep sleep, he was still extremely anxious and fearful. Completely repairing Fate Gu, can I do it? I must repair it, I must. Otherwise, how can I face the other 2 dukes? How can I face the general public? How can I face the generations of descendants of the celestial court? How can I face this grand humanity? This was the voice that lingered in Duke Long's heart all year round. And now Duke Long had finally done it. It's not just me, it's all thanks to everyone. All of the sacrifices were worth it. Duke Long smiled, feeling extremely gratified. At this moment, his dragon horn was broken, his hair was disheveled, and his body was bathed in blood. His injuries were severe, and what was more frightening was that his lifespan was almost up. He was about to die completely, and not even a trace of his soul would remain. Although the last moments of his life weren't the happiest, they were definitely the most relaxed and liberated. Therefore, of course, he felt tired. Tired? He was too tired. He was physically and mentally exhausted. After so many years of torment, the burden in his heart was finally lifted. The battle that had erupted and the injuries on his body had left him incredibly exhausted. I really want to have a good rest. Duke Long's breathing also calmed down, his dragon eyes were like the sea, filled with incomparably complex and deep emotions. He slowly retracted his hand, taking one last look at Fate Gu with reluctance. He then slowly turned around. His gaze passed through Heaven Overseeing Tower and swept through the battlefield. Although there were still intense battles, Calamity Luck Altar had already retreated far away. It is time to end this battle. Duke Long breathed in deeply, his voice suddenly became louder and spread throughout the entire celestial court. Longevity Heaven, you want to retreat so easily? Isn't this thinking too naive? Duke Long controlled Heaven Overseeing Tower and slowly flew into the sky. This famous Immortal Gu house in the 5 regions was now a true rank 9 Immortal Gu house. Under the gazes of the celestial court's immortals, Heaven Overseeing Tower started to shine with bright light that pierced into the sky. Like a monarch descending upon the world, it entered the battlefield. Heaven Overseeing Tower, Heaven Overseeing Tower. It wanted to supervise the world, follow providence, and enforce justice on behalf of heaven. This is the true Heaven Overseeing Tower. How many years has it been? It has finally reappeared. I am truly fortunate to be able to see such a scene in my lifetime. Countless celestial court's Gu immortals had tears in their eyes. At this moment, many of them were at the end of their lifespans, but they were smiling in satisfaction. Retreat. Bing Sichuan's voice was hoarse. Even the valiant Longevity Heaven showed an anxious expression as it retreated. It is useless. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower, Duke Long spoke softly, his narrow dragon eyes revealed a trace of arrogance. Heaven Overseeing Tower burst out with light. Immortal killer move, Fate Vanquish. Light. Light everywhere. White light. It filled the world, the earth, and all directions. This was a genuine rank 9 killer move. An attack determined by fate could not be dodged, no matter what method was used to evade it. If fate wants you to lose, you have to lose. This was an attack that could not be resisted. As the white light faded, the celestial court's immortals stood proudly on the battlefield, while the experts of Northern Plains history had expressions of disbelief, shock, or bitterness as they collapsed. The phantom river of time that was engraved on the battlefield also vanished. Calamity Luck Altar was mostly destroyed. It was a tragic sight, like an ordinary thatched hut that was hit by a hurricane. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sichuan, Bull Demon, and 5 Elements Grandmaster were heavily injured and coughing out blood. Leave quickly. Bing Sichuan breathed heavily as he controlled the half-destroyed Calamity Luck Altar. Orange-yellow light shone in the sky again. This was Giant Sun Immortal's backup. It was a path of retreat. Calamity Luck Altar entered the orange-yellow light. You want to leave? Where do you think you are going? The celestial court's immortals charged forward. Leave quickly. Mao Liqiu gritted its teeth, forcefully supporting its swaying body as it stood in front of the celestial court's immortals with determination. Celestial court's immortals, please retreat. Duke Long ordered. The celestial court's immortals were surprised. Fairy Myrtle, Lord Duke Long? Duke Long sighed. Leave some foundation for the celestial court. The immortals were silent. In this battle, the celestial court suffered huge losses. It was a huge loss. Because they lacked immortal Gu, the rank 8 Gu immortals had to use their bodies to block Longevity Heaven's attacks. They had sacrificed too many people. As for the celestial court, because of the immortal graveyard, they had many rank 8 Gu immortals but lacked immortal Gu. Duke Long had always remembered that when star constellations will appeared earlier, she had specially instructed him to hibernate a few rank 8 Gu immortals. This definitely had a deeper meaning, but in this battle, the celestial court's immortal graveyard had awakened too many rank 8 Gu immortals. They had also sacrificed countless more. This resulted in not only no new rank 8 Gu immortals to hibernate, many more were sacrificed instead. Although Fate Gu was repaired, this made Duke Long feel uneasy. Right now, my celestial court has already repaired rank 9 Fate Gu, together with myself. Who in this world can go against me? Even if it is a rank 9 Gu Venerable's method, I can rely on Heaven Overseeing Tower to resist it. Everyone, why don't you return to the Immortal Graveyard? If things go south, we can just wake you up. Duke Long continued to urge. In that case, that's right, with Fate Gu and Lord Duke Long, who can stop us? Then let's continue to hibernate. Most of the Gu immortals returned to the Immortal Graveyard, but a small portion stayed behind. These people were about to reach the end of their lifespans, they were about the same as Duke Long, there was no meaning in hibernating. Duke Long left behind Fairy Myrtle and a few others to clean up the battlefield and guard Celestial Court, while he led another group to move Heaven Overseeing Tower out of Celestial Court. Calamity Luck Altar brought the remnants of Longevity Heaven and escaped from Celestial Court, but so what? Their speed could not compare to Heaven Overseeing Tower, and they were in Central Continent's territory. Duke Long wanted to make these people stay, be it by killing or taking them as captives. It would undoubtedly display the might of Celestial Court. It would also let the Gu immortals of the other 4 regions know what the price of offending Celestial Court was. What? Longevity Heaven escaped in defeat. Celestial Court completely repaired Fate Gu. Sigh, we lost this battle, let's retreat. Escape. Heaven Overseeing Tower with Fate Gu is definitely the #1 Immortal Gu house in the current world. Be it Duke Long or Heaven Overseeing Tower, we are not their match. After receiving this news, the situation in Infallible Blessed Land changed drastically in an instant. Southern Border and Northern Plains immortals had thoughts of retreating. Fang Yuan was the same. He felt great regret, but there was nothing he could do. But what he did not expect was, almost at the next moment, he saw the tattered Calamity Luck Altar, as well as the pursuing Celestial Court. It was unknown what Giant Sun Immortal was thinking back then. He actually set up a path of retreat in the sky above Hairyfoot Mountain. No one had discovered it. Chapter 1756. It is too late to leave now. Everyone please work together and attack Celestial Court. They have already used Fate Vanquish once, they will not use it again in a short period of time. This is our final chance. Bing Sichuan shouted. The Gu immortals reacted quickly, they gritted their teeth and charged forward. Bing Sichuan was right, Heaven Overseeing Tower was extremely fast, they could not escape. Of course, it was not that no one thought of using the Gu immortals around them to stall for time and escape. But Central Continent was too big, they were deep in Central Continent now. Even if they scattered and escaped, Heaven Overseeing Tower would have enough time to eliminate them one by one. Thus, Southern Border and Northern Plains people were all in a desperate situation, they could only fight back. This round of slaughter caused the heavens and the earth to dim. Northern Plains and deities of Southern Frontier knew that their situation was extremely dangerous. They did not hold back anymore, they used everything they had learned and used all their methods. When Celestial Court chased after them, they were very aggressive, but after facing the counterattack of the Northern and Southern Regions Alliance, they fell into a disadvantage. Fairy Myrtle, has the news of Fate Gu's restoration been announced to the world? Duke Long stayed in Heaven Overseeing Tower and contacted Fairy Myrtle. Shortly after, Fairy Myrtle replied, the news has already been spread to Jewel Yellow Skies. Not only that, Lord Duke Long, your current battle situation is also being spread everywhere through human methods. Since rank 9 Fate Gu had been restored, Celestial Court naturally had to spread this news to raise their morale and scare their enemies. This way, Celestial Court would be able to take care of the people's hearts. They could even persuade those Gu immortals who were still causing trouble and looting resources in Central Continent. Duke Long's earlier order was to spread the news of Fate Gu. But Fairy Myrtle went one step further, she directly spread the battle situation in Infallible Blessed Land everywhere. At once, countless mortals, Gu masters and Gu immortals learned of the battle situation. The Celestial Court's actions showed their confidence in winning. It was also clear that the Celestial Court with rank 9 Fate Gu had a huge advantage in the battlefield. Fairy Myrtle wanted to use this chance to display the strength of the Celestial Court and capture all of these Southern Border and Northern Plains Gu immortal elites. Central Continent and the Celestial Court's reputation would soar to the peak. Duke Long understood what Fairy Myrtle meant, but he could not help but frown slightly. Presently, the immortals of the North and South have fallen into a hopeless situation. They're like cornered beasts that are still fighting, and they have the will to fight. Thus, our side has fallen into a disadvantageous position instead. Although this is only a temporary situation. Duke Long understood Fairy Myrtle's intentions. Although it was a little rash since she had already done so, he had no choice but to cooperate. To display the celestial court's strength to the greatest extent, not only did they have to announce the successful restoration of Fate Gu, they also had to display extremely strong battle strength, to make people tremble in fear and not dare to go against the celestial court. In this refinement path convention, the Gu immortals of the other 4 regions took action. They wreaked havoc in Central Continent and plundered cultivation resources, greatly damaging the reputation of the celestial court. Now that they wanted to restore their reputation, the celestial court had to display outstanding battle strength and capture all of the northern and southern immortals in one fell swoop. Only then could they regain their reputation and raise morale, making the Gu immortals of the other 4 regions deeply wary and not dare to offend them again. Fate Vanquish was undoubtedly the best choice. It was a rank 9 killer move because Fate Gu was completely restored, its power was even more terrifying. But it still needed some time to use it now. Fate Vanquish could not be used frequently. It seems that I have to do it myself. Otherwise, news of the battle will spread everywhere, my celestial court's immortals will be suppressed instead, it will not look good for us. Duke Long arranged for several celestial court Gu immortals to take his place in defending Heaven Overseeing Tower, while he himself slowly floated out. Duke Long has come out, be careful of him. Bing Sichuan knew how terrifying Duke Long was, he quickly reminded. Let's attack together. Yao Huang shouted, Fang Yuan and the rest quickly responded. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building and the other immortal Gu houses protected these rank 8 Gu immortals. The moment Duke Long came out, he fell into the encirclement of Fang Yuan and the rest. Several rank 8 killer moves were unleashed, their power was shocking. Be careful. Despicable. Dodge. All over Central Continent, especially in the 10 great ancient sects territories, a large number of Gu immortals shouted in shock. Through the changing images they saw that Duke Long was being attacked, they were anxious, worried and filled with grief and indignation. Bam bam bam. After a series of explosions, dust and smoke filled the air. Within the dust and smoke, Duke Long's huge figure stood tall. The 9 coiling dragon phantoms on his body expanded, creating intense winds that dispersed the dust and smoke. Duke Long had a calm expression, he was still hovering at the same spot. His indifferent dragon eyes looked around as Duke Long spoke. Are you trying to tickle me with these tricks? Strong. So strong. Yao Huang and the rest, who had fought against Duke Long for the first time, were greatly shaken, even though they had already obtained first-hand information about the battle in Celestial Court from Bing Sichuan. Bing Sichuan gritted his teeth as a dazed expression appeared in his eyes. He is several times stronger than before. Without 7 extreme desolation now, just the half-destroyed Calamity Luck altar is not his match. What do we do? Immortal killer move, Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon. Immortal killer move, Wounded Centipede Mark. Fang Yuan and Heavenly Lord Baizu activated their killer moves at the same time, Sword Chi rampaged and ghost dragons flew in the sky, while gray-white centipedes flew in the sky, seemingly illusory at the same time. The 2 killer moves were like a tidal wave, one on the left and one on the right, one above and one below, drowning Duke Long. In Central Continent, countless spectators gasped in shock. They were worried for Duke Long. From within the sea of dragons and centipedes, Duke Long's calm voice could be heard. Good move, but it is not enough. Immortal killer move, Chi Current Scissors. Boom. With a loud explosion, the sea of dragons and centipedes surged with huge waves. Chi Current Scissors flew everywhere. Everywhere they went, the dragons were as fragile as paper, they were easily cut apart. The centipedes were even worse off, their corpses were torn into pieces and scattered everywhere. Seeing that Duke Long was safe and sound, the whole of Central Continent cheered. Mom, is the one with a horn on his head an immortal from our middle continent? Duke Long, the master of the legendary Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Just how powerful is that? The Celestial Court has made a move, it is better for me to retreat first. I have plundered a lot of resources, let's leave this place first. Just like Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle expected, the invading Gu immortals started to retreat in large numbers. Central Continent's morale continued to rise, they were united and united. Attrition tactics are completely ineffective. Heavenly Lord Baizu's expression was ashen. It is my turn now. Duke Long snorted lightly, the dragon-shaped chi flickered as he vanished. So fast. Where did he go? Yi Haofang's heart suddenly rang with alarm, he raised his head and saw that Duke Long was right above him. The dragon claw attacked, Yi Haofang only had time to raise his arms to block it. Boom. With a loud sound, Yi Haofang was struck by the dragon claw, he was sent flying for 500 to 600 feet, crashing on the ground and creating a huge crater. Dude. Yi Haofang coughed out a mouthful of blood, his face was filled with shock. The attack just now had not only broken his defense, it had even caused him to suffer heavy injuries. The dragon-shaped chi flickered again, Duke Long appeared in front of Yi Haofang again. But immediately, 5 Elements Grandmaster and Chi Chuyu appeared on Duke Long's left and right. Even though they could not see Duke Long's figure and could not keep up with his speed, they had rich battle experience, they had already predicted that Duke Long would continue to attack Yi Haofang. After all, it was better to break one than to injure 10 fingers. Duke Long, you fell for it. You are trapped inside, right? One south and one north, the 2 formation path Gu Immortals attacked at the same time, instantly setting up a formation. A mere formation dares to trap me? Duke Long snickered, his body shook as his chi burst out. The formation shattered like glass. Chi Chuyu and 5 Elements Grandmaster grunted as they suffered a backlash. But Duke Long was also obstructed, he lost the chance to kill Yi Haofang. Yi Haofang took the chance to get out of the pit and heal himself, but his heart was still cold. Duke Long's strength was simply unimaginable. After all, Yi Haofang was a famous rank 8 expert in southern border, but he was almost killed by Duke Long in just 2 or 3 rounds. I'm afraid only a venerable can suppress such strength. Be it defense, offense, or movement, Duke Long is far ahead. Even if we attack him together, he can deal with it easily. Who can block this Duke Long? The southern and northern immortals were all terrified, many of them were at a loss. Duke Long could not be stopped, not to mention there was a rank 9 immortal Gu house with a complete fake Gu, heaven overseeing tower. What to do? As if responding to the immortals' questions, there was a loud rumble as the ground split open. A huge crack rapidly spread, cutting across the battlefield. Boom. At the next moment, the ground burst open, countless soil and rocks surged out like a black tsunami that defied the heavens. A huge dragon head flew over like a hill. The dragon opened its mouth, its teeth were jagged like a forest of spears, flickering with a cold light that made people's hearts palpitate. Duke Long, I will tear you to pieces. The giant dragon roared. Legendary immemorial desolate beast, Di Zongxing. A strange expression flashed past Duke Long's face, he snorted coldly and charged forward without dodging. One immortal and one beast fought, falling into a deadlock. Since when did Di Zongxing become so strong? Celestial Court's Gu immortals were shocked. It seems that because the 5 regions are about to fuse into one, the earth veins are united, and because of this battle many sacrifices were made. Central Continent is enraged. It also caused Di Zongxing's strength to rise sharply. But, wasn't Di Zongxing trapped in Hidden Dragon Cave? Why did he suddenly appear here? The immortals were uncertain, they had many questions. But they all knew that back then Duke Long had personally suppressed Di Zongxing. Thus, it was natural that Di Zongxing was looking for trouble with Duke Long now. Just like what Duke Long had said in Celestial Court, Di Zongxing's battle strength had risen sharply, he could rival Duke Long himself. Who knows, this legendary immemorial desolate beast might even be the strongest existence among the current legendary immemorial beasts. Great, there is always a way out. Let's retreat now. We cannot retreat. Fang Yuan shouted, this is a good chance to attack. Duke Long is too arrogant, he is being held back by Di Zongxing. We will go to Heaven Overseeing Tower now and destroy fake Gu. Saying so, Fang Yuan took the lead and charged towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Bing Sichuan was the first to react, he shouted and gathered the Northern Plains immortals, following closely behind. The deities of Southern Frontier also launched a frenzied attack. Chapter 1757. Central Continent, Thunder Peak Mountain Range. Boom. A huge explosion resounded in the surroundings of tens of li. 3 Gu immortals were fighting. Leave behind the electrolytic iron starflower, otherwise even if I die, I will not let you two off. Central Continent Gu immortal Mi Lan Guang shouted angrily. And he had 2 opponents. One was a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar with fluttering sleeves, the other was a short and wretched-looking young man. The former was an Eastern Sea Gu immortal, Great Treasury immortal, he had rank 7 cultivation and cultivated information path. The latter was a local Gu immortal of Central Continent, a rank 6 Jian Yi Sheng. Great Treasury immortal frowned, his tone was impatient as anger flashed in his eyes. Milan Guang, did you chase me for so long just for an electrolytic iron starflower? Yes, I admit, this information path and lightning path immortal material was personally nurtured by you, it is something that has never been seen before in this world. I was excited to see it. I also cultivate information path like you, so I secretly took one and wanted to research it. I'll tell you the truth, if you continue to force me for a rank 7 immortal material, I'll start a war with you and fight to the death. I will also teach you that Eastern Xigu immortals are not so easy to bully. Once he said this, Jian Yixing immediately flattered him. Senior Great Treasury Immortal, your words are very reasonable. We should have done this long ago and gotten rid of this Milan Guang. Otherwise, if we let him chase us like this, we would not be able to do any business. The current situation is a once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity. Great Treasury Immortal looked at Jian Yixing and nodded reluctantly. We can only do that. Even though Great Treasury Immortal had rank 7 cultivation level while Jian Yixing was only rank 6, the latter was a famous lone immortal in Central Continent. He specialized in sword escape killer moves and was extremely slippery. He was also a local tyrant of Central Continent. Precisely because he appeared and told Great Treasury Immortal about Milan Guang's treasure location, Great Treasury Immortal learned of this special rank 7 immortal material, electrolytic iron starflower. Great Treasury Immortal cultivated information path and was very interested in it. Together with Jian Yixing, they stole a portion of electrolytic iron starflower while Middle Continent was in chaos. During this process they were discovered by Milan Guang. The Great Treasury Immortal's actions were exposed and he couldn't help but feel weak. He didn't want to act and was chased by Milan Guang. Milan Guang looked at Great Treasury Immortal, then looked at Jian Yixing and sneered, "So that's how it is." Next, he said something that made Great Treasury Immortal feel very surprised. Great Treasury Immortal, even though you are an Eastern Xigu Immortal, you are also a famous information path expert. I have long heard of your name, but you were deceived by that scoundrel Jian Yixing. There are 13 electrolytic iron starflowers in my valley. You stole one, Jian Yixing plucked 3, and the rest were destroyed by his sword arts. What? Jian Yixing laughed heartily. Milan Guang, you are obviously trying to sow discord. Aren't you a little too clumsy? But the next moment, Great Treasury Immortal turned around and stared at him angrily. Jian Yixing, what have you done? Jian Yixing's heart jumped. Oh no, they are both information path Gu immortals. I cannot discover their secret communication. I'm afraid Great Treasury Immortal has already believed the evidence. Jian Yixing was decisive. Since he could not deceive Great Treasury Immortal anymore, he laughed sinisterly and flew away like a sword. Great Treasury Immortal and Milan Guang were shocked. This Jian Yixing has already advanced to rank 7. Is this his true speed? So fast. Great Treasury Immortal was furious. He was actually tricked by Jian Yixing. He was used as a tool. Now, Jian Yixing took away more benefits than him and even made him stay behind to block Milan Guang. Brother me, I will return that electrolytic iron starflower to you immediately. Don't worry, I will uproot it and return it to you. It will be very convenient for you to plant it again. Moreover, I will compensate you with valuable resources. Great Treasury Immortal breathed in deeply and said with a solemn expression. Milan Guang pondered for a while before raising his eyebrows. Conditions? Great Treasury Immortal snorted coldly. You and I will work together to deal with Jian Yixing. He hated Jian Yixing to the core. Milan Guang was the same. He smiled knowingly and stretched out his hand. It is my honor to work together with fellow Eastern Sea cultivators. Thereupon, the two made an agreement to work together to kill Jian Yixing. What made the two of them furious was that although Jian Yixing escaped, he did not actually escape far. Evidently, he wanted to let Milan Guang and Great Treasury Immortal fight for a while before he returned to reap the benefits. Now that he saw Milan Guang and Great Treasury Immortal working together, although Jian Yixing was furious, he did not panic. He even mocked. My sword escape method made countless rank 7 Gu immortals helpless against it at rank 6. Now that this move has advanced to rank 7, if you want to catch up to me, maybe in your next life. Saying so, Jian Yixing activated the killer move sword escape and left. Milan Guang and Great Treasury Immortal cursed loudly, but could only watch as Jian Yixing escaped. But a moment later, it was Jian Yixing's turn to cry bitterly, oh no! Although my sword escape method is fast, it cannot last for long. And these two are information path Gu immortals, they are most skilled at gathering information and clues, thus they could track me. Milan Guang and Great Treasury Immortal hated Jian Yixing to the core, they chased after him relentlessly. Every time there was a crisis, Jian Yixing would activate sword escape and escape temporarily. But not long after, Milan Guang and Great Treasury Immortal would chase after him. Jian Yixing shouted, is there any meaning in chasing like this? Our accumulated immortal essence will be expended. At that time, you will suffer heavy losses. Milan Guang sneered, Among us 3 rank 7s you are the latest to advance. How much immortal essence do you have? This time even if we have to expend it we will exhaust you to death. Great Treasury Immortal nodded, agreeing loudly, that's right. You should know that Eastern Sea Gu immortals are not so easily deceived. Jian Yixing scolded anxiously, Milan Guang, you and I are Central Continent Gu immortals, we are from the same region, you are actually siding with an outsider and ally with an outer region? Milan Guang chuckled coldly, don't be so arrogant, you offended me today, you are dead meat. Jian Yixing only needed to use sword escape to escape. Both sides chased for a while. Great Treasury Immortal suddenly said, oh no, he has stopped strangely. He seems to have discovered the method I used on him. He had lost his sense of Jian Yixing. Soon he and Milan Guang found Jian Yixing's right arm in a mountain pass. Jian Yixing was ruthless. After realizing something was wrong, he directly cut off his right arm. Great Treasury Immortal's expression was ashen as he looked at Milan Guang. We can only rely on you now. Don't worry. Milan Guang smiled, this way. The two continued to chase. After a few exchanges, Jian Yixing's expression was pale. He could not even curse as he felt the pressure of death. Gradually, his immortal essence reserves were depleted. I am going to die, but I am not resigned to it. I broke Great Treasury Immortal's method, but what method did you, Milan Guang, use to chase after me? I dared to provoke you because I have some understanding of your methods, I can deal with them. But now I can't even find out what method you're using. Can you tell me the truth before I die? Milan Guang sneered, don't even think about it. You can die as a muddled ghost. But at the next moment, Jian Yixing gave a strange cry as he used sword escape killer move again, escaping rapidly. This guy is too crafty. Great Treasury Immortal gritted his teeth in hatred. Don't worry, I have my methods. Unless he escapes from Central Continent, he will not be able to escape my detection. Milan Guang smiled confidently. Great Treasury Immortal's gaze was filled with shock as he sighed, I admire Brother Mi's methods. Not to mention Jian Yixing, even I did not discover Brother's methods, they are truly amazing. Milan Guang laughed heartily, waving his hand, Great Treasury Immortal, you misunderstood, this is not my method, it is Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's doing. What do you mean? The mystery of Celestial Court is a secret that cannot be divulged. But I do know a little about this move. Let's talk about it as we chase. Great Treasury Immortal nodded, he pricked up his ears and listened attentively. He knew that Milan Guang was originally a Lightning Path Gu Immortal of Wind Cloud Manor, a member of Celestial Court's lower sect. But later he violated the sect's rules and his cultivation was crippled. He was expelled from the sect. After that, he cultivated Information Path again and became a rank 7 Gu Immortal again. With Milan Guang's background, it was not strange for him to know some secrets of Celestial Court. Milan Guang continued, this move is called Everybody's Vision, it is a human path killer move created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. This move is based on the human path killer move People's United Hearts. It can allow Central Continent's mortals, Gu Masters and Gu Immortals to share their vision. As long as someone sees Jian Yixing's movement light or finds a trace of him, I can use Everybody's Vision to obtain information and find him. Great Treasury Immortal realized, so that's it. Everybody's Vision is truly profound, of course, People's United Hearts is even more so. It allows people to understand each other's intentions and determine who is on the enemy's side. This prevents traitors from hiding. Wait. Suddenly, Great Treasury Immortal stopped and stared at Milan Guang with a horrified gaze. Since Milan Guang could use Everybody's Vision, he was definitely under the cover of People's United Hearts. He belonged to Central Continent's righteous path, he would not cooperate with a Central Continent invader like him, then the only possibility was, Great Treasury Immortal, you fell for it. Jian Yixing revealed himself and laughed loudly. Many Central Continent lone immortals also appeared with him. The formation suddenly activated and trapped Great Treasury Immortal. It turned out that everything was a trap, and Milan Guang's electrolytic iron starflower was the bait to lure the big fish, Great Treasury Immortal. At the same time, Celestial Court battlefield. This unparalleled war had finally reached its most critical moment. Fang Yuan and the rest charged towards Heaven Overseeing Tower, while Duke Long was temporarily stalled by Di Zongxing. If Fang Yuan and the rest charged into Heaven Overseeing Tower and Fang Yuan destroyed Fate Gu, Celestial Court's Gu refinement plan would fail completely. But if Fang Yuan could not destroy Fate Gu, the northern and southern immortals would be surrounded by Celestial Court's Gu immortals due to their poor positioning, the situation would be very disadvantageous. This is the final chance, I must. Fang Yuan had just made up his mind when white light shot out of heaven overseeing tower. Rank 9 Immortal Killer Move, Fate Vanquish. The time between two uses of Fate Vanquish has already been shortened to this extent. Fang Yuan was greatly shocked. Almost in an instant the white light faded completely. A huge change occurred in the situation of the battlefield. Several Immortal Gu houses on Fang Yuan's side were completely destroyed, the Gu Immortals inside died. Of the two rank 8 Gu Immortals behind Fang Yuan, one was heavily injured and the other fainted on the spot. The rest of the Immortals were in a complete mess, their injuries were not light. The power of Fate Vanquish is actually so terrifying. In Southern Border's battlefield earlier, it clearly did not have such power. Terrifying. A complete rank 9 Fate Gu is too terrifying. This is Heaven Overseeing Tower's true power? There is no way to defend against it. Southern Border and Northern Plains Gu Immortals were disheartened, they lost their morale. On the contrary, the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals and Central Continent's countless spectators cheered loudly at this scene. Celestial Court is mighty. Kill these invaders, let them repay this debt of blood with blood. With such a method our Central Continent will win for sure. Using everybody's vision killer move, seeing this scene, countless Central Continent's people cheered and their morale soared. Celestial Court's divine might was deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. Mother, why hasn't that person fallen? Among all the demons he is the only one that has not fallen. A little girl shook her mother's hand, asking in confusion. Even mortals could clearly observe the situation of the battle. Unfortunately, the little girl's mother was only a mortal, she shook her head in confusion. I don't know either. But don't worry, our Central Continent is protected by Gu Immortals, we will not fail. Fang Yuan? That's right, he is an otherworldly demon. He is not an ordinary otherworldly demon, he is a complete otherworldly demon. Thus, Fate Vanquish is like a gentle breeze to him. After being dazed for a while, the Southern and Southern Immortals gradually reacted. Right now, Fang Yuan was already entangled by the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals that flew out of Heaven Overseeing Tower, he could not get close to it. But Fang Yuan's existence was like a spark, igniting the Southern and Southern Immortals' hearts. In an instant, the flame of fighting spirit that was about to be extinguished was ignited once again. He is the only one left. That's right, we have Fang Yuan. Although we have deep enmity with him, but the Southern and Southern Immortals' eyes shined with brilliance again. Their morale actually rose? The Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were surprised. Quick, kill Fang Yuan. Duke Long had just ordered when he was bitten by Di Zongxing. But no matter how Di Zongxing gritted his teeth, Duke Long's body was tough, only a few scratches and sparks appeared. At the same time Wu Yang's orders came from Jewel Yellow Skies. Southern Alliance Immortals, listen to my orders, assist Fang Yuan with all your strength, break into Heaven Overseeing Tower and destroy Fate Gu. Bing Sichuan also reacted, help Fang Yuan, this is our final charge. If we fail we will die. Charge. This is? Fang Yuan, who was fighting, sensed the power behind him, his eyes shined brightly. His killing intent surged. Chapter 1758. Infallible Blessed Land Battlefield. At this moment, Fang Yuan and the rest of the Southern and Southern Immortals charged forward without any regard for their lives. Fang Yuan was at the front, he was the sharpest spear. He became the only hope of the Southern and Southern Immortals, he carried their expectations. How ironic, how pathetic. Now that the battle has come to this, we have to place our bets on our enemies. The Immortals of the North and South all had complicated feelings. Colluding with Fang Yuan, you are truly a bunch of demons. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were disdainful as they attacked. What else was there to say? Everything was for benefits, everything was for survival, everything was for victory. Fang Yuan. Stop. A Celestial Court Gu Immortal charged at Fang Yuan. I will block him, Fang Yuan, you continue forward. Heavenly Lord Baizu shouted as he charged forward. Two Immortal Gu houses charged forward, the Southern and Southern Immortals' Immortal Gu houses blocked Fang Yuan from the left and right, protecting him. In the battle of rank 8 Gu Immortals, the Immortal Gu houses were like raging bulls, they only had time to collide. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. This was an unprecedented experience, he had never expected such a miraculous scene. He had actually obtained the selfless help of the Southern and Southern Immortals. Retreat, quick, pull some distance. Heaven Overseeing Tower began to retreat. Fang Yuan and the rest's final charge was too fierce, they were like frenzied tigers. At the crucial moment, even though the Celestial Court's members surrounded them, Not many of them could come over to defend Heaven Overseeing Tower. Duke Long raised his arms with difficulty. He lifted Di Zongxing's teeth inch by inch. Even though his back was facing Fang Yuan and Heaven Overseeing Tower, by using everybody's vision killer move, he was able to grasp the current situation. Fang Yuan is their only hope. As long as we kill him, the Southern and Southern Immortals' morale will fall to its lowest point. They might even surrender because their hope is gone. Not only that, that scoundrel Fang Yuan possesses the Spring-Autumn Cicada. He is the final hope of the Red Lotus. At this moment, a scene appeared in the depths of Duke Long's memory. Hong Lian was bathed in blood and on the verge of death. She used all her remaining strength to stand before Duke Long with great difficulty. Duke Long looked at him quietly, his voice a little hoarse. Hong Ting, you have no hope left. Give up. Surrender. I'll give you a chance to repent. Even at this stage, Master, you're still unwilling to give up on me? Red Lotus Demon Sovereign laughed. But unfortunately, Master, my hope hasn't been shattered. What hope do you have? What other trump cards do you have? My hope is not here, Master. I left it for the big time. You will see him just as the great age is about to begin. He will fight his way into the celestial court just like me. Duke Long sighed and said with an unwavering tone, then I will stop him just like how I stopped you today. You are my disciple. I will make up for the mistakes you made. I, your master, will personally kill all of your hopes. Duke Long suddenly roared. He shook his arms and forced Di Zongxing's teeth open. His figure disappeared. Clang. In the next moment, Di Zongxing's sharp dragon teeth fiercely clenched together, creating dazzling stars. But Duke Long had already arrived behind Fang Yuan. His big hand grabbed towards Fang Yuan. In an instant, Fang Yuan felt an unparalleled power pulling on him. A powerful and majestic aura of danger filled the sky like a tsunami, wanting to drown him from behind. Duke Long. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and turned around. He activated his killer move to fight against Duke Long. I will kill you. Duke Long's amber-like dragon pupils reflected Fang Yuan's clear face. His tone was bone-chilling and filled with killing intent. But at the next moment, an immortal goo house interfered, blocking the two. Fang Yuan, leave. The Southern and Northern Immortals shouted together. Fang Yuan snorted coldly and turned around, continuing to chase after Heaven Overseeing Tower. Duke Long was obstructed. He roared and activated his killer move, tearing with his claws. The sturdy immortal goo house was torn apart like paper in his hands. Duke Long continued to chase, but he had just taken a few steps when Heavenly Lord Baizu appeared in front of him. Duke Long grabbed with his hand and crushed Heavenly Lord Baizu. At the next moment, Heavenly Lord Baizu pounced again. Not killed. Duke Long was surprised. He had clearly activated his investigative killer move and sensed that it was Heavenly Lord Baizu's main body. But the Heavenly Lord Baizu in front of him gave him the same feeling as the main body. Duke Long's thoughts moved as he understood. A killer move that can instantly swap places with the main body and clone. Indeed. Heavenly Lord Baizu was a famous lone cultivator rank 8 in Northern Plains. He took over He tribe's territory and created Baizu tribe, joining Northern Plains' righteous path. Longevity Heaven actively roped in all of Northern Plains Goo Immortals for the sake of the big picture. Heavenly Lord Baizu was one of them. One of the conditions for Heavenly Lord Baizu to accept the recruitment was an immortal killer move from Longevity Heaven's treasury. With this technique, he could switch between his doppelganger and his main body. Heavenly Lord Baizu felt that he had been obstructed in his attacks on Heifan Grotto Heaven in the past. He had asked for it. Precisely because of this, after Heavenly Lord Baizu's main body was transported to Eastern Sea by karma relocation, he could switch places quickly and return to infallible blessed land. Annoying fly. Duke Long frowned slightly. Heavenly Lord Baizu tried to obstruct him again and again. Even though he could not block a single attack, he managed to switch places with his main body at the critical moment. His performance was amazing. He actually managed to stall Duke Long's pursuit. But soon, other Celestial Court Goo Immortals attacked Heavenly Lord Baizu. Heavenly Lord Baizu soon fell into a dangerous situation. He could not even take care of himself. Duke Long chased after Fang Yuan again, but 5 Elements Grandmaster was already guarding behind Fang Yuan. Come. 5 Elements Grandmaster activated his strongest defensive method, 5 Elements Ring. This was an immortal formation that was condensed into a 5-colored ring. No matter what, I can at least last a few breaths of time. 5 Elements Grandmaster gritted his teeth. But at the next moment, Duke Long did not stop. He broke through the 5 Elements ring and continued to chase after Fang Yuan. 5 Elements Grandmaster's defensive killer move was broken. He immediately suffered a huge backlash, his injuries were severe. But he quickly swallowed the blood in his mouth and chased after Duke Long without any regard for his own safety. Duke Long did not even look at him, he casually sent out a dragon-shaped purple gold chi. This was a chi path killer move. 5 Elements Grandmaster stared with furious eyes, he was struck by the purple gold dragon chi with a loud sound, he exploded into minced meat and broken bones, dying on the spot. 5 Elements Grandmaster's death did not intimidate the southern and northern immortals. Soon, Yi Haofeng sacrificed himself to attack, attempting to stop Duke Long. Duke Long was stalled by him for a few breaths of time, but he soon killed Yi Haofeng. I don't have much time left. Duke Long's expression did not change, but he was getting anxious internally. Heavenly Dragon's last stand made him powerful to a terrifying extent, he could slaughter rank 8 Gu immortals like they were chickens, but his lifespan was reaching its limit. Under the southern and northern immortals sacrificing themselves to obstruct him, Fang Yuan finally caught up to Heaven Overseeing Tower. In contrast, Heaven Overseeing Tower was being restrained by Bing Sichuan's Calamity Luck Altar. Immortal Killer Move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Fang Yuan obtained a lot, his luck was quite good. He obtained a rank 7 Immortal Gu and a large number of Mortal Gu. But this was not a huge loss to Heaven Overseeing Tower. Especially when Fang Yuan knew that even though Great Thief Ghost Hand relied on ghostly concealment, it was not a true rank 9 killer move, it had no effect on Fate Gu. The true threat is still Dream Path killer moves. Fang Yuan did not have any Dream Path offensive killer moves, he could only use the pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies to self-detonate. But Heaven Overseeing Tower was already prepared against such a crude offensive method. Fang Yuan had to have a perfect opportunity, otherwise he would only be asking for losses if he used it carelessly. Fang Yuan's tactic was to use Great Thief Ghost Hand to force Heaven Overseeing Tower to create an opportunity to detonate the pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies. He did not know how long the southern and southern immortals could last, but this was the best tactic now. But when Fang Yuan used the second Great Thief Ghost Hand, a rank 8 Gu immortal suddenly appeared and easily blocked his Great Thief Ghost Hand. Lu Weiyin, what are you doing? The southern border Gu immortals saw this person and immediately called out his identity, they were shocked and furious. Lu Weiyin pointed at Fang Yuan, my disciple Yi Fan died in your hands. Fang Yuan, hand over your life. Lu Weiyin, you are Paradise Earth's inheritor, a southern border Gu immortal. Even if you want to take revenge for your disciple, why are you in such a hurry? Get out of the way. Cooperate with us, we will defeat the Celestial Court together. Otherwise, the southern border Gu immortals were agitated, they shouted. Chapter 1759. Even though Lu Weiyin did not have any offensive killer moves, he was very strong in other aspects. He easily blocked the furious attacks of the southern and southern immortals, even Fang Yuan could not do anything to him. As expected of Paradise Earth's inheritor, many Celestial Court Gu immortals looked at him with deep respect. In a short period of time, Lu Weiyin actually defended against the fierce attacks of the southern and southern immortals alone. Almost none of the Celestial Court Gu immortals in the battlefield could do this. At this moment, the southern and southern immortals finally understood Lu Weiyin's power. Even though Lu Weiyin did not have any offensive methods, his overall strength was above Li Huang and Chen Yi. The southern and southern immortals hated Lu Weiyin to the core, this hatred was several times stronger than Fang Yuan. Because of Lu Weiyin's appearance, he destroyed the final hope of the southern and southern alliance. Fang Yuan and the others' attacks were like raging waves, but they were all blocked by him alone. Ha ha ha. Duke Long laughed loudly, he was still fighting with Di Zongxing, but Lu Weiyin saved the situation for him. Duke Long felt that Lu Weiyin's help was far more gratifying than him doing it himself, because this represented the submission of Paradise Earth's lineage. This is the will of the people. Back then, when Fate Gu appeared, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable used it to change the wills of many human Gu immortals, he roused the fighting spirit of countless people. Now it is the same. A damaged Fate Gu was not worthy of reverence. But the complete Fate Gu was like the records in history, it was a banner. Its significance to the human race far surpassed its actual nature. This was the will of the people, it was the trend of the times. The will of the people was hard to change, but the Celestial Court controlled Fate Gu, it could make the opposing Gu immortals lose their will to fight, they would eventually betray them and join them. This would save the Celestial Court and Central Continent a lot of effort and trouble. Duke Long could not help but rejoice at Fairy Myrtle's choice. With everyone watching, this battle scene would be broadcast to the entire Central Continent, and even to the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Lu Weiyin's defection was a symbol, a role model. It meant that in the future, a large number of Gu immortals would join Central Continent and submit to the Celestial Court. The power of an example is infinite. Especially Lu Weiyin, he was Paradise Earth's inheritor. In the future, when many Gu immortals hesitate on whether to surrender or rebel, they would think, even Lu Weiyin, the inheritor of Paradise Earth, changed his ways. What can I do? In this way, the hurdle in his heart had been crossed. Lu Weiyin's actions were like a formless storm that quickly spread to all parts of Central Continent. The Gu immortals of the various regions who had already prepared to escape retreated even faster. At the same time, in Spirit Affinity House's headquarters, Zhao Lianyun was getting restless. Fairy Lianyun, where are you going? It is very dangerous outside. Bu Zhenzi urged. Zhao Lianyun smiled. I have Love Gu to protect me. The enemies are fleeing in fear right now. It is time for us to make a name for ourselves. If we do not attack now, when will we? Zhao Lianyun's wish was quickly acknowledged by the Supreme Elders of Spirit Affinity House. Earlier, Central Continent was in chaos. All sorts of people attacked and caused chaos everywhere. The Celestial Court mobilized a large number of Gu immortals from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects for the sake of recovery. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were weak and had huge territories. They could only give up on their territories and resources, wisely choosing to defend themselves. Right now, through the killer move Everyone's Vision, the Gu immortals who were left behind in the various bases understood the change in the situation. Many knowledgeable people knew that it was time to counterattack. Let's kill all these people who dared to offend our Central Continent. Fight, beat the shit out of these despicable people. Howl, all the grievances and anger in my heart, I will return them all to you. Soon, with Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects at the lead, they launched a wave of counterattack. The remaining Righteous Path, Demonic Path, and Lone Immortals of Central Continent quickly reclaimed their lost territories and attacked the remaining 4 regions Gu immortals. The 4 regions Gu immortals were forced to retreat, some even lost their lives on the spot. Because of the killer move Everyone's Vision, the Gu immortals and infallible Blessed Land knew about this. Their morale soared. Feng Yuan and the rest were in an even more precarious situation. Duke Long was overjoyed. This was the scene he wanted to see. Under the banner of Fate Gu, almost all of Central Continent's Gu immortals were united as one. This united strength was terrifying. The rise of humanity in Celestial Court's historical records had already proven this. At this moment, Duke Long had a deeper understanding. The Celestial Court had been displaying Fate Gu for generations. They had purposely erected this banner. This was a hint from the depths of the soul, a call that was so strong that it was hard to resist. Fate Gu was only a rank 9 immortal Gu, it could not even be used directly. But when Celestial Court used it, they gave it a spirit and meaning that surpassed its own, and then used the history of humanity to amplify this influence. Thinking about it, wasn't it mystical? Fate Gu's practicality was far inferior to other rank 9 immortal Gu like Wisdom Gu. But Celestial Court used it to change people's hearts. They united a large number of scattered battle strength, they united countless people and formed an impregnable fortress. Lu Weiyin's betrayal, a lone immortal like Jian Yisheng and a righteous path Gu immortal like Milan Guang, who was abandoned by the 10 great sects, teamed up and ambushed Great Treasury Immortal. With Zhao Lianyun as the representative, the Central Continent Gu immortals launched a wave of counterattacks. The other 4 regions Gu immortals retreated, their morale fell. These changes were very difficult to achieve with immortal killer moves, even a rank 9 killer move like People's United Hearts. But now Duke Long used just Fate Gu to achieve this. Gu Masters and Gu Immortals nurture Gu, use Gu and refine Gu. Not mentioning the other 2 aspects, just the use of Gu, Celestial Court's use of Fate Gu had already surpassed the limits of Gu worms, it had reached an unprecedented supreme level. This was a type of art. Thinking about it, it was shocking. Celestial Court's immortals encircled and attacked from all directions. Northern and southern immortals were trapped in the encirclement, some were screaming, some were bleeding, some were panicking, and some were unafraid of death. Feng Yuan's heart was also shrouded in a heavy shadow. He could not break Lu Weiyin's defense, while Heaven Overseeing Tower had already stabilized itself. Duke Long purposely lured Di Zongxing far away to create a second battlefield. The enemy's situation is hopeless. This was the thought of almost all the Celestial Court's Gu immortals. Haha, I still have to turn the tide in the end. Right at this time, a familiar voice resounded in the battlefield to Feng Yuan. At the same time, Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace appeared behind Heaven Overseeing Tower. By Ningbing? How can she control Dragon Palace? Fang Yuan was shocked. The other Gu Immortals were even more shocked. Bai Ningbing's sneak attack had been planned for a long time. While the Immortals were shocked, thick smoke burst out of Dragon Palace and drifted towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower felt like it had fallen into a swamp. At the crucial moment, the Gu Immortals inside the tower activated their methods. Immortal Killer Move, Invincible Phantom Tower. In an instant, Heaven Overseeing Tower turned into Phantom. It was invincible. Phantom Transformation Method, hee. Bai Ningbing sneered, "You are looking down on me, Dragon Spirit." A boy stood beside her. At this moment he was giggling. "Master, watch me." Thick smoke shrouded Heaven Overseeing Tower. Even though Heaven Overseeing Tower turned Phantom, it was still corroded by the smoke. This is a Dream Path offensive killer move? Fang Yuan's side was shocked and joyful, while the Celestial Court's Immortals were shocked and furious. What is going on? Both sides had doubts in their hearts. Let's turn back time for a while. Central Continent, Hidden Dragon Cave Battlefield. The battle was at the crucial moment of victory and defeat. The Celestial Court's Immortals reinforced Dragon Palace's 4 Dragon Generals situation. But these reinforcements were within the expectations of Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu Immortals. They attacked one after another, causing the battle situation to become more intense. The 4 Dragon Generals could only defend Dragon Palace while the reinforcements from Celestial Court could not break through the defensive line of Eastern Sea's Gu Immortals in a short period of time. But right at this time, a figure appeared at the edge of the battlefield. Was Bai Ningbing. Earlier, Chen Yi had used Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's method to use Immortal Killer Move Karma Relocation to block the Immortals' attacks. Fang Yuan quickly found the best way to exchange points. Under Fang Yuan's command, Bai Ningbing charged towards the defensive line and was teleported away by Karma Relocation. Bai Ningbing looked around and found that she was in a dangerous situation. This was a battle between rank 8s. The intensity of the battle was not something she could participate in. Bai Ningbing wanted to retreat, but be it Eastern Sea or Celestial Court's Gu Immortals, they attacked her at the next moment. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals saw that Bai Ningbing was an enemy. They naturally wanted to eliminate her. Eastern Sea's Gu Immortals did not want Bai Ningbing to leave and expose the secret of this place. They wanted to silence her. Instantly, Bai Ningbing fell into a life-and-death situation. Bitter. She knew deeply that against a rank 8 Gu Immortals killer move, even if she turned into Bai Xiang, it would be of no use. Death was approaching, but she was not afraid. She was only unresigned and felt deep regret. She muttered, "Is this all I can do?" "No, master." At the crucial moment, a clear and tender voice of a child could be heard. Next, Dragon Palace shook. It captured Bai Ningbing and directly teleported her to a deep part of Dragon Palace. This scene stunned all the rank 8 Gu Immortals present. The battle slowed down. "Who are you?" Bai Ningbing entered Dragon Palace and found a strange living being standing in front of her. It had the appearance of a child, but it had horns on its head and a dragon tail on its back. Its large eyes were sparkling and translucent. It was pure and cute. It looked at Bai Ningbing and said, "Blessed lands have land spirits, grotto heavens have heavenly spirits, and in Dragon Court there is me, Dragon Spirit." Dragon Court? Isn't this the Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace? Also, why are you calling me master? Bai Ningbing naturally knew about Dragon Palace. She was getting more and more confused. Dragon Spirit smiled. Back then the Dragon Man Gu Immortals created Dragon Court, but Duke Long did not allow it, thus it changed its name to Dragon Palace. As for acknowledging you as my master, that is the only way. Because you are a Dragon Man who escaped fate, you are the enemy of Celestial Court, you are also the only suitable master. Oh master, I have finally found you. Duke Long does not know of my existence. I hid and created the illusion that he succeeded in refining Dragon Court. Celestial Court is too powerful, master. Please take action and resolve this crisis. In the future you will lead the Dragon Man race to rise up. We will follow the will of Providence and defeat the humans. We will make the Dragon Men the rulers of this world. What do you mean? Bai Ningbing frowned, feeling that it was unimaginable. I am only a rank 7 Gu Immortal. Even if I have future self, I am not rank 8. Furthermore, with the current situation, even rank 8 cultivation level cannot resolve this predicament. Dragon Spirit said, "Master, you need to have confidence. Fate Gu has already told us that humans will fall, Dragon Men will rise. Our Dragon Man race will be the next main character of this world. It is time for us Dragon Men to suppress humans and rule the world. But Duke Long is the ancestor of the Dragon Man race. He is the greatest traitor of our race." Dragon Court's power has not been fully displayed because it lacks a true master. Of course, Dragon Court is only a rank 8 immortal goo house now. Even if it uses its full power, it will not be able to break out. Thus, Master, please take action and subdue Di Zongxing. Bai Ningbing was surprised. How can I subdue Di Zongxing? Dragon Spirit smiled confidently. Master, don't look down on yourself. Dragon men will rise, divine beasts will pave the way. Di Zongxing was born from the heavenly Tao. He hates humans from birth. He is actually a divine beast of our Dragon Man race. Right now, Dragon Court cannot subdue him because it is only an immortal goo house. It lacks a true master. But with you we have all the conditions. Bai Ningbing blinked repeatedly, reacting after a long while. She still had many questions in her mind. For example, wasn't Dragon Man reigning supreme referring to humans? If Fate Gu said so, why did the Celestial Court still try to repair Fate Gu? Bai Ningbing suppressed all the questions in her mind. She could not help but feel excited. This is really interesting. To think that at the moment of death, the situation would take a turn for the better. The Celestial Court seems to have many secrets. Even though I am a human, I used a secret method to turn into a Dragon Man. But to lead the Dragon Man race to rise and overthrow the rule of humans, just thinking about this makes my blood boil. Resisting the Celestial Court is interesting, but leading the Dragon Man race to rise is even more interesting. Interesting. Bai Ningbing's eyes shined with bright light. She laughed heartily and said to Dragon Spirit, no matter who you are, what schemes you have, I don't care. Anyway, if you did not save me, I would have died at that moment. Your goal is truly interesting, I will accept it. What should I do? Bai Ningbing was different. She was a true demon. She acted according to her own preferences. She would do whatever she felt was interesting. Thus, her human identity could not restrict her. Lu Weiyin betrayed Southern Border, but she betrayed humanity. Dragon Spirit was overjoyed. Master, with your help, Di Zongxing will easily submit. Dragon Spirit shed tears of excitement. This is great. I was almost in despair. To think that Master would finally come, my wait was not in vain. Right now, Providence is being influenced by star constellations. Fate Gu's revelation has also changed. But it does not matter. A large number of hibernating Gu immortals in the Celestial Court have died. Star constellations has lost her support. The heavenly Taos has suppressed her. Your appearance proves this point. Right now, we need to subdue Di Zongxing first before going back to participate in the battle. Be it the Celestial Court or the Northern and Southern Alliance, it is a dog-eat-dog situation. Even though we want them to die, this is a rare opportunity we can seize Fate Gu. Chapter 1760. Even Heaven Overseeing Tower, which had rank 9 Fate Gu, could not resist the corrosion of the Dream Path Killer move. Dragon Palace was a rank 8 Immortal Gu house. It had rank 8 Immortal Gu Dream Token. The rank 8 Dream Path Killer move that came from it was probably the number 1 in the current world. As the saying went, one move could dominate the world. Heaven Overseeing Tower did not have any Dream Path defensive methods. Once Dragon Spirit made its move, the effect was immediate. At this rate, Heaven Overseeing Tower will cease to exist. This move is not just the extension of Dream Realms, it is a Dream Path Killer move. Even if Celestial Court has pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation, it will not be able to stop it. In an instant, Yao Huang and the rest saw hope of victory. To think that at the final juncture Bai Ningbing would be the one to turn the tide. Hold on. Attack together, defend Dragon Palace. The Southern and Southern Immortals cooperated. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were pale with fright. Their previous confidence was completely gone as they attacked anxiously. Something is not right. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan placed his attention on Duke Long and found something amiss. Duke Long, who was fighting with Di Zongxing, did not show any signs of panic. His expression was calm and there was even a trace of reminiscence in his gaze. Over 1,000,000 years ago, in the depths of Celestial Court. Hong Ting, you actually dared to enter Celestial Court and walk right into a trap. The secret of your rebirth has already been exposed. You actually dared to go against fate and defy Providence, reviving the dead. You have truly disappointed me. Duke Long looked at Red Lotus with a steely expression. His gaze was burning with anger. Red Lotus Demon Venerable smiled. Master, since I came here, I have no intention of returning alive, nor do I want to destroy Fate Gu. Please wait. Then what are you trying to do? Red Lotus Demon Venerable looked at Duke Long deeply. I want to persuade Master to help me destroy Fate Gu. Duke Long was stunned, and then he roared with laughter for a while before abruptly restraining his laughter. His amber dragon eyes were unfathomable as he said, Then tell me about it. Master wants to listen carefully. Red Lotus smiled. I've reincarnated tens of thousands of times, and I only managed to find some clues by chance. Then, I used more than 10 reincarnations to figure it out. Fate Gu has already stopped protecting us humans, its current revelation is 4 words. Before he could finish, Duke Long continued, the dragon people rule. Red Lotus was stunned for a moment before laughing out loud. Master, you really do know. You are protecting Fate Gu like this, are you really going to lead the Dragon Man race to rise? After all, the largest group of dragon men is your bloodline descendants. Of course not. Duke Long shook his head and said in a low voice, Hong Ting, you only know one thing but not the other. I was actually the first to discover the secret of the dragon people reign, and I was also the first to report it. Although I have transformed into a dragon man and become the ancestor of the dragon men, my true heart has always been that of the human race. Whether you believe it or not, this is the truth. I believe it. Red Lotus had no hesitation. I believe in Master's sincerity. Oh Master, you understand me so well, and similarly I also understand you. You will never betray the human race for your own benefit. I was afraid you would deny it earlier, so I purposely provoked you. Rascal. Duke Long snorted coldly, feeling gratified in his heart as he continued, I created the Dragon Man lifespan extension method to teach you, to help you control the celestial court and lead the human race. I had never thought that Fate Gu would give me the revelation of the dragon people reign. However, after the initial shock and fear, I gradually understood. Fate Gu is a heaven path Gu worm, the Tao of heaven takes away surpluses and replenishes deficiencies. Humanity's prosperity, ruling over the 5 regions and 2 heavens, they are even more prosperous than the variant humans of the past. The heavenly Tao will naturally take away surpluses and replenish deficiencies. It is like how primordial origin Immortal Venerable had Fate Gu and obtained the dragon people reign. However, I still want to protect Fate Gu, do you know why? Red Lotus's eyes shined with brilliance as he asked, why? Duke Long heaved a deep sigh. Actually, the hidden danger of Fate Gu had already been raised by primordial origin Immortal Venerable's era. Humanity was united because of Fate Gu. After comprehending the returning of heaven's will, most humans had the courage to resist the variant human races. However, once the destiny of the human clan disappears, where will the human clan go? Undeniably, this is a huge hidden danger. Even after primordial origin Immortal Venerable passed away, he could not resolve this problem. On his deathbed, he entrusted this heavy responsibility to his disciple. This disciple was the future star constellation Immortal Venerable. When her lifespan was near its end, she finally found a way to resolve this hidden danger. That is, merging with the Tao. Red Lotus frowned, merging with the Tao? That's right. Duke Long continued to explain, Fate Gu can only be directly manipulated by the heavenly Tao, human and variant human Gu immortals can at most observe it and obtain some revelations. Maybe in the future as the sects compete, there will be a way to use Fate Gu, but it is impossible now. Star constellation Immortal Venerable thought, since she could not deal with Fate Gu, she might as well deal with the source. Thus, she sacrificed herself and merged with the Tao, using her will to participate in the operation of the heavenly Tao, interfering with and influencing providence. If providence is affected, Fate Gu will always be under the control of the celestial court. So that's what happened. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's heart shook as he realized, the net weaved by Fate Gu is called Myriad Net. Everything in the world is in this net, they are manipulated and manipulated by fate. Star constellation Immortal Venerable manipulates providence, she can influence Fate Gu and allow humanity to reign supreme. No wonder Fate Gu is so important to the celestial court. No wonder star constellation Immortal Venerable's design was able to obstruct 3 demon venerables including me. No wonder celestial court has always been the sacred land of humanity, the #1 superforce in the world. Duke Long nodded, Hong Ting, your comprehension has never disappointed me. The power of the world, after being separated for a long time, they must unite for a long time. Have you ever seen a superforce that can last for a long time? From an internal perspective, the human heart is fickle and full of desires, but these desires are hard to satisfy. No matter how strong a force is, no matter how close they are, they cannot resist the inadequacy of the human heart. From an external perspective, offending a powerful Gu immortal will often cause a superforce to be in a terrible situation. If this Gu immortal cultivates to rank 8, he can easily make a superforce fall or even perish. In this world, the strength of an individual can easily surpass the strength of an organization. Very few superforces can last for 10,000 years. But our celestial court is an exception. Why? It is because of fate Gu. Under fate's arrangement, we will always be the sacred land of humanity. Our internal structure will always be harmonious, even if there are conflicts. All kinds of fortuitous encounters and coincidences will smoothly resolve them. Our enemies often cannot grow, even if there are rank 8 level enemies they will gradually decline. In fact, our celestial court does not even need to make a move, the enemies will die or even surrender due to all kinds of fortuitous encounters. Being able to achieve such a miracle was obtained by the sacrifice of a rank 9 wisdom path Immortal Venerable. Without rank 9 wisdom path cultivation, there is no way to resist or disturb Providence's normal operations. However, even when star constellation Immortal Venerables will resisted Providence, she often fell into a disadvantageous position. Red Lotus understood and interrupted, like Dragon Man reigns supreme? That's right. At first I was also shocked. But after I learned of this ancient secret I chose to wait. Sure enough, not long after Fate Gu's revelation changed again, Dragon Man reign supreme disappeared, it changed back to humans reign supreme. Duke Long smiled in relief. Later, when I checked the secret history of Celestial Court, I found that this had happened many times. Dragon Man reign supreme is only the most recent one. The revelation of Dragon Man reign supreme is not valid. Red Lotus's heart continued to sink. Since his master Duke Long already knew of this, why did he listen to his questions? He suddenly realized, he did not enter Celestial Court himself, Duke Long was waiting for him here, waiting for him to ask and tell him about this ancient secret of Celestial Court. Red Lotus stopped thinking and looked up at Duke Long. Duke Long smiled. "Oh Hong Ting, I waited for you to say these words to make you repent. You were able to create spring-autumn cicada and reincarnate, it is truly the actions of a demon. It seems like there is hope of changing the past, but do you have it?" "No." Duke Long shook his head, his tone was firm. "Because you have heaven above you, the heavenly Tao, star constellations will, and Fate Gu's revelation. How can you overturn heaven? How can you change the past? Even if you have rank 9 demon venerable battle strength, so what? Limitless and reckless savage are the best examples. How long can a venerable live? The longest living Lord Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was only 25,000 years old. As for Celestial Court, it has millions of years of history and accumulation. It has the sacrifices and protection of generations of immortal venerables. As Fate Gu. This is the general trend. Can you even shake such a deep accumulation? Especially after your rebirth, you only have rank 9 battle strength by relying on future self. In essence, you are not a true rank 9 venerable." Red Lotus was silent. Even someone as strong as him often felt helpless against Celestial Court. He could destroy Celestial Court, but what use would that be? As long as Fate Gu existed, Celestial Court could be easily rebuilt. Because star constellations had always been influencing Providence, Fate Gu would always rule humanity, there would always be a revelation that Celestial Court was the number 1 sacred land of humanity, the number 1 force. Under the manipulation of fate, all sorts of fortuitous encounters would be arranged, countless geniuses would join Celestial Court and form Celestial Court. Celestial Court was not crucial, star constellations and Fate Gu were crucial. As for star constellations firstly, Red Lotus was not a wisdom path rank 9, he did not have enough methods to deal with star constellations who had merged with the Tao. Secondly, he did not want to deal with star constellations After all, star constellations interfered with Providence and protected humanity's status, allowing humanity to flourish. Red Lotus only wanted to revive his loved ones, he had never thought of betraying or harming his own race. Chapter 1761. Even though destroying Fate Gu was harmful to humanity, with star constellations it would not change the overall situation of the 5 regions. Because when Fate Gu did not exist, the Celestial Court could not use it, neither could the Heavenly Tao. When both sides were equal and humanity had such a huge advantage, how could they watch as other races rose up? But Red Lotus was not an otherworldly demon, how could he completely destroy Fate Gu? After countless rebirths, Red Lotus still could not find a way to destroy Fate Gu. This time he was reborn to persuade Duke Long to let his master stand beside him and work together. To think that the Celestial Court had such a secret Red Lotus plan failed. The older the wiser. Red Lotus wanted to persuade Duke Long, but Duke Long was also waiting for this chance to persuade his proud disciple. "Hong Ting, stop." Duke Long said sincerely, "Master said so much to make you turn back. The righteous path is not only about glory and fame, it is often accompanied by sacrifices. For humanity, for the celestial court, star constellation Immortal Venerable sacrificed herself. But you? Your parents, your beloved woman, died for you, paving the way for you to become an Immortal Venerable. Their sacrifice was necessary and valuable. Do you still not understand? Hongting. Stop. No, I will not stop. Red Lotus's gaze was unwavering. I am sorry, Master, I have disappointed you again and again. But this is the path I want to walk. Duke Long shook his head, revealing a bitter expression as he breathed in deeply. I am not disappointed. If you had agreed directly, I would have been suspicious. I know that your will won't be easily shaken. This is something that I have already expected. So, next, let me use my own example to teach you. What do you mean? Just as Red Lotus was confused, Duke Long activated his prepared method. Immortal Killer Move, Dragon Man Extermination. Red Lotus's confused expression disappeared, replaced by shock. He sensed the essence and effect of this killer move. Red Lotus exclaimed, "And Master, you killed all the dragon men in the world? Your children and grandchildren are among them. If I remember correctly, all of your descendants have turned into draconians." That's right. Duke Long's body was trembling and so was his voice. I am the ancestor of dragon men, the first dragon man in the world. When I created the dragon man transformation method, I had already set up a backup plan, allowing me to use my identity as the primordial ancestor to easily eliminate other dragon men. When the revelation of Draconians reigning supreme appeared, I wanted to use this method. However, at that time, the will of the constellation manifested and advised me to leave the dragon men behind for the time being. They will be useful in the future. I hesitated and hesitated. You have seen my descendants, Hongting. Enjoying the happiness of my family is my greatest consolation in my old age. So I'm already old. Master. Red Lotus wanted to say something but stopped. He did not know what to say to console Duke Long. Duke Long's eyes were red. He almost cried. This was something Red Lotus had never seen before. He sobbed, I know very well, even without Draconians reigning supreme, the Dragon Man race will always be a threat to our celestial court, a threat to humanity. Because the Dragon Man race is different from other variant human races, I was the one who created it, it was transformed from humans. It's like a blood-sucking vine growing on the human tree, constantly absorbing the blood of the human race to strengthen itself. Dragon men have long lifespan, it is second only to lifespan Gu in extending lifespan. Lifespan Gu are rare, but how many billions of people want to extend their lifespan? The number of dragon men will continue to increase, while the number of humans will decrease. Even more terrifyingly, dragon men are born among humans, they are naturally able to lower the vigilance of humans. With the protection of a highly respected venerable one's teacher like me, who can suppress and disturb them. At this rate, one day dragon men will suppress humans. If an accident happens again and Fate Gu reveals Draconians reigning supreme again, the consequences will be unimaginable. Saying so, Duke Long looked at Red Lotus deeply. When you entered the celestial court and came to persuade me, I suddenly realized that this might be the time for star constellations will to guide me. The Dragon Man race should not exist, but its destruction needs to have some value. This value is to persuade you, my disciple Hongting. I want to instill the spirit of sacrifice in you, I want to show you the spirit of the orthodox path of humanity. Red Lotus, Master. Duke Long's body shook, his tears finally flowed down. He had personally killed his own descendant, his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife, he was filled with grief, but he did not feel a trace of regret. His voice became louder as he shouted at Red Lotus, Hongting, my disciple. Your path cannot be taken, you cannot win against the celestial court. Because the strength of the celestial court is not just on the surface, it is not just fake Gu. It is the sacrifices of generations of Gu immortals, they shed their blood and sacrificed themselves without any regard for their own safety. They defended humanity, they protected the orthodox path, generations after generations of Gu immortals. Without such sacrifices, humans would still be ravaged and enslaved by variant humans, they would not have such a beautiful life today. Hongting, I will teach you. The heavenly courts will nurture you. What you are enjoying is the contribution and sacrifice of our ancestors since ancient times. So come back, Hongting. I will follow fate's arrangements. Red Lotus, infallible blessed land battlefield. Duke Long's recollection only lasted for an instant, his gaze became sharp again. He looked at Dragon Palace from afar, smiling coldly. What a pity. Dragon Spirit, your existence has already been deduced by Fairy Myrtle. All of this is just to beat you at your own game. At the next moment he activated an Immortal Killer move. He had once used this Immortal Killer move to persuade Red Lotus, but it did not succeed. But now it was more than enough to kill Bai Ningbing. Immortal Killer move, Dragon Man Extermination. In an instant, Bai Ningbing's body shook, her heart felt like it was being clenched, she fell to the ground and coughed out blood. Dragon Spirit shouted in shock, "What happened?" It did not know the secrets of the past. In fact, it was created long after the Dragon Man race was exterminated by Duke Long. Under Dragon Spirit's fearful gaze, Bai Ningbing died rapidly, her corpse gradually lost its body temperature in the huge dragon palace. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle was walking out of the formation that imprisoned Spectral Soul. Celestial Court's battlefield had not been cleaned up yet, but Fairy Myrtle came to Spectral Soul's prison and inspected it urgently. I was overthinking. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was powerful and ruthless back then, the current Spectral Soul is only a remnant soul, he has no goo worms or immortal essence, how can he do anything? Not to mention getting out of here. Oh, Dragon Spirit was exposed, everything is going according to plan. Seeing this, Fairy Myrtle smiled lightly. She was the one who deduced Dragon Spirit's existence, she had her suspicions earlier. Because the ownerless Dragon Palace could actually capture the 4 Dragon Generals, it had extraordinary intelligence. After she deduced Dragon Spirit's existence, Dragon Spirit deceived Duke Long and created the illusion that Duke Long had refined Dragon Palace. Celestial Court knew about it. Duke Long asked Fairy Myrtle for help. Fairy Myrtle played along and set up the trap of Hidden Dragon Cave. This trap not only targeted the Eastern Sea Goo Immortals, it also targeted Dragon Spirit and Xianxia. If not for this plan, how would Fairy Myrtle dare to use the killer move Everybody's Vision to spread the news of the final battle in infallible Blessed Land? Fairy Myrtle walked into an immortal goo house. The benevolence goo that she borrowed was inside. She thought to herself, next it is time to deal with Feng Yuan's Spring-Autumn Cicada. Infallible Blessed Land battlefield. Boom. Dragon Palace was sent flying. Dragon Spirit was screaming in panic, it was out of its wits. The Dream Path offensive killer move was interrupted. Heaven Overseeing Tower returned to normal, leaving its phantom state. The Celestial Court's Goo Immortals laughed loudly, their plan to lure the enemy was a huge success. Damn it, so this was all part of Celestial Court's plan? The battle situation was never out of their control. Feng Yuan's expression was grim, he had to admit, we lost this battle. Bing Sichuan also realized this, but he still shouted loudly, mobilizing the Goo Immortals to charge towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower retreated extremely quickly, the southern and northern immortals felt even more despair. It is time to retreat. Feng Yuan's eyes moved, he had a rank 8 killer move with fixed immortal travel as the core, if he used it properly there was hope of breaking out. However at this time with Lu Weiyin as the leader and Celestial Court's Goo Immortals as support, they surrounded Feng Yuan's group tightly. Feng Yuan's group was like a cornered beast that counterattacked at the last moment, it was extremely frenzied. Lu Weiyin saw the chance and used an immortal killer move, it was called 8 Directions Blessed Land. This move was a defensive killer move, not only could it defend oneself, it could also strengthen others. Under the effect of the killer move 8 Directions Blessed Land, it instantly formed many spheres of sand that enveloped the Goo Immortals, easily blocking all the immortal killer moves. Even Calamity Luck Alter's killer move was the same. At once, both sides showed expressions of shock. Lu Weiyin's strength surpassed everyone's expectations once again. Lu Weiyin's display dragged the southern and northern immortals deeper into the abyss of despair. On the other side, Duke Long got rid of Xianxia and charged into Dragon Palace. Xianxia wanted to chase him but was stalled by Heaven Overseeing Tower and the other immortal goo houses. Duke Long, you are the greatest traitor. Dragon Spirit screamed as it hid in the depths of Dragon Palace. Duke Long could not find it immediately, he poured in his immortal essence as he forcefully refined Dragon Palace again. He smiled, I need to thank you for getting rid of the huge problem that is Xianxia. Now, as long as I gain full control of Dragon Palace, Xianxia will have no choice but to submit to me, Celestial Court will obtain the strongest legendary immemorial desolate beast in history. Dragon Spirit screamed in anger, it scolded Duke Long for being despicable and sinister while blocking Duke Long's forceful refinement while summoning Xianxia urgently. Xianxia roared in anger as he tried to break through the obstruction. Celestial Court's defensive line was on the verge of collapse. At the crucial moment, Heaven Overseeing Tower showed its might again, activating Fate Vanquish. Zongxing was the first to bear the brunt of it. He was fiercely suppressed. More than half of Fang Yuan's Gu Immortals were instantly killed by Fate Vanquish. The power of a rank 9 Immortal killer move was too terrifying. Only Fang Yuan was completely immune to the power of Fate Vanquish. He stood alone proudly. Fang Yuan, don't think you will have an easy time. You can't escape. These Immortal killer moves were specially prepared for you. Have a taste of them. Close to 10 rank 8 Gu Immortals surrounded Fang Yuan. A large number of killer moves enveloped him. He could not use the Gu worms in his Immortal aperture. You want to target my Spring-Autumn Cicada? Damn it. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He used all his strength to activate killer moves to counterattack. He did not hesitate to expend his Dao marks. Countless sword ghost dragons flew around, but he was still suppressed by Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. He could not break free. Suddenly, there was a resounding dragon roar. Zongxing's huge dragon head rampaged and crashed into Fang Yuan's encirclement. This legendary immemorial desolate beast was also anxious. It ignored everything else. It endured countless killer moves and rushed towards Dragon Palace to reinforce it. Aha, too late. Duke Long laughed loudly. He had already refined most of Dragon Palace. He was about to capture the dragon spirit. The dragon spirit screamed, "Even if I die, I will not let you have your way." Boom. With a loud sound, Dragon Palace self-detonated. Countless fragments flew everywhere. The Grand Dragon Palace only had a small foundation and a few pillars left. Now is the time. Using this chaos, Fang Yuan finally broke free from some restraints. His clone activated an Immortal killer move, Spring-Autumn Success. The demon is counterattacking. I will protect you. Lu Weiyin shouted, activating 8 directions blessed land again to protect countless Gu Immortals. Now is the time. At the same time, Fairy Myrtle also made a move, activating an Immortal killer move, Equal Justice. Duke Long tore apart the 8 directions blessed land that was protecting him. He charged towards Fang Yuan with the remaining Dragon Palace. Along the way he encountered Zongxing, but Zongxing lowered his head, expressing his submission. Fang Yuan, you can die too. Duke Long teleported, appearing in front of Fang Yuan. At the moment of life and death, Fang Yuan quickly activated a killer move, but he was held back by the other Celestial Court Gu Immortals' methods. Bam! With a muffled sound he was killed by Duke Long. His flesh and bones flew everywhere. His soul even dissipated on the spot. He was dead. With Fang Yuan's death, their final hope was gone. Bing Sichuan and the rest were dejected. They stood on the spot in a daze. Someone surrendered, but Bing Sichuan and the rest shouted as they charged towards Duke Long. Duke Long smiled coldly. He grabbed again and again. Bing Sichuan and the rest died without exception. A moment later, the southern and southern immortals were either dead or surrendered. This huge battle had finally come to an end. We won. Celestial Court is mighty. Duke Long is mighty. The immortals cheered. Central Continent was in an uproar. Duke Long had a plain expression as he looked around, his gaze landing on Lu Weiyin. Lu Weiyin lowered his head. Lord Duke Long, what instructions do you have? Duke Long smiled lightly, saying with deep meaning, "It is all thanks to you lending benevolence Gu in this battle. Celestial Court will reward you generously." Lu Weiyin quickly expressed his gratitude. Duke Long transmitted secretly, asking Fairy Myrtle, "Did that killer move take effect?" Fairy Myrtle, "Yes. Are we going to attack Lu Weiyin?" Duke Long replied secretly, "No worries, let's keep him alive. If we harm him, who will dare to join us in the future? That killer move is just a layer of insurance, regardless of whether Fang Yuan revives or not, as long as the situation is on our side. So what if we do it again?" Saying so, Duke Long breathed in deeply. Our plan succeeded. Fairy Myrtle's voice was choking with emotions. Yes, using Fate Gu's restoration we attracted the invasion of the 4 regions Gu Immortals. We incited Central Continent to unite against a common enemy. We got rid of our internal enemies. The great era is coming. Our Central Continent will unite as one. The orders of Celestial Court will be heartily obeyed and implemented. She knew that Duke Long was going to die soon. Duke Long laughed heartily. He did not care about his own death. He even encouraged Fairy Myrtle. With you around, I am assured. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals did not need to fight at the front lines. They needed to plan for the big picture. Master. At this time, under Feng Jioga's lead, Feng Kim Hong cried as she came to Duke Long. She also knew that this was Duke Long's final moments. Duke Long patted Feng Kim Huang's head, saying, "Humans will grow old and die. Moreover, if the old is not gone, how can the new come? Disciple, you don't need to be too sad." At the same time, Duke Long transmitted secretly, instructing, Huang Heir become an immortal venerable and lead celestial court to the peak. Our central continent is sandwiched by the other 4 regions. It is a battleground with no geographical advantage. But we also have our advantages. We have a sect system, we have a lot of momentum. Originally, even the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent could only barely suppress and maintain the situation in Central Continent. Countless sects, lone cultivators, and demonic path cultivators have long been dissatisfied with our celestial court occupying a lot of cultivation resources. But now, after this battle, people's hearts have changed, they are united and have thoughts of revenge. There are almost no more internal problems. Celestial Court will be the goal of all of Central Continent's people. Celestial Court has existed for millions of years, it has fake goo, it already has the right time. After this battle, we will have the greatest unity of people in the 5 regions. Go and conquer, go and unify the human race. Go and establish a hegemony that has never existed for thousands of generations. As your master, I can only do this much for you. After saying this, Duke Long retracted his gaze, looking at the horizon with reluctance. In the distant sky, the setting sun was like blood. The light of the setting sun shone on Duke Long's body. His dragon horns were broken, but he looked even more domineering and fierce. His dragon eyes were lustrous, battle intent still lingered in them. His dragon scales were covered in scars and blood stains. Who knew how many rank 8s had died under his dragon claws? The immortals of Celestial Court surrounded him, floating in the air as they looked at him quietly. No one spoke. Di Zongxing lowered his head. He was like a huge statue, not moving at all. The earth shook, emitting waves of deep rumbling sounds. At this moment, the regional walls that surrounded the 5 regions vanished, the earth veins connected. The 5 regions that were originally isolated were now one. Without the obstruction of the regional walls, the 5 regions could move freely. At the same time, the difference in heaven and earth chi would gradually disappear. There would be no more obstacles to the unification of the 5 regions. Duke Long smiled lightly, speaking with a tone filled with anticipation towards the future. Oh, the great era has arrived. These were the last words he said. As soon as he finished speaking, he slowly closed his eyes. Dragon Imperial guessed, he died at the end of his lifespan. Like the setting sun, the legend of a generation had come to an end. But his invincible figure was deeply engraved in the eyes of countless Central Continent people. His spirit of sacrifice and dedication was like a torch, burning in the hearts of countless people.